As June arrives, the EC has become as sweltering as a furnace. EC number 1 High School. 5:30 in the afternoon. The moment the bell rings, the entire campus awakens from its slumber, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. Moments later, throngs of students pour out from the various classrooms, mingling in groups, laughing as they saunter towards the school gates. This heat is unbearable. The oppressive weather stirs feelings of irritation. Wang Ting, let's hit the Rose Bar for drinks tonight. Su Jie. He recognizes the newcomer, a familiar face that evokes distant memories, a companion from his high school days. You all go ahead, I think he'll pass tonight. I have a bit of a headache, Wang Ting replies. With a resigned shake of his head, he adds, let's make it tomorrow night instead. Sounds good. They'll let Xiao Wei and the others know we'll gather tomorrow night. Su Jie responds cheerfully. As they reach the school gates, a sudden commotion arises ahead. They'll go check it out. Saying this, he rushes forward, squeezing through the crowd to reach the front. Wang Ting strolls over leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets. As several students spot him, they instinctively part ways, wary of provoking him. The reputation of Wang, the young master, certainly looms large. Wang Ting can't help but chuckle at himself. Regrettably, it is not a reputation of honor. Upon reaching the front, he sees a girl standing in an open space, having knocked several scruffy youths, sporting vibrant hair colors, to the ground. They wail for mercy, their eyes filled with terror as they gaze at her. Piecing together the surrounding murmurs, he surmises the unfolding events. Just after school, a few colorful-haired boys had encountered Himanrong. Enchanted by her beauty, they couldn't resist the urge to taunt her with lewd remarks. What they hadn't anticipated was that Himanrong was no mere pushover, she was a rose with thorns. Furious, she retaliated and swiftly incapacitated them. Nearby, a male student brandishes his fists, his youthful acne flushed with excitement, clearly idolizing Himanrong as a goddess. While Wang Ting marvels at her formidable nature, momentarily lost in the beauty of the world, he suddenly hears the term advanced martial disciple, his expression freezing in disbelief. Is my hearing deceiving me? It makes sense, having just been reborn, his mind is a bit foggy, so mistaking something is understandable. At that moment, Su Jie leans in, expressing envy. Our school has a total of 5 advanced martial disciples, and Himanrong is the only girl among them, hailing from an ordinary family. What a genius! Wang Ting is speechless. What in the world is an advanced martial disciple? It seems he indeed did not mishear. Is this truly a rebirth? Wang Ting feels the weight of the world's malice pressing upon him, his heart brimming with questions. Seeing the crowd gather around her, Himanrong furrows her brow, dismissing the fallen ruffians, and walks away. With her departure, the onlookers naturally disperse. Wang Ting and Su Jie part ways at the school gate. Wang Ting locates the car sent to pick him up, and amidst the envious gazes of his peers, he steps into the BMW parked by the roadside and drives off. As he gazes out at the retreating streets, he finds himself lost in thought. It is then that he notices the trees lining the streets are exceptionally tall and the vegetation remarkably lush. These plants must have been overnourished. It's no wonder he often felt a sense of incongruity at school. The school's greenery is also unusually abundant, yet he had been so preoccupied with his rebirth that he hadn't even noticed. The sights and sounds along the way leave Wang Ting astounded. The streets are clean and tidy, pedestrians sport avant-garde fashion, and the level of commercial prosperity is astounding. This hardly resembles the year 2009. It may even surpass 2019, the year of his previous life. Indeed, something is amiss in this world. Wang Ting's mind is in turmoil when he suddenly spots a young woman in her 20s walking past, holding a fluffy large dog by her side. Ordinarily, this wouldn't raise any eyebrows, but the dog is enormous, comparable to a calf. He can't help but exclaim, "What in the world is that breed? It's gigantic." Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he strokes his chin in uncertainty. It appears to be a golden retriever, but it's far too large. Next, he notices several people walking their pets. All the dogs are quite sizable, exceeding standard dimensions. Some parents even allow their children to ride on the backs of these giant dogs as they stroll through the streets. Dogs are now being treated as mounts. He also observes a cat with 2 tails, and others of equally massive proportions resembling leopards. Yet, they all appear docile, and the passers-by seem unfazed, treating them as mere pets rather than ferocious beasts. Wang Ting feels somewhat numb. This is undoubtedly not the world he once knew, even if his classmates are the same, and the school remains unchanged. Certain elements are evidently askew. After more than 20 minutes of driving, they arrive at the Fuhua Villa district. After a series of twists and turns, the car finally halts in front of a villa. Thankfully, his home still stands here. In truth, his family can be considered moderately affluent. Wang Ting's grandfather has 4 children, with his father, Wang Xinghua, being the second eldest, possessing considerable business acumen. He established the Xingding Group, second only to the Rongxing Group founded by Wang Teng's grandfather. Both Xingding and Rongxing groups are billion-dollar enterprises. However, Wang Ting knows that globally many such companies exist. While the Wang family may fare well in this locale, they are but larger ants when compared to the true financial conglomerates. In his previous life, the Wang family offended someone and faced total obliteration, barely lasting a month before the company went bankrupt. The Wang family was completely eradicated, becoming a mere memory. Though $2 billion companies sound impressive, they are barely enough to fill the gaps of the truly wealthy. It is a bitter irony. Wang Teng fell from the heavens to the depths of despair, enduring a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, suffering humiliation until his rebirth. Or rather, perhaps it is not a rebirth at all. This world has changed too significantly. He wonders what fate awaits the Wang family. Moreover, are his parents still the same? What if, upon entering, he finds that even his parents have been replaced? That cannot be. It cannot be. Wang Ting reassures himself hastily, though his heart remains turbulent. Taking several deep breaths, he finally steps through the grand entrance of the villa. Chapter 2. Principles of Peaceful Coexistence in Otherworlds. By 2009, the villas in the Fuhua community had soared to over 20,000 yuan per square meter. The villa belonging to the Wang family spanned an impressive 800 square meters, initially purchased for over 10 million, with renovations pushing the total beyond 20 million. Upon entering the villa, one is immediately greeted by a spacious hall, where 2 servants are diligently cleaning. Wang Teng's mother, Li Xiaomei, busily works in the kitchen. Hailing from a scholarly background, she was a renowned talent in her university days, yet she was no stranger to domesticity. In fact, her culinary skills are exquisite, with dishes that never fail to earn praise from Wang Ting and his father. Watching the familiar flurry in the kitchen and inhaling the comforting aroma of home-cooked meals, Wang Ting stood at the kitchen door, hesitating momentarily before calling out, "What's wrong today, my child?" Li Xiaomei shook her head in response. In the bathroom, Wang Ting turned on the tap, letting the cool water wash over his face. "I'm back." After the Wang family fell into decline, Wang Xinghua was tragically betrayed and passed away, shortly followed by Li Xiaomei's own decline. Wang Ting lifted his head, wiping his face, and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes slightly reddened. A decade had wrought significant change. Wang Teng was no longer the person he once was. He could now approach many people and matters with indifference. Yet, deep within the recesses of his heart, there remained a few tender spots, which he had previously been reluctant to touch. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, his heart began to warm anew. After drying his face, Wang Ting exited the bathroom, retracing his memories to open the door to his bedroom. Everything was familiar, the decor, the ambience. Posters of NBA stars adorned the walls, while the bookshelf overflowed with music CDs and novels. The desk, positioned near the window, was not far from the bed, and atop it sat a sleek, modern Apple computer. It was yet another item that seemed out of place for the timeline. Upon seeing the computer, he suddenly recalled something and rummaged through his backpack for his phone. Indeed, it was not an antiquated model from 2009, but the latest Apple 8. Wang Teng had prepared himself mentally, calmly entering his password to unlock the device. He was rather grateful that he was not good at remembering passwords. He had used the same one for years without change. Apps like Matewan, ELE, Me, WeChat, and Douyin, many of which emerged later, were present, even though they did not exist in 2009. In the initial days of his rebirth, he had hoped to leverage his memories from his past life to ascend to greatness, envisioning a chorus of figures like Jack Ma and Pony Ma singing praises of his triumph. Alas, that dream seemed unattainable now. With a sigh, he set the phone down and powered on the computer. There was no more convenient method than to search the internet for information. Given the advancements in computers and smartphones, it was illogical to assume that the internet would still resemble its 2009 form. Technology and the internet have always been intertwined. Upon booting up the computer, Wang Teng was taken aback to discover that the operating system was not Win 10, but had already advanced to the 11th generation. It appeared that the timeline did not fully align with that of 2019, revealing some discrepancies. After familiarizing himself for a while, he opened the Baidu browser and searched for the term warriors. A wealth of information flooded the screen. An hour later, Wang Teng closed the browser, leaning back in his chair, utterly incredulous. 30 years prior, spatial rifts had emerged across the globe, connecting to the otherworldly realm of Xingwu continent. This realm was imbued with primal energy, allowing individuals to cultivate and become warriors. The might of warriors was unparalleled. Low-tier warriors could shatter stones and slice through water, while high-tier warriors could topple mountains and alter the course of rivers. This was truly fantastical. Wang Ting found himself at a loss for words. Earth scientists had studied this primal energy, hypothesizing it to be dark matter. However, they were baffled as to why the inhabitants and flora and fauna of Xingwu continent could absorb dark matter to transform themselves, while Earth's creatures could not. Before long, with the emergence of spatial rifts, Earth began to undergo a transformation as its biological entities started to be influenced by dark matter. Plants grew taller and more robust, with long-extinct species reappearing. Animals also grew larger, their physical traits, scales, claws, and teeth enhanced. Some uniquely gifted creatures even mutated, acquiring special abilities associated with the elements of wood, fire, earth, and metal. As the apex of all beings, humanity too underwent evolution. Humans became stronger, capable of running faster, jumping higher, and possessing greater strength, with lifespans extending as well. Many who had been in their 70s or 80s 3 decades ago were still alive, now over 100 years old, but appearing as vigorous as those in their 60s or 70s. The people of Earth were driven to frenzy. Nations around the world set aside past grievances to convene a global united conference. Ultimately, they resolved to send teams to explore the spatial rifts, and after ensuring safety, military personnel and various experts began to make their way to Xingwu continent. These individuals were dubbed pioneers. The vast expanse of Xingwu continent welcomed the pioneers, who claimed to have come from overseas. They gained the trust of the locals, engaging in trade and communication. Earthlings were not barbaric invaders. Rather, they adopted the principle of peaceful coexistence, interacting gently with the indigenous inhabitants of Xingwu continent. Through research and experimentation, humanity discovered the ability to cultivate, leading all nations to unanimously decide to publicly share cultivation methods, thus ushering in an era of martial arts for all. This was a monumental transformation. History took a significant turn, progressing along an unpredictable trajectory. It is important to emphasize that humanity's greatest strength lies in its intellect. Through cultivation, humans rapidly enhanced their capabilities. And within just a few years, a plethora of formidable warriors emerged worldwide. Some joined the military, some entered government, while others became part of major conglomerates or affluent families, forming alliances. Additionally, some independent martial artists, unwilling to be constrained, established various martial arts schools, providing avenues for the common populace to cultivate. The existence of these warriors was vital in keeping powerful mutated beasts at bay, preventing them from wreaking havoc on civilized society. However, becoming a warrior ultimately requires innate talent. Not everyone can achieve this status. To become an official warrior, one must refine their physical body and establish a solid foundation. Only with a sufficiently robust foundation can one absorb primal energy and store it within their body, thus becoming a formal warrior. If we liken primal energy to water, then the body serves as a vessel. The process of absorbing primal energy resembles filling a container with water. Only by widening, enlarging, and strengthening the vessel can one hold more water. The principles of a warrior's cultivation can be distilled into this simple analogy. Warriors are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, based on their comprehensive physical attributes such as strength and speed. Iman Rong, whom Wang Ting encountered at the school gate, was an advanced martial apprentice, merely one step away from becoming a formal warrior. Yet, that single step posed a formidable challenge for many. The qualitative difference between those who have absorbed primal energy and those who have not is vast. An already cultivated formal warrior can easily defeat 10 advanced martial apprentices lacking primal energy without breaking a sweat. The apparent gap between advanced martial apprentices and formal warriors is akin to a chasm. Furthermore, wealth and knowledge often favors the martial. Cultivating as a warrior necessitates substantial resources, which are costly and place ordinary individuals at a disadvantage. In summary, despite the large population, warriors remain a minority, with most individuals being merely slightly stronger than the average person. However, this does not hinder warriors from becoming the mainstream. Instead, their rarity and significance elevate their esteemed status. Chapter 3. From today on, unleash your potential. It was a little past 7 in the evening when Wang Tung's family finally gathered around the dining table for dinner. Let us not pay any mind to your father. His sole focus is on that failing company of his, Li Xiaomei remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Wang Shenghua. Wang Tung couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In his high school days, his relationship with his father was somewhat strained. Wang Shenghua, intent on seeing his son succeed, had been rather strict. However, during that rebellious phase, Wang Tung had been rather aimless and the conflicts between them had deepened. Yet, in retrospect, he found some of his past behaviors to be laughably immature. At the dinner table, both Wang Ting and Wang Xinghua remained rather silent. While Li Xiaomei busily served dishes to Wang Ting and engaged in casual conversation with the father and son, Wang Ting relished this atmosphere. After exchanging a few words with his son about his studies, Wang Xinghua, feeling that something about Wang Tung was different today, thought little of it before hastily leaving the table. As the head of a large corporation, he had an abundance of responsibilities and typically managed only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night. Wang Ting bid farewell to Li Xiaomei and stepped outside, heading straight for the Polaris Martial Arts Hall. A yellow sports car sped down the night streets, its roar capturing attention. Nowadays, vehicles utilized force as their energy source, rendering gasoline obsolete and promoting a more environmentally friendly and economical alternative. Force runes were among the innovations. The fusion of Earth's technology with Force civilization had birthed Force technology. With cars, computers, and smartphones powered by the latest Force rune chips and batteries, offering enhanced speed and endurance. Half an hour later, Wang Tung arrived at the Martial Arts Hall. According to the information he had gathered, the Polaris Martial Arts Hall was one of the 3 giants among martial arts institutions in the Huaxia region, and its head was a 12-star general-level warrior, ranked among the top 5 in Huaxia. Even globally, he was among the top 20 strongest. Official warriors were categorized from 1 to 9 stars as soldier level, with 10 stars being quasi-general level, 11 stars as lower general level, 12 stars as middle general level, and 13 stars as upper general level. The prowess of the Polaris Martial Arts Hall's head was evident. The headquarters was located in Xiadu, with branches in major cities throughout Huaxia, and a multitude of powerful warriors among its ranks. The Donghai branch of the Polaris Martial Arts Hall, situated by the sea, loomed like a colossal beast in the night, its size comparable to that of a university campus. The main entrance was spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 vehicles side by side, exuding an air of grandeur. At the center of the entrance stood a massive stone, adorned with flamboyant golden characters that proclaimed the name of the Polaris Martial Arts Hall's Donghai branch. At the security post, several armed guards approached his vehicle for a routine inspection. "Please cooperate," one of them requested. Wang Ting lowered his window, nodded, and exited the car. The guards meticulously examined the interior of the sports car and scanned Wang Ting with the device, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Wang Ting scrutinized the guards, who donned black vests and wielded intimidating large-caliber machine guns, their firearms engraved with Force runes, indicating their superior power compared to standard firearms. One shot could incapacitate even a seasoned warrior. After the inspection, the guards waved him through. Wang Ting parked the car and walked along the pathways of the martial arts hall. Despite the hour being past 8, the hall was brightly lit, bustling with numerous students on the lawns and training grounds. Those training at night were plentiful. For warriors, every second counted. Talent was merely the foundation. Relentless effort and perspiration were essential for progress. Within the hall, 3 imposing buildings stood in a striking silver hue, each distinctly identifiable. The central structure served as the administrative building, towering at least 100 meters high, tapering into a peculiar semicircular dome at its apex. To the left was the training building for martial apprentices, and to the right was the training facility for warriors. Though these 2 buildings were only 3 stories tall, they were spacious, at least twice the size of the Donghai No. 1 high school's playground. Wang Tung couldn't help but wonder if this architectural design reflected the hall master's peculiar sense of humor. Having done his research prior to his arrival, Wang Tung made a beeline for the administrative building. With the assistance of the staff, he registered as a student of the hall and proceeded to the left towards the martial apprentice teaching building. The hall only accepted students aged 16 to 30 to conserve resources, and being only 17 posed no issue for him. Upon entering the martial apprentice teaching building, the cacophony of voices enveloped him. The first floor served as a training area for novice students, corresponding to the level of junior martial apprentices, with over 3,000 of them enrolled in the Polaris Martial Arts Hall. The training hall buzzed with activity as students practiced diligently. As Wang Tung stepped into the hall, he was momentarily stunned. What did he see? A myriad of transparent bubbles floated in the air, at least 40 or 50 of them. Strength 1, Speed 3, Constitution 1, Perception 0, 5 Strength 2. Wang Tung blinked vigorously, but the bubbles remained, seemingly invisible to the other students, who continued their training as if nothing were amiss. Was this a sign of destiny? Unsure, he approached a passing student. "What's up?" The student, no older than 16 or 17, shot him an impatient look, clearly annoyed. Dude, your flooring is impressive. Wang Ting gestured towards the ground. The transparent bubbles floated at shin height, easily visible with a glance downward. However, the student dismissed his observation with disdain, explaining, "This is the finest rubber flooring, engraved with force runes, offering shock absorption, durability, and resistance to impacts. Where have you been? You clearly lack basic knowledge." Wang Tung stroked his chin, noting that the student clearly could not see the bubbles, confirming that he alone possessed this unique sight. Students traversed the training hall, some passing right through the bubbles, which appeared entirely ethereal to them. Wang Tung stepped closer to the nearest bubble, testing whether he could pass through. Upon contact, the bubble vanished, and suddenly, a transparent panel materialized before him. Perception, 18, Constitution, 41, Strength 51, Speed, 32. Staring at the transparent panel, Wang Tung's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. The exhilaration was overwhelming. He felt as though winning a lottery of 100 million wooden tea evoked such excitement. But now, he could hardly contain himself. This was undeniably a stroke of fortune. In an era where warriors reigned supreme, gaining strength was the only path forward. This newfound ability to collect attributes and transform them into his own was nothing short of miraculous. While others toiled with painstaking training, Wang Tung merely had to gather attributes. He envisioned an unobstructed path of enlightenment before him. One day, he, Wang Tung, would soar to unimaginable heights. Chapter 4. Reluctance to train. Wang Tung arrived at the Xingwu Martial Arts Hall with the initial intention of honing his skills. However, he found himself preoccupied with collecting attributes, akin to a scavenger diligently gathering discarded treasures. He had observed that the transparent bubbles scattered across the ground were remnants from the training sessions of the other students. Given the multitude of practitioners training within the hall, there was an abundance of these attribute bubbles. Yet, a pang of sorrow struck him. The bubbles had a time limit, vanishing after just a few minutes. Moments ago, he had stood in dismay as several bubbles disappeared before his eyes, feeling as though he had lost billions. As the students continued their rigorous training, occasionally dropping a few attribute bubbles, Wang Tung gleefully collected them, watching his attributes soar without cost. A martial arts instructor, noticing Wang Tung darting around the training hall like a headless chicken, could no longer bear to watch and called out to him. "Hey, student, why are you running around instead of focusing on your training?" "Teacher, I just arrived today. I wanted to observe how everyone trains. As the ancients say, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. I aim to learn from everyone," Wang Tung replied with a cheerful grin. "Just arrived? Then come here. I will teach you the national 9th set of radio calisthenics. If you don't know anything yet, merely watching is futile. You must first grasp the fundamentals." The instructor insisted. Wang Tung pondered this and found the instructor's words reasonable. He seemed quite responsible. Reluctantly, he cast a wistful glance at the recently fallen attribute bubbles, feeling as if yet another fortune slipped away from him. "Teacher, what exactly is the national 9th set of radio calisthenics?" Wang Tung inquired curiously as he approached. "It is a scientifically developed method of physical training, combining the foundational exercises of the Xingwu continent," the instructor explained before activating the audio system. "The national 9th set of radio calisthenics begins now." Wang Tung's body tensed at the familiar sound of music and the recognizable preparatory movements. Pay close attention. The tall, muscular instructor, standing over 6 feet tall, appeared serious as he demonstrated the preparatory actions. Wang Tung was taken aback. The instructor began performing the calisthenics in sync with the music. First movement, stretching exercises, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Wang Tung stood dumbfounded as countless thoughts raced through his mind, unable to halt their frenzy. What on earth is this radio calisthenics? Although he recognized the names of the movements, they were far more intricate and demanding than he had anticipated, suggesting they could indeed serve a purpose in physical training. "Did you see everything clearly?" the instructor asked. "If not, I can demonstrate it again." As the music ceased, the instructor gradually finished his routine, exhaling deeply, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "The effects of the national 9th set of radio calisthenics are remarkable. I saw it clearly." Wang Tung nodded vigorously, fearing the instructor might genuinely repeat the demonstration. "Ah, it seems your memory is quite good. It took me 3 repetitions to remember," the instructor remarked, slightly disappointed. "You seem to be getting addicted to these calisthenics." Wang Tung, wishing to send the instructor away like an unwelcome pest, urged him to bother other students instead, who would likely welcome the attention. As for the national 9th set of radio calisthenics, I, Wang Tung, shall never practice it, never. In this lifetime, he resolved to grow stronger solely by collecting attributes. Seizing the moment while the instructor was distracted, Wang Teng resumed his attribute-gathering mission. Strength 2. Speed 1. Comprehension 0, 2. Basic Fist Technique 5. Wang Teng reveled in his success, amassing numerous attributes in strength and speed. Although he had yet to test how powerful he had become, he could feel a marked increase in speed as he dashed around the training hall, occasionally leaping several meters ahead. The comprehension attribute was rather sparse, with only fractional increases accumulating into something substantial. If my comprehension increases, does that make me smarter? It certainly doesn't feel like it, Wang Teng mused. Wait a moment. Basic Fist Technique 5. A bubble unlike the previous ones was absorbed, flooding Wang Teng's mind with a wealth of martial arts memories. I've mastered the Basic Fist Technique already? He pondered incredulously. The nation had compiled and summarized numerous foundational combat techniques, including footwork, fist techniques, sword techniques, and knife techniques, promoting them for public practice. Wang Teng's gaze fell upon a young man in his 20s diligently practicing the Basic Fist Technique nearby, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Although he had acquired the technique, he was far from proficient. It was merely a rough understanding, akin to someone who had practiced for only 4 or 5 days. However, surely gathering more Basic Fist Technique attributes would enhance his skill level. Thump, thump, thump. The young man struck the sandbag with tremendous force, causing it to sway with each powerful punch, creating deep indentations. Impressive. It was evident that martial artists were the path to success. Why aren't more attributes dropping? Ah, there they are. Wang Teng felt a rush of excitement as he stealthily approached from behind, casually collecting the attributes before slipping away. Basic Fist Technique 7, Strength 5. This young man is quite impressive. Wang Teng marveled. His proficiency in the Basic Fist Technique had indeed improved. After waiting a while without further drops from the young man, Wang Teng was compelled to turn his attention to other students, as he could not afford to neglect any opportunities. Only a child would make choices. Adults take it all. I, Wang Teng, am an adult. Basic Footwork 2. The training hall was encircled by a track, resembling a playground. A portly individual sprinted past, creating a gust of wind that tousled Wang Teng's hair, causing a bubble to drop behind him. Confirming the physique, it was a nimble, chubby fellow. Basic Footwork. Wang Teng scooped up the attribute. Astonished once again, it was yet another foundational combat technique, and a movement one at that. His luck seemed to be quite favorable today. The plump individual continued his relentless running, dropping bubble after bubble as if laying eggs. So many. Wang Teng was astounded and adhered to his principle of waste not, want not, trailing behind him to collect as he ran. The speed attributes he had recently gained allowed him to keep pace with the chubby fellow, making the experience rather enjoyable. Speed 1, Speed 1, Speed 1, Basic Footwork 3, Speed 1. Haha, why are you following me? The chubby fellow paused, panting and glaring at Wang Teng. Who is following you? I'm practicing my footwork. Don't flatter yourself. Wang Teng shot back, narrowing his eyes. You, what do you mean? The chubby fellow, exasperated, had no recourse against Wang Teng's retort. Come on, just run a bit more. I see potential in you. Don't give up so easily, Wang Teng urged. The chubby fellow. Chapter 5. I, Wang Teng, am diligent. At 11 o'clock, the night enveloped the world in its profound embrace. Wang Teng departed from the Polaris Martial Arts School, his expression a mix of satisfaction and yearning. While others had trained diligently throughout the night, he had merely idled away the hours. Idling. Nonsense. How could one refer to a martial artist's endeavors as idling? The other martial students gradually made their exits, and Wang Teng was among the last to leave. It was not merely due to his industriousness, but rather to ensure he did not miss a single attribute bubble. Indeed, this too was a form of diligence. Driving through the deserted streets, Wang Teng glanced at his attribute panel with a sense of contentment. Perception, 19. 3. Physique, 47. Strength, 135. Speed, 86. Martial skills, Basic Fist Technique, rudimentary. Basic Body Technique, rudimentary. From the humble beginnings of single digits to the impressive dual and triple digits now displayed, the transformation was undeniably significant. Strength and speed had seen the most substantial increases, while perception and physique had risen comparatively less. It was evident that there existed a disparity in the probability of various attributes dropping. To his surprise, he had also acquired the Basic Fist Technique and Basic Body Technique tonight. A martial artist must not only possess a formidable physique but also master combat skills to truly unleash their potential. Tomorrow, I shall return to the martial arts school to assess my progress, Wang Ting mused. Upon arriving home, he found his mother, Li Xiaomei, preparing a midnight snack. I just visited the Polaris Martial Arts School, Wang Ting casually replied. He then turned to his mother. Mom, you made egg noodles, right? Did you save some for me? I'm famished. Of course. It's all set aside for you, she beamed, pleased that her son enjoyed her cooking. Slurping. Wang Ting took the bowl and sat beside Wang Xinghua, devouring the meal with gusto, noticing the absence of the smell of alcohol on his son. Wang Xinghua's brow relaxed slightly, and he inquired with surprise, what did you do at the martial arts school? I went to train, Wang Ting replied without looking up. Train. Both Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances before turning their full attention to Wang Ting. They had previously urged him to pursue martial arts, but he had always been a pampered child, indifferent to their advice. Now he was actively expressing a desire to learn martial arts. Son, are you really going to train? Li Xiaomei asked, her disbelief evident. Yes. Wang Ting nodded affirmatively. Have you fallen in love? Li Xiaomei queried suspiciously. Huh? When did I start dating? I'm unaware of such a thing. Wang Ting responded, bewildered. You never liked training before, Wang Xinghua pointed out. What's the big deal? I've come to my senses and want to try, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. Is it really that simple? Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei exchanged another look of disbelief. All right. If you're serious about training, I'll find you a good teacher, Wang Xinghua exclaimed, seeing his son's earnestness. Dad, there's no need for a teacher just yet. Training requires talent, and I wish to practice on my own for a while, Wang Ting quickly declined. After all, what teacher could compare to his own innate advantages? His father could at most hire a senior martial apprentice as a tutor, but given their financial situation, it was unlikely they could afford a true master. Learning from a senior apprentice would be less beneficial than spending time collecting attributes. Hiring a teacher would only squander money. As even hiring a senior martial apprentice came at a significant cost in this era of martial arts. Wang Xinghua did not press the issue further and nodded. That's fine. There are instructors at the martial arts school. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools in Huaxia, their instructors are undoubtedly competent. Just focus on your studies. I do not expect you to become a martial artist. But reaching the level of a senior martial apprentice will significantly enhance your physical capabilities and extend your lifespan. A strong body is the foundation, with good health. Every endeavor becomes easier. In truth, he harbored concerns that Wang Ting might lose interest and abandon his training after a few days of hardship. Understood, Dad. Wang Ting chuckled inwardly, reflecting on how his father loved to lecture. In the past, he would have disregarded such words. However, the notion of becoming a senior martial apprentice intrigued him. With his advantages, achieving even the rank of a battle general was not out of the realm of possibility. He merely feared that uttering such aspirations might alarm his father. Wang Xinghua felt a wave of satisfaction, believing his son had matured considerably. Could it be that you are truly dating? You are 17 now. If there is someone special, we do not oppose it. Do you have enough pocket money? Wang Ting felt a bit perplexed. Are we really going to discuss this now? What a pity. Li Xiaomei expressed her disappointment. Wang Xinghua nodded in agreement. Wang Ting, exasperated, replied, Mom, I just turned 17. This is hardly the time for such discussions. It's getting late. Nowadays, 18 is the age for marriage certificates. You should start cultivating feelings now, and after a year, you can marry, Li Xiaomei suggested. 18 is the marrying age. Wang Ting was taken aback. In this era of martial arts, how blissful it seemed. Mom, I finished eating. I'm heading upstairs to shower and sleep, he declared, retreating hastily to his room. Aware that if he lingered too long, he might find himself trapped in another conversation with his mother. That child. Dear. I think that girl from the Tang family is quite nice. Should we consider visiting her family sometime? Downstairs, Li Xiaomei continued her chatter with Wang Xinghua. Thankfully, Wang Ting did not hear this, or he might have been frightened. After all, the girl from the Tang family weighed at least 200 pounds. The next day, bright and early, Wang Xinghua enjoyed his breakfast of buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk. Though simple, it was a favorite among the people of Huaxia. Wang Ting descended from upstairs. Since it was Saturday and there were no classes, he had the luxury of free time. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to his parents and hurriedly left the house. Wang Xinghua felt a sense of pride and turned to Li Xiaomei. Let us have the maid purchase some star beast meat today. Little Ting is training, and consuming star beast meat will help enhance his physical attributes. At the Polaris Martial Arts School, Wang Ting arrived early. The training hall contained only a handful of students, each of whom was exceptionally diligent. They were surprised to see a newcomer, but Wang Tung's commitment quickly earned their respect. A few of the students nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that he was one of their kind. Wang Tung felt equally industrious. However, with so few students present, there were fewer attribute bubbles to collect. He approached each student to greet them, all while casually gathering the attributes scattered about. Yes, merely a casual endeavor. I, Wang Ting, am a polite individual. Greeting others is my true purpose. Basic Fist Technique 6, Strength 4, Speed 3, Basic Sword Technique 4. What a treasure trove of attributes. With the Basic Fist Technique and Basic Sword Technique, I have acquired yet another foundational combat skill. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. The students at the martial arts school were all exceptional talents, their words pleasing to the ear, and they dropped numerous attributes. I truly appreciate their company. Chapter 6. I am not a weakling after collecting several attribute bubbles. Wang Ting noticed that the other students were momentarily distracted and retreated to a corner where several testing machines were stationed. These machines included a force tester, speedometer, and physical condition analyzer, all designed to assess the physical attributes of martial trainees with remarkable precision and minimal error. Wang Tung first approached the force tester. Having mastered the fundamentals of basic boxing techniques, he had grasped the essential principles of exerting force, while others typically required at least a month to achieve this. Even prodigies took around 10 days. Wang Ting accomplished it in a single night. The distance he had traversed was merely a few attribute bubbles. Such proximity is unparalleled. It is a feat that most would scarcely dare to imagine. He steadied himself, inhaling deeply, and closed his eyes, allowing his entire being to relax. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. With his legs firmly anchored to the ground, he subtly shifted his hips. His spine taut as a bowstring, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Wang Tung's fist crashed into the force tester. The screen erupted with fluctuating numbers before finally settling at a value of 143 kilograms. This strength approached the limits of an average person. It is essential to note. This represents maximum strength. While a person driven to their limits might summon strength beyond their physical capabilities, for the average individual, this is exceedingly rare. Reflecting on the past, his initial strength attribute was a mere 50, roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Thankfully, I am not a weakling. Wang Ting reassured himself before activating the speedometer. Stepping onto it, the speedometer functioned like a treadmill, rotating its belt as the tester ran, measuring speed. He began to jog slowly, gradually increasing his pace until he reached his peak speed. The speedometer displayed his maximum velocity. After feeling he had reached his limit, he slowed down and stepped off the machine, glancing at the reading, 12.7 ms. Clearly, speed does not directly correlate with attributes. And Wang Tung seemed indifferent to the specifics of their calculation. It was merely a matter of differing values. Wang Tung was somewhat astonished by the speed he had just tested. This velocity was comparable to that of the world champion sprinter from his previous life. The physical capabilities of martial trainees are indeed formidable, let alone those of martial artists. Next, he turned his attention to the physical condition analyzer, which resembled a sci-fi pod standing in the corner. He entered, pressing the start button, and a beam of light scanned his body from head to toe multiple times. The analysis encompassed blood, muscle, bones, meridians, and other complex factors, achievable only through advanced technology. Ding! The scan concluded, and a melodious female voice announced, Student Wang Ting. Physical Condition 47. How delightful, it even includes a voice reporting feature. Wang Ting mused on how this analyzer surpassed the force tester and speedometer in sophistication, pondering. A physical condition of 47 corresponds with my attributes. It appears only the speed differs. He glanced at the martial trainee level classification chart, affixed to the adjacent wall. The standards for a low-level martial trainee require a strength of 100 kilograms to 300 kilograms, a speed of 9 to 7 seconds for 100 meters, equating to 11 ms to 14.28 ms, and a physical condition ranging from 30 to 50. It was evident that Wang Tung had already qualified as a low-level martial trainee. He felt quite satisfied with this outcome. What more could he desire? After all, transitioning from an ordinary person to a low-level martial trainee saved him immeasurable time compared to others. One must learn to be content. Today, I shall strive to reach the ranks of a mid-level martial trainee. Filled with enthusiasm, Wang Ting resolved to remain in the training hall for the entire day. The other students were engrossed in their own training and paid no attention to Wang Tung's results. After all, it was their first encounter, and lacking familiarity, it would be impolite to pry into another's prowess. As Wang Tung completed his testing, A few attribute bubbles fell beneath the feet of several students. His eyes brightened, and he casually walked past them, discreetly collecting the bubbles. Basic Swordsmanship 3, Strength 5, Comprehension 0, 6, Speed 2. Excellent. There was even an increase in comprehension, and my basic swordsmanship has improved significantly. Wang Tung reveled in his good fortune. With so few people around, he did not wish to stand out excessively. So he entered the weapon room, casting a sweeping glance over the array of weapons displayed. The weapon rack boasted a plethora of arms: swords, sabers, spears, halberds, staffs, hammers, and more. Each category of weapon had numerous subcategories. For instance, swords included long swords, short swords, soft swords, and two-handed swords. The variety here was astounding, catering to every conceivable weapon preference, ensuring that even the most obscure weapons could be found. Standing before the sword cabinet, Wang Ting selected a black iron sword from the Shadow series. With the rise of martial arts, the weapon industry naturally flourished, for weapons hold immense significance for martial artists. A warrior wielding a formidable weapon holds a distinct advantage over one unarmed. However, the weapons provided to martial trainees are merely replicas, constructed from ordinary materials and devoid of any attached runes. This black iron sword from the Shadow series is entirely black, matching the specifications and weight of its genuine counterparts, yet lacks the intricate runes of authenticity. To compare, this sword costs only a few hundred yuan, while the authentic version would set one back several hundred thousand. A staggering disparity. Wang Ting hefted the black iron sword, finding its weight perfectly balanced. Young men often harbor a fondness and yearning for various weapons. Many have dreamt of traversing the world with a sword in hand. In his previous life, in a society dominated by technology, martial arts were non-existent, leaving Wang Tung without the opportunity to engage with such arms. Now, gazing at the sword in his grasp, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Having acquired the basic swordsmanship attribute, he possessed a newfound understanding of the basics, since the training area was still unoccupied and no attribute bubbles remained to be collected. It was the perfect opportunity to practice and gauge the might of his basic swordsmanship. He exited the weapon room and sought an isolated spot, recalling the sword techniques stored in his mind, and began to practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long sword sliced through the air with a subtle sound. Should it strike a person, it would surely cause grievous harm. Among the students, the young man who had provided Wang Ting with the basic swordsmanship attribute was also practicing his swordplay. Upon seeing Wang Ting emerge with a long sword, he was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, he ceased his own training to observe Wang Tung from a distance. So, he is merely a beginner. However, after a brief glance, he shook his head and turned his attention elsewhere. Why does it seem rather effortless? After just 2 rounds, he has become significantly more proficient. My comprehension is only 19. 3. Hardly remarkable. Wang Ting paused, bewildered by his own thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his comprehension of 19. 3 already surpassed that of the average individual, and thus, mastering the basics was not particularly challenging. If he were to tackle advanced energy combat techniques, however, he would find the endeavor far more arduous. Energy combat techniques involve the intricate application of energy, inherently complex, and lacking sufficient comprehension would render training exceedingly difficult. This clearly illustrates the importance of innate talent in martial arts training. Those who aspire to become martial artists are invariably gifted individuals. Chapter 7. After finishing his training in boxing, Wang Tung switched to practicing swordsmanship. Observing him, a fellow sword practitioner shook his head disapprovingly. In martial arts, it is better to focus on depth rather than breadth. Wang Tung's approach of practicing both sword techniques and boxing seemed misguided to him. It would be far more beneficial to master one discipline thoroughly. The newcomer was diligent, yet perhaps a touch naive. Unbeknownst to Wang Tung, he had already been labeled as foolish by others. After practicing boxing twice, Wang Tung felt his grasp of the foundational techniques had improved significantly. Turning around, he noticed a tall figure standing nearby with arms crossed, seemingly having observed him for quite some time. "Teacher, when did you arrive? You didn't say a word and startled me," Wang Tung exclaimed. This figure was Peng Hai, the martial arts instructor who had taught him the 9th national set of radio calisthenics the previous evening. Wang Tung still felt a twinge of nervousness in his presence. "You've been practicing for a while, and I must say, your boxing is commendable," Peng Hai remarked, giving Wang Tung a thumbs up. "Thank you for the compliment," Wang Tung replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "By the way, I'm Wang Tung, but I don't know your name yet. I'm Peng Hai. You don't need to call me teacher, just refer to me as Brother Peng," he said. "Brother Peng," Wang Tung responded amiably. "Did you come this early? My talent is lacking. Even at my age, I'm still just a senior martial apprentice, so I must rely on hard work, Peng Hai lamented. Wang Tung was at a loss for words. Ha ha, don't take it to heart. I'm merely venting. Wang Ting, you possess considerable talent and diligence. I believe that in less than 3 years, you will undoubtedly become a martial artist. Keep it up, Peng Hai encouraged him. 3 years? No. I think 3 days might suffice. Wang Ting mused internally, though he merely nodded in response. I will work hard, Brother Peng. All right. I'm heading to the 3rd floor for training. Other senior martial apprentices will be there to guide you. Of course. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, Peng Hai said. What a warm-hearted senior. Wang Tung thought as he watched Peng Hai ascend to the 3rd floor. Before long, other students began to arrive, and the training hall gradually filled with energy. Good morning, brother. Good morning, sister. You look beautiful today. Familiar faces greeted each other, and soon everyone began their training, valuing their time as they pressed onward. Wang Ting observed them and suddenly likened these students to fluffy sheep, with an abundance of wool that seemed endless. How delightful. A smile reminiscent of a proud father crept onto his lips. Once they fatten up, they can be harvested. No, such fine sheep ought to be nurtured continuously. As the fervor of training escalated, various attribute bubbles began to drop around them, transforming the training hall into a veritable ocean of bubbles. Wang Ting reveled in this joyous atmosphere. I am a gatherer of resources, harvesting endlessly. He dared not vocalize the thought, fearing the repercussions, but internally, he hummed a silent tune of prosperity. If there were sound effects at that moment, they would undoubtedly announce. Attributes dropped ahead. Strength 2, Speed 6. You have collected them, enhancing your strength and speed. Attributes dropped ahead. Basic Boxing Technique 2. You have collected it, further refining your boxing skills. Attributes dropped ahead. Insight 1, Physique 3. You have collected them, improving your insight and physique. The number of trainees on Saturday surpassed that of the previous night. Wang Tung had completely underestimated the volume of attributes being collected, or perhaps he had merely underestimated the effort his peers were putting forth. The harder the students trained, the greater the likelihood of attributes dropping, a process akin to milking. The more effort exerted, the more one yields. As the day progressed, he astonishingly transitioned from a junior martial apprentice to a mid-level one. His strength, speed, and physique all surpassed the threshold for mid-level martial apprentices, with no hint of embellishment. Moreover, his foundational boxing, movement, and sword techniques had all achieved minor mastery. Combat skills are categorized by proficiency, basic understanding, familiarity, minor mastery, major mastery, and profound mastery. Achieving familiarity allows one to unleash the full potential of a technique, while minor mastery grants a significant advantage, doubling its effectiveness. If one reaches major mastery or even profound mastery, the power can increase severfold. Additionally, Wang Ting acquired the basic knife technique and elevated it to a level of proficiency. His gains were nothing short of remarkable. As evening approached, mealtime arrived. After a day of rigorous training, the students, famished, began tidying up and leaving the training hall. At that moment, Wang Tung was in a corner assessing his achievements. Holding a black iron sword, he combined it with his movement technique, executing graceful maneuvers that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. As he practiced, a passerby inadvertently caught sight of him. What is this? The observer was taken aback, jaw agape, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before him. This was no mere foundational sword technique. It was minor mastery. He himself had only reached familiarity, but his discerning eye could tell the difference. But how could this be? Just that morning, he had seen Wang Ting training as a beginner, his swordplay rather rudimentary. In a single day, he had progressed to minor mastery? Surely this must be a joke. Is there truly such a genius in this world? He felt his perception of reality wavering. Having mocked Wang Ting earlier, he now found the situation rather absurd. Madness. Utter madness. The young man left the training hall, a bitter smile on his face, shaken by the revelation. Wang Tung remained blissfully unaware of the onlookers' astonishment. Practicing his sword, knife, boxing, and movement techniques, feeling a sense of fluidity throughout his body. As he strolled toward the martial arts hall's underground parking lot, he summoned his attribute panel. Insight, 28, Physique, 52, Strength, 455, Speed, 185, Combat Skills, Basic Boxing Technique, Minor Mastery, Basic Movement Technique, Minor Mastery, Basic Sword Technique, Minor Mastery. Basic Knife Technique, Proficient. At home, Li Xiaomei was preparing dinner, the rich aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen, prompting Wang Tung's stomach to rumble audibly. Mom, what delicious dish are you making? It smells so good, he inquired as he entered the kitchen. Your father specifically asked me to prepare some star beast meat for you. Li Xiaomei smiled. Really? Dad is going all out. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Star beasts are mutated creatures influenced by primal energy, named for their celestial origins. Their meat is exceptionally nourishing, incomparable to ordinary beasts, and commands a hefty price. How fragrant. Let me taste it. He spotted a plate of braised meat on the stove. Saliva pooling in his mouth as he swiftly grabbed the piece and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. Mom, your cooking is truly excellent. Goodness, you're a bottomless pit. And with that odor of sweat, hurry and take a shower. Li Xiaomei shooed him out of the kitchen. Chapter 8. The Rose Bar. Li Xiaomei instructed the maid, Aunt Chin, to call Wang Teng downstairs for dinner. Wang Teng had just finished his shower, changed into fresh attire, and was vigorously drying his hair with a hairdryer. Understood. Aunt Chin, I'll be down shortly, he casually replied. Since becoming a martial artist, his auditory senses had significantly sharpened, and the noise of the hairdryer hardly disturbed him. Within a minute, he had completed his task, unplugged the device, and made his way downstairs to join his family at the table. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei awaited him. Surrounded by several steaming bowls of aromatic dishes, the family gathered together for their meal. Son, how was training today? Li Xiaomei asked. Voicing the question that Wang Xinghua was most eager to hear, he gazed at Wang Teng with anticipation. It was particularly difficult for Wang Xinghua to articulate his concerns. As a wealthy businessman, the thought of his son lacking in skills was a source of embarrassment. Now, however, with Wang Teng finally dedicated to martial arts, he could soon take pride in his son's achievements. It was all right. The senior brothers at the martial arts school say I have some talent, Wang Teng responded. He refrained from mentioning that he was already an intermediate martial artist, fearing that the joy might overwhelm his parents. He decided to gradually share this news with them in due time. Having talent is wonderful, truly wonderful, Wang Xinghua exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with delight. Practice diligently. Although our Wang family may not be among the wealthiest, we certainly have more resources than the average individual. You need not worry about your training. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. He was not overly concerned about resources, while many might rely heavily on various training aids. He felt confident that his innate abilities would suffice. With his unique advantages, the resources of others were merely an extension of his own. Come, eat more. After a full day of training, you must be both hungry and tired. While Wang Teng's potential as a martial artist was a point of interest, Li Xiaomei was more concerned about his well-being. Watching him devour his meal with gusto brought her a pang of concern. Wang Teng, however, was too engrossed to engage in conversation. The taste of star beast meat was simply exquisite, rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth. Consuming it felt like a warm current flowing through his body, easing his fatigue. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua had a taste as well. But they were cautious not to overindulge. After all, they were not martial artists, and excess could be detrimental. Once the meal concluded, Wang Tu was preparing to head to the Polaris Martial Arts School when his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Su Jie's voice. Wang Teng. We're already at the Rose Bar. Hurry up and join us. Wang Teng suddenly recalled the outing he had completely forgotten about, offering a wry smile as he replied. All right, I'll be there shortly. It seemed that he would not be able to visit the martial arts school tonight, though he felt a twinge of regret. He understood that he could not spend every evening at the dojo. He decided to view it as a chance to unwind. After bidding farewell to his parents, Wang Teng stepped outside. The roar of the sports car echoed through the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by with its sleek design and thunderous sound. The bar street in South City was renowned for its vibrancy. Donghai boasted numerous bar streets, but South City was undoubtedly the most bustling. A plethora of bars lined the area, each offering varied themes, styles, and price ranges. Casual bars catered to lower-end consumers, while upscale establishments attracted the elite and wealthy youth. Although it pained him to admit it, society was inherently stratified. As night descended, the bar street came alive with dazzling lights and vibrant colors, creating a surreal spectacle. Young urbanites, burdened by the demands of their daily work, sought refuge in such places to unwind. The pressure of society had never dissipated during the martial arts era. It was even more pronounced. They needed an outlet. For individuals like Wang Teng, however, it was merely a venue for amusement. Outside the Rose Bar, a row of luxury cars stood parked. After a brief search, Wang Teng finally found an open spot to park before entering the bar. With a resounding thud, the door separated the inside from the outside world. As he pushed it open, the pulsating music, the sounds of laughter and banter, and the flickering lights assaulted his senses. It felt so familiar. After the fall of the Wang family, he had not returned to a bar since. It was as if he had been cast out from this bustling realm. Wang Teng strode confidently into the rose bar. His handsome features and designer attire complemented by the robust physique he had developed as a martial artist. He radiated an aura akin to a diamond amongst sand, capturing the attention of many women who seemed intrigued by him. Once a figure of maturity, he now embodied youthful vigor, his face still bearing traces of boyishness. Yet his demeanor was strikingly different. His past experiences had shaped his composed nature, making him instantly likable. Scanning the bar for Su Jie and the others, he was soon called over by a familiar voice. Wang Teng, over here. He spotted Bai Wei, a younger acquaintance from their circle, waving at him. With her playful bun and charming demeanor, she was indeed captivating. Wang Teng recalled how, upon reaching adulthood, she had blossomed into a beauty capable of enchanting many men. You all arrived quite early, he remarked as he took a seat beside her. It was you who was late, Wang Teng. Su Jie complained. The night is still young. Why rush? Wang Teng chuckled in response. Wang Teng. Another male voice greeted him. Yu Hao. It's been a while, Wang Teng acknowledged, glancing at him. I've been tightly monitored by my father. I had to sneak out today, Yu Hao lamented. Ah, so you've been forced into training. Su Jie teased with a grin. Oh, how is that going? Wang Teng inquired, genuinely curious. I'm now a low-level martial artist, Yu Hao admitted bashfully, scratching his head. Wow, you've become a low-level martial artist without a word. Su Jie exclaimed, clearly surprised. You're the only one among us who has advanced in martial arts. If anyone bothers you, we'll rely on you, he added, throwing an arm around Yu Hao's shoulder with a chuckle. Little rat. We're counting on you from now on. Bai Wei chimed in, joining in the laughter. Yu Hao basked in their praise, particularly enjoying Bai Wei's approval. Their close-knit group had fostered a sense of unspoken affection between the genders. Wang Teng smiled, then asked, Where's Yuan Zhenghua? A sudden silence enveloped the table. He probably won't show up, Su Jie scoffed. That guy has latched on to Li Rongqing from the Li family and has become his lackey. Li Rongqing? Wang Teng pondered, finally recalling the name from his memories. Their families were of similar standing and had mutual business dealings, forming a small circle of acquaintances. The Li family was quite prominent in Donghai, far surpassing their own. For Su Jie, Yuan Zhenghua's association with Li Rongqing was merely an act of seeking favor from a more powerful ally. In their affluent circles, friendships were often determined by proximity and status. The disparity is so pronounced that it has turned into mere sycophancy. Let us not speak of him any longer. Each person has their own aspirations, and there is little to discuss. Wang Teng remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, let us not mention that rascal. The mere thought of him irks me, Su Jie added. Chapter 9. My friend, when is it your turn to teach a lesson? Amidst laughter and merriment, time seemed to fly. The bar was alive with pulsating music and an electrifying atmosphere as everyone began to indulge in the revelry. At that moment, Su Jie, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao were engaged in a game of truth or dare. The trio decided their fates with the palm of their hands. After several rounds filled with amusing yet harmless truths and dares, they found themselves in a delightful rhythm. In one particularly entertaining instance, Yu Hao dared Bai Wei to flirt with a girl. To everyone's surprise, she succeeded. The unfortunate young lady, who was the target of Bai Wei's playful advances, became flustered, which prompted uproarious laughter from the group. Now it was Yu Hao's turn, and Su Jie and Bai Wei erupted into fits of laughter. Su Jie then proposed a rather ill-conceived challenge, causing Yu Hao's face to flush a deep crimson. Wang Teng, observing from the sidelines, chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to partake, as he had far too many secrets to risk exposure in such a game. As Su Jie and Bai Wei continued to encourage Yu Hao to speak up, Wang Teng excused himself to the restroom. Having consumed some star beast meat earlier that evening, he sought to aid his metabolism and expel any impurities from his body. Upon rejoining Su Jie and the others, Wang Teng noticed them surrounded by a group of rowdy individuals. Su Jie and Yu Hao appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument with these strangers, who bore an intimidating presence, adorned with earrings and tattoos, exuding an air of menace. Wang Teng furrowed his brow in concern. Just then, one of the strangers shoved Su Jie and angrily exclaimed, Damn it, this girl has stained my clothes, and you think a simple apology will suffice? Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? Can you afford to pay for it? The group erupted into mocking laughter, their expressions brimming with derision. Yu Hao and the others, accustomed to their privileged lives, were not used to such indignities. They had always been the recipients of flattery and admiration. While it might be acceptable for someone of higher status to endure a slight, these individuals were clearly low-life thugs who had no right to bully them. If word got out that they were victimized by such riffraff, it would surely become a laughingstock within their social circles. Sujia's expression darkened further as he was pushed. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was not a fool. Recognizing the numerical advantage of the opposing group and the presence of women among them, he understood that a conflict would surely lead to their detriment. Moreover, given that this was an era of martial arts, one could never tell if an unassuming figure might possess formidable skills. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he calmly addressed the aggressors. "Gentlemen, while we acknowledge that staining your clothes was our fault, we can compensate you. Must you be so aggressive? As if you desire a situation that cannot be resolved? Everyone here can see clearly that even if the police were involved, we would be in the right." "Huh? You think you can bring the police into this?" scoffed the young man whose clothing had been sullied. He bore a hawkish nose and a sinister countenance, resembling a thug through and through. "You're threatening me, are you?" Yu Hao, seething with anger, retorted, "You're the one looking for trouble. This was not Bai Wei's fault. You intentionally stepped in her path." "Kid, don't make baseless accusations without evidence," the sinister youth sneered, his impatience evident. "Enough of your nonsense. Have this girl drink with us a few times, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, heh. Say that again. And see if I don't make you regret it." Yu Hao exploded in fury. The intentions behind their demand for Bai Wei to drink were all too clear, and it infuriated him beyond measure. Su Jia realized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the other party was setting a trap. With Yu Hao's outburst, the situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. Yu Hao stopped. Bai Wei had been trying to restrain Yu Hao, but in the heat of the moment, he broke free. The tension in the air thickened palpably. "Brat, you want to kill me? I'll make sure you're the one who dies first." The sinister youth sneered, advancing menacingly, his hands poised to strike like claws. "Martial apprentice!" someone exclaimed in alarm. As the sullen youth crashed to the ground, several attribute bubbles detached from him. Can attributes actually be plundered this way? Wang Ting mused, suppressing his curiosity. Due to the throng of people, he refrained from approaching. "Why you?" Yu Hao stammered, his face a mask of shock, at a loss for words. Su Jia and Bai Wei stared blankly at Wang Ting, as if seeing him for the first time. "Aren't you going to get up? It's chilly on the ground," Wang Ting jested. "Brother, you're my own brother from now on. You've kept us in the dark for so long," Su Jia exclaimed excitedly. Bai Wei trotted over, gazing at Wang Ting with a glint of admiration in her eyes. "All right. Quit the commotion. I wasn't concealing anything. You simply didn't ask," Wang Ting said helplessly. "You wretch, you dare strike me. Get him. Kill this little beast." The sullen youth roared, clambering to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with venom as he yelled at his companions. "B-boss. This kid is too formidable. We're no match for him," one of them said, fear evident in his voice. They hadn't even seen Wang Ting move before the sullen youth, who was nearing the strength of an intermediate-level martial apprentice, was sent flying. What use could they, who weren't even martial apprentices, be? Useless trash. The sullen youth spat, kicking the speaker. He then turned to Wang Ting and said, "Boy, have the nerve to give me your name. Just wait until I summon reinforcements." At that moment, Wang Ting stepped forward, causing the sullen youth to stumble backward in alarm. Wang Ting casually brushed against the attribute bubbles, collecting them. Strength 15. Speed 12. So many. Wang Ting was genuinely surprised. This was the largest single-instance attribute drop he'd received from one person. Defeating monsters yields attributes. Could this be the true way to unlock my golden finger? He pondered briefly before dismissing the thought. The timing wasn't right. Now wasn't the moment to dwell on it. Wang Tung's lips curled into a smile. "What are you afraid of? My name is Li Rongqing. I'll give you half an hour to gather your people. Don't delay." "Fine. You just wait," the sullen youth said, leading his group away from the Rose Bar in disgrace. As soon as they were gone, Bai Wei couldn't help but giggle. "Brother Wang Ting, you're so wicked, making Li Rongqing take the blame. If he finds out, he'll despise you." Wang Ting playfully smacked her head. "Has training addled your brain? Who knows how many people they'll bring? What if there are advanced martial apprentices, or even martial warriors? Should we just foolishly remain here, courting death?" "Exactly, you impulsive brat. If it weren't for Brother Wang Ting, you would have suffered greatly," Su Jie added, scolding him. Let's go. Let them seek out Li Rongqing." "I am not Li Rongqing." Wang Ting and his companions exited the bar, got into their car, and vanished into the night. If those people wanted to find him, they would need luck. As for whether finding him would bring good fortune or misfortune, that remained to be seen. Chapter 10. The gaze of a father's love as Wang Ting and his companions departed. The staff surveyed the disheveled bar and inquired of a man in his 30s clad in a suit, "Manager, are we just letting them go?" The suited man shot a glare at the staff member, responding tersely, "What do you suggest we do? Should I go after them? Have some sense. That Zhao Gangbao is merely a low-level martial apprentice, and his brother is a high-level martial apprentice. As for those wealthy scions, every one of them boasts family assets worth billions. Not to mention, among them are 2 martial apprentices, and the one who was defeated was just a novice. The one who struck first is at least a mid-level martial apprentice. Do you understand what a mid-level martial apprentice at such a young age signifies? It indicates that he will inevitably become a high-level martial apprentice in the future. Don't drag me into this mess." The staff member was rendered speechless. Suddenly filled with admiration for his manager, clearly, he had thoroughly researched the adversaries. No wonder he held the managerial position while the staff member was merely a faceless errand runner. When confronted with the situation, the disparity became apparent. "What shall we do now?" The staff member promptly sought guidance. This bastard, of all people, chose to provoke those wealthy youths. Do you believe he will come out unscathed? Even if his brother were to intervene, it might not help. The suited man vented angrily. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Attribute all losses to him, and ensure the bar's surveillance footage is preserved. It serves as crucial evidence that must not be lost. I will copy it and send it to the boss via WeChat. This matter involves several martial apprentices. We ordinary folk have no part in it and must leave the decision to the boss." Later that night, past 10 o'clock, Wang Ting opted not to visit the Jixing Martial Arts School. Instead, he stayed home, browsing the internet and deepening his understanding of the martial arts era. The events of that evening rang a warning bell for him. Encountering even a minor thug, whose strength was nearly equivalent to a mid-level martial apprentice, could have led to dire consequences had he not been diligently enhancing his abilities and leveling up in recent days. Although martial practitioners constitute a small fraction of the billions in population, the issue lies in the unpredictability of encountering them amid the masses. What if he were to provoke a formal martial artist in the future? With but a flick of their finger, they could inflict serious harm upon him and the Wang family. He was unwilling to relive the lessons of his past life. He must hasten to become a formal martial artist. Even a high-level martial apprentice would not suffice. Only by attaining the status of a martial artist could he ensure a modicum of self-preservation. Around 11 o'clock, after showering, Wang Tung prepared for bed, picking up his phone to set an alarm for an early rise the following day. Upon opening his phone, he noticed 2 messages on WeChat. Though it was merely 2009, the app had already gained widespread popularity, with users frequently sharing moments, particularly martial artists, whose posts were highly coveted as they could access alternate realms through spatial rifts, showcasing the wonders and exotic beauties of other worlds. In today's climate, flaunting clothing, handbags, or luxury cars felt utterly mundane. Sharing glimpses of other worlds was the epitome of sophistication. Wang Ting glanced at the messages. One was sent over an hour ago. "Brother Wang Ting, I'm home now." From Bai Wei, followed by an adorable emoji. The other, sent 3 minutes prior, read, "Brother Wang Ting, I'm going to sleep now. Good night," also from Bai Wei, accompanied by a sleeping emoji. When had this girl become so polite? It was one thing to inform him upon her arrival home, but now she was even bidding him good night? Wang Ting found this peculiar. He mused that if she had sent the message 3 minutes ago, she must have already fallen asleep. For minutes ago. After scrolling through a few moments on WeChat and finding nothing particularly intriguing, he set his phone down and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Within a minute, his breathing steadied, and he drifted into the realm of dreams. Smack! She hurled her phone away, rolling about in frustration on the bed, feeling quite vexed. The following day, Sunday, Wang Ting rose early once more. After breakfast, he departed home under the approving gaze of his father, Wang Xinghua. At last, he felt liberated from that watchful eye. Once he had driven a considerable distance, a chill ran down his spine. Was this the infamous gaze of love? How terrifying. Before long, Wang Ting arrived at the Jixing Martial Arts School. Scattered across the lawn and pathways were several attribute bubbles, which he collected as he made his way into the Martial Apprentice Training Building. In the lobby on the first floor, a few students were engaged in training. Wang Ting glanced around and recognized that most were from the early batch that had arrived the previous day. He held a favorable impression of them. He had thought himself to be an early riser, yet they had outpaced him, demonstrating remarkable diligence. However, in the realm of hard work, Wang Tu was determined not to concede. He approached them, greeting them politely while collecting the attributes they had inadvertently dropped. Basic Sword Technique 1. Basic Movement Technique 1. Strength 3. Basic Fist Technique 2. Speed 5. What a splendid start. How exhilarating. After gathering the attributes, Wang Ting proceeded directly to the second floor, his actions attracting the attention of several students. A youth practicing swordplay called out as he ascended the stairs. The school rules prohibit low-level martial apprentices from going to the second floor. Having reached the second level, he vanished from sight. The sword-practicing youth stood in disbelief. "What did he just say?" he asked, incredulous, turning to the other students. "This kid must have just arrived yesterday," one remarked. "No, he came in on Friday night." "I've seen him," another student chimed in. "After just 2 days of practice, he has become a mid-level martial apprentice? That is absurd. Absolutely impossible. He must have been training before coming to the school. Just look at him. He is clearly from a wealthy family. The affluent often have better access and start earlier." This reasoning gained unanimous agreement among the group. No one believed that anyone could transform from a complete novice to a low-level martial apprentice, and then to a mid-level martial apprentice in under 2 days. It was the stuff of fantasy. Such a feat could not merely be called talent. It was nothing short of monstrous. Of course, unless one were to consider cheating. Chapter 11. Walking the chubby one on the second floor of the training building. Many trainees were engaged in their exercises. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the area, and his eyes suddenly brightened upon spotting a familiar figure, a nimble chubby fellow. At that moment, the individual was sprinting down the track. It turned out he had also advanced to an intermediate martial artist. No wonder he hadn't been seen on the first floor all day yesterday. He had come to the second floor. "Good morning, chubby." Wang Ting greeted him as if he were an old acquaintance. Upon hearing the voice, the chubby one turned, his expression instantly shifting. "How is it this guy?" Wang Ting observed him running, completely unaware of the attribute bubbles trailing behind him, and felt a surge of delight. He utilized his basic movement technique, trailing the chubby one while collecting attributes. Speed 6, Speed 7, Basic Movement Technique 3, Speed 6. Having advanced to an intermediate martial artist, the chubby fellow dropped even more attribute points. Wang Ting mused to himself, if this is the case, then the attributes collected on the second floor must surely surpass those on the first floor. After all, everyone here is an intermediate martial artist. With this thought, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he reached the rank of advanced martial artist, drawing ever closer to becoming an official warrior. "Why do you stick to me like a stubborn plaster? Is this never-ending?" the chubby one complained. Training alone is rather dull. How about a little competition? Let us see who can complete 10 laps in the least amount of time. What do you say?" Wang Tung proposed. The chubby one was about to refuse, but then, with a glint in his eye, replied, "If you lose, keep your distance and let me train alone." "Deal." Wang Ting agreed, then inquired, "And if you lose?" "Huh. Like I could ever lose." The chubby one scoffed. "Confidence is admirable, but since you've set the stakes, I too have a request. Competitions thrive on fairness." "Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Tung stated. "What do you have in mind?" The chubby one frowned. "Quite simple. If you lose, you must sing conquer in front of everyone." "How does that sound?" Wang Ting suggested. "Fine. If you can win, I'll sing whatever you want. 1 song, or even 10. It's no problem." The chubby one confidently thumped his chest. Wang Ting chuckled internally at the thought of the chubby one singing 10 songs later. A timer was nearby, and the chubby one approached a fellow trainee, exchanging a few words to enlist their assistance in timing. The trainee nodded and accompanied him to the track's edge. "Prepare yourselves. At my signal, you may begin running," the trainee instructed as he stood by the timer. Both competitors nodded. The chubby one began to stretch, shaking his legs and loosening his muscles. However, this only caused his excess flesh to jiggle. Other trainees, noticing the impending contest, gathered around to watch, chuckling at the sight of the chubby one's quivering fat. "Can you believe it? This chubby guy is actually learning movement techniques and practicing speed. What is going through his mind?" someone remarked. Yet, to their surprise, the chubby one was quite capable, sprinting faster than a rabbit. As the chatter echoed around him, a smirk of pride crept onto the chubby one's face. He shot a provocative glance at Wang Tung, who stood still without even preparing to start. Wang Tung merely smiled and inquired casually, "What is your name, chubby?" "My name is Wu Liang," the chubby one declared, pointing to himself. "Make sure to remember this name so you know who defeated you later." "And you?" he asked. "Wang Ting. Don't forget to sing conquer if you lose." Wang Ting replied with a grin. "TCH." Wu Liang rolled his eyes dismissively. A sudden shout broke through the banter. "On your marks. Go." Though they were conversing, at the sound of the signal, both competitors launched into action. The onlookers gasped as they bolted forward, covering dozens of meters in an instant, maintaining their high speed. They conserved stamina for the final sprint, as this was a timed run and the focus was on time. Moreover, martial artists possess abundant stamina. 10 laps were merely a trifle. Despite Wu Liang's bulk, he sprinted with remarkable speed, even surpassing all present. Few had truly honed their movement and speed to his level, which explained the astonished expressions among the spectators. Truly, the chubby one is as swift as the wind, many mused. When they glanced at Wang Ting, their astonishment deepened. While they were familiar with Wu Liang's capabilities, Wang Ting was a newcomer, potentially a recently promoted intermediate martial artist. Yet, this newcomer was keeping pace with Wu Liang. A remarkable feat indeed. Wait, it seems Wu Liang has just recently become an intermediate martial artist, having just come to the second floor yesterday. So, both of them are fresh newcomers. Are the new recruits this fierce now? Are we seniors being pushed to the wall? A wave of melancholy washed over the intermediate martial artists. This newcomer is still a bit behind Wu Liang, someone commented. It's hard to say. Even though he's lagging, he's clung closely to Wu Liang. Have you noticed? He's never fallen more than 20 meters behind, another pointed out. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. The others exclaimed as they observed Wang Tung, who appeared remarkably unfazed. Indeed, Wang Tung had not exerted himself fully, trailing behind Wu Liang primarily to collect attributes. Moreover, this contest was designed to ensure Wu Liang dropped more attributes. He had nearly deciphered the workings of his unique ability. To encourage these minor opponents to yield more attributes, they needed to exert themselves more intensely during training, or perhaps, he could simply defeat them. The harder he struck, the greater the potential for more attributes. This last notion had been inspired by a conversation with a cunning youth the previous night. Though it remained to be tested, as one could not simply assault anyone at will. In a bid to shake off Wang Tung, Wu Liang was running particularly hard this time, and indeed, the attributes dropped in abundance nearly the entire way. Basic Movement Technique 2, Speed 5, Speed 6, Basic Movement Technique 4, Speed 7. Wang Tung felt as though he were playing a game. Each attribute bubble akin to a coin. The sound of jingling notifications echoed in his ears. As he ran, he continued to collect attributes, his own attributes steadily increasing. Rather than feeling fatigued, he grew more invigorated, which bolstered his confidence in competing against Wu Liang. Cheating, huh? If I lose, I'd be utterly humiliated. The onlooking trainees exchanged glances, observing the smirk on Wang Tung's face, their expressions turning peculiar. This fellow is essentially walking a dog. No. More like walking a chubby one. He just needs a leash. Whoosh. As the thought crossed his mind, a figure zipped past him. Wu Liang's smile instantly froze. His eyes widened, mouth agape, before he finally managed to utter a single word. Damn. Chapter 12. The dual maniac. Wu Liang wore a gloomy expression. Are you serious? You've been holding back all this time, only to unleash your strength at the last moment, making me rejoice for nothing. Wang Tung chuckled. Who was so confident from the beginning? Besides, I merely wanted to give you some face, allowing you to lead for so long before finally catching up. Huh. I believe your nonsense, you crafty old man. Wu Liang retorted with a cold smile. How did I become an old man? Enough, enough. You dare to lose but not admit it. Just say the word, and I want to hold you to our wager, Wang Ting replied, at a loss for words. Who is not admitting it? Isn't it just sing and conquer? What is there to be afraid of? Wu Liang declared, puffing out his chest. Then go ahead and sing. I've waited long enough for the flowers to wilt. Wang Tung shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him. Wu Liang's expression shifted as if he had swallowed a fly. His chubby face fluctuated with emotion. Torn between pride and the desire to avoid being labeled a sore loser, his entire visage reflected inner turmoil. Ultimately, he resigned himself, deflating like a punctured balloon, softly murmuring. Just like this, I am conquered. I can't hear you. Wang Tung cupped his ear, feigning ignorance. Fuming, Wu Liang took a deep breath and bellowed. Just like this, I am conquered. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, ha ha ha. This chubby guy can't carry a tune. Yet, there was a tinge of sympathy. Singing conquer in front of so many was a blemish on one's life. Wang Ting, being quite mischievous, took pleasure in this. Suppressing laughter, Wang Ting waved his hand. All right, all right. Stop singing. Your voice might scare children. Don't stop. I still want to sing 10 more. Wu Liang protested. Now it was Wang Tung's turn to be speechless. This chubby fellow was rather cheeky. Just like this, I am conquered. Seeing Wang Tung's discontent, Wu Liang became even more spirited. Get lost. Wang Tung quickly retreated, thinking. This voice is too much to bear. Though the chubby guy was somewhat amusing, he was indeed rather annoying. It would be better to keep things playful in moderation. Noticing that they were of similar age, yet Wu Liang had already reached the intermediate martial artist level, it indicated decent talent. He might very well evolve into a formidable warrior in the future. Such a promising target could serve as a long-term source of benefits. The surrounding students were frightened away, discussing among themselves, feeling astonished while also igniting their competitive spirits, pouring themselves into more rigorous training. Numerous attribute bubbles had already fallen in the training area on the second floor. Wang Ting approached, collecting them one by one and exchanging greetings. Speed 6, Strength 7, Basic Fist Technique 3, Strength 5, Basic Blade Technique 6. Once again, his attributes surged, and he paused before a student practicing punches. Observing for a moment. Once the student finished and took a break, Wang Tung stepped forward. "Brother, shall we spar a bit?" The other, slightly older than Wang Tung, around 20, paused in surprise. "You are Wang Tung, right?" "I'm Zhang Xiaoyang. I watched your match with Wu Liang. I'm quite interested in you. Since you've proposed it, let us have a friendly spar." "Zhang brother, please." They stood apart, creating distance, and Wang Tung gestured for him to begin. "Then I want to hold back." Zhang Xiaoyang clenched his fists and lunged toward Wang Ting. Bang, bang, bang. The two immediately clashed, with Wang Tung relying solely on his agility and fist techniques to engage with Zhang Xiaoyang. The exchange was wild and ferocious, each punch landing squarely on the other. Zhang Xiaoyang was somewhat astonished. He was a muscular man, clearly the type to engage in hard combat. In contrast, Wang Ting, clad in loose sportswear, appeared to lack muscle definition, resembling an ordinary youth. Yet, when the fight commenced, he exhibited explosive power, surprising Zhang Xiaoyang with his skill. "This guy seems to be a genius," Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself. They were evenly matched, exchanging blows without yielding. Zhang Xiaoyang had likely reached a high level in basic fist techniques, yet Wang Tung held his ground. The distant students initially dismissed Wang Ting's challenge to Zhang Xiaoyang, thinking it would be a brief affair. However, as the duel dragged on, it became apparent that neither side was gaining the upper hand. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyang isn't using his full strength? Someone speculated. "Are you foolish? Look at Zhang Xiaoyang. Does he seem like he is holding back?" Another replied incredulously. "Enough, enough," Zhang Xiaoyang called, stepping back and waving his hands. "Why stop? I'm not finished." Wang Ting protested, still eager for more. "Our fist techniques are on par. Continuing would only drain our energy and hinder our training for the day," Zhang Xiaoyang explained. "Besides, you haven't employed the agility you used against Wu Liang. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago." "Fair enough. Let us leave it at this. We can spar again another time," Wang Ting agreed. "Indeed, I've learned a lot from our exchange." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded in appreciation. Wang Ting stepped aside to catch his breath and reflect on the benefits he had gained from the bout. Basic Fist Technique 23, Strength 45. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Battling monsters yielded attribute drops, and the fiercer the fight, the more attributes emerged, particularly in basic fist techniques, which would not have dropped so plentifully through solo training. This was indeed the proper way to unlock his potential. Wang Tung strolled around the training area, gradually recovering, collecting the attributes that had just dropped. After half an hour, he felt revitalized. He then retrieved a sword from the weapon room and approached a student practicing swordsmanship. "Brother, would you kindly offer me some guidance on my sword techniques?" "Sure." The other readily agreed. By now, the training area was bustling with students, though only those who had arrived early were aware of the previous two matches. "Look, Wang Ting is challenging someone again, this time for swordsmanship," one student eagerly explained. At that moment, Wang Ting and his opponent had already begun, their swords clashing and sparking. Swordplay was inherently more perilous, yet both maintained control, ensuring no real harm came to either. After the duel concluded, Wang Ting gained another wave of attributes while resting nearby. Basic Sword Technique 26, Strength 30. An hour later, Wang Ting sought out another student practicing with a large knife, cupping his fists. "Brother, my great knife is eager for action. Shall we spar?" "Absolutely. My great knife is also itching for a test." Their expressions turned serious, their eyes sparking with intensity as they began. The surrounding students had become numb to the spectacle. Wu Liang was among them, suddenly feeling a tinge of sympathy for those Wang Tung had challenged. This man was indeed a duel maniac, skilled in every technique, and always managing to hold his own in combat. Could he be a prodigy? Chapter 13, Advanced Martial Disciple. One morning, Wang Ting spent his time either collecting attributes that others had dropped during their training or seeking out sparring partners. He engaged in competitions of agility, boxing, swordsmanship, and knife techniques. Anything he had mastered, he tested against others. Unbeknownst to him, the moniker sparring maniac began circulating among the intermediate students, though he was oblivious to its origin. "I hope I never find out which scoundrel started that." Wang Ting grimaced when he overheard the title attributed to him. What grievance could warrant such slander? Meanwhile, In the cafeteria of the Polaris Martial Arts Academy, the portly Wu Yang was enjoying his lunch when he suddenly sneezed uncontrollably. Food lodged in his throat shot out through his nose, leaving grains stuck to mucus as he rubbed his nose in annoyance. Why on earth did I sneeze? Is someone cursing me behind my back? How cruel. Wang Ting glanced at his attribute panel, realizing that he had made significant progress on the second floor. By noon, his attributes were nearing those of an advanced martial disciple. Comprehension, 35, physique, 66, strength, 621, speed, 323, martial skills, basic boxing, major achievement, basic agility, major achievement, basic swordsmanship, major achievement, basic knife techniques, minor achievement. To qualify as an advanced martial disciple, one must attain a physique of 70, strength of 700 kilograms, and speed of 5 seconds for 100 meters. With a little more effort in the afternoon, he could emerge as a fresh advanced martial disciple. Moreover, several foundational martial skills had advanced a tier, with boxing, swordsmanship, and agility rising to major achievements, while knife techniques had progressed from proficient to minor achievement. His overall strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Unfortunately, he lamented the absence of additional martial skill attributes. It seemed most students had chosen these few techniques as their primary focus. Exiting the training building, Wang Ting made his way to the Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria. He had heard from several students, including Zhang Xiaoyang, that the Polaris Martial Arts Academy had a cafeteria where anything could be procured if one had the means, even ingredients from star beasts. These star beast ingredients were sourced from hunters affiliated with the academy, who sold them to the institution in exchange for points or cash. Consequently, the Academy's supply of star beast ingredients far surpassed that available outside. Many rare star beasts were virtually unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Moreover, the cafeteria employed master chefs skilled in spiritual cuisine, a profession that evolved alongside martial artists. Each master chef must possess innate energy, and to cultivate this energy, one must be a martial artist. The idea of martial artists doubling as chefs is quite extraordinary. However, the dishes crafted by these master chefs are not ordinary fare. They are spiritual meals beneficial for martial cultivation. The culinary techniques and diverse dishes are inspired by the Star Martial continent, where the profession of master chefs originated. The remuneration for master chefs is substantial, devoid of peril, leading many martial artists to seek out these culinary experts for the chance to savor spiritual meals, thereby elevating the chef status significantly. As Wang Tung and Zhang Xiaoyang walked towards the cafeteria, curiosity piqued. Wang Tung inquired, "So, does the Polaris Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria offer spiritual meals?" "Indeed," Zhang Xiaoyang explained. "Our academy is one of the 3 giants of martial arts in China, and we can certainly afford master chefs. The dishes from the other world have been refined and innovated by Earth chefs, gradually establishing a comprehensive system of spiritual cuisine. However, this otherworldly culinary system is exclusive to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, typically frequented by martial artists, as ordinary students cannot afford to dine there." Wang Ting nodded, astonished. "Oh, we might even encounter martial artists." While that is true, the numbers are usually limited. Most martial artists spend their time exploring the Star Martial continent or undertaking missions assigned by the Academy, so their presence here is not frequent, Zhang Xiaoyang replied. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Are spiritual meals very expensive?" "Expensive is an understatement. Ordinary dishes start at tens of thousands, while those requiring rare ingredients can reach hundreds of thousands, even millions," Zhang Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Goodness, not even Michelin-starred chefs could rival such prices." Wang Ting was taken aback. How could a single meal cost such an astronomical sum? Did martial artists possess such wealth? Naturally, he opted not to visit the 3rd floor, instead sharing a modest meal with Zhang Xiaoyang on the 1st floor. He was about to indulge in an extravagant feast costing hundreds of thousands. He intended to wait until he became a martial artist capable of effortlessly earning millions before sampling the famed spiritual meals, and perhaps even treat his parents to this culinary delight. After lunch, he rested for an hour before continuing his training. Wang Ting wielded a large blade, eager to spar with those practicing basic knife techniques. Among his martial skills, knife techniques were still at a minor achievement. He believed in fairness and did not want to neglect any aspect of his training, so he decided to elevate his basic knife techniques to major achievement. In a matter of hours, Wang Tung had surpassed the threshold for advanced martial disciples, marking his ascent to this esteemed rank. Among martial disciples, he now stood out as a formidable contender, akin to a robust ant. His basic knife techniques had also advanced to major achievement. However, to his chagrin, his agility, boxing. In swordsmanship inadvertently reached perfection, leaving his basic knife techniques trailing behind. What happened to fairness? He lamented. How fast one's progress can be. Wang Ting thought to himself. Feeling a sense of solitude akin to snow's desolation, he resolved to linger on the second floor for a few more days. After all, progress was still progress. Perhaps the third floor would offer even greater attributes, but a few days' delay wouldn't matter much. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed and quietly opened his attribute panel. Comprehension, 43, physique, 84, strength, 964, speed, 533, martial skills, basic boxing, perfection, basic agility, perfection, basic swordsmanship, perfection. Basic knife techniques, major achievement, impressive. Based on these attributes, he was well above average even among advanced martial disciples. As long as he didn't encounter formal martial artists, he could at least protect himself. As he pondered, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, Wang Ting awoke early as was his habit. It was Monday, and he had school to attend. He nearly forgot he was still a high school student, having recently been reborn. He was still in the mindset of an adult and had, coincidentally, spent the weekend training, which was hardly typical behavior for a high schooler. At breakfast, the family gathered around the table. Wang Xinghua sipped his porridge and remarked, although you are training in martial arts now, do not neglect your academic studies. Many universities offer martial arts programs. If you attain the level of advanced martial disciple before the college entrance examination, you can apply. Gaining admission to a military academy would also be a commendable choice, as it typically leads to a military rank upon graduation. Nowadays, military ranks are largely tied to martial arts levels, but only graduates from military academies can receive such ranks. Ordinary university graduates do not enjoy this privilege. Wang Ting nodded, contemplating his father's words. The state serves as the best shield. Gaining admission to a military academy and graduating with a rank would indeed be a wise strategy. Of course, even attending a standard school would afford martial artists numerous benefits, as ordinary institutions often form their own factional systems. Each faction provides undeniable protection for its martial artists, and the freedom within these factions tends to be relatively high. In summary, each path has its advantages. It seems prudent to aim for a prestigious university. Even with his extraordinary talents, he requires time to grow, until he becomes an unparalleled force capable of disregarding all rules. The best course of action is to secure a powerful ally. The issue lies in the fact that, whether in a previous life or in this one, he has never truly attended school, and his academic performance can only be described as utterly dismal. Chapter 14. Once you place the most beautiful girl in the entire high school before me. As Wang Xinghua enjoyed his breakfast, he engaged in casual conversation with Wang Ting. Unlike before, Wang Ting was now fully attentive, contemplating something deeply. How he has grown. Wang Xinghua felt a wave of satisfaction. Wang Teng's demeanor had indeed transformed over these past few days. He had often heard tales of children suddenly maturing, and at that time, he could only smile wryly, thinking of his own son, who, before reaching 30, seemed unlikely to grow up. As a father, his heart had been burdened with worry. Yet today, he found himself witnessing this very moment. Oh, how moving it was. His strictness had finally borne fruit, proving that his role as a stern father was not in vain. After finishing his porridge and wiping his mouth, he said earnestly, the college entrance examination is a pivotal point in life. I hope you can reflect on this seriously. I am not suggesting you take the exam this year. With the exam approaching, your academic performance is lacking, and your martial arts training has only just begun. This year, there is no hope. You must wait until next year or the year after. The Education Bureau allows applications for martial arts majors until the age of 20. So you have 2 chances to retake the exam. As long as you become a senior martial artist before turning 20, you will have the opportunity to apply for the martial arts program. I can also hire a tutor to provide you with targeted intensive training in academic subjects. So there will still be a significant chance of success. Upon finishing, he looked at Wang Ting, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hope. Every father harbors a desire for his child to succeed. Perhaps this is a form of love. Wang Ting, under Wang Xinghua's gaze, leisurely finished his youtiao and smiled. Dad, perhaps we won't have to wait until next year. Seeing the smile on Wang Ting's face, Wang Xinghua understood that his words had resonated, yet they sounded oddly defiant. He couldn't help but chide. Having confidence is a good thing, but could you refrain from showing off in front of your father, you little rascal? He had no faith that Wang Teng could succeed this year. The boy was becoming increasingly mischievous. Li Xiaomei took Wang Xinghua's suit jacket from the hanger and handed it to him, scolding Wang Ting. By the way, starting today, I will no longer arrange a driver for you. You can either drive or take the bus. It's entirely up to you. Wang Xingguo accepted the jacket and left the house. Wang Ting was speechless. His former self had been so unreliable that he needed to be picked up from school. As if he might sneak off somewhere to cause trouble. He shook his head and called out to Li Xiaomei, "Mom, I finished eating. I'm leaving." "All right. Be careful on the road." Wang Ting drove for 20 minutes and arrived at Dahai No. 1 High School, finding a parking space before heading towards his classroom. If he remembered correctly, it should be Class 3-8. The atmosphere in the senior building was noticeably tenser than in the first and second-year buildings, with students hurrying about. Upon arriving at the classroom, many students were already engrossed in their studies. To avoid disturbing others, they whispered and silently recited their texts, producing no sound. Wang Ting's entrance felt jarring in the quiet classroom. A few classmates looked up, their eyes reflecting surprise. However, they quickly dismissed it, thinking that this wealthy second-generation student had merely woken up early by chance. Tomorrow, he would likely revert to his habitual tardiness. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ting walked in and suddenly noticed something peculiar: attribute bubbles. A few bubbles hovered near several classmates, particularly a girl reciting her text, who had a small bubble emerging from her mouth that slowly expanded as she spoke, before popping on the ground, resembling a goldfish blowing bubbles. Wang Ting was utterly captivated. Could studying yield bubbles too? He had always believed that only martial arts possessed attribute values, but it seemed he was mistaken. Casually, he approached and discreetly collected the attribute bubbles. Chinese 10, English 15, Biology 12, Chemistry 15. In the next moment, Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. Just as he had worried about his academic performance, here came the cultural attributes. His lucky break was indeed formidable. After acquiring the cultural attributes, an abundance of knowledge flooded Wang Ting's mind, assimilating as if he had learned it himself, becoming a permanent part of his memory. He settled down beside the bubble-blowing girl, who was none other than Lin Chuhan, the class monitor. Hailing from an average family, she was an exceptional student, poised to enter one of China's top universities. A slacker wealthy kid paired with a brilliant commoner. It seemed improbable that they could sit together, but the class teacher, Fan Weiming, had arranged it, claiming it was a strategy to pair a strong student with a weaker one. Thus, Lin Chuan, the top student, was burdened with Wang Ting, the bottom student. This audacious move by teacher Fan nearly left the entire class in shock. Didn't he fear ruining Lin Chuan's prospects for attending the best university in the nation? Of course, Lin Chuan's beauty fueled the students' indignation even more. What a lovely flower, and yet, old Fan had thrust her into the muck. Alas, no one dared voice their grievances. After all, it was unwise to provoke a second-generation heir with a fortune of over 100 million. Surprisingly, despite Wang Ting's lack of academic prowess, he had not hindered Lin Chuan's performance. Over a year of sitting together, Lin Chuan maintained her position at the top of the class without faltering. Moreover, Wang Ting's presence deterred many boys from bothering her, inadvertently creating a tranquil study environment for her. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. It was at the onset of the senior year when Wang Xingguo proudly announced to Wang Ting, "Son, I've given your homeroom teacher a little something to ensure that the best student in your class sits next to you. You must learn from her diligently. And remember, do not bully that young lady. If I find out, I'll break your legs, understood?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ting was utterly taken aback. Especially when he saw the smug expression on his father's face, he felt lost for words. UP Chapter 15, Have I erred? Whether in the previous life or this one, Wang Xingguo's treatment of his son remains consistently exploitative. Wang Ting shared a desk with Lin Chuhan for a year in his past life as well. To have the most stunning girl in the entire high school within arm's reach, yet remain unable to make a move, is utterly frustrating. After graduating, Lin Chuan went to Xiadu to attend the premier Xiadu University. Comparing her to himself, it's like a salted fish lounging before a colossal whale. A lounge that stretched for an entire year. Wang Ting glanced down at Lin Chuhan's slender legs, feeling an impulse to embrace them tightly. Those gorgeous legs are practically gilded. Lin Chuan, engrossed in reciting her lesson, suddenly felt an intense gaze upon her thighs, causing her brow to furrow involuntarily. Humph. A cold snort startled Wang Ting back to reality. Still smiling? This fellow is incorrigible. Lin Chuan inwardly fumed. He retrieved his phone, intending to research information about the National College entrance examination online. Wang Xingguo's words that morning had given him a fresh perspective on the Gaokao. Wang Ting had initially believed that becoming a martial artist would elevate his status, negating the need to participate in the Gaokao. However, he hadn't realized the intricacies involved. Fortunately, Wang Xingguo had reminded him in time, or he might have missed this year's examination. A quick search yielded a plethora of information about the Gaokao. It was undeniable that this world differed significantly from Earth in his previous life. Without careful investigation, it was impossible to know. For instance, this world's Earth was actually called Di Xing, Earth Star. Also, their country was named Huaxia, the capital was Xiadu, and the premier university was Xiadu University, among other things. Donghai was similar to the previous world Shanghai, and Donghai University was a top-tier university on par with Xiadu University. The Gaokao schedule had also been altered, postponed from June to July 5th. This was because that day marked the beginning of martial arts promotion. As the current Gaokao emphasized martial arts examinations, the date was set on this particularly significant day. Wang Ting further investigated the relevant content for applying to martial arts programs. It turned out that martial arts examinations differed greatly from regular examinations. The cultural subjects tested in martial arts exams weren't just language, mathematics, and English, but also included subjects such as human anatomy, martial arts history, spiritual herbology, mineralogy, and other miscellaneous knowledge. The Education Bureau had even compiled this knowledge into a book titled 5-Year Gaokao, 3-Year Simulation. It was said every student aspiring to martial arts programs possessed a copy. Wang Teng's expression was peculiar as he looked at the title, contemplating whether to acquire a copy himself. After some thought, he decided to forego it. Studying was out of the question. He could only rely on picking up attributes. Donghai High School had 5 advanced martial apprentices who would undoubtedly pursue the martial arts exam route, and they had likely already studied 5-Year Gaokao, 3-Year Simulation thoroughly. He would find an opportunity to pick up attributes from them, boosting his familiarity with the material. If that wasn't enough, other schools also had students aiming for martial arts programs, and he could harvest attributes from them to ensure he had enough. Wang Teng had a well-thought-out plan. This fellow, coming so early, is actually playing on his phone. Lin Shuhan frowned again, watching Wang Teng fiddle with his phone for a long time, and said softly, "Wang Teng, come out with me for a moment." With that, she stood up and walked out of the classroom. Wang Teng, absorbed in contemplating the martial arts exam, was bewildered by Lin Shufan's words. However, seeing her retreating figure, he rose and followed. "Oh well, it's because you're beautiful. I'll indulge you." Wang Teng put away his phone, hands in his pockets, and sauntered out of the classroom, spotting Lin Shuhan waiting around the corner. "What's the matter, class monitor Lin?" Wang Teng asked, looking at her jade-like face. "Wang Teng, the Gaokao is less than a month away. Why are you still playing around all day? Are you not planning to take the Gaokao?" Lin Shuhan said with a cold face. "You know there's less than a month left. What's the point of trying now?" Wang Teng said amusingly. Wang Teng's frivolous tone greatly displeased Lin Shuhan. She frowned and patiently said, "I have notes, although there's less than a month left. If you study diligently, you might still get some points on the Gaokao. Plus, with your family's background, getting into a decent university shouldn't be too difficult." Class monitor Lin, "Are you so concerned about me?" Wang Teng suddenly said. "Don't flatter yourself," Lin Shuan said expressionlessly. "Otherwise, why are you so worried about my Gaokao?" Wang Teng pressed. "The class teacher put me next to you to help you with your studies. It was fine when you didn't listen before, but now that the Gaokao is imminent, I'm giving you this final, earnest reminder," Lin Shuan explained. "Explanation is just a cover-up." Wang Teng teased. Lin Shuan was rendered speechless by his shamelessness, and said exasperatedly, "I'm only advising you because we're classmates. Anyway, it's up to you whether you listen or not. It's none of my business if you fail." As a result of walking too fast, she didn't see the broom lying on the ground, stumbled, and lost her balance. Crap, no point of support. Lin Shuhan was shocked. But the next moment, she felt someone embrace her. Wang Ting also noticed the abnormality in his hands and was slightly stunned. You're not letting go," Lin Shuan said tearfully. "Really want me to let go?" Wang Ting said. "Let go," Lin Shuan said resolutely. "Oh." Then he let go. "Let go." Ouch. Lin Shuhan fell face down on the ground. "Class monitor, you told me to let go," Wang Ting said honestly. Lin Shuhan raised one hand from the ground, pointing at Wang Teng, trembling incessantly. Are you all right?" Wang Teng squatted down, cautiously asking beside her. Lin Shuan looked up, her hair disheveled, her delicate nose and forehead flushed red. Utter despair. "Wang Teng, you jerk." She had completely lost face. Wang Teng looked at Lin Shuhan's retreating figure, a bit embarrassed. Had he done something wrong? Chapter 16, Deception. All deception. Wang Ting entered the classroom, and memories of Lin Shuhan from his previous life surged through his mind. He recalled how she often admonished him, believing that her words could awaken him to the importance of studying diligently. After their separation, they never crossed paths again, leaving a bittersweet ache in his heart. This girl had once etched herself into his memory, and in this life, he was determined not to let her slip away. At this moment, nearly all the students had arrived, and numerous attribute bubbles had scattered across the floor. As Wang Tung meandered around the classroom, under the curious gazes of his classmates, he collected all the attribute bubbles. English 9, Chinese 12, Biology 15. What is Wang Duxiao up to? One student pondered. Who knows? Probably just taking a stroll. A stroll? Who cares? He is a wealthy second-generation heir. His mindset is on a different wavelength than ours. Indeed, what an eccentric fellow. Some inquisitive classmates exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. However, when Wang Ting turned to look their way, their voices faded, and they sat up straight, feigning attentiveness. Wang Tung curled his lips, taking his seat. Lin Chuhan was absent from her desk, and he wondered where she could be. It was tea until the bell for the morning class rang that she walked back in, her face icy, not even sparing him a glance. She sat down, as though her neighbor were merely a wisp of air. Wang Ting let out a bitter smile, refraining from provoking her further. Lin Chuan had always possessed a cool demeanor. And now, with her frigid expression, she exuded an aura that seemed to repel anyone approaching her. This girl is truly frosty. During the morning study session, Wang Ting flipped through his textbooks, feeling rather bored. Throughout the morning, his classmates were engrossed in intense revision, and Wang Tung felt quite fulfilled himself, attending lectures and collecting attributes. His academic knowledge was rapidly expanding. If presented with an exam paper, he estimated he could score just over 60. That was quite formidable. It's worth noting that his previous scores were typically single digits, and that was only when luck favored him with multiple-choice questions. Although Lin Chuan ignored Wang Ting, being desk partners meant she couldn't possibly overlook what he was doing. She felt a flicker of surprise. Has this fellow truly transformed? Is he actually studying? Could my words have made an impact? This scoundrel, could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Despite Lin Chuan's lack of romantic experience, she often discussed boys with her close friends and had secretly indulged in reading some romance novels. Weren't those novels always saying that if a boy had feelings for a girl, he would take her words to heart and strive to become a better version of himself for her? The thought of earlier incidents stirred something unusual within her. This guy is simply infuriating. He actually let go like that. Would it kill him to lend a hand? What a stubborn man. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Chuan suddenly snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously, her ears turning red. What on earth am I thinking? Her mind was a battlefield, a chaotic swirl of youthful musings, and her face burned as though she were in a steam room. In this moment, despite her stronger resolve compared to her peers, she was still a girl at heart, susceptible to such whimsical thoughts. After a long pause, Lin Chuan let out a resigned sigh. It's all his fault for disturbing my tranquility. Wang Tung, observing her frantic head shaking and inexplicable sighing, was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? He couldn't help but speak up. Lin, class monitor, class is ended. Let us grab some lunch and take a break. How about I treat you? Consider it an apology for this morning. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, her expression turning wary. A trap. It's all a ploy. This guy must have ulterior motives. Wang Tung was dumbfounded. To an outsider, one might think he was a trafficker. Lin Chuan shot him a fierce glare, her voice frosty. No? With that, she grabbed her bag and dashed out of the classroom, as if staying a moment longer would spell disaster. What an enigma! Wang Tung shook his head in disbelief. Am I truly that frightening? Why does she avoid me like I'm a venomous snake? Wang Tung, let us go eat. At that moment, Su Jie's voice called from outside the classroom. Wang Tung rose and stepped out. Su Jie was also a senior, but he was in class 12. Not the same class as Wang Ting. Bai Wei and Yu Hao, on the other hand, were in the second year of high school, younger than the two boys. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wang Ting and Su Jie found it bustling with students, the noise almost threatening to lift the roof off. Su Jie's phone buzzed, and he checked it before saying, "Let us head to the second floor. Bai Wei and the others are waiting for us there." The second floor was significantly more spacious than the first. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted with refreshing air conditioning and a much less crowded environment. The dining experience on the second floor was notably superior, as ordinary students rarely dined there. As they scanned the area, their eyes landed on Bai Wei and Yu Hao, who were seated at a table on the right. The dishes were already ordered and steaming hot, freshly prepared. This was a hallmark of the second floor. Not only were the meals exquisite, but they were also made to order. Unlike the first floor, where meals sat pre-plated, waiting to be chosen by students, often leading to a mix of flavors that were far from appetizing. After one taste, you'd never want to try it again. And if you were just a bit late, you'd be left with cold, leftover food scraps. As the four of them chatted and laughed over their meal, Yu Hao suddenly pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Isn't that Yuan Zhenghua?" Su Jie and Bai Wei immediately followed his gaze. "Hey, it really is that kid." Su Jie snickered. "That pig head next to him, is that Li Rongqing?" Bai Wei suddenly widened her eyes, puzzled. "What pig head?" Su Jie and Yu Hao exchanged glances, then leaned in for a closer look. "Wow, it really is Li Rongqing, the young master. What happened to him?" They burst into laughter, astonished. "Could it be?" Bai Wei began, and suddenly, Su Jie and Yu Hao shared a knowing glance with Wang Ting. Wang Ting glanced at Li Rongqing, recalling the night at the Rose Bar when he inadvertently let him take the fall. He cleared his throat and said, "Let us not spread baseless rumors without evidence." Chapter 17. Don't leave after school. Wang Ting wore an innocent expression, appearing as though the situation did not concern him, which elicited another round of hearty laughter from Su Jie and Yu Hao. Bai Wei struggled to suppress her laughter, finding it increasingly arduous. However, upon seeing their amusement, she could no longer contain herself and burst into giggles, joining the two in their mirth. Li Rongqing had been in a foul mood these past few days. Just yesterday, he had visited the Rose Bar, where he flirted with two young ladies of the social scene, hoping to engage in profound discussions about life and aspirations at a hotel. Just as he was about to make a connection, a group of ruffians stormed in, shouting, "Which one is Li Rongqing?" Have the guts to step forward? Li Rongqing, infuriated, stood up abruptly and shouted back, "I am Li Rongqing." Which dog owner forgot to secure their leash, letting these mad dogs loose? The group, equally enraged, rushed forward, enveloping him in a burlap sack. Li Rongqing was taken aback, not anticipating that this rowdy crowd consisted of novice and intermediate martial artists. Although he was an advanced martial artist himself, facing a group of them proved overwhelming. Caught off guard and lacking experience, he quickly fell victim to their ambush. They knocked him unconscious and transported him to a dilapidated warehouse where the sinister Zhao gang awaited, without even untying the sack. Zhao directed his underlings to give Li Rongqing a thorough beating. Only after they finished did they unveil him. The moment they looked at him, confusion filled the air. Zhao Gangbao, furious, unleashed his wrath upon Li Rongqing once more, delivering a brutal assault. In that instant, Li Rongqing was utterly bewildered, questioning his very identity, his location, and his purpose. After Zhao and his gang vented their frustrations, they departed, leaving Li Rongqing sprawled on the cold warehouse floor, tears of helplessness streaming down his face. Throughout this ordeal, he remained clueless about what had transpired. Later, trembling, he managed to retrieve his phone and dialed for emergency assistance, which ultimately led to his hospitalization. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial, and as an advanced martial artist, he recovered much quicker than an ordinary person would, allowing him to attend school, lively and energetic, the following day. Yet, a simmering anger brewed within him, casting a shadow over his demeanor. Throughout the morning, his classmates regarded him with strange expressions, torn between laughter and restraint. Those who dared to chuckle in secret found themselves on the receiving end of his wrath. At lunchtime, as he ascended to the cafeteria, a wave of laughter reached his ears, igniting his fury. His face turned a shade of green with rage. "What are you laughing at?" he bellowed, striding toward Wang Ting and his friends. Su Jie, no pushover himself, stood defiantly and retorted, "I laugh for my own reasons. It has nothing to do with you." Everyone understood the underlying dynamics. Although the Li family was significantly more powerful than the Su family, conflicts between the younger generation did not escalate to the point of violence. Such matters were expected to be resolved among themselves, a tacit agreement among their peers. If the elders intervened, it would only serve to tarnish their reputations. In the past, Su Jie might have felt intimidated by Li Rongqing's advanced martial status, but now, bolstered by Wang Teng's support, he felt emboldened. "Su Jie, you've grown bold. Daring to speak to me like that?" Li Rongqing sneered, suddenly launching a punch towards Su Jie's face. Su Jie was taken aback. Wasn't the custom among wealthy heirs to exchange barbs before resorting to violence? Li Rongqing's immediate aggression disregarded the decorum expected among their kind. Unbeknownst to Su Jie, Li Rongqing had been simmering with anger all day, and any provocation would ignite his fury. The force behind Li Rongqing's punch was considerable, and Su Jie felt the wind from it whip against his cheek. He had no doubt that if it connected, his nose would surely break. In a panic, he shut his eyes. However, the anticipated pain never came. Upon cautiously reopening his eyes, he saw a hand firmly gripping Li Rongqing's wrist, rendering him powerless. "Young Master Li, anger is detrimental to your health," Wang Ting said leisurely. "You," Li Rongqing exclaimed, shock painted across his face. Everyone knew Wang Ting to be notoriously inept. Yet he was now exhibiting remarkable martial prowess. Yuan Zhenghua, standing beside Li Rongqing, widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished by the revelation of Wang Teng's skills. Once a friend of Wang Teng's circle, he had allied himself with Li Rongqing, severing ties with him. Yet, he had failed to recognize Wang Teng's hidden strength all this time. Recovering from his shock, Su Jie hastily positioned himself behind Wang Teng, casting a triumphant glance at Yuan Zhenghua, relishing in his inability to see Wang Teng's true potential. Li Rongqing struggled fiercely, yet Wang Teng's grip remained unyielding, as if it were forged of steel. "Let go," Li Rongqing hissed through clenched teeth, his face a mask of fury. Wang Teng relaxed his grip, but Li Rongqing, still exerting force, lost his balance and fell to the ground. "Young Master Li, how careless of you. Quickly, get up, the floor is cold." Wang Teng feigned concern. "You." Li Rongqing pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Teng, speechless with rage. Rising from the ground, he growled, "Wang Teng, I never imagined you possessed such strength. Regardless of the reason, we have now established enmity. Do you dare to face me in a duel?" "Certainly," Wang Teng replied, his smile vanishing as he met Li Rongqing's gaze with determination. "Very well, after school, in the gymnasium, we shall settle this," Li Rongqing declared before turning and descending the stairs. Yuan Zhenghua glanced at Wang Teng but dared not meet his gaze, hastily following after Li Rongqing. "Young Master Li, are we not having lunch?" Yuan inquired. "Eat what?" "I'm too furious to eat." After Li Rongqing departed, Bai Wei expressed her concern. "Wang Teng, are you truly going to fight him?" Before Wang Teng could respond, Yu Hao interjected, "In martial arts, once a challenge is accepted, it must be honored. That is the rule." "Little mouse, that statement is misguided." Wang Teng chuckled. Yu Hao looked at him, perplexed. "The rules are established by people. Whether to adhere to them is entirely up to oneself, as long as one remains true to their heart." Yu Hao listened, somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp his meaning. "Wang Teng, do you have confidence in defeating Li Rongqing?" Su Jie asked. "If I lacked confidence, would I have accepted?" Wang Teng replied with a grin. "After school, as you duel, we will accompany you," Bai Wei stated. "Very well." He dismissed the impending duel with Li Rongqing, resolving to carry on as usual. Chapter 18. Week. 2 week. Throughout the day, Wang Teng immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, and even after school dismissed at 5:30, he felt a lingering desire for more. He believed that in his past life, his status as a wealthy heir had impeded his scholarly pursuits. Otherwise, he would surely have been a diligent and enthusiastic student. Fortunately, although he had missed such opportunities in his previous life, he was determined to seize them in this one. From now on, he vowed to become a well-rounded student excelling in morality, intellect, and physical fitness. With this resolution, he felt an invigorating pride in the bright red scarf around his neck. As the school bell rang, students poured out of their classrooms. Wang Teng had no belongings to gather. He simply tossed his books into his drawer. After meeting up with Su Jie and Bai Wei, the four of them headed towards the gymnasium. Unlike Wang Teng, who wore a carefree expression devoid of any concern, Su Jie, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao exchanged glances filled with unspoken worries. Bai Wei mustered her courage, smiled at Wang Teng, and suggested, "Brother Wang Teng, how about we grab a bite to eat first? We'll need our strength for the fight." "Indeed, let us eat first," Su Jie chimed in. "Li Rongqing is so leisurely, making him wait a bit longer won't hurt. He might even go eat too." The three of them eagerly nodded in agreement. Wang Teng responded with a hint of exasperation. "It's not wise to engage in strenuous activity right after a meal. It could lead to stomach issues." Realizing the folly of their suggestion, the trio quickly fell silent. "No need to worry," Wang Teng reassured them, sensing their anxiety. "Although Li Rongqing is an advanced martial artist, he is not my match." "Brother Wang Teng, are you not an intermediate martial artist, but rather an advanced one?" Yu Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Teng nodded, leaving the three of them in a state of shock. An advanced martial artist. They had always known Wang Teng possessed martial arts skills, but the distinction between intermediate and advanced was monumental. An advanced martial artist could apply for martial arts programs, and it was nearly certain they would become a formidable warrior. Widening the gap between them and Wang Teng, it was utterly astonishing. Up here, someone they were so familiar with had suddenly soared far above them. The pact to struggle together felt broken as one of them had secretly risen above the rest. Before long, the four arrived at the gymnasium. Every school placed immense importance on students practicing martial arts, dedicating an entire floor of the gym for their training. On the second floor of the gymnasium, Li Rongqing leaned against a wall, arms crossed, exuding impatience. Yuan Zhenghua stood beside him, fetching water and towels, acting like an eager sycophant. Sujia felt a surge of anger at the sight. What a fool, choosing to be someone's lackey instead of a decent person. You finally arrived, Li Rongqing sneered, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Wang Tong. Did you skip class to come here? Let us cut to the chase. I'll use a knife, you choose your weapon. Wang Tong retorted nonchalantly. Fine, I'll use a knife as well, Wang Tong declared, walking over to the weapon rack and selecting a standard long knife. The blade was not overly broad, slightly elongated, reminiscent of the Tang knife from his past life. He weighed it in his hand and found it somewhat light. He mentally noted the need to procure a better weapon in due time. For now, he would make do. Wang Ting took his knife and faced Li Rongqing. Upon seeing the weapons drawn, Su Jie and Bai Wei's faces drained of color. Why are you using weapons? What if someone gets hurt? You must understand. This is a martial contest, not a game. Yu Hao breathed deeply. Despite his words, he had recently become a low-level martial artist and was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. Wang Ting, your strength is indeed impressive. You must have reached the level of an advanced martial artist. Frankly, I'm astonished. Everyone underestimated you, but you have concealed your abilities well. However, what gives you the confidence to challenge me with a knife? Li Rongqing scoffed. He had trained in martial arts since the age of 15, achieving advanced status in 3 years, honing his knife skills to perfection. Thus, he felt justified in his arrogance and found Wang Ting's audacity laughable. Let us begin, Wang Tung stated succinctly, without further ado. All right. Li Rongqing's eyes widened as he roared, launching himself forward with a swift stomp, creating a resounding thud as he surged towards Wang Ting like an arrow released from a bow. The ferocity of his momentum left Yuan Zhenghua, Su Jie, and the others in awe. However, Wang Tung remained unfazed. Li Rongqing presumed he had intimidated Wang Tung, which only fueled his disdain. With his long knife raised high, he brought it down upon Wang Ting. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Wang Tung suddenly shifted, appearing to Li Rongqing's right side. The knife struck nothing but air, causing Li Rongqing's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily twisted his body, swinging the long knife in a wide arc toward Wang Tung. The clash of their blades reverberated with a deafening metallic resonance. Pathetic. Too weak. Wang Tung shook his head. Basic knife technique 20, strength 12. At that moment, Yuan Zhenghua, Su Jie, and the others stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they watched the exchange. What appeared to be a simple engagement was anything but. The speed of an advanced martial artist was astonishing, leaving them utterly bewildered. As the saying goes, experts see the subtleties, novices see the spectacle. They were mere spectators, with even Yu Hao lacking sufficient expertise to comprehend the depth of the encounter. Thus, they were left with an impression of overwhelming prowess, even if they could not fully grasp it. The duration of the confrontation was astonishingly brief, 3 seconds, or perhaps 5, before they had even properly engaged. Li Rongqing had been bested. They observed as Wang Teng set aside his weapon and approached them, seemingly muttering something under his breath. Too weak. How could he be so weak? Impossible. The four were left speechless. A distinguished advanced martial artist, one of the top 5 students at Donghai No. 1 high school, and yet Wang Teng deemed him weak. Come on, we're all familiar with each other. There is no need for such pretentiousness, they thought. Though this only served to highlight Wang Ting's exceptional strength, while Li Rongqing might not have been weak among the students of Donghai No. 1. Wang Teng was significantly stronger, and by a wide margin. Wang Teng called to Su Jie and the others as he descended the stairs. Su Jie by way, and the others hastily followed, leaving Yuan Zhenghua standing in place, dazed. He dared not greet Wang Teng, feeling unfamiliar and intimidated by this newfound persona. In the past, Wang Teng had lacked ambition, merely benefiting from a better family background, which had deterred Yuan Zhenghua from offending him. Now, however, he felt a genuine fear of Wang Teng. Did Wang Teng remember his past betrayal? Would he harbor resentment? What if, on a whim, he decided to make trouble for him? Such thoughts flooded Yuan Zhenghua's mind, and he glanced at the unconscious Li Rongqing on the ground, feeling increasingly vulnerable. Regret overwhelmed him as he contemplated the choices he had made. Chapter 19. Gunfire. Stepping out of the gymnasium, Su Jie and his companions were exceptionally animated, their voices a constant stream of excitement. Incredible. Truly formidable. Brother Wang, are advanced martial artists this powerful? Wang Ting, lighting a cigarette, took a deep drag and slowly exhaled, responding with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, advanced martial artists are quite strong. Haha, this is fantastic. With you protecting us, no one will dare to bully us. Su Jie laughed heartily. Brother Wang, do you think I could become as strong as you in the future? Yu Hao asked, clenching his fists in envy. Train diligently. Becoming an advanced martial artist is not an insurmountable task, Wang Ting advised. Bai Wei, who had been silent, occasionally cast lingering glances at Wang Tung, a sweet smile gracing her lips. On the way home, Wang Ting pondered why Li Rongchen was so weak. This was not mere arrogance. He genuinely believed Li Rongchen lacked strength. As he drove and observed the vehicle speeding by, a sudden realization struck him. Speed. Yes, speed. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. His speed vastly surpassed that of Li Rongchen, rendering Li Rongchen's attacks almost comically slow in comparison. It took him merely 2 moves to knock Li Rongchen unconscious. The speed attribute on his attribute panel was not very intuitive. Wang Tung had consistently collected attributes but had never truly tested how fast he had become. The sudden burst of speed left Li Rongchen utterly defenseless. For the next few days, his life was largely uneventful. He attended classes, enhancing his academic knowledge while occasionally teasing his aloof female classmate, enjoying a blissful existence. His academic progress was swift. He was confident he could score 90 in a direct examination. This was sufficient, as he had no intention of striving for the title of top scholar. Moreover, his improvements were remarkable compared to earlier days. Every evening, he dutifully went to the Polaris Martial Arts School to sign in for training and collect attributes to enhance his martial prowess. His martial attributes had long surpassed the limits of an advanced martial artist. Perception, 51, Physique, 121, Strength, 1356, Speed, 632, Combat Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Subtle. Basic Body Technique, Subtle. Basic Sword Technique, Subtle. Basic Blade Technique, Subtle. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Score. The limits for an advanced martial artist were a physique of 100. Strength of 1,000 kilograms, and a speed of 4 seconds for 100 meters. Now, all his attributes exceeded these thresholds. He had specifically tested his speed, achieving 2 seconds for 100 meters, significantly surpassing the peak speed of advanced martial artists. Though it seemed like only a 2-second difference, many would require years to accomplish such a leap. Reflecting on the difficulty of breaking world records in the 100 meters from his previous life illuminated the challenge. Coupled with his subtle-level basic body techniques, facing opponents of the same rank became almost overwhelmingly advantageous. It is worth noting that all of Wang Ting's basic combat skills had reached the subtle level. What does subtle mean? As the term suggests, it refers to a level of detail that is profoundly refined, built upon a solid foundation. The power of combat skills at the subtle level is remarkable. For instance, while a perfect basic body technique requires a distance of over half a meter to evade an attack, a subtle-level technique allows one to remain mere centimeters from danger, escaping unscathed. The difference can only be truly demonstrated in combat situations. One could assert that Wang Ting's current strength is but a step away from becoming a formal martial artist. Once he masters the original force, he would officially attain that status. Driving along the road, gazing at the scenery outside the window, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire a manual for cultivating original force. However, the teachings of original force were not as accessible as the foundational combat techniques of martial artists. They were not commonplace. The dissemination of original force techniques was strictly regulated. One could either enter university through martial arts examinations, which offered the most freedom, or apply for a preliminary martial artist assessment at a martial arts school, where, upon passing, one would gain access to original force techniques. In this way, one would become an affiliated martial artist of the school, essentially tethered to it. Alternatively, one could become a vassal of certain families, earning their trust to potentially receive original force teachings, albeit at the cost of one's autonomy. The martial arts examination would have to wait until after the college entrance exams, and one must enter university to study, making the timeline too lengthy for consideration. Applying for a preliminary martial artist assessment at a school? Absolutely not. Wang Ting was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He had only trained for a short while, and now he was expected to become a martial artist. If he were targeted by those with ill intentions, it would spell trouble. Then, becoming a vassal of a martial artist family? No way. He was at least a second-generation wealthy heir. Becoming a sycophant would diminish his standing. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed ahead, and thick smoke began to rise. The intersection was mysteriously blocked, and the vehicle in front of him abruptly halted, evidently having been rear-ended. Although Wang Tung reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, the proximity was too close, and his car crashed into the rear of the vehicle ahead with a jolt. Beeping horns and alarm sounds filled the air, creating a scene of chaos. Wang Tung furrowed his brow and had no choice but to exit the car to ascertain the situation. What on earth is happening? My car is damaged. Drivers emerged from their vehicles, voices rife with curses. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs silenced the commotion. Gunfire. Wang Tung's heart raced. He was certain he hadn't misheard. It was undoubtedly gunfire. Was it a robbery on the street? Or a kidnapping? Various thoughts raced through his mind as he spotted several figures darting toward him. Those were martial artists. However, his disinterest in meddling did not prevent trouble from finding him. As the group approached, one man with a scarred face abruptly shouted, "Wait, what is going on?" His companion inquired. "The police are coming. We need to act quickly. Grab a hostage and negotiate," the scar-faced man said, reaching out toward Wang Tung. Just as Wang Tung intended to resist, the man's other hand brandished a gun, pressing it against his head. "Be compliant, or I will shoot you." A chilling sense of impending doom coursed through Wang Tung's veins, causing his heart to race wildly. Chapter 20. Therefore, the only option is to annihilate them. Danger. Extreme peril. Never before, in his 2 lives, had Wang Tung experienced the chilling sensation of a gun pressed directly against his head. In this crucible of life and death, a profound dread washed over him. Although he had been reborn, he had not truly tasted death. That prior experience was akin to drifting into slumber and then awakening. This present situation was entirely different. The dark aperture of the gun barrel resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, promising a descent into a shadowy inferno, poised to devour him whole. Terrifying. Spine-chilling. Instantly, Wang Tung's body became rigid, his very soul quivering. He was, at his core, an ordinary man, and despite his martial training, he had never confronted such a harrowing ordeal. Moreover, at such close range, he could distinctly discern the silver etched upon the firearm. Runic inscriptions. Therefore, this was a runic weapon, capable of posing a lethal threat even to advanced martial apprentices and martial warriors. Even with his speed exceeding 100 meters in 2 seconds and his mastery of subtle movements, he dared not make any rash movements with a runic gun aimed at his head. Damn it! Wang Tung cursed inwardly, then promptly yielded. Instant capitulation. Without hesitation, he submitted. "Don't shoot. I'll cooperate," Wang Tung exclaimed, fearing that the slightest provocation would result in a fatal gunshot. Resistance was futile. The terror was overwhelming, inducing uncontrollable tremors. "Behave yourself. And don't try any tricks, or you'll taste lead," the scarred man snarled, shoving Wang Tung. Wang Tung was coerced into joining their escape. He surreptitiously observed that the group consisted of 5 individuals, each armed with a runic gun and exuding the aura of at least intermediate martial apprentices. Wang Tung's gaze lingered on 3 of them. They carried bulging bags, their contents barely concealed by unzipped seams, revealing stacks of banknotes. Could these individuals have robbed a bank? I seem to recall a bank not far ahead. Wang Tung suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if he had become embroiled in a perilous situation. So, they were merely passing by, and I inadvertently became a hostage? Wang Tung mused, feeling somewhat speechless. He felt both innocent and unfortunate. Returning home, he had stumbled upon a band of robbers. And to add insult to injury, why him? Why was he singled out as a hostage? Was this not blatant bullying? Unbeknownst to him, the scarred man had targeted him precisely because he drove a supercar, assuming that a wealthy heir would carry more weight than an ordinary citizen, thus making him a more valuable hostage. Under the coercion of the robbers, Wang Tung was led into a narrow alleyway and then through a labyrinthine network of passages. He feigned exhaustion, gasping for breath after only a few steps. Damn it. This rich kid must have overindulged in women, to be so feeble, one of the robbers muttered, his tone laced with envy and disdain. Why not just eliminate him? He's just a hindrance, another robber, wearing a cap, suggested with ruthless intent. What the heck? Wang Tung exclaimed inwardly, startled by the man's callousness. Just because I'm a little slow? Is it necessary to resort to murder? How utterly cruel. Don't kill me. I can run. I'll keep up with you. Wang Tung pleaded, his voice filled with panic. Forget it. We've already brought him this far. A few more steps won't matter. We'll be in the car soon, the leader said. The group continued to run for nearly 10 minutes, and despite Wang Tung's pretense of near collapse, he managed to keep pace. A white van was parked on the side of an old street. One of the robbers flung open the door, shoved Wang Tung inside, and the van roared to life. Speeding away, the van raced through the city. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from behind. Damn it, the cops are catching up, the driver exclaimed, slamming his foot on the accelerator, sending the van hurtling forward. The van ahead, pull over immediately. Pull over immediately. Scum. The driver extended his arm out the window, giving the pursuing officers the middle finger. Turn right. onto the elevated highway. The leader commanded calmly. The driver immediately swerved the steering wheel. The police car shot forward, then screeched to a halt, turning around to chase the van. The police car and the van engaged in a high-speed pursuit on the main road. Several vehicles collided, causing traffic jams, and irate drivers leaned out of their windows, shouting curses. The van ahead, if you don't stop, will open fire. The robbers ignored the warnings. Bang! A gunshot rang out, but it was fired into the air as the police hesitated to fire indiscriminately in the crowded city. This shot was purely for deterrence. But the robbers were not easily intimidated. The more they were threatened, the more ferocious they became. The scarred man pressed the gun against Wang Tung, leaned out the window, and bellowed, "Dare to shoot, and I'll blow his brains out." Wang Tung felt like a rag doll. Weak, helpless. The van sped along the elevated highway, the wind whipping through his hair, leaving him disheveled. What did I do to deserve this? Wang Tung muttered to the heavens. He overheard the scarred man say to the other robbers with a smug grin, "See, that's the advantage of taking a hostage." "Well done." The leader praised him. Wang Tung rolled his eyes, inwardly retorting, "You're such a clever little devil." But their joy was premature. Dozens of police cars relentlessly pursued them, and the robbers underestimated the determination of the police. Despite their cunning, they were eventually cornered in front of an office building. Damn it. Is taking some money to spend really worth such a relentless pursuit? Everyone shut up. The leader snapped, his face grim. They were forced to abandon the van, dragging Wang Tung with them as they retreated into the office building. "You are surrounded. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." The police loudspeaker blared. The robbers ignored the warnings and stormed into the building. It was after hours, and most employees had already left for the day. The lobby was deserted. The robbers made their way to the third floor, intending to secure a high vantage point. The third floor housed a clothing design company, where a few male and female employees were working overtime. The robbers kicked open the door and burst inside. Bang! One of the robbers fired a shot. The shouts of protest that had been forming on the employees' lips turned into terrified screams. The leader of the robbers pulled the trigger on a middle-aged woman, and she immediately clutched her thigh, screaming in agony. The woman appeared to hold a high position in the company. Before the robbers stormed in, she had been reprimanding her subordinates, but in an instant, her situation had become dire. The other female employees, witnessing the bloodshed, erupted in a chorus of ear-splitting screams. "Shut up. Anyone who makes a sound, I'll kill her," the leader roared. The employees clamped their hands over their mouths, terrified of making the slightest noise and being singled out as a target. The injured woman desperately tried to suppress the groans of pain that involuntarily escaped her throat. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Wang Tung frowned, witnessing the robbers' depravity. They had no regard for human life, and their actions were utterly heinous. "Everyone, get to the corner and put your hands on your heads. Anyone who causes trouble will get a bullet." The robbers brandished their guns, ordering everyone to huddle in the corner. Wang Tung was not so fortunate. He was dragged to the window, where he was forced to look down. The office building was entirely encircled by a score of police vehicles, each officer aiming their weapon at the building's windows. "Boss, what do we do?" Scarface asked, his countenance grim. "Listen up, you lot. Within the hour, you'll have a helicopter ready for us. Exceed that by a single minute, and we execute a hostage. 2 minutes, and we execute 2, until there are none left." His words were audible not only to the police, but also to Wang Tung and the other hostages inside. The employees of the fashion design company were visibly pale with terror. Wang Tung's heart pounded in his chest, his expression fraught with concern. However, 5 robbers, 5 runic firearms, he lacked confidence in his ability to prevail. It seemed his only recourse was to place his hopes in the police, trusting they would deliver the helicopter promptly. Time slipped away, and the hours soon elapsed. Yet, the helicopter had not materialized. Despair washed over the hostages' faces. "We're about to exceed the minute mark. If it doesn't arrive, we'll have no choice but to execute a hostage," the ringleader shouted toward the police vehicles below. "Don't be rash. The helicopter is en route. It will arrive momentarily," the officer in charge responded anxiously, his brow furrowed with sweat, speaking through a megaphone. The lead bandit remained silent. His demeanor suggested that regardless of the reason, should the deadline pass, he would indeed take a life. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. "You, boy. Come here," the ringleader said, pointing at Wang Tung. "Looks like your luck has run out, kid." Scarface sneered, shoving Wang Tung toward the lead bandit. Wang Tung sighed, lamenting his decision to leave home without consulting the almanac, which had led to this misfortune. He had believed that by behaving as a compliant hostage, he would be released once the robbers achieved their objectives. However, it now appeared he had underestimated the situation. He couldn't simply await his fate. There was no turning back. They sought to end his life, but he refused to die. He was young, and having been granted a second chance at life, he couldn't allow it to end here. Absolutely not. No one would kill him. His new life had only just begun, and he had many regrets to amend, many things left undone. In this life, he would honor his parents. He would become a martial arts master, making them proud. He also yearned to witness the wonders of other realms. He did not wish to die. Since he didn't want to die, he had no choice but to strike them down first. Chapter 21. Pentakill. Why must they take my life when I am so earnest, so cooperative, so endearing? Wang Tung could not comprehend. His mother was right. A handsome and charming wealthy heir like him must safeguard himself in the perilous world outside. The dangers that lurked beyond were formidable. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Trembling with fear, he approached the ringleader of the robbers. Strike them down. They are heinous villains. Step by step. He drew nearer, eliciting sympathetic gazes from the other hostages. Though filled with pity, there was also a hint of relief in their eyes. Grateful that they were not the ones to perish first, they too shivered with trepidation. How could these ruthless robbers overlook such a delightful boy? Where were the police helicopters? If they did not arrive soon, the next to die would surely be them. Wang Tung's composure shattered. Anxiety consumed him. Sweat poured from his palms, back, and brow. There was no alternative but to eliminate them. With every step, he closed the distance to the ringleader, now less than half a meter away. Hurry. Come here. The ringleader impatiently beckoned. Enough. This was close enough. He could wait no longer. Wang Tung suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination. Why are you forcing me? The ringleader thought Wang Tung was merely frightened, stammering in his fear. But in the next moment, the eyes of several robbers and hostages widened in disbelief. What did they witness? The meek hostage, who had appeared as innocent as a lamb, suddenly transformed into an enraged and ferocious beast. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. In that instant, as Wang Tung raised his head, he hesitated not for a heartbeat. His resolve was as unyielding as iron, and with a powerful stomp, the tiled floor beneath him shattered, debris flying in all directions. The force propelled him forward like an arrow released from its bow, launching him toward the ringleader with astounding speed, his movements fluid and precise. In less than a second, he traversed the scant distance that separated them. The ringleader saw him coming but was unable to react. Wang Tung swung his fist like a hammer, raising it high before bringing it down, his fist expanding in the ringleader's horrified gaze. Cursed. The latter's curse was cut short as Wang Tung's full force strike collided with his head. The impact was akin to a massive truck barreling down upon him. The resounding crack echoed as a Chapter 22. Just to survive, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening when Wang Tung finally emerged from the police station. Prior to this, he had made a call home to inform his parents that he was going out for dinner with classmates. In reality, he had been brought to the police station to provide a statement. Fortunately, as he was the victim, the police understood the situation and released him. The head of the criminal investigation team, Yang Zhenchao, personally escorted Wang Tung to the exit, offering him a cigarette. Care for a smoke? Wang Tung accepted the cigarette without hesitation, placing it between his lips. The two lit their cigarettes and began to exhale clouds of smoke at the entrance of the police station. You've learned to smoke at such a young age. Yang Zhenchao joked with a smile. Let's not discuss that, Wang Tung sighed, shaking his head. Yang Zhenchao, undeterred, spoke earnestly. Those robbers came from other cities and have committed numerous serious crimes, all of which have led to them being wanted. You must have noticed that they are ruthless criminals, each with blood on their hands. Eliminating them was a service to the public, so don't feel too pressured. Wang Tung felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, they were villains. If not for the dire circumstances, how could a well-rounded student like him resort to such lethal measures? Yang Zhenchao, this kid seems a bit shameless, he thought, feeling somewhat miffed. Once we complete our procedures, we'll send you a reward and a commendation. Ah, you're giving me a reward and a commendation? Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise, quickly waving his hands. That's unnecessary. I can't accept such honors. Are you sure you don't want it? These robbers have been wanted for quite a while, and the reward is substantial, up to 100,000. Yang Zhenchao believed Wang Tung was unaware of the reward's amount and explained. I genuinely don't need it. I'm not in want of such money. Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Not in want of it? Yang Zhenchao was left speechless. This kid certainly had a lofty attitude. Perhaps you could donate the money to our police station instead. As public servants, we work hard, so consider this a small token of appreciation from me. Then I shall extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire police station, Yang Zhenchao said, suddenly filled with respect. By the way, Captain Yang, Before I was taken by those robbers, my car was parked in the middle of the road. Could you help me check if it has been impounded by the traffic police? Wang Ting suddenly recalled his sports car parked on the roadside. Sure. Let me make a call. Yang Zhenchao dialed the number, conversing briefly before asking Wang Ting for his license plate number. The results came swiftly. Good, Wang Ting nodded, following in step with him. As they walked, Yang Zhenchao suddenly turned to him and remarked, in your first encounter with such a situation, your response was indeed somewhat excessive. Wang Ting could only respond with a helpless sigh. He then reflected, at such a young age, you've already become a senior martial artist, surpassing me in strength. It seems that within 2 years, you may well become a true martial artist. You flatter me, Captain Yang. I was merely lucky, Wang Ting humbly replied. Before long, they reached their destination, signed the necessary paperwork, and retrieved the car. Yang Zhenchao stared at the sleek sports car and commented, no wonder you look down upon the 100,000. It appears you are truly not in want of such money. Wang Ting climbed into the car and waved goodbye to Yang Zhenchao. As he drove away, a man in his 30s approached Yang Zhenchao and asked, who is that kid? Why did you personally attend to him? Nothing special, just a senior martial artist who single-handedly killed 5 desperate criminals armed with rune firearms today, Yang Zhenchao replied. A senior martial artist. The man was astonished. Isn't he only 17 or 18? To be a senior martial artist at such a young age and to kill 5 armed criminals with his bare hands. What a remarkable talent. Who knows? But it's truly impressive. I fear that next time we meet him, we will have to look up to him, Yang Zhenchao mused. The man nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Wang Ting was oblivious to the discussion behind him as he drove straight to the Polaris Martial Arts School. Upon arriving, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Observing the trainees fervently practicing in the training hall, his previously tumultuous emotions gradually settled. He gathered his focus and approached a sandbag, beginning his punching practice. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Ting sought an outlet to release the pent-up pressure within him, launching rapid punches that created fleeting shadows of his arms as they struck the sandbag. The bag swayed violently as if caught in a tempest under the force of his blows. The nearby trainees, witnessing his intensity, instinctively stepped back, whispering among themselves, how terrifying. Is he insane? Let us keep our distance. As he continued to punch, memories of the day's encounter with the 5 robbers flooded his mind. If given the chance to choose again, would he strike with such ferocity? The answer was yes, though he felt discomfort. He did not believe he was in the wrong. A killer is invariably met with death. Moreover, in that situation, failing to deliver a lethal blow could have resulted in even fiercer resistance. With the enemy wielding rune firearms, any misstep could have meant his own death. Thus, mercy was not an option. Everything was merely for survival. After finishing his punches, he transitioned to sword and knife training. Wang Ting wished to remain in constant motion, plunging himself into extreme fatigue, believing that only in such exhaustion could he fully release his pressure. He practiced relentlessly until 11 o'clock at night. Upon returning home, his heart finally found peace. Son, didn't you say you were going out for dinner with your classmates? Why did you rush to the martial arts school to train? Li Xiaomei asked, noticing Wang Ting drenched in sweat and utterly worn out. I went after dinner, you see. Training requires persistence, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Go wash up. I'll prepare some late-night snacks for you to enjoy when you come down. Li Xiaomei's concern warmed Wang Ting's previously cold heart, and he smiled as he headed upstairs, grabbing a change of clothes. He stepped into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. The icy water cascaded over his fatigued body, as if washing away all his burdens. After showering, Wang Ting felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. He felt entirely rejuvenated. He dried his hair and descended the stairs. Wow, it smells wonderful. Mom, what delicious dish have you cooked? Your favorite egg noodles, simmered in broth made from star beast meat, with added star beast meat. Come and eat. Li Xiaomei emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl. It's no wonder the aroma is different. It's even more delightful. Wang Ting eagerly picked up his chopsticks and slurped a hearty mouthful. Delicious, he exclaimed, savoring the warmth that wafted from his mouth. If it's good, eat more. You've exhausted yourself while training and need to replenish your energy, Li Xiaomei encouraged. Before long, Wang Ting finished the noodles, contentedly patting his belly as he stood and stretched. I'm heading upstairs, Mom. You should get some rest as well. Understood. I'll wash the dishes and then go to sleep, Li Xiaomei replied. There were a few unread messages on WeChat. 2 were from Bai Wei, asking what he was up to, and 1 was from Yu Hao, who wanted to train with him. He then opened his computer to browse the internet for a while, enjoying the amusing banter of netizens. When fatigue finally washed over him, he climbed into bed with a cheerful heart, murmured a good night to himself, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 23. The gathering at the villa the following day, Saturday. Wang Ting enjoyed a rare sleep-in, awakening around 8 o'clock. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face, prompting him to raise his hand to shield his eyes as he acclimated to the brightness. Oh, it was already 8:45. After checking the time, Wang Tung rose to brush his teeth and wash his face before descending the stairs. Aunt Chun and Aunt Li. The household servants were already busy at work. Aunt Chun was sweeping the floor while Aunt Li dusted the furniture. Although the villa was spacious, maintaining its cleanliness was quite a chore, and relying solely on themselves for upkeep was evidently impractical. Get up. Breakfast is ready. Li Xiaomei called out upon seeing him. Mother. I overslept. Why didn't you wake me? Wang Ting replied. I noticed you looked quite fatigued, so I refrained from disturbing you. After all, it is Saturday. An hour or two more of sleep isn't a significant loss, Li Xiaomei explained. The young master has changed considerably. He is becoming increasingly diligent. Aunt Li remarked with a smile. Though they were servants, Aunt Chun and Aunt Li had a good rapport with the family. In the past, even when Wang Tung was at his most reckless, he had never shown them any disrespect. This could be attributed to the strict upbringing enforced by Wang Xinghua and the character education imparted by Li Xiaomei. Children reflect the nature of their parents. I heard the young master is practicing martial arts. My son tried it too, but unfortunately lacked talent, ultimately having to give it up. As martial arts can be quite burdensome for ordinary families, Aunt Chun chimed in. Come now, don't flatter him too much, or his ego will soar to the skies. Li Xiaomei laughed. As Wang Ting enjoyed his breakfast, he engaged in light conversation with Aunt Li and the others. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to Li Xiaomei and drove out. At the Polaris Martial Arts Hall, on the second floor of the trainee training building, Wang Ting greeted a few familiar students. Ah Tung, you're a bit late today. Zhang Xiaoyang paused his training to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Clearly having been at it for over an hour. I overslept. My mother didn't wake me, Wang Ting replied with a hint of resignation. Haha. All mothers are the same. If I sleep in, mine never calls me either, Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. Wang Tung shook his head with a smile. By the way, I have some news. I'm about to be promoted to a senior martial artist, Zhang Xiaoyang announced excitedly. Oh, congratulations. When do you plan to make the leap? Wang Ting asked, somewhat surprised but not entirely taken aback. Zhang Xiaoyang's strength was already very close to that of a senior martial artist, and Wang Tung had suspected that a promotion could happen at any time. I'll warm up this morning and then take the test, barring any mishaps. I should be training on the third floor by this afternoon, Zhang Xiaoyang explained. Wang Ting nodded, teasing, once you're on the third floor, there will be even more experts. Just don't get too badly beaten. Don't worry, I want to keep you waiting long, Wang Ting chuckled. The two chatted for a while longer before getting back to their training. In the afternoon, Wang Tung observed Zhang Xiaoyang's test, where he met all the required standards and successfully became a senior martial artist, moving on to the third floor. Wang Ting felt genuinely happy for him. A senior martial artist is a significant step closer to becoming a true warrior, although there remains a considerable distance to traverse. Every martial arts practitioner strives diligently towards this goal. When will I ever become a warrior? If only I could obtain a foundational martial arts manual. Wang Tung mused silently, feeling a sense of despondency. The remainder of the day was spent within the martial arts hall, focusing on improving his attributes while training vigorously, to the point where he even lost interest in teasing that chubby Wu Liang. On Sunday, around 9 o'clock, while still engrossed in his training, Wang Ting received a phone call from Su Jie, informing him of a gathering that promised to introduce him to several prominent families. Su Jie insisted that he and Bai Wei join him. Wang Tung was inclined to decline, but ultimately succumbed to Su Jie's relentless persuasion, who adopted a rather troublesome demeanor as if his life depended on Wang Ting's acceptance. Reluctantly, he agreed, recognizing the importance of maintaining his long-standing friendship with Su Jie. To be honest, he was not particularly eager to attend. In his previous life, he had participated in countless similar gatherings, which typically consisted of the offspring of wealthy and influential families coming together to eat, drink, and socialize, all while fostering connections. Building relationships could prove beneficial in the future, as they might assist one another when needed. However, after his family's downfall, he learned a hard truth. These acquaintances would distance themselves at the first sign of trouble, revealing their true colors. He had come to realize that they were merely fair-weather friends, superficial companions, capable of assisting with trivial matters, but utterly unreliable in times of crisis. Oh, well, I suppose I'll just go and indulge in food and drinks, Wang Ting self-soothed. Go on. It's good to meet new friends. If you keep practicing martial arts all day, I fear you might become a martial arts fanatic and struggle to find a girlfriend. The mention of a girlfriend made Wang Tung's head spin. Seeing the determined look on her face, he feared she would continue this topic indefinitely, prompting a hasty retreat. Terrifying. Wang Tung drove his car, still feeling a bit shaken. 20 minutes later, he met up with Su Jie and the others at the toll booth on the highway leading to Bowen Mountain. The gathering was to take place at a villa situated within Bowen Mountain. Rumor had it that the host came from a powerful family and held considerable influence among the younger generation. The villa, entirely his personal property, had been made available for this gathering. The four of them took 2 cars, with Bai Wei riding in Wang Ting's vehicle, where she briefly outlined the details, though she herself was not entirely in the loop. Su Jie drove ahead, leading the way, while Yu Hao sat in his car, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to share the ride with Bai Wei for some conversation, but before he could voice his desire, she had already jumped into Wang Tung's car. Given that Wang Tung's sports car could only accommodate 2 passengers, Yu Hao reluctantly abandoned his hopes. Bowen Mountain is located on the outskirts of Donghai City. It only takes half an hour to reach by highway. With clear road signs, they exited the highway and followed a paved road leading into the mountains. After years of development, Bowen Mountain had become home to numerous villas and entertainment facilities. To facilitate travel, a wide road had been constructed. As the mountain was not particularly high, otherwise, access would have been challenging. Lush trees lined the sides of the road, and the scenery was delightful. The occasional chirping of birds and the gentle sound of flowing water echoed through the air, creating a refreshing ambience that lifted one's spirits. Chapter 24. Zhou Baiyan. Ever since the emergence of the temporal rift, the life forms on Earth have undergone a profound transformation. Trees have grown tall and lush. Animals have become colossal, and their racial characteristics have been accentuated. The fierce have become fiercer, and the foolish even more foolish. In the wilderness, there are giant eagles soaring in the sky, lions the size of heavy trucks prowling the plains, and tigers roaring through the forests. Of course, in the cities, there are still clueless huskies intent on wreaking havoc, and adorably soft kittens indulging in their cuteness. The mutated star beasts are kept at bay by martial artists outside the city, allowing humans and animals within to coexist joyfully. Bowen Mountain, while not truly wild, still falls within the jurisdiction of Donghai City. Here, the trees are verdant, towering several dozen meters high, presenting a breathtaking sight. Occasionally, brightly feathered birds flutter out of the forest, perching by the roadside, oblivious to the passing vehicles. Once mere ordinary wild birds, they now boast vibrant plumage, striking eyes, and elegant forms, rivaling even the most precious avian species of the past. Yet, now, they are but wild birds commonplace in the mountains. A white rabbit peeks out from the grass. Its fur is smooth and glossy, its eyes resemble rubies, and its long ears fold backward. Little white rabbit. Such a cute little white rabbit, exclaimed Bai Wei with delight. Wang Tung, driving the car, caught a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This little white rabbit was anything but small. The vehicle soon sped away, and the rabbit disappeared into the grass. Much to Bai Wei's dismay, 2 cars ascended to the mountainside. A manor was built into the hillside, with lush greenery behind it, seamlessly blending with nature, elegant yet unpretentious. After parking, Wang Ting and his companions made their way toward the manor, where a servant greeted them at the entrance. They entered the manor, traversing a corridor until they reached a grand hall. Numerous people were already engaged in conversation and laughter inside. Upon seeing Wang Ting and his group, someone immediately approached with a smile, saying, "Cousin, you're here. Care to introduce these friends? Sun Gaoyan, my cousin. This is my elder brother Wang Tung. And the other 2 are my closest friends, Yu Hao and Bai Wei." Su Jie briefly introduced everyone. Sun Gaoyan was taken aback to hear Su Jie refer to Wang Tung as elder brother. He and Su Jie were cousins and relatively close, so he knew him well. Usually, Su Jie was quite carefree, and for him to call Wang Tung elder brother indicated that Wang Tung had some remarkable qualities. "Since Su Jie calls you elder brother, I must address you as such too." Sun Gaoyan smiled at Wang Ting. Wang Ting chuckled. "Let's not get caught up in titles. We are all of similar age, so just calling each other by name suffices." Sun Gaoyan then turned to Yu Hao and Bai Wei, exchanging a few light-hearted words, ensuring no one was left out. Soon, with Sun Gaoyan acting as a facilitator, Su Jie and the others quickly blended in with the crowd. Though Wang Tung was not fond of socializing, since he was present, he would smile and engage in conversation when approached, ensuring no one lost face. As a wealthy heir, even without formal training, he had learned the ropes merely by observation. Moreover, he was not entirely naive. He understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Among their group, Bai Wei garnered the most attention. The young lady's beauty shone brightly, drawing the gaze of several young men standing with other girls, much to Yu Hao's chagrin. As more guests arrived, the number swelled to over 20. All signs of affluent families or government officials. Wang Teng could not help but marvel at the host's significant social standing. Gaoen, who is the host of this gathering? Please enlighten me, Su Jie inquired quietly. Zhou Baiyun. Sun Gaoyan replied with a chuckle, revealing a name. Zhou family. Su Jie was taken aback. Yes, the very Zhou family you were thinking of, Sun Gaoyan confirmed with a nod. Then who is Zhou Baiyun? Su Jie was filled with curiosity, his mind racing with speculation. Indeed, it seems the Zhou family is poised for some fierce competition ahead, Sun Gaoyan remarked with a knowing smile. Bai Wei and Yu Hao listened intently, both aware of the implications of being from affluent families. Wang Ting remained unfazed. None of this concerned him. Regardless, he had no intention of getting involved. And once one became a martial artist, familial rivalries seemed trivial. Suddenly, a voice rang out. They're here. Footsteps echoed from outside, and 4 individuals entered the hall. Apologies for the delay, everyone. We had to pick up a friend, said the woman at the center, surveying the room. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall, and her beauty rated at least a 90 out of 100. Yet, she exuded an air of arrogance, her chin slightly raised, revealing a long neck reminiscent of a proud white swan. It's not late at all. We just arrived, the guest graciously responded. Why is that fellow Li Rongqing here? Su Jie leaned toward Wang Teng, frowning. Didn't he Miss Zhou say he was her friend? Yu Hao scoffed. If he dares to speak ill behind his back, isn't he afraid of being confronted by Wang Ting? Su Jie speculated disdainfully. All right, it's her territory. Let us keep our comments to a minimum, Wang Ting replied. Zhou Baiyun was adept at navigating among the elite, quickly dismissing any displeasure caused by her tardiness. Li Rongqing remained by her side, clearly held in high regard by her. Whether their friendship was genuine remained uncertain. Before long, Zhou Baiyun approached Wang Ting and his group, holding a glass of red wine. You fellows seem a bit unfamiliar. May I ask which families you represent? Her words elevated them, as she referred to Wang Teng and his friends as talented individuals. Talented? If individuals like Wang Ting and his friends are considered talented, then the bar for talent has truly been lowered. Li Rongqing's expression darkened upon spotting Wang Teng. Yuan Zhenghua, following closely behind him, mirrored his reaction. Before Sun Gaoyan could introduce them, Zhou Baiyun perceptively noticed the unusual atmosphere among the group and smiled. What is this? Do you know each other? Of course. We are all old classmates and acquaintances, Su Jie chuckled. Li Xiao, you look much better these days, Wang Teng inquired, seeing the familiar faces. To his surprise, Li Rongqing's expression grew even darker. Chapter 25, The Hunting Ground. It turned out to be the 5th young master of the Wang family. Zhou Baiyun smiled as she spoke, her previous emotions vanishing in an instant. Before arriving, she had already conducted a thorough investigation of the various families in Donghai City. Now, with Sun Gaoyan's introduction, she recognized Wang Teng, Su Jie, and Bai Wei among others. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, she offered a slight apology and moved towards others. Once she had distanced herself, Su Jie murmured, This Zhou Baiyun seems to look down on our families. Although Zhou Baiyun did not display her feelings overtly, it was evident that her demeanor towards Wang Teng and his group was markedly less cordial than with the others. Sun Gaoyan's expression turned somewhat sour. Since Su Jie and his companions were his guests, Zhou Baiyun's attitude was an embarrassment for him. Wang Teng clapped him on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. We're merely here to enjoy the food and drink. Making friends is secondary. Indeed, don't worry about it. A day of feasting and merriment is quite delightful. Su Jie chimed in, lightening the mood with his jest. You know, how did Li Rongqing end up with Zhou Baiyun? Bai Wei interjected suddenly. Logically speaking, the Li family shouldn't be on the same level as the Zhou family. I heard that Zhou Baiyun is recruiting martial disciples, especially those with the potential to become high-level martial artists, Sun Gaoyan replied. That makes sense. After Li Rongqing became a high-level martial disciple, the Li family has been boasting about it, as if they fear others are unaware. Everyone's calling him a genius, claiming that a martial artist will surely emerge from their ranks. Yu Hao added to the conversation. Becoming a martial artist is no simple feat. While high-level martial disciples are not rare, the number who actually become martial artists is exceedingly few. Out of 1,000 high-level martial disciples, there may not even be one who ascends to being a martial artist. As for Li Rongqing, the Li family would have to go to great lengths to elevate him. Su Jie said disdainfully. Nevertheless, that does not hinder Zhou Baiyun's current attempts to win him over, Bai Wei remarked sarcastically. Cast a wide net and catch many fish. Li Rongqing is likely just one of them. However, if Zhou Baiyun were aware of your strength, brother Wang Tong. Huh? Su Jie chuckled mischievously. This matter has nothing to do with me. No matter how kind she is to me, I will not involve myself, Wang Ting replied, shaking his head. Sun Gaoyun's mind sparked with a thought. The conversation between the two, coupled with Li Rongqing's earlier expression, led him to a sudden realization. A glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. However, he chose not to express this revelation, maintaining his previous demeanor while subtly integrating himself into Wang Tong's circle. Given Sun Gaoyun's personality, Yu Hao and Bai Wei did not reject him, and Wang Tong, having noticed something, chose not to elaborate further. Additionally, being Su Jie's cousin certainly eased his acceptance among them. Thus, the group soon found themselves engaged in lively conversation. By noon, it was time for the meal. Plates of exquisite dishes were laid out on the table, the aroma tantalizing, awakening appetites. These are Star Beast ingredients. Yu Hao remarked, having seen some before. Zhou Baiyun had indeed spent generously. These Star Beast ingredients were quite costly, Su Jie mused. Everyone gathered around the table, with others quickly gravitating towards Zhou Baiyun, soon occupying the front of the long dining table. Wang Ting and his companions found themselves seated at the far end, subtly feeling out of place. Before long, everyone began to eat. Wang Ting sampled a piece of meat, savoring it slightly, but soon realized that the vitality energy contained within was not particularly potent. These ingredients were likely just mildly mutated game from Earth. It made sense. The company consisted mainly of ordinary individuals who could hardly withstand the energy contained in authentic Star Beast ingredients. Moreover, Wang Ting observed that several of the wealthy second-generation attendees appeared pale, as if on the brink of collapse. For them, consuming too much could be akin to poison, potentially fatal. Zhou Baiyun likely understood this, which was why she had prepared such ingredients. Of course, most were unaware that these mildly mutated game were akin to rare delicacies enjoyed by the affluent in previous lives, seldom obtainable, with the ingredients expertly prepared by top chefs. The dishes were visually stunning, delicious, and nourishing, leading everyone to indulge joyfully. Zhou Baiyun is truly considerate. The meal lasted for over an hour, and once satisfied, Zhou Baiyun stood up, saying, "There are plenty of activities at Bowen Mountain. Let's rest for an hour, and at 2:30, we will set off to enjoy ourselves. Since we are here, we must make the most of it." Everyone responded enthusiastically. The villa contained numerous rooms, and guests scattered to find a place to rest or continued to gather and chat. Su Jie, Bai Wei, and others, lacking Wang Tong's stamina, decided to take a short nap. Wang Tong, having trained in martial arts, consciously maintained his energy levels and seized the opportunity to rest briefly as well. At 2:30, everyone emerged from their rooms and gathered in the hall, led by Zhou Baiyun towards the mountains. The entertainment facilities in the mountains were indeed plentiful, featuring an outdoor hot spring pool. With the scorching weather, it was the perfect excuse to frolic in the water and enjoy the sight of beautiful swimwear-clad girls. Among these affluent youths were certainly many attractive girls. Additionally, Bowen Mountain had designated a specific area as a hunting ground, where visitors could form teams to hunt, offering a unique thrill. Given men's affinity for firearms, the hunting game would undoubtedly satisfy their desires. Upon arriving at the location, everyone beheld the outdoor pool beneath a small waterfall, along with various entertainment facilities, eager to shed their clothes and plunge into the refreshing water. Whoa, clearly, someone had already taken the plunge, not bothering to disrobe, and with a howl, leaped into the water. Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? Those familiar with him couldn't help but laugh and scold. Emerging from the water, Lin Hao wiped his face and laughed heartily. It's fantastic. Those who want to join in, hurry up and come down, stop nagging. True to his name, he was indeed exuberant and unpretentious. Zhou Baiyun praised him, and Lin Hao laughed even harder. You're a fool, Su Jie said, shaking his head with a smile. Right next to us is the hunting ground. Those interested can head there and register with the staff to join in. You can hunt for some game for a barbecue tonight. I have prepared a mysterious gift for the one who catches the most prey, Zhou Baiyun explained, pointing towards an entrance on the left, before adding a cautionary note. However, I must remind everyone that many of the beasts inside possess a degree of aggressiveness. So please ensure your safety. It is best to team up for mutual support. Venturing alone significantly increases the risk. Chapter 26. Marksmanship as Zhou Baiyun's words faded. A few individuals greeted one another enthusiastically and made their way towards the hunting grounds. Wang Ting felt a stirring in his heart and summoned his attribute panel. Comprehension, 82, Physique, 167, Strength 2888, Speed, 1033, Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Subtle, Basic Body Technique, Subtle, Basic Sword Technique, Subtle, Basic Blade Technique, Subtle. Marksmanship, minor achievement. In recent days, not only had his attributes seen improvement, but the martial skills section now included marksmanship, which had also reached the minor achievement level. A wealth of firearms knowledge swirled in his mind, and he felt his accuracy had become exceptionally precise, with a keen glint in his eyes. The marksmanship attribute was a reward from the 5 bandits he had dispatched a couple of days prior. These bandits were mere martial practitioners, having only learned rudimentary fist and body techniques, thus offering limited attributes. However, their expertise with firearms had provided a substantial boost to his marksmanship attribute. Collectively, they had elevated Wang Ting's marksmanship to the minor achievement level. The act of killing had undoubtedly yielded the most attributes. Aside from the attributes, Wang Tung had also acquired a runic firearm that day. Each of the 5 bandits possessed a runic gun, but the leader had concealed an additional one. After the hostages fled the building, he decided not to let it go to waste, and looted the bodies. Wang Ting, can I say this is a good habit developed from playing games? Fortunately, the surveillance cameras had been destroyed by a few professional bandits, creating the most favorable conditions for Wang Ting. Thus, he now concealed a deadly weapon. Having obtained the marksmanship attribute, Wang Tung had yet to test it out. Upon hearing that firearms were permitted in the hunting grounds, a jolt of excitement surged through him. Wang Tung, shall we have some fun? Su Jie said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoan mirrored his eager expressions. Wang Ting smiled inwardly, realizing they were all on the same wavelength. Xiao Wei, are you coming? He inquired of Bai Wei, who stood nearby. I'll pass. You all enjoy your real guns while I play with my little water gun. Bai Wei replied, lifting a water gun that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. As long as you're happy, Wang Tung said, a twitch at the corner of his eye. He turned to Su Jie and the others. Well then, let's go. Bai Wei joined a group of girls engaged in a water gun battle. The 4 of them arrived at the hunting grounds entrance, completed their registration with the staff, and collected their firearms before stepping into the hunting grounds. Though they were runic guns, their power was incomparable to those used by the bandits. Among runic firearms, there were varying degrees of strength. Some could even kill martial artists, while others were only suitable for hunting the most basic mutated beasts. According to their power levels, runic guns were classified from 1 to 9 stars. The guns they currently possessed didn't even qualify as 1 star. Nevertheless, Su Jie and the others handled their guns as if they were priceless treasures. As they wandered through the hunting grounds, the area was surrounded by barbed wire enhanced with runic energy, its defensive capabilities vastly superior to ordinary wire. The hunting grounds were somewhat dimly lit, with towering trees blocking out the sunlight. The ground was covered in layers of decaying leaves, which crunched beneath their feet. Don't they have anyone to clean this place? Su Jie complained. What is the point? Many come here for this very atmosphere. Too many artificial touches would detract from its beauty, Sun Gaoyan replied. True. Su Jie pondered, nodding in agreement. Yu Hao rolled his eyes, unable to deny that Su Jie could be somewhat foolish at times. Bang! As they were chatting aimlessly, a gunshot suddenly erupted beside them, causing them to nearly leap from their spots. What the hell, Wang Ting? Why are you shooting? Su Jie exclaimed, patting his chest in shock. Wang Tung nodded his chin towards the direction of the sound, prompting Su Jie and the others to look over. A large gray rabbit lay motionless in the grass, already lifeless. What a great start. Su Jie burst into laughter. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoan exchanged astonished glances with Wang Tung, wondering when that rabbit had appeared, as they had sensed nothing. Moreover, the accuracy was indeed commendable. 1 shot, 1 kill. The group continued deeper into the hunting grounds, where wild animals abounded. An hour passed swiftly. Each of Su Jie's group was carrying their catch, indicating a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught their attention. Wait, hold your fire, Wang Tung instructed, and the 3 immediately halted, raising their guns. Listening intently, they indeed discerned faint sounds coming from ahead. They were quite accustomed to Wang Ting's sharp instincts and took it as a matter of course. Each found a tree to conceal themselves behind. Quick! Don't let it escape! Someone shouted from ahead. Su Jie and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had encountered fellow hunters. Just as they were about to abandon the chase, the bushes nearby rustled, prompting them to pause. Suddenly, a nimble black figure darted out. The shouting hunter pursued closely behind. "It's them!" Su Jia exclaimed, recognizing Zhou Baiyun and Li Rongqing among the group. Eager to impress Zhou Baiyun, Li Rongqing ran while firing his gun. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots missed as the black figure zigzagged away with astonishing agility. Li Rongqing, if you can't hit it, stop wasting bullets. It's one thing to waste ammo. But what if you hit us? Su Jia taunted. Damn it, why are you here too? Li Rongqing cursed in frustration. Heh, this hunting ground isn't your family's property. If you can come, so can we, Su Jia shot back. You. Stop it. We need to catch it before it gets away, Li Rongqing shouted. But before he could finish, Zhou Baiyun suddenly called out. Wang Teng, it's a white fox. It's heading your way, Su Jia exclaimed, glancing over in shock. Wang Teng hesitated to intervene. The fox was the quarry of Zhou Baiyun and her companions, and stepping in would surely breed resentment. However, as Li Rongqing fired a few more shots without success, the urgency grew. Whoever catches this fox, I'll grant them one condition, Zhou Baiyun shouted as the white fox prepared to flee. Wang Teng watched the approaching fox, feeling exasperated. It seemed he had no choice but to act. Bang. One shot. He had anticipated the fox's evasive trajectory and struck its abdomen. The white fox let out a cry and fell from the tree, crashing to the ground with a thud. Yes, I hit it, Su Jia exclaimed, more delighted than Wang Teng himself. He stepped out from behind the tree, laughing at Li Rongqing, whose face turned pale with envy. Damn it, Li Rongqing cursed. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan approached, gathering around the fox and expressing their admiration. This fox has exquisite fur. Zhou Baiyun crouched down and stroked the fox's fur, her face lighting up with joy. This fur would make a perfect scarf. Chapter 27. The thunderous sound in the night. After being baptized by the Force, the animals underwent a transformation. The fur of this white fox appeared as lustrous as silk. Not only was its color pristine and beautiful, but its texture was also incredibly delightful, providing excellent warmth. Zhou Baiyun instantly became enamored with it. She handed the fox to a girl accompanying her and turned to Wang Teng, exclaiming, I never expected your marksmanship to be so exceptional. Thank you for your timely assistance earlier. I am not merely speaking empty words. You may make a request of me. With a playful smile, she added. But it must not be excessive. It must be said that Zhou Baiyun, usually exuding an air of arrogance, displayed a charming contrast with her playful demeanor, which undoubtedly attracted attention. She had, after all, discerned a glimpse of Wang Teng's prowess, prompting a complete shift in her attitude towards him. How delightful. No need for that. It was but a trifling effort. Wang Teng replied with a smile, his nonchalant expression driving Li Rongqing into a frenzy as he seethed internally. What a show-off. He must be putting on an act. Let's go? Wang Teng turned to beckon Su Jia and the others, leading the way towards the entrance of the hunting ground. He had grown weary of the place, as the prey here could barely withstand a third of his shooting prowess. Su Jia, without hesitation, shot a middle finger at Li Rongqing and quickly fell into step with Wang Teng. Zhou Baiyun's expression darkened immediately, internally frustrated with Wang Teng for his apparent disregard. She maintained a facade of indifference, merely nodding. Wait for me. Yu Hao, reluctant to part with his firearm, found himself alone and thus lacked purpose. Hastily jogging to catch up. By the outdoor swimming pool, numerous beach chairs were set up under the verdant shade, overlooking the shimmering mountain spring waters. Wang Teng and his companions found 4 vacant chairs and reclined upon them, indulging in chilled fruits, snacks, and beverages while admiring the beautiful women in the water. Ah, what a delight. Su Jia and Sun Gaoyan erupted into laughter, their amusement echoing like a duck's quack. Yu Hao couldn't resist casting a few glances, then turned to gaze at Bai Wei with a look of disdain. Youth is indeed splendid, brimming with vitality. Wang Teng, donning sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled clouds of smoke, exuding an air of world weariness. Here he goes again, putting on a show, as if he's impressing the air. Su Jia suddenly leaned in, wearing a conspiratorial expression, and asked, Wang Teng, which one do you fancy? Me? Wang Teng inquired, and Su Jia nodded. He glanced over and replied, that's obvious. The one with the best figure. Shameless. The 3 chorused in unison. Wang Teng laughed heartily, just as he turned his gaze towards the beauties when a sudden scene made his eyes narrow. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with his fingers. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air, ultimately striking the salacious hand of a young man stealthily reaching out from the pool. The force and precision were impeccably executed. Perfect. Ah, what was that? Oh, nothing. I think something just bit my foot. Startled me. He replied, inconspicuously hiding his hand behind him, forcing a laugh. Bai Wei ignored him, continuing to play with her friends. The sound of water guns filling the air. The young man looked at the back of his hand, which was now red and swollen, causing him to gasp in pain. He scanned his surroundings, bewildered, but found nothing amiss. Wang Teng had anticipated that this lesson might temper the young man's behavior. However, a mere 10 minutes later, the fellow once again stealthily approached Bai Wei, extending his lecherous hand. Wang Teng furrowed his brow. This was becoming tiresome. He picked up a larger stone and flicked it once more, this time aiming directly at the young man's lower regions. Crack! A sharp sound resonated. Ow wow! Followed by a pained howl that startled everyone. The young man's face contorted in agony as he doubled over, clutching himself. All eyes turned towards him, and acquaintances rushed over to inquire. Yet, he dared not raise an alarm, repeatedly waving his hands, and after a moment, he hoarsely said, "It's fine, it's fine. I think I was just bitten by something." Having stood behind her twice, and after 2 inexplicable yelps, claiming he was bitten, Bai Wei was not so easily fooled. Sensing something amiss, she raised her head and locked eyes with Wang Teng on the shore. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and made a gesture, and Bai Wei's expression instantly turned to one of disdain for the young man. The commotion had extinguished her enthusiasm. She emerged from the water and joined Wang Teng's group. Settling into an empty chair to sip her drink and engage in casual conversation, disregarding the earlier incident. Time passed swiftly. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group lit a bonfire. Zhou Baiyun had previously instructed others to clean the game they had caught. Now, platters of fresh game were presented, and those skilled in barbecuing began to showcase their talents, eager to impress the ladies. With barbecued meats and vegetables, although everyone was left with greasy mouths, they did not feel overwhelmed. Coupled with beer, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Groups of friends gathered together, singing, playing games, as if they were longtime acquaintances. Within this revelry of food and merriment, time gradually slipped away. Zhou Baiyun rose, clapped her hands, and drew everyone's attention, preparing to say a few words. The crowd, displaying their courtesy, turned to face her in silence. Zhou Baiyun opened her mouth. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted suddenly from the distant forest and even from afar. Everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. Everyone was taken aback, gazing towards the source of the sound, only to find an impenetrable darkness ahead, obscuring all visibility. Chapter 28. The martial artist's assault. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what had transpired in the distance. At that moment, Li Rongqing stepped forward and said to Zhou Baiyun, "I shall investigate." "Very well. Please be cautious." Zhou Baiyun nodded in agreement. Li Rongqing smiled and dashed into the dense forest, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Li Rongqing must be a senior martial artist. Only those trained in martial arts can be of assistance in such situations, remarked a wealthy heir with envy. Wang Teng gazed into the inky darkness, hesitated briefly, and addressed Su Jie and the others. "Stay put and do not wander off. I will take a look as well." "Wang Teng, do be careful." Bai Wei expressed her concern. Wang Teng nodded and, with a sudden forceful leap, propelled himself upward, lightly tapping the trunk of a tree with his toes, landing effortlessly atop a large tree crown. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the unassuming Wang Teng was also a martial artist, and his prowess appeared to rival that of Li Rongqing. Indeed, he was a senior martial artist, and it seemed his abilities surpassed even Li Rongqing's. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhou Baiyun's eyes as she observed the figure poised on the treetop. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings, discerning the direction before exerting immense strength, causing a thunderous explosion as he propelled himself off the tree crown. The leaves cascaded from the sky as Wang Teng shot into the night like a released arrow, navigating swiftly through the dense foliage. The crowd of affluent heirs and bureaucrats was left entranced. Was this the true power of a senior martial artist? Had Li Rongqing witnessed this spectacle, he would undoubtedly have chastised Wang Teng for his ostentation. Furthermore, such exaggerated abilities were hardly characteristic of a senior martial artist. If all were as unorthodox as he, the city would be filled with martial artists soaring through the skies. "What have you discovered?" Zhou Baiyun inquired as she approached. Li Rongqing shook his head. "The sound seems to have originated from a great distance. I have searched this vicinity thoroughly and found no anomalies." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, another deafening noise echoed through the air, creating an awkward atmosphere. Li Rongqing felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing it. Su Jie and the others couldn't help but snicker, further aggravating his irritation. "What are you laughing at?" Where's Wang Teng?" He suddenly realized Wang Teng was missing. "After you left, Wang Teng also went to investigate. Zhou Baiyun informed him. Li Rongqing's expression darkened further. Damn it. Why is this guy always involved in everything? Very well. Let us wait a moment longer, Zhou Baiyun replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Wang Ting traversed the forest, lightly stepping on the tree crowns, propelling himself forward with each leap. It was true that ordinary senior martial artists lacked his level of strength. The tree crown was inherently delicate. Too much force would cause one to fall, while insufficient strength would prevent one from leaping at all. Most senior martial artists not only lacked such power, but also the control over their bodies to perform as Wang Ting did. After a moment, Wang Ting halted, descending from the tree and landing softly on the ground. It must be nearby. His gaze swept through the darkness, detecting some signs of disturbance. There had been a fierce battle here, evidenced by the tremendous noise. Could it have been martial artists? A flicker of fear coursed through him at the thought. If it were indeed martial artists, it would be prudent not to approach. Yet, the thought of attribute bubbles dropping from a martial artist's conflict tantalized him. What if there were something he desperately needed? He stood still. A voice in his mind cautioned him against curiosity, while another urged him to seek fortune in danger. Perhaps I shall take a quick look. If anything seems amiss, I will flee immediately. Wang Ting ultimately persuaded himself, cautiously inching closer, his heart racing with trepidation. After advancing 10 meters, he found himself surrounded by fallen trees, their trunks shattered, with charred remnants evident on the ground, alongside several deep craters. The edges of these pits were half blackened and half covered in ice shards. This, Wang Ting gasped in astonishment. Was this the manifestation of a martial artist's power? He took a few more steps forward, his attention suddenly fixated. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, utterly lifeless. Nearby, several attribute bubbles floated, and as a surge of elation surged within him, it was swiftly eclipsed by a chilling dread. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and goosebumps erupted across his body. A sharp pain pierced his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his speed and activated his precise movement technique. There was no time to evade. He could only turn slightly to the side. Swish! A streak of sword light whizzed past Wang Ting, slicing through his clothing and breaking the skin, blood splattering. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. However, he dared not relax. Danger clung to him like a shadow. Almost simultaneously with his narrow escape, he trembled and summoned a small rune gun into his hand, firing multiple rounds toward the direction of the sword light. Bang! 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 He continued until every bullet in the chamber was expended, then took cover behind a tree, gasping for breath, his heart racing with lingering fear. Who could it be? Why are they trying to kill me? The forest was eerily silent. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. After a moment, he cautiously peeked out in the direction from which the sword light had come. A shadow leaned against a tree, utterly motionless. Several attribute bubbles floated nearby, their faint glow allowing Wang Ting to discern that the figure appeared to be deceased. Did I kill them? Could they not have been a martial artist? Confusion filled Wang Ting's mind as he hesitated before cautiously approaching, his fist primed for any sudden movements. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed the individual was indeed dead. A bullet had struck their forehead, while others were distributed around vital organs. If they were still alive, they would not be human. Phew! Wang Ting exhaled in relief. He wiped the blood from his waist, feeling fortunate to have escaped with his life. Is the world of martial artists truly this perilous? Is killing so commonplace? His mind swirled with confusion as he gazed at the face of the deceased, frozen in an expression of disbelief and fear at the moment of death. Perhaps they never imagined they would meet their end at my hands. Then, Wang Ting's gaze fell upon the attribute bubbles scattered nearby. Collect. Crimson Flame Technique, Junior Fire Affinity Talent, Fire Elemental Essence X2, Chapter 29, the 1-Star Warrior Crimson Flame Technique, Elementary Fire Affinity, Fire Force 2, Fire Lens Sword Technique 10, Mentality 0. 1. 5 orbs of energy were entirely collected by Wang Ting. In an instant, he underwent a profound transformation. The infusion of Mentality 0, 1, brought clarity to his mind, albeit for a fleeting moment before it vanished. Simultaneously, his body experienced an indescribable metamorphosis. With his eyes closed, what once was a void of darkness transformed as he perceived numerous fiery particles, pulsating with warmth, meandering through the cosmos like miniature sprites imbued with life. Fire Force. This was indeed the essence of Fire Force. Once Wang Ting's transformation was complete, the surrounding Fire Force seemingly discovered a playground, exuberantly rushing towards him, infiltrating his body through every pore. However, they lacked guidance, chaotically surging within him. Fortunately, a sudden influx of memories activated. Crimson Flame Technique. A phantom figure practiced within Wang Tung's mind, as the intricate network of meridians in his body manifested, branching from his spine to every limb, densely covering him. The fire force was immediately drawn in. The recently acquired 2 points of fire force attributes obediently assumed the role of a leader, guiding a procession of smaller orbs to march in orderly fashion along the meridians within Wang Tung's being. A brilliant red light erupted. An intense warmth surged forth from the base of his spine, spreading throughout his entire body. The injuries he had previously sustained healed rapidly as the warmth coursed through him, until they vanished entirely. Finally, a plume of heat ascended from the crown of his head. Meanwhile, another ethereal figure wielding a sword practiced within Wang Tung's mind. The blade enveloped in fiery power, exuding remarkable might. Fire Lin's sword technique. As the visions dissipated, Wang Tung opened his eyes, suppressing the elation within, and gazed at his attribute panel. To his astonishment, the panel had undergone a complete transformation. Comprehension, 83, Mentality, 12. 1 Affinity. Elementary Fire Affinity, 10 300, Force, 6 100 Fire, 1-star Warrior Level. Technique. Crimson Flame Technique. Entry 1 100. Combat Skills. Basic Combat Techniques. Fist, Sword, Knife. Subtle Movement. Marksmanship, Minor Accomplishment. Fire Lin's Sword Technique. Entry 10 100. Knowledge. Basic Subjects, Full Score. Comprehensive Combat Power, 132. Final Interpretation rights belong to the system. What is this? Wang Tung stared at the dramatically altered attribute panel, particularly the Force section, his gaze transfixed. 1-star Warrior Level? I have become a warrior. Clenching his fists, he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. So this individual was indeed a warrior, and I had slain a warrior. He looked down at the lifeless body of the warrior before him, momentarily at a loss for emotions. Exhaling a deep breath. Fortunately, although the preceding events felt lengthy, they had transpired in but a brief moment. As Wang Tung returned to the fallen warrior's side, the orbs, despite their ethereal nature, had not entirely vanished. Collect. Elementary Ice Affinity. Ice Force 1. Xianbing Technique. Phantom Ice Fist 8. 4 attribute orbs, 1 less than the previous warrior. As expected, this individual was also a warrior. As the attribute orbs assimilated into Wang Tung's body, a similar scene unfolded. Wang Tung acquired Elementary Ice Affinity, becoming attuned to the Ice Force. As the frigid particles in the environment surged into him, the Force Technique, Xianbing Technique, began to take effect. A figure sat cross-legged in Wang Tung's mind, and he mirrored this position in reality, following the flow of the Xianbing Technique to guide the Ice Force throughout his body. The chilling sensation sent shivers down his spine, causing the ground around him to form a thin layer of frost. Boom. The influx of Ice Force triggered a reaction from the Fire Force that had recently entered. Being inherently incompatible, once they met, they would inevitably clash violently, unable to tolerate each other's presence. Yet, just as conflict was on the verge of erupting, an enigmatic force appeared between them. Under the influence of this force, the Ice Force and Fire Force gradually settled. They began to rotate slowly, ultimately forming a circle, maintaining a stable equilibrium. Simultaneously, the information pertaining to the Phantom Ice Fist seamlessly integrated into Wang Tung's memory, granting him yet another combat technique. After a moment, Wang Tung exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. That was close. The clash of ice and fire could have erupted within me, which would have been disastrous. Had I made a fundamental mistake, I might have perished without understanding how. Contemplating briefly, he could surmise no other explanation. It was most likely the system's intervention. After all, he possessed no mystical ring to rely upon, nor could he expect a grandparent to appear and save the day. Wang Tung stood up, brushing off the dead leaves from his clothing, noticing the thin layer of frost that had formed around him. Force is truly wondrous, he mused, glancing at the deceased warrior's body, pondering. Well, let us search the body. He rummaged through the pockets, finding only a mobile phone and a coin, devoid of any other items. However, the purple-black gloves on the warrior's hands caught Wang Tung's attention. Good stuff. An iPhone 8. A Zippo lighter. Excellent. I'll take that. He also discovered a crushed pack of cigarettes, evidently belonging to a kindred spirit, which he nonchalantly pocketed. Oh, this sword is quite impressive. Wang Tung pried the warrior's fingers open, examining the long sword adorned with crimson runes, unceremoniously claiming it for himself. No need for remorse. One cannot take their possessions with them in death. Consider it a contribution to society. Wang Tung muttered to himself. Chapter 30. After the bountiful harvest, after thoroughly scavenging the belongings of the two warriors, Wang Teng turned to leave. If anyone were to witness the scene here. Wait. A frown creased his brow. Having taken the items from the two warriors, it would be quite easy for someone investigating to trace it back to him. Destroying the evidence? It seems that is the only option left. Wang Teng placed the two corpses into a deep pit and summoned the fire element within him. A flicker of flame igniting from his fingertips. This pit, crafted by their own hands, was now perfectly suited for their use. In today's society, cremation is all the rage, both environmentally friendly and a wise use of land. What was that line from a poem? Ah, yes. Transformed into spring mud to better protect the flowers. Even in death, they could contribute to this forest. How delightful that would be. Wang Teng muttered a few words to himself, then glanced at the warrior who had previously attempted to kill him, speaking with a complex expression. Although you sought to take my life, I survived, and in an unfortunate twist of fate, I have inadvertently taken yours. Consider your lighter and cigarettes as a form of spiritual compensation. I am, after all, a good person. With a flick of his finger, the flame soared and landed upon the corpse. Ignite. The fire blazed fiercely. Fueled by his elemental energy, the flames roared with vigor. Before long, the two bodies were reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. Without corpses, no one would know precisely what transpired here tonight. Even if someone were to discover that Wang Teng had been present, they would surely find nothing amiss. Perfect. However, what led these two to engage in battle at such a late hour? Was it truly such entertainment? Wang Teng pondered, scanning his surroundings, but finding nothing notable. Shaking his head, it seemed he was overthinking. He gazed at the large tree that had been leaning against by the fire element warrior, feeling something was amiss. Approaching the tree, he looked up, but was obstructed by the leaves, obscuring his view. He leaped lightly onto the branches, his gaze sweeping across. His eyes abruptly halted. A backpack. Wang Teng leapt over and retrieved the bag from the branches, unzipping it to find it filled with tangled grass, within which lay an egg. Could it be that they were fighting over this egg? Wang Teng mused, stroking his chin. Yet, with no witnesses to confirm anything, it was meaningless to dwell on such thoughts. This egg now belonged to him. Having waited too long, the privileged youths grew impatient, displaying their dissatisfaction. If you wish to leave, simply do so without all this fuss, Su Jie remarked, frowning. Indeed, what else would the self-proclaimed high-level martial artist? A young man scoffed. Others were about to chime in when a voice suddenly emanated from the woods. I don't recall ever claiming to be a high-level martial artist. So why the need for self-proclamation? The young man's expression stiffened at once. Wang Teng cast a nonchalant glance at him, then smiled at the gathered crowd. I apologize for making you wait so long. I suddenly forgot that I am directionally challenged and unintentionally lost my way. The crowd was left in disbelief. A directionally challenged person daring to venture alone into the woods at night? And checking? Checking what, exactly? Li Xiao, watch your words behind my back. Or you may find yourself labeled a gossip, Wang Teng remarked, turning his gaze towards Li Rongqing with a knowing smile. Li Rongqing felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze, huffing as he turned away. Zhou Baiyun was not entirely convinced by Wang Teng's excuse and approached him, asking, Wang Xiao, did you discover anything? Naturally, there were no objections from the others. They all returned to the villa to collect their vehicles and bid each other farewell. It is worth noting that the one who captured the most prey was Li Rongqing. With Wang Teng having exited early, Li Rongqing had gained the upper hand. The expression on Li Rongqing's face at that moment was beyond description. Wang Teng and Su Jie drove into Donghai City, one following the other. Go ahead. Send a WeChat when you arrive home, Wang Teng waved. The two parted ways at an intersection. Donghai City, rich and affluent residents, naturally boasts numerous similar villa districts. Well, I'm off. Get some rest. Staying up too late can make one age prematurely, Wang Teng laughed, driving away. You're the one who's aging. Bai Wei pouted. The backpack containing the mysterious egg, along with the fire element warrior's sword and various other scattered belongings, were discreetly stashed in the trunk of Wang Teng's car. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of these items would have been difficult to explain. Fortunately, the wound inflicted by the fire element warrior had completely healed during his breakthrough, preventing another unexplainable issue. He changed out of his blood-stained and torn clothing, donning a similar colored outfit instead. With night having fallen, no one would notice the change. Under such hasty circumstances, it was the best he could do. Some of his excuses were flimsy at best. Zhou Baiyun likely sensed something amiss, but lacking evidence, she could only halt at mere speculation. Egg. This feels akin to a thief in the night. Shaking his head, Wang Tung rested his left elbow on the car window, propping his head up as he drove one-handed like a seasoned driver. As he passed through a commercial street, his peripheral vision caught glimpses of the vibrant nightlife outside. It was already past 10, yet the street remained bustling with people, laughter, and merriment. Couples strolled hand in hand, reveling in the night. How wonderful. The lives of ordinary people are truly not so bad, Wang Ting mused, when suddenly a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Chapter 31. The True Nature of Jealousy. JPG Lin Chuan had been busy all day and was utterly exhausted, her delicate features bearing a hint of weariness. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, causing her hair to fall slightly out of place. However, this could not diminish her inherent beauty. Lin Chuan worked at a bubble tea shop, indeed, the very renowned 2 o'clock bubble tea establishment. Her presence undoubtedly added a vibrant touch to the shop. The owner often remarked on the astuteness of his initial decision. As long as Lin Chuan was there, the business thrived beyond expectation. Regrettably, she only worked on weekends. The owner, a married man with a formidable wife, harbored no romantic intentions toward Lin Chuan. However, the 2 male employees at the shop were quite infatuated with her. Consistently offering breakfast or inviting her to lunch, their attentiveness bordering on excessive. The owner observed this dynamic, wishing to intervene but refraining from meddling in personal affairs, instead instituting a rule that prohibited romantic interactions during work hours. This had some effect, yet once the workday concluded, he could do little to control the situation. At this moment, the employees were tidying up, preparing to close. A tall, handsome young man approached Lin Chuan with a smile. Another boy, sporting a trendy foil perm, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chuan, my place is on your way. Let me give you a ride." A girl teased, "You must be joking. Your so-called on the way is at least 10 kilometers off. At least it's closer than Qian Weibo's place. He lives 20 kilometers away from Chuan's," the boy with the perm retorted. "How noble of you to find such an excuse," the boy with the perm scoffed. Both were aware they had been rejected time and again, and in truth, they didn't even know where Lin Chuan lived. She had only shared the general area. After all, a girl must take care to protect herself and not disclose her home address to just any boy. Before the two could continue their banter, a familiar, frivolous voice interrupted. "Hey, beautiful, I'll have a cup of bubble tea." The brazen tone made Lin Chuan's heart sink. "I'm sorry, but we're closing," Qian Weibo announced. As Lin Chuan turned to see the newcomer, she was taken aback. "What are you doing here? Why, is it so surprising that it's me?" Wang Ting replied with a grin. The familiarity of their exchange instilled a sudden sense of rivalry in Qian Weibo and the boy with the perm. Moreover, the newcomer was rather handsome. Just a bit. Qian Weibo inquired, "Chuan, who is this?" "Chuan? Heh." Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Qian Weibo. "He is my deskmate," Lin Chuan stated. "Deskmate?" Qian Weibo and the boy with the perm exchanged glances, realizing they were facing a formidable opponent. "Since he's your deskmate, let us make one last cup of bubble tea," the owner nodded to Wang Ting. "What would you like?" "My fellow student?" Qian Weibo asked. "Do you have Xiangpiopio?" Wang Ting inquired. "What the hell is Xiangpiopio? This is a bubble tea shop, not a supermarket." Qian Weibo internally raged. The owner and other staff were equally baffled, their expressions a mix of disbelief and frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan had already begun preparing the simplest bubble tea with black pearls, swiftly completing it and placing it in front of Wang Ting with a thud. 12 yuan. That's quite expensive, Wang Tung remarked, indifferent to the type of tea, as he pulled out his phone to pay. Lin Chuan ignored him, tidying up before bidding farewell to the owner and exiting the shop. She rolled out a pink scooter from the nearby parking area, donning an oversized Hello Kitty helmet just as she was about to mount it. "Chuan, wait for me." Qian Weibo and the boy with the perm hurriedly finished their tasks, each pushing an electric bike to catch up. Seeing the two cling to her like a stubborn adhesive, Lin Chuan frowned in annoyance. "Class monitor. Let me give you a ride," Wang Ting said, approaching with the bubble tea in hand. "No need," Lin Chuan replied coldly. "We're all old classmates." "No need to be so polite," Wang Tung said, snatching Lin Chuan's scooter with one hand. "Wow, such strength." Qian Weibo and the perm boy exchanged alarmed glances. When Wang Tung reached the sleek sports car parked by the roadside, their eyes widened in disbelief. With a beep, the trunk opened, and Wang Tung unceremoniously shoved the pink scooter inside. The trunk lid barely closed, leaving the scooter protruding awkwardly, a glaring sight. Oh, how ostentatious. A sports car with a scooter inside, truly an unprecedented sight. The scene left the bubble tea shop owner and Qian Weibo in stunned silence. Was this the disparity of wealth? Suddenly, Qian Weibo and the perm boy began to question their life choices. Wang Ting opened the car door and called to Lin Chuhan. Still standing in place, come on. What are you waiting for? Biting her lip, Lin Chuan hesitated, finally relenting and taking a seat in the car. A sharp crack echoed, as if glass shattered. Their hearts ached. The two clutched their chests. Wang Tong closed the door for Lin Chuan and was about to enter when he recalled something and turned to Qian Weibo and the perm boy. You two. How well do you know my class monitor? He asked with a smile. As they began to nod, Wang Ting's hand landed on their shoulders, applying gentle pressure. In the next moment, the tambourine shook. Since you aren't familiar, remember to address her properly, including her surname. I am Wang Tung. The true nature of jealousy, JPG. Wang Ting chuckled, releasing them as they turned beet red. Ouch. I feel like my bones are being crushed. His strength was astonishing. Surely he must be a martial artist? Moreover, driving a sports car indicated wealth. This was someone to be reckoned with. Shivering in fear, they nodded vigorously. What Lin Chuan? Who is that? Is she pretty? What does it have to do with me? Everything else faded into insignificance. The priority was to get rid of this demon. Wang Ting sped away into the night, leaving Qian Weibo and the boy with the perm staring blankly at the taillights of the sports car. And that pink scooter. They felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Chapter 32. Counting the harvest stopped the car. Lin Chuan suddenly exclaimed as they had just driven down a street. Wang Ting did not comply, turning to inquire, where do you live? It's not right to do this. It feels like you're abandoning me after I've helped you. Wang Ting chuckled. Who is abandoning whom? Lin Chuan replied, slightly flustered. I just helped you get rid of two nuisances, and now you wish to cast me aside? Is that not the very definition of betrayal? Wang Ting countered. I want to get out, Lin Chuan insisted, unbuckling her seatbelt with determination. In the end, she was defeated, not by logic, but by Wang Ting's audacity. Lin Chuan's residence was a cluster of houses that seemed almost inconceivable in the city of Donghai. Before her lay a dark alley. At this point, she resolutely refused to let him drive her any further, especially since the car could not enter. Wang Tung had no choice but to relent. He took Lin Chuan's little scooter from the back seat and hung her milk tea on the car handle. Your milk tea, he said. Lin Chuan frowned. If I drink milk tea at night, I won't be able to sleep. Then you want me to keep you awake? Wang Ting teased. Ha ha ha. If you can't sleep, you'll think of me. He laughed heartily. Get lost. Lin Chuan retorted, hastily fleeing on her scooter into the dark alley. This alley was long and obscured. Even with her headlights, visibility was severely limited. She drove cautiously. Suddenly, a bright light flickered behind her. That rascal. Lin Chuan felt a flicker of emotion, but quickly shook it off and focused on moving forward. It was only after she vanished from sight that Wang Tung drove away. Upon returning home, it was already 11 o'clock. Ah, women. They are indeed a handful. The house was quiet. Wang Tung secured the door and ascended the stairs. It seemed that Li Xiaomei had already retired for the night. After showering and drying his hair, he locked the door and rubbed his hands together, sitting on the floor to meticulously sort through his belongings. A single coin, a Zippo lighter, half a pack of cigarettes, and 2 mobile phones. These were all ordinary items. However, the 2 mobile phones held potential. Ideally, he could crack their passwords. They surely contained crucial information, including the identities of the 2 deceased warriors. Additionally, there was a pair of gauntlets and a battle sword. Both were runic weapons. The gauntlets and sword were inscribed with runes, exuding a mysterious and extraordinary aura. Wang Tung consulted the internet for their details. The dark violet gauntlets belonged to the Shadow series, rated as a 1-star advanced ice-type weapon, with a market value of around 2 million. The sword, adorned with crimson runes, was a 1-star top-tier weapon from the Crimson Flame series, priced at 3.5 million. Such a price. Wang Tung could only marvel at how wealthy warriors were. Fortunately, as a second-generation rich kid, he was not easily swayed by such sums. This discovery spared him the trouble of seeking out weapons. These 2 would suffice for the time being. Finally, there was the egg. Wang Ting took it from his backpack, placing it under the light for careful inspection. From its surface, it was impossible to discern which creature it belonged to. However, this egg was likely the very source of the conflict between the 2 warriors. If that were true, it must be something extraordinary. After comparing various egg images found online, he observed for over half an hour before arriving at a startling conclusion. This was an avian egg. Indeed, it had to be. Regardless of its origin, he decided to set it aside for now. Once he clarified its provenance, he would see if it could be incubated. Next, Wang Ting shifted his attention to his attribute panel. Perception, 83, Mentality, 12. 1. Talent, Beginner Fire Talent, 10,300. Beginner Ice Talent, 12,300, Force, 6,100 Fire, 1-star Warrior level, for 100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level, Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Entry 1,100. Mystic Ice Technique, Entry 1,100, Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Blade, Subtle Movement, Marksmanship, Minor Success, Fire Chill Sword Technique, Entry 10,100. Illusory Ice Fist, Entry 8,100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Score, Comprehensive Combat Power, 135. Gazing at the array of attributes, Wang Tung was suddenly enveloped by a sense of satisfaction. A warrior. He had finally become a warrior, though the time taken to transition from novice to warrior was markedly shorter than most. The experiences he had endured were anything but negligible. He had faced life and death crises along the way. Fortune favors the bold. It was worth it. Subsequently, Wang Tung compared the changes in his attribute panel. Previously, atop Bowen Mountain, he had no time to ponder this. Now, upon reflection, he realized that the differences were indeed significant. First, there was the addition of mentality. Its meaning was not difficult to comprehend. Mentality or soul represents the essence of consciousness, an abstract notion. It was highly likely that he had acquired the mentality attribute from the deceased fire warrior, thus activating it. Next, the former physique had vanished, replaced by talent. Wang Tung understood that once a warrior's physique met the required standards, they would undergo tests using specialized instruments to determine their innate talent, thereby guiding them in selecting the appropriate energy techniques and combat skills. This distinction set warriors apart from mere martial practitioners. Upon deeper contemplation, Wang Tung felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously researched that most people possess some form of talent. As long as their physique met the criteria, they could cultivate energy techniques. However, there existed a rare subset of individuals devoid of any talent. The disparity between high talent and none at all was stark, with both occurrences being exceedingly rare. To his astonishment, he realized he was among that select few. Thank goodness for the system's guidance. Wang Tung felt immense relief. A lack of talent was far more daunting than having lesser talent, as the former effectively severed all potential paths. Imagine dedicating oneself to arduous training only to be informed of a lack of talent at the critical moment. What a devastating blow that would be. Those lacking resolve might be left utterly despondent. Wang Tung shook his head. Next was Force, which represented the warrior-s level. Wang Tung was now classified as a 1-star warrior, yet he wielded both fire and ice energies, making him significantly stronger than a single-element warrior. He had researched online and found that single-element warriors were the most common, while multi-element warriors were exceedingly rare. Dual-element warriors occasionally appeared, but tri-element warriors were virtually non-existent. As for 4, 5, or even 6-element warriors, they had yet to be seen. Techniques and combat skills had not undergone substantial changes, each simply adding 2 energy techniques and combat skills. Finally, there was combat power. This attribute likely represented a composite of various factors, including physique, strength, speed, energy, and combat skills. This was beneficial, as it provided a direct representation of his capabilities. After reviewing everything, Wang Tung could not help but yawn, fatigue washing over him. He closed his eyes and gradually succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 33, Taobao Customization Monday. The first day after becoming a martial artist, Wang Tung had just awakened, still somewhat dazed. After a moment, the events of the previous night flooded back to him. It turned out that he was now a martial artist. Wang Tung clenched his fist, feeling the latent power within his body, finally grasping a sense of reality. Martial artists absorb primal energy into their bodies, refining their physiques, transforming their bones and muscles in ways that are unfathomable compared to ordinary martial apprentices. However, in the era of martial arts, becoming a martial artist is merely the beginning. Wang Tung got up, freshened himself, and then descended to have breakfast. At the dining table, he stuffed a boiled egg into his mouth and curiously inquired of Li Xiaomei. She responded that there was a project that had not been finalized, and it would take a few more days. Wang Tung nodded. Since it was a company matter, he refrained from pressing further. After finishing his breakfast, Wang Tung drove towards Donghai No. 1 High School. The college entrance examination loomed closer with each passing day. The atmosphere in the school grew increasingly tense, as students poured their heart and soul into their studies, striving for a promising future. It is often said that the college entrance examination is a pivotal turning point in life. Many scoff at this notion, questioning the value of toiling to gain admission to a university. only to emerge with a meager salary of $3,000 to $6,000 a month. They scrimp and save for 10 years before even considering purchasing a house or a car. And even then, they're often laden with debt. As for those who boast of earning $10,000 a month or $1 million a year, they remain the minority. Most of them are top-tier graduates from prestigious institutions. Scholars of remarkable caliber. How can one compare? So the notion that knowledge changes destiny is merely a ruse. Wrong. Because if one does not attend university, they may find themselves faring even worse. Lin Shuhan arrived earlier than Wang Teng. Previously, he merely regarded her as diligent. However, now understanding that she worked late into the night, yet still awoke earlier than many to study, he acknowledged her potential to become a scholarly prodigy. In his past life, when Wang Teng was a privileged young master, he would have looked down upon Lin Shuhan's efforts. What was the point of studying so hard? The money earned after graduation might not even afford him a single luxury sports car. But after witnessing the downfall of the Wang family, he realized his own insignificance. Without the Wang family, he was nothing, utterly useless. Observing Lin Shuhan engrossed in her studies, Wang Teng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He did not disturb her. Instead, he sat down, took out his phone, and logged onto Taobao. He intended to search for a suitable container for his weapons. Given the nature of the system, his future development would undoubtedly be more comprehensive, and the combat techniques he learned would multiply. He already possessed both a battle sword and boxing gloves, and he anticipated acquiring more weapons in the future. It would be impractical to carry them haphazardly when going out. As he scrolled through Taobao, he found a plethora of items, ranging from the mundane to the bizarre. Entering relevant keywords, he quickly generated a list of similar products. However, they were all merely sheaths for swords and knives, far from meeting Wang Teng's needs. He remained engrossed in his search, entirely distracted from the lecture. Lin Shuhan, unable to overlook this, frowned slightly but sighed internally, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement shone in Wang Teng's eyes as he focused on a particular item. A concealed weapon box? Judging by its design, it was a long wooden box, exuding a distinctly vintage charm. He examined the description and was astonished to learn that this concealed weapon box purportedly had the capacity to hold 14 different weapons. It even featured a mechanism that would eject the required weapon at the push of a button. How impressive! However, as he continued to read, he found himself bemused to discover that the so-called 14 types of weapons were merely variations of swords and knives, categorized by length and style. To buy or not to buy? Wang Teng hesitated. Perhaps he should inquire with the seller about the possibility of a custom order. The shop, named Master Lu, was a gold-crowned flagship store, and the reviews below were overwhelmingly positive, including many mentions of custom orders. Thus, Wang Teng opened the chat box to ask, "Are you there?" "Yes, dear 3. Can you customize a concealed weapon box?" "A concealed weapon box? You don't know? Please hold on. Let me check." Wang Teng found the seller's ignorance regarding their own products rather amusing. "How long has it been since you last took this out?" he inquired skeptically. "May I ask how many years old this item is?" "Not too many, just about 10 years. Wang Teng winced at the response. "All right. Then please ask your grandfather if he can customize one according to my specifications." "That might not be possible." "Why not?" Wang Teng pressed. I don't want to meet my grandfather just yet." "Sorry." Wang Teng felt somewhat helpless. "Then forget it." Just as he prepared to log off, the seller quickly messaged him. "Wait. If possible, please share your ideas with me, and I'll see if I can make some modifications to the concealed weapon box. If it sells, I believe my grandfather would be delighted from beyond." Oh. Wang Teng's spirits lifted. Perhaps this was worth a shot. He conveyed his requirements to the seller. After a brief silence, the seller finally responded, "Are you planning to use it for collection?" "Consider it as such," Wang Teng replied. "All right. I will do my best to try. I will notify you once I have made the modifications." "And the price?" Noticing the seller's eagerness to log off to ponder the modifications without discussing the price, Wang Teng began to form a vague impression of the seller's character. Surely, they must be somewhat naive. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Since this item is not in high demand, you can casually set a price of 80 to 100,000 as a labor fee." "Fine, as long as I'm satisfied with the item. I will agree to purchase it for 100,000. Wang Teng did not hesitate to accept. Given that some rune weapons easily fetched hundreds of thousands, or even millions, a concealed weapon box priced at 100,000 was quite reasonable. Moreover, considering his specific requirements, a custom order warranted a slightly higher price. Chapter 34. The arrival of the giant bird. After resolving the matter with the hidden weapon box, Wang Teng turned to the internet to research the intricacies of egg hatching. A plethora of information sprang forth, but prior to delving into that, he resolved to visit a pet store to seek some guidance. This egg was no ordinary one. The stakes were high, and he could not afford to let it perish, for he had already lost 2 warriors in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan fumed in frustration, glaring with exasperation as Wang Teng had already vanished from sight. At the school gate, a group of dubious-looking individuals lingered by the roadside, smoking, with cigarette butts strewn about. As Wang Teng emerged from his car, he was halted by a red traffic light, compelled to wait at the intersection. The gang of miscreants was drawn to the allure of his sports car. They exchanged envious jeers, astonished at the wealth of the students from Donghai No. 1 High School, who could afford such extravagant vehicles. Suddenly, one of the ruffians recognized Wang Teng behind the wheel and shouted, "Brother Leopard, that's the kid." Alas, Wang Teng was oblivious, his car roaring to life as he sped away. Zhao Ganbao, upon catching a glimpse of Wang Teng's fleeting figure, tossed aside his cigarette and exclaimed, "Damn it, it's him. Why are we still standing here?" Chase after him. He rushed to a vehicle parked at the roadside, quickly starting it and pursuing Wang Teng while dialing a number. "Hello? Brother, I've spotted that kid who attacked me last time. He's headed towards Tongming Road. Hurry over. We can't take him on alone." Zhao Gangbao shouted into the phone. "All right, just keep following him. I'll be there shortly," came the response, tinged with a sigh. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away from Donghai City, a vast expanse of wilderness lay beneath a towering sky. A colossal raven, entirely black, soared through the air. Its length exceeded 20 meters. Its feathers gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, reminiscent of a warplane, exuding an aura of danger. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, fixated on Donghai City. With a thunderous roar, the massive bird accelerated, creating a sonic boom as it surged forward like a dark streak towards the city. At the pet store named Cat Meow, Wang Ting was inquiring about hatching techniques, finally feeling a sense of clarity. He expressed his gratitude to a beautiful and helpful employee before exiting the store. "He's out. He's out." Zhao Gangbao pointed at Wang Ting, excitedly informing a companion. Suddenly, an ear-splitting cry pierced the sky. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's face turned grave as he too gazed skyward. A gigantic black creature approached swiftly from the distance, accompanied by a deafening screech. The sound intensified, becoming an unbearable cacophony that reverberated through the air. Wang Ting winced as his eardrums throbbed painfully, while passers-by grimaced, hastily covering their ears. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Wang Teng's expression shifted to one of alarm. The terrifying sound waves generated an invisible shockwave that radiated outward. Cracks appeared in the windows and doors of nearby shops, culminating in a dramatic explosion of glass. Shards of glass erupted towards nearby pedestrians. Just as the kind employee had escorted Wang Ting to the entrance, a sizable shard plummeted from above. Wang Ting reacted. Chapter 35. That person, he is a warrior. Truly remarkable. Wang Ting took a deep breath, calming his rapidly beating heart, and couldn't help but exclaim. The dazzling blade light had truly opened his eyes. This is the essence of a true warrior. With a single strike, he cleaved through hundreds of meters. In comparison, Wang Ting felt utterly inferior. He quickly adjusted his bewildered expression. "I had my stance ready, and then this happened. How embarrassing." Fortunately, everyone's attention had been captivated by the giant crow. In the ensuing chaos, everyone was preoccupied with finding shelter, completely oblivious to him. Wang Ting hastily stowed away his battle sword and gauntlets, shoving his inconspicuous backpack into the vehicle. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he gazed toward the spot where the enormous avian had fallen. Not far away, merely a few dozen meters, the colossal bird lay lifeless in the middle of the intersection, several parked cars crushed beneath its weight, incessantly blaring their alarms. A few streetlights had toppled, sparking and crackling. Onlookers kept their distance, yet many took out their phones, eager to capture the moment for social media. This crow was indeed terrifying in size. Surely, that was the work of a warrior? It must be. Such a formidable beast could only be dealt with by a true warrior. That strike was simply breathtaking, illuminating the entire Donghai. If only I possessed such formidable strength. The crowd murmured in awe, both admiring and envying the warrior who had unleashed such a magnificent blade light. A warrior. A true warrior. In this age of martial arts, who wouldn't aspire to be a warrior? But is mere longing sufficient? Many remain obstructed by invisible barriers, lacking even the qualifications to step through. Even those who stand at the threshold as advanced martial apprentices are not exempt. For instance, the man beside Zhao Gangbao exemplified this. At that moment, Wang Ting gazed at the giant crow's carcass, suddenly lost in thought. Defeating a star beast, it turns out, yields attribute bubbles. Before the giant crow, several enormous transparent bubbles floated. Invisible to others, they stood out vividly to Wang Teng. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, feigning curiosity as he discreetly reached out to touch a few attribute bubbles. Acquire. Speed 130, Fire Elemental Power 35, Blank Attribute 60, Spirit Vision I1. Extraordinary. 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 This attribute is astonishing. Wang Teng felt a surge of exhilaration. The three exclamations were insufficient to convey the tumult of emotions within him. Speed 130. To gain 130 points of speed in one go is indeed remarkable. Fire Elemental Power 35 surged within him, causing his internal fire elemental energy to swell and pulse with vigor. The sensation was utterly delightful. Continuing to inspect, he noted, Blank Attribute 60. He was somewhat astonished. A blank attribute? What purpose does this serve? Could it be that he could allocate points at will? Lastly, Spirit Vision I1. Wang Teng sensed a peculiar transformation in his eyes as a cool current flowed within. If presented with a mirror, he would observe that his eyes appeared shrouded in a layer of dark film, exuding an eerie black hue. How marvelous! However, what function does this Spirit Vision I possess? He glanced around but discerned no particular distinction in his vision. Never mind, it was not the time for deep contemplation. How should he store this? Wang Teng focused his thoughts, and the strange power in his eyes seemed to receive the directive, retreating deep within his gaze, lying dormant. Before long, a group of individuals arrived. The crowd was dispersed, and the scene was cordoned off. They were from the city guard. Clad in black attire adorned with a distinctive emblem of crossed swords and shields, they moved with purpose. Some recognized their identity immediately. The city guard, as their name suggests, is a specialized department established to protect human cities. Aside from administrative personnel, all members must possess significant martial prowess. It is precisely because of their presence that ordinary citizens can live peacefully within the city. Often, unbeknownst to the public, they have resolved many troubles. The city guard officials loaded the giant crow onto a large truck and cleared the roadway. They inquired with the surrounding bystanders to ascertain the circumstances of the sudden incursion of the giant crow into Donghai City. Unfortunately, the responses were a cacophony of voices, all recounting the astounding display of the powerful and mysterious warrior, devoid of any substantive information. Ultimately, the city guard officials departed in exasperation. Wang Teng, standing amidst the crowd, contemplated their retreating figures, deep in thought. That giant crow seemed to have truly targeted me. But why? What grievance could I possibly have with it? Compelling it to traverse from 1,000 miles away. Unable to discern the rationale, Wang Teng sighed in resignation. At that moment, the beautiful attendant from the pet shop, seeing that the commotion outside had subsided, jogged over to Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Zhao Ganbao, observing the departure of the city guard, turned to the man beside him. Brother, the city guard has left. Let us hurry and catch that kid before he escapes. Today, I must avenge the kick I received last time. He recalled the incident at the Rose Bar when he had been kicked away and the earlier mischief of mistakenly apprehending the wrong person, resulting in a futile endeavor. Anger surged within him. However, unexpectedly, the man beside Zhao Ganbao suddenly slapped him on the head. What are you doing? Zhao Ganbao fumed, infuriated. Grabbing. You think you can just grab anyone? Zhao Gonghu snapped back, his frustration boiling over. Completely baffled, Zhao Ganbao stared at his brother in confusion, stuttering, Brother, how can you speak to me like that? Damn it, you've muddled my thoughts. Zhao Gonghu delivered another slap to Zhao Gangbao's head. Why are you hitting me again? What is your problem? Zhao Gangbao, bewildered, shrank his neck in a display of innocence. I'm angry that you're such an idiot. You fool. Do you even realize who you've provoked? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Is there anyone who pits their brother against danger like this? Seeing Zhao Gangbao utterly oblivious to his own mistakes, Zhao Gonghu felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Born of the same mother, why is it that his brother is so foolish? He raised his hand, prepared to deliver another slap. Fine, let me enlighten you. Zhao Gonghu inhaled deeply and declared, that person, he is a warrior. What? Zhao Gangbao was taken aback. But disbelief clouded his mind. Impossible. He looks so young. How could he possibly be a warrior? Chapter 36. I haven't been the big brother for many years. You know nothing. Zhao Gonghu sneered. Do you have any idea what I just witnessed? The Force. It was indeed the Force. When that enormous crow dove down, it unleashed the Force, and I saw it quite clearly. You tell me you don't believe it. Does that mean I am blind? The Force. A martial artist. That kid, he is actually a martial artist. Zhao Gangbao was incredulous. However, the last time he had encountered this individual, his strength had seemed no more than that of a mid to high-level martial trainee. How could he possibly be a martial artist? Zhao Gangyao found it hard to accept. This can only indicate that he is concealing his true abilities, Zhao Gonghu speculated. Concealing his strength. Zhao Gangyao gasped in surprise and queried, but what could his motive be? That is beyond our understanding. However, think about it. What would happen if you repeatedly angered a martial artist? Zhao Gonghu gazed at him with disappointment. Zhao Gangyao, realizing the gravity of the situation, inhaled sharply. Brother, I have already provoked him once. He won't kill me. Will he? The thought of potential consequences sent shivers down his spine. That remains uncertain, but it is undoubtedly a risk. Here's what we shall do. Come with me now. Apologize to him, and see if you can earn his forgiveness to put this matter behind us, Zhao Gonghu proposed after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Gangyao hesitated, feeling apprehensive about facing Wang Tong. Yet, upon seeing his brother's mounting frustration and recalling the possible repercussions, he steeled himself and declared, Fine, I will go apologize. As the two brothers were lost in their dreadful imaginings of the terrifying consequences of angering Wang Tong, a charming lady from the pet shop approached him. Hello. Thank you so much for earlier. The pet shop beauty said shyly, looking up at Wang Tong. Not at all, it was a mere trifling matter. I must thank you for answering so many of my questions. It took me quite a while to find someone knowledgeable about avian species, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Let us exchange WeChat. If you have any further questions, you can ask me directly, the pet shop beauty suggested eagerly. Previously, Wang Tong had never received such treatment. Indeed, rescuing a damsel in distress was a surefire way to win her affection. However, add WeChat. Am I the type to casually add girls on WeChat? All right, let us add each other. I may need your assistance in the future, Wang Tong said quickly as he took out his phone. They exchanged WeChat contacts, shared names, and updated their notes accordingly. Great. Lu Jiqing smiled, waving her hand as she dashed back into the pet shop. Zhao Gonghu, seeing Wang Tong's flirtation come to a close, cautiously led his inept brother over. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. Wang Tong turned, initially glancing at Zhao Gonghu, whom he did not recognize, before noticing Zhao Gangyao behind him. It's you. A smirk crossed Wang Tong's face, and a meaningful tone sent Zhao Gangbao's heart racing. Zhao Gonghu felt a jolt of anxiety and promptly nudged Zhao Gangyao forward. Be brother. Zhao Gangyao stuttered. Wang Tong, lighting a cigarette, suddenly remarked, I haven't been a big brother for many years. What on earth? Zhao Gangyao was utterly bewildered. Zhao Gonghu chuckled awkwardly, saying, This gentleman is joking. I am Zhao Gonghu, the older brother of this incompetent fool. Earlier, my brother failed to recognize the situation and inadvertently offended you. So I brought him here to apologize. He then shouted at Zhao Gangyao, hurry up and apologize to this gentleman. As Zhao Gangyao prepared to bow and express his apology, he was stopped by Wang Tong. Wait, you're not just here to apologize, are you? You followed me all this way, do you think I'm a fool? Wang Ting scoffed. Zhao Gonghu's expression changed drastically. Zhao Gangyao trembled in fear, realizing their cover had been blown. Mr. Wang. Boom. Wang Tong unleashed the aura characteristic of a martial artist, pressing down on Zhao Gonghu and his brother. He had merely been testing them before. While he had sensed someone trailing him, he was unaware of their true intentions. Now, observing Zhao Gonghu's demeanor, it was clear they had come seeking vengeance. But something had caused them to change their minds and approach to apologize. Could it be that they had noticed his use of the force? Wang Ting's icy gaze remained fixed on the two brothers. Since they had come to him, it was best to resolve the matter swiftly, lest they continue to linger in his thoughts. Though he felt no fear, the incessant presence of bothersome insects was enough to irritate anyone. Confronted by the pressure of a martial artist, Zhao Gonghu struggled to maintain his composure, his mind reeling. Indeed, he was facing a martial artist. Zhao Gangyao turned pale, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The pressure, it was a complex phenomenon, merely the result of a stronger individual imposing their will upon a weaker one. Wang Ting's authority over Zhao Gonghu was that of a martial artist to a martial trainee. The disparity in strength was evident, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. We are willing to compensate. Zhao Gonghu, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Compensation? Wang Ting grinned. This card holds 5 million. Consider it my apology. Zhao Gonghu produced a bank card. 5 million. The sum was indeed substantial. An ordinary person might not even accumulate 1 million throughout their lifetime. And here was an entire 5 million. However, Wang Ting was a fortunate scion of wealth. He smiled nonchalantly and replied, Do I look like someone who lacks 5 million? Zhao Gonghu's heart sank. It appeared that resolving this matter would not be so simple. He had forgotten that Wang Tung was inherently affluent. Could someone who drives a supercar possibly be short on cash? A bitter taste filled his mouth. Wishing he could strike Zhao Gangbao down on the spot for provoking such a calamity. Please grant me one day. Tomorrow I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Zhao Gonghu asserted decisively, recognizing that 5 million would not suffice. All right, I shall await your message tomorrow. Wang Tung nodded, unconcerned about the possibility of them fleeing. In Donghai City, while not vast, it was not small either. Finding someone was not particularly challenging. Unless Zhao Gonghu was willing to abandon everything in Donghai and escape to another city, they were bound to cross paths eventually. Wang Qing was confident he would not act that foolishly. As he watched Zhao Gonghu take Zhao Gangbao and leave, Wang Tung couldn't help but shake his head. Though Zhao Gonghu possessed the prowess of a high-level martial trainee and was somewhat seasoned, his brother truly was a lost cause. Tiger brother, leopard brother. The elder may be a tiger, but the younger need not be a leopard. Chapter 37. A loss of 10 billion. Wang Tung departed from the pet shop on Tongming Road, heading to the location suggested by Lu Jiqing to procure an incubator. Ideally, it should be of an extra-large size, as that egg nearly filled his entire mountaineering backpack. Egg? A bird's egg? A sudden realization jolted Wang Tung. He slapped his forehead. Berating himself for his foolishness, how had he not considered this sooner? Wasn't this simply a case of a mother crow seeking her lost chick? Goodness. I pondered what vendetta might compel someone to want me dead, only to discover that I had unwittingly become an accomplice in child trafficking. Wang Tung contemplated in silence. However, how did those two martial artists manage to snatch the chick from beneath the watchful eyes of that terrifying giant crow? They likely employed no special tactics, but instead seized the opportunity while the giant crow was out foraging. Ah, what's the point in dwelling on it? Wang Tung shook his head, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, that mysterious martial artist intervened. Otherwise, this would have escalated into a relentless feud. Even if I did not steal the egg, it is now in my possession, and if the giant crow seeks vengeance, who else could it possibly target? Wait a moment. When that martial artist struck with his blade, did he leave behind any attribute bubbles? Damn, those are the bubbles of a formidable warrior. Having already tasted the sweetness of the giant crow's attribute bubble, the potential drop from this mysterious powerhouse would surely be even more extraordinary. Wang Tung quickly turned his vehicle around, racing towards the building where the blade's light had originated, guided by memory. I must reach it in time. As the car sped through the streets, he fervently prayed. Finally, the vehicle halted in front of a commercial building. This must be the place. Wang Tung dashed out of the car, slamming the door behind him, and bolted towards the elevator. Sir, may I ask who you are looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired just as he rushed past her, arriving at the elevator doors. Sir, this is a private company. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. Quickly. Stop him, shouted several security personnel upon hearing the receptionist's call. Ding. The elevator arrived. Stop. The security guards yelled. Only a fool would stop. Wang Tung plunged into the elevator, frantically pressing the close button. The doors began to shut as the security personnel arrived just a moment too late. Watching helplessly as he vanished from sight, they could only pursue him via another elevator. However, this brief time difference was sufficient. Wang Tung ascended to the rooftop, scanning the vast expanse until his eyes fell upon a fading bubble. Thank goodness. He hurried over. Yet, just as he reached for it, the bubble vanished. Wang Tung stood frozen, his smile faltering. It disappeared. It truly vanished. A sharp pain pierced his heart. He clutched his chest. This loss must amount to at least 10 billion. How cruel fate is. Sighing deeply, Wang Tung approached the rooftop's edge, lighting a cigarette as he stood amidst the wind, lost in melancholy and despair. At that moment, the security personnel, panting heavily, finally caught up. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found Wang Tung standing at the edge, exuding an air of desolation. Any reprimand they had intended to deliver evaporated in an instant. Young man, can we have a calm discussion? Would you please step back? A middle-aged security officer attempted to soften his tone. You don't understand. I just lost 10 billion. Wang Tung sighed, his expression growing even more sorrowful. 10 billion? This young man must be exaggerating, thought the security guards. Don't provoke him. If he jumps, it's on us. The guards exchanged glances, silently communicating their concern. The middle-aged officer had spoken of billions so casually, one might think he were Jack Ma himself. Wang Tung shot him a bewildered look. You speak so lightly of it. I nearly mistook it for ghost money. The officer chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Well, what is gained is luck. What is lost is fate. Wang Ting sighed once more. The guards, relieved by his apparent resignation, relaxed momentarily, only for Wang Tung to suddenly leap into the air. Farewell, everyone. The security personnel shouted in horror, reminiscent of Kong's desperate attempt to grasp Zy's hand. Don't. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought. Yet, tragedy did not unfold. The middle-aged officer sprinted forward as Wang Tung leaped, being a seasoned martial artist, albeit one who had stagnated in his career. Forced to make a living as a security chief, his speed surpassed that of the other guards. Upon reaching the rooftop's edge, he peered down, his eyes widening in shock. Wang Tung had gracefully landed atop an air conditioning unit outside the wall and began descending layer by layer. He even glanced back at the officer, waving cheerfully. Now it was the middle-aged officer's turn to stand at the rooftop's edge, feeling utterly bewildered. This young man is quite remarkable. Time had progressed to midday. After finishing lunch, there remained approximately 2 hours of break time. While Lin Chuan reviewed her studies, Wang Tung, wide awake, examined his attribute panel. Comprehension, 83, Mentality, 12. 1. Talent, Beginner Fire Affinity, 10-300, Beginner Ice Affinity, 12-300. Spirit Vision, Beginner 110. Energy, 41-100 Fire, 1-star Warrior level. For 100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Red Flame Technique, Novice 1-100. Profound Ice Technique, Novice 1-100. Martial Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Blade, Body. Marksmanship, Minor Accomplishment, Fire Lin Sword Technique, Novice 10-100. Illusory Ice Fist, Novice 8-100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks. Comprehensive Combat Power, 182. Blank Attributes, 60 is Fire Energy surged to 41 points. And Wang Tung could feel the fire energy within his core beginning to take shape. Simultaneously, due to the increases in speed and fire energy, his comprehensive combat power rose to 182 points, signifying a notable enhancement in strength. Wang Tung had researched that humanity possessed its own method of assessing combat power. A 1-star warrior's combat power typically ranged from 100 to 300. Combat power from 100 to 180 is considered beginner level, 180 to 230 is intermediate, 230 to 280 is advanced, and 280 to 300 is peak level. If the system's assessment of combat power aligns with humanity's standards, then Wang Tung's combat power of 182 points already places him at the intermediate level of a 1-star warrior. Chapter 38. Expansion of Martial Arts Admissions. At this moment, Wang Tung gazed at the newly added column of blank attributes, 60. He stroked his chin, pondering how to allocate this blank attribute. His eyes swept through the attribute panel from top to bottom. One by one, he decided to experiment with them. First, he allocated a point to comprehension, and the value of 83 flickered, transforming into 83. 1. The conversion ratio was 10-1. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Next, he added a point to mentality, which similarly increased by 0.1. Clearly, this also adhered to the same 10-1 exchange rate. Then came the fire and ice talents, each receiving an additional point, resulting in a respective increase. The ratio here was 1-1. When he reached the spiritual vision talent, he assumed the same would apply, but to his surprise, adding a point resulted in only a 0.1 increase, once again following the 10-1 ratio. Could it be that the spiritual vision talent was of a higher grade? Wang Tung speculated. He continued his experimentation, discovering that the subsequent elemental powers and even martial arts techniques all operated on a 1-1 ratio. However, when he attempted to add points to combat power, he found it impossible to do so directly. It appeared that combat power could only be enhanced indirectly through other attributes. Wang Tung mused thoughtfully. After his series of tests, he had expended 11 points of blank attributes, leaving him with 49. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated 20 points directly to fire elemental power, while the remaining 29 were directed towards the fire scale sword technique. Specialization outweighs general knowledge. With limited blank attributes, he had to prioritize elevating one specific attribute swiftly. Comprehension, 83. 1. Mentality, 12. 2. Talent, Primary Fire Talent, 11-300. Primary Ice Talent, 13-300. Spiritual Vision, Primary 1. 110. Elemental Power, 62-100 Fire, 1-star Warrior level. 5-100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. Martial Arts, Red Flame Technique, Entry 2-100. Mysterious Ice Technique, Entry 2-100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, sword, blade, subtle movements, spear techniques, minor accomplishment, fire scale sword technique, entry 4100. Illusory ice fist, entry 9100. Knowledge, basic subjects, full score, comprehensive combat power, 191, blank attributes, 0. He observed the changes in his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Blank attributes are indeed a wonderful asset. I wish there were more. Wang Tong couldn't help but exclaim. However, he also recognized that acquiring such a significant amount of blank attributes in the future would likely prove challenging. The formidable giant raven likely dropped more attributes due to its strength. Such opportunities are rare. Had it not been for the mysterious warrior's intervention, he might not have survived. Let alone collected attributes. It is prudent to refrain from expecting fortune to fall from the sky. Shaking his head, Wang Tong promptly adjusted his mindset. In the afternoon, the Education Bureau had just issued a notice regarding changes to this year's martial arts college entrance examination. All the students in the class turned their gazes toward him. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong felt a sudden surge of interest. Each year, there are some reforms. I wonder what changes await this year. Moreover, it pertains to the martial arts program. Fan Weiming, under the eager gazes of his peers, announced, this year, the martial arts program will expand its admissions, allowing intermediate martial practitioners to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. Expansion of admissions. Is this true? Intermediate martial practitioners can participate, which means I also have a chance to apply for the martial arts program. Many students became agitated, particularly those who had reached the intermediate level, elatedly dancing with joy. In contrast, the lower-tier martial practitioners appeared dejected. In Donghai No. 1 High School, there are only 5 advanced martial practitioners, but numerous lower and intermediate martial practitioners. This news is undoubtedly monumental for the intermediate martial practitioners. The college entrance examination represents a turning point. Gaining admission to the martial arts program would grant access to more resources, paving the way to becoming a martial artist. Previously, many of them could hardly reach the advanced martial practitioner level before the age of 20, making it nearly impossible to be accepted into the martial arts program, let alone become a martial artist. Now that the martial arts program is expanding admissions, it signifies that their opportunities have arrived. How could they not be excited? All right, please settle down. Let me finish speaking. Fan Weiming clapped his hands. Gradually, the crowd quieted, turning their attention back to him. Fan Weiming continued. If there are any students wishing to apply for the martial arts program, please come to my office to register within this week. The Academic Affairs Office needs to compile the numbers and report them to the Education Bureau. Only those who register will receive their martial arts examination admission tickets. Without an admission ticket, you will not be able to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination, so please remember this. He paused momentarily before adding, however. One point you must clearly communicate to your parents is that the martial arts college entrance examination includes a practical combat assessment, which carries certain risks. With the advancement of the internet, you may be aware of the dangers, but you likely lack a true understanding of how perilous it can be. Allow me to inform you. The practical assessment has an assigned mortality rate. As long as it does not exceed this rate, the authorities will not take excessive notice, meaning that fatalities may occur. Therefore, those lacking confidence must not entertain any illusions. It is better to repeat a year and take the exam later. All right, that concludes my announcement. Prepare yourselves, and let us commence with the lesson. After Fan Weiming finished speaking, he allowed the students some time to absorb the information. Indeed, the students below immediately began to murmur. There's even a mortality rate. I always thought the worst that could happen was just an injury. I asked a senior, and they said that the martial arts college entrance examinations in previous years had no fatalities. Could they have been lying to me? Not necessarily. It seems that there really haven't been any deaths in the past couple of years. But what about further back? Some students furrowed their brows. Their earlier joy significantly diminished. Oh no. If I am to participate in the martial arts entrance examination, I need to pick up 5 years of martial arts exam simulation as well. There are only a little over 2 weeks left. Someone exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, 5 years of martial arts exam simulation. I haven't even studied it. How can I possibly pass? This is such a hassle. Why wasn't this announced sooner? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. They had just been concerned about the mortality rate. But now they were all overwhelmed by the thought of 5 years of martial arts exam simulation. Wang Tong shook his head, realizing that the expansion of admissions did not significantly concern him. After all, his strength was more than sufficient to handle the entrance examination. Suddenly, Wang Tong turned his head, noticing that Lin Chuhan's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Her eyes sparkled, yet her face was rife with hesitation and anxiety. Could it be that the class monitor is also an intermediate martial practitioner? Wang Teng considered a possibility and asked her, "What's wrong? Do you also wish to participate in the martial arts entrance examination?" Chapter 39. The path of martial arts is not easy. Lin Chuan, upon hearing Wang Teng's tone, felt a sense of being underestimated. With a glare, she retorted, "Is that not possible?" Wang Teng innocently replied, "Not at all. I merely thought you would pursue a path in the humanities. After all, we are in an era of martial arts. It is foreseeable that the significance of martial arts will only continue to grow, and its influence on society will deepen. The recent changes in the college entrance examination are a clear indication of this. Therefore, even if I choose the humanities, I do not wish to neglect martial arts." Lin Chuan analyzed. "You make a compelling argument," Wang Teng nodded. "You must be participating in the martial arts entrance examination as well, right?" Lin Chuan cast a meaningful glance at Wang Teng, suspecting that, despite her uncertainty, she had a strong inclination based on his usual demeanor. Wang Teng simply smiled. Lin Chuan chose not to delve deeper, for she already had an answer in her heart. No wonder he often disregarded the humanities. However, the martial arts examination also has its requirements for humanities students, particularly the essential reading of 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation. Could he truly be confident? She still harbored some doubts, but the mere thought of 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation made her unconsciously frown. What on earth is the Education Bureau thinking? Why did they only announce this news at the last moment? Many intermediate martial artists have not even studied 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation, leaving them with no hope for the exam. How could I possibly know? The thoughts of the bigwigs are often quite peculiar. Wang Teng shook his head. At that moment, a male student in front suddenly turned around. Heard it's related to the policies of the Global Federation. The mention of the Global Federation made both Wang Teng and Lin Chuan exchange glances, realizing the breadth of the implications. "Yang Jian, how do you know about this?" Wang Teng inquired. Yang Jian, eager to impress Lin Chuan, turned around proudly, saying, "My uncle works in the Education Bureau. I got wind of this a month ago and have been studying 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation since." "Wow, what a connection." Wang Teng laughed, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. In fact, Wang Xinghua had also heard some rumors, but he assumed Wang Teng, just starting his martial arts training, had no hope this year, so he kept the information to himself. Lin Chuan felt somewhat helpless and powerless. This was the gap between ordinary students and individuals like Yang Jian. He received the news a month ago, while she would have to wait for the official announcement, leading to a frustrating delay. In any era, information is undoubtedly the most valuable asset. Yang Jian, unfazed, chuckled at Wang Teng. "Wang Xiao? Let us not compare ourselves to the older brother." Noticing Lin Chuan's expression, he quickly added a comforting remark. "Class monitor, don't worry too much. Since the announcement came so late, they must be aware of the students' circumstances. I also heard that the difficulty in scoring for this year's humanities exam will be adjusted, possibly resulting in record low scores." Wang Teng immediately smiled at Lin Chuan. "You've heard that, so it seems there is still hope. You should stop looking so glum. With your brilliant mind, tackling 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation should be a piece of cake." Lin Chuan shot Wang Teng a glare before thanking Yang Jian. "Thank you for sharing this information. Don't mention it. Even if I hadn't said anything, you would have found out soon enough. Once something is announced, some information is bound to leak." Yang Jian waved dismissively. "All right, class, the 10-minute discussion period is over. If we continue, I might as well cancel this lesson." Fan Weiming rapped his knuckles against the blackboard. The students promptly straightened up, for the authority of the teacher was not to be trifled with. Throughout the afternoon, the students were engrossed in the news announced by their teacher, and once class ended, discussions erupted. Some ventured to neighboring classes, finding that every student was, without exception, engrossed in the topic. Several students, seizing the opportunity of the break, called home to have their parents gather insider information and solicit their opinions. The martial arts examination was of utmost importance. Many parents abandoned their own classes, rushing to inquire about news the moment they received a call from their children. The entire familial network of relatives was mobilized. In households where children were preparing for the college entrance examination, the focus invariably shifted to them. "No need." Lin Chuan quickly interjected. She feared that speaking too late might lead to being forcibly pulled into something. She sensed that this person had been increasingly scheming against her lately, contrary to his previously restrained demeanor. "Suit yourself." Wang Ting shrugged, preparing to leave. After a moment's thought, he added, since you want to take the martial arts exam, it's best not to work during these last 2 weeks. Time is indeed tight. Focus on studying 5-year martial arts exam 3-year simulation. If you encounter any difficulties, don't forget to reach out to me, being desk mates and all. With that, he left the classroom without giving her a chance to respond. In that instant, Lin Chuhan felt a warm current flow through her heart, only to shake her head and mutter, this guy, always teasing me. At the school gate, Wang Teng met up with Su Jie and Bai Wei, both of whom were already aware of the expansion of admissions, and even the second-year students. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were no exception. Bai Wei and Yu Hao felt invigorated. After all, they still had a year left. Becoming intermediate martial artists was considerably easier than achieving advanced status, presenting them with a significant opportunity, especially for Bai Wei, even if she had never trained in martial arts. With the Bai family providing ample resources, reaching the level of an intermediate martial artist within a year was not out of the question. However, Su Jie appeared somewhat dejected. The expansion of martial arts admissions was cruel for those who had assumed they had no chance and thus did not pursue training. Even for Su Jie, although achieving advanced martial artist status seemed daunting, could becoming an intermediate martial artist truly be out of reach? Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Opportunities are invariably bestowed upon those who are prepared, and this year, he was destined to miss out. Exactly. We've been urging him to repeat the year. Yu Hao concurred. Wang Teng, do you also think I should repeat the year? Su Jie looked up, seeking validation. It's not about what I think. It's about whether you desire it yourself, Wang Teng replied. He chose not to elaborate further. The decision ultimately lay within Su Jie. Having experienced these recent events, Wang Teng understood well that the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Should one train in martial arts? Is it right or wrong? Will there be regrets in the future? No one can provide Su Jie with answers. Only by walking the path himself can he judge what is right or wrong, and whether to feel regret or not. Chapter 40. The Eye of Spiritual Vision due to the upcoming martial arts examination. Su Jie and his companions found themselves in a rather somber mood. Bai Wei swiftly changed the subject, saying, did you know? Today, Zhou Baiyun sent someone to inspect Baoshan again. Oh, what did they discover? Wang Teng inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. This turn of events had already been anticipated by him. Intelligent individuals tend to harbor curiosity, and Zhou Baiyun was precisely that sort of person who considered herself clever. Having received no answers last night, she would undoubtedly seek further clarification. I heard from Wu Yuan that they found signs of battle in a forest. The devastation suggests that it was the result of a confrontation between martial artists. Bai Wei remarked. Martial artists? Su Jie and Yu Hao exclaimed in surprise. There were traces of burning and some frozen plants, indicating they had suffered from elemental energy destruction, Bai Wei affirmed. To think there were martial artists involved. It's fortunate, Wang Teng, that you did not find that place last night. Otherwise, it could have been perilous, Su Jie stated. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. By the way, who is Wu Yuan? Yu Hao suddenly asked Bai Wei, a hint of confusion in his voice. She's a girl we met at the villa yesterday. She's quite gossipy and well-informed, and as soon as she learned about this, she sent me a message on WeChat. Bai Wei chuckled. Did she mention anything else? Wang Teng probed. She also said that Zhou Baiyun arrived not long ago, and that the city guard personnel came as well, but it seems they found nothing significant. Those 2 martial artists probably left after the fight, Bai Wei explained. Wang Teng appeared pensive, realizing that Bai Wei only possessed superficial information, and any further details were likely beyond her grasp. The city guard. I didn't expect them to come knocking so soon, Wang Xingguo remarked, furrowing his brow. They are officials from the city guard, here to ask you a few questions. You haven't gotten into trouble again, have you? Wang Teng protested, of course not. Recently, I've been diligently practicing martial arts and attending classes, and the only trouble I've gotten into is gathering with friends. Please don't worry, we're merely conducting a routine inquiry. A young man interjected, rising to address Wang Teng. Wang Teng, is it? Indeed. I am Chayu, the captain of the 3rd squad of the city guard. I'm here to ask you about the incidents that occurred at Baoshan last night, the young man stated. Oh, so that's the reason for your visit. No problem. Feel free to ask. I will share everything I know, Wang Teng replied, feigning enlightenment. Particularly regarding his notorious lack of direction, Wang Xingguo couldn't help but chuckle. You might find this amusing. This boy has never been good with directions. Thankfully, we have navigation now. Otherwise, I would genuinely worry about him getting lost one day. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for the disturbance today, Chayu said, departing without any substantial findings. Once the city guard personnel had left, Wang Shengwo playfully tapped Wang Teng on the forehead. "Hey, Dad, you were quite cooperative." Wang Teng laughed. "Stop being cheeky," Wang Shengwo admonished, glaring at him. "From today onward, you better behave and not stir up any trouble." Li Xiaomei then set the dinner table, inviting the father and son to enjoy their meal. In the car, Chai Yu sat with a colleague driving beside him, who asked, "Chai, do you think that boy was telling the truth or just fabricating stories?" "It's hard to say." Chai Yu frowned. From the forensic analysis at the scene, it appears the martial artists involved are already deceased. And there must have been a third party present. Given Li Qingrong's testimony, it seems Wang Teng possesses formidable strength, likely at the advanced martial apprentice level. However, it's inconceivable for an advanced martial apprentice to kill two martial artists. He is probably only a witness, hesitant to disclose the complete truth. The driver speculated. Is it possible that the two martial artists perished together, and he merely took advantage of the situation? Have you been reading too many novels? If such luck were common, I would have encountered it myself, Chai Yu retorted with an eye roll. Just focus on driving. Chai Yu chuckled at his own remark, but then sighed. Both Li Rongqing and Wang Teng are advanced martial apprentices, with potential to become martial artists. The Li and Wang families are not ordinary households, so we must tread carefully. Moreover, all the belongings of the two martial artists are missing, including their phones. We have no leads on their identities. This case is likely to remain unsolved, he lamented. Indeed, ever since the connection with the other world was established, the disappearances and deaths of martial artists have become increasingly difficult to track, the staff member echoed. He removed the egg from the incubator, switched it on, and allowed it to incubate slowly. Lying on his bed, he cradled his head in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly leaped up and fetched a mirror. Gazing into the mirror, he activated his spiritual vision talent, revealing a seemingly black veil covering his pupils. "This looks like I'm wearing colored contact lenses," he mused. There's a hint of red deeper within. My goodness, why does it resemble a crow's eyes? Wang Teng scrutinized closely, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Could I truly be acquiring crow-like eyes? Sighing, he pondered the true nature of this spiritual vision talent. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the egg in the incubator, causing him to pause. Under the influence of this spiritual vision talent, the egg radiated a fiery red hue, resembling a blazing flame. Fire elemental energy. Could this be the effect of this spiritual vision talent, allowing me to perceive elemental energy? Wang Ting speculated. The giant crow was able to locate the East Sea and eventually pinpoint me. Perhaps it relied on this very talent. This gift, derived from the giant crow, is merely a diluted version of its capabilities, which I will need to develop further. Nonetheless, it truly is remarkable. Through these eyes, I can perceive elemental energy and discern the strength of other martial artists. Wang Teng reflected. His excitement grew as he studied the phenomenon for quite some time until he began to feel a slight strain in his eyes and a heaviness in his head, compelling him to deactivate the spiritual vision talent. Could it be? He thought, astonished, as he summoned his attribute panel and noticed the words, overexertion, appearing next to the mental category. The spiritual vision talent indeed consumes mental energy. This means I cannot use it recklessly. After resting for a while, the heaviness in his head gradually dissipated. Currently, he only knew that the spiritual vision talent could perceive elemental energy, but was there more to its abilities? Wang Ting contemplated and resolved to pay closer attention to this promising talent, as it certainly warranted further exploration. Chapter 41. Comprehending the force. After pondering for a while over the eye of spiritual insight, Wang Ting felt that the food in his stomach had nearly digested. He rose and descended the stairs, greeting his parents. "Mom and Dad, I'm heading to the martial arts school." At that moment, he found Li Xiaomei in the living room watching television. They engaged in discussions about the dramatic plot twists, a scene reminiscent of countless ordinary men across the globe. "Be on your way, but do not disturb your mother and me while we are engrossed in this show." "Understood. I shall not interrupt your viewing." Wang Ting rolled his eyes and made his exit. Li Xiaomei gave Wang Shengwo a nudge and called out, "Son, what would you like for a late-night snack?" "I'll prepare it for you." "Anything is fine, Mom. Just make whatever you like. I'm off now." Wang Ting's voice echoed from outside, followed by the roar of a sports car. At the Polaris Martial Arts School, Wang Ting parked his car and walked along the path within the school, contemplating. I might as well head straight to the third floor today. Some already know my strength surpasses that of a mid-level martial apprentice, so there's little point in feigning modesty. However, It would be prudent to delay the revelation of my martial artist status. Sighing, he reflected. Advancement can be a burden too. Wang Teng himself had not anticipated achieving martial artist status so swiftly. He had believed it would at least be after the college entrance examination. Surprises always arrive unexpectedly. Standing before the martial apprentice training building, he cast a glance at the adjacent martial artist training building and sighed deeply. It seemed so far out of reach. Upon entering the building, he silently completed the tests, automatically modifying his identity information to gain access to the third floor. After collecting attributes from the first and second floors, he made a beeline for the third floor. The staircase leading to the third floor was prominently positioned. Although Wang Teng wished to avoid drawing attention, his ascent did not go unnoticed. Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to become a high-level martial apprentice so swiftly, remarked an acquaintance among the students, his tone laced with envy. Training as a martial apprentice only becomes more challenging as one progresses. Many students have been stuck at the mid-level for quite some time, unable to break through to high-level status. A lamentable fate. Alas, Zhang Xiaoyang has become a high-level martial apprentice, and now another has left. I heard that this year the Education Bureau is reforming, allowing mid-level martial apprentices to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination, but that no longer concerns us. How frustrating. Why couldn't such policies have been introduced sooner? The news of expanded admissions for the martial examination spread rapidly, reaching all who needed to know. Among the mid-level martial apprentices in attendance, many were older practitioners of martial arts who could not pursue the college route. Unlike students in schools, even mid-level martial apprentices now had a chance to ascend further. For them, this news was anything but favorable. It was a blow. Some were simply born in the wrong era, missing out on golden opportunities. Time is not on my side. What can a mere apprentice do? Wang Ting encouraged a fellow student with a nod before proceeding to the third floor. Indeed, opportunities are always present. The student clenched his fists, determination reigniting in his eyes. At just over 20, it was far too early to consider giving up. In the crowd, a stout individual observed Wang Teng's departing figure with disdain, muttering to himself. I knew it. This guy is definitely hiding his true strength. How else could he surpass me so quickly and become a high-level martial apprentice in such a short period? It's entirely unorthodox. On the third floor, the number of students was significantly reduced compared to the second floor, illustrating the pyramid principle in action. So young. Another prodigy. A prodigy? Wang Teng's gaze swept over the myriad of attribute bubbles scattered across the floor, alongside a flock of two-legged, pure wool sheep awaiting his collection. How delightful. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyang, who had just ascended to high-level martial apprentice status, approached with a peculiar look, scrutinizing Wang Teng closely. Wang Teng, your speed is quite terrifying, he remarked, a knowing expression on his face as he draped an arm around Wang Teng's shoulders and led him further in. Come on. Now that you're here, I finally have someone to spar with. Throughout the night, Wang Teng gathered all the attribute bubbles on the third floor, yielding a bountiful harvest. Comprehension 5, Spirit 6, Strength 153, Speed 66. Currently, Wang Teng prioritized the enhancement of comprehension and spirit, yet these attributes remained exceedingly rare. He had researched online, discovering that both the original force techniques and combat skills were quite profound, thus demanding a high level of comprehension. A high comprehension facilitates the mastery of techniques and skills, whereas a low comprehension leads only to despair. Although Wang Teng could elevate his techniques and skills by collecting attributes, the number of martial artists was inherently limited, and they could not congregate like martial apprentices, allowing him to harvest continuously. Hence, he seized attributes whenever available, relying on his own training when they were not. Improving his comprehension was a wise preparation for the future. Fortunately, Wang Teng could still enhance his comprehension through attribute collection. Gradually accumulating, he was determined to bolster his comprehension. Unlike others who, with low comprehension, faced despair, what could they do? The spirit attribute pertained to the endurance of his spiritual insight ability, which might prove significant in the future. Thus, he aimed to expand its capacity promptly. Additionally, he gathered numerous foundational martial skills, including basic footwork, basic fist techniques, basic swordplay, and basic knife techniques. These skills were now pushing towards the next level beyond proficiency. After proficiency comes the comprehension of the force, to conquer without battle. This speaks to the power of momentum. However, few dedicate substantial time to mastering foundational combat skills to such an extent, with that energy and time. One might as well elevate one's strength to that of a martial artist and pursue original force techniques. Wang Teng, however, remained indifferent. As he was merely collecting attributes, if the opportunity presented itself, he would not let it slip by. Furthermore, mastering the fundamentals would ultimately benefit his future practice of original force techniques. Only with a solid foundation can one build higher. In addition to his existing foundational combat skills, Wang Teng acquired a new basic combat skill, basic staff techniques, beginner. Staff techniques. Could it be that in the future he would wield a Rui Jingu Bang or a versatile iron staff? Then shout, "Hey, monster, release my lion and tiger." Chapter 42. This. Thespian. After an entire night of scheming, after a night of training, the Polaris Martial Arts Academy is established by the seaside. Along the coastline, there is a road that sees little traffic at night. The inky darkness of the night makes the surroundings particularly tranquil. Music fills the car, its vibrant tones dispelling the surrounding silence. Tonight, I watched the snow drift in the cold night, with a heart grown cool, drifting far away. In the wind and rain, I chased through the fog, unable to discern shadow from form. The sky is vast. You and I, will we change? Who isn't he changed? Suddenly, Wang Ting slammed on the brakes, his body lurching forward due to inertia, but being a martial artist, his coordination was exceptional. And he managed to come to a complete stop. The high beams illuminated the path ahead, revealing a large tree fallen across the road. Perched atop the tree was a shadowy figure, indistinct and foreboding. Wang Teng furrowed his brow. This person did not seem to harbor good intentions, as if he had come specifically for him. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, a thought struck him, and he activated his spirit vision. A luminous orb, akin to a 50-watt incandescent bulb, appeared in his field of vision. Pure force. A martial artist. Wang Ting's heart raced. Why would a martial artist seek him out? Who was this person? What was his intention? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. However, based on the intensity of the light feedback from spirit vision, in comparison to his own strength, he felt no fear even if a confrontation ensued. Wang Ting drew his sword and donned his gauntlets before slowly stepping out of the car. "Hand over what you have," the man commanded, fixing his gaze on Wang Ting. "What are you talking about? I don't recognize you," Wang Ting replied, puzzled. "It matters not whether you recognize me, but the items you obtained from Baoshang Mountain must be surrendered." "I can spare your life," the man stated coldly. "What items from Baoshang Mountain?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." Wang Ting's heart sank. How did this man know it was he who took them? The man smirked, rising to approach Wang Ting. "You don't know? Then where did your sword and gauntlets come from?" "I naturally purchased them," Wang Ting replied coolly. As the man drew closer, Wang Ting finally discerned that he was a man in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance, but with eyes resembling a solitary wolf, devoid of kindness. "Damn it, I was careless. My phone has a tracking device." Wang Ting mentally berated himself. "So, you have nothing to say? Tell me where the items are, and I may spare your life. I should inform you that I am a martial artist. You, a mere martial apprentice, stand no chance against me, even with your rune weapon." "Do not deceive yourself," the man said dismissively. Wang Ting felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had kept both phones on him. This person, having just approached him, likely didn't he know where he lived. He feigned shock. "A martial artist? You're actually a martial artist. But if I hand over the items to you, will you truly let me go?" Wang Ting, now embodying a thespian, wore an expression of trepidation, caught between hesitation and fear as if unable to decide. "Of course, you should be grateful that I am handling this alone. If my other teammates were aware, well, they are not as easy to negotiate with as I am," the man replied. "Others don't." Chapter 43. The Awakening of Earth Affinity. "No," the man exclaimed loudly, desperately channeling his internal power to conjure a yellowish shield. Earth element shield. However, before the shield could fully materialize, Wang Ting's diamond stardust fist, no, rather his illusionary ice fist, had already descended upon him. Boom. Crack. The battle shield shattered instantly, and Wang Teng's fist struck the man squarely in the face, triggering a passive skill. Shatter face. The man was sent flying by the blow. There were no flashy effects, only an overwhelming chill that invaded his mind, freezing his brain. The man's scream abruptly ceased, his terrified expression frozen in place as his body crashed to the ground. KO. This was a fatal blow, as Wang Teng had unleashed every ounce of ice elemental power within his core. Even if it were a small amount, it was enough to claim a life. The opponent had fallen. From the very beginning, the information he possessed was flawed. Wang Teng was a martial artist, not merely a martial apprentice. Wang Teng, with a mind as sharp as a blade, had feigned the strength of a high-level martial apprentice to catch the man off guard, leading him to believe he had the upper hand. Thus, in a moment of carelessness, Wang Ting erupted with the power of a true martial artist. The man had no time to react, losing an arm before he was overwhelmed by despair, his sole focus shifting to fleeing for his life. In such a state, he could hardly muster half his combat power, only to be sent to meet Yama by a single punch from Wang Ting. The battle concluded. Wang Ting's heart raced, and he panted slightly. I have slain a martial artist. He was momentarily dazed. This encounter was starkly different from the last time he had killed a martial artist on Bowen Mountain. Then, his opponent had been gravely injured, and Wang Ting had not struck him directly but rather employed a runic gun. The man had been utterly unprepared for Wang Ting's speed, which far exceeded that of an ordinary high-level martial apprentice, leading to his failed ambush. He could not have imagined that a high school student like Wang Ting concealed a runic gun. Was I truly a seasoned veteran? How could that be? Wang Ting shook his head vigorously. He picked up the battle sword, approached the man, hesitated for a moment, and then plunged the sword into the man's heart. Although the ice elemental power had frozen the man's brain, it was wise to ensure he was truly dead with a strike to T chapter 44, then let S cut it in half. Tuesday arrived, and he had no choice but to attend school diligently. He packed an egg into his backpack along with 2 weapons and set off with the intention of renting a room outside today. A golden nest for the egg. Upon reaching school, Wang Ting was astonished to see many students engrossed in their studies of 5-year martial arts examination, 3-year simulation. The fervor was so intense that it sent a shiver down his spine. Even Lin Chuhan was no exception, buried in her books, taking notes while reciting aloud. Truly, one must be mad to survive. The allure of the martial arts examination was undeniably potent. Despite the slim chances of success, many were unwilling to surrender their aspirations. They staked their lives, or rather, their futures in the college entrance examination, resolutely determined to give it one last shot. Wang Ting felt a surge of pride. The abundance of attribute bubbles from 5-year martial arts examination, 3-year simulation scattered around was a testament to his classmates' resolve. You are all remarkable. Throughout the morning, Wang Ting swiftly mastered 5-year martial arts examination, 3-year simulation. After lunch with Su Jia and others, he drove out of the school. Zhao Gonghu and Zhao Ganggao had been waiting at the entrance of Donghai No. 1 Middle School for nearly 2 hours. After a night of contemplation, Zhao Gonghu had made a decision that he himself could scarcely believe. Although he had waited long, he dared not voice any complaints. Zhao Ganggao sat dejectedly on the steps by the roadside, smoking a cigarette, his demeanor reflecting a certain weariness. As soon as Wang Ting's car emerged, Zhao Gonghu recognized it immediately. Young Master Wang. His eyes lit up, and he called out excitedly, just as Wang Ting intended to drive away. He heard the voice and promptly hit the brakes. Oh, it's him. He truly came. He parked the car by the roadside. Have you made up your mind so soon? Wang Ting approached Zhao Gonghu, observing him closely. Since I promised young Master Wang, I must make a decision promptly. Zhao Gonghu replied with a bitter smile. And what decision have you made? Wang Ting inquired, curiosity piqued by Zhao Gonghu's expression. Zhao Gonghu hesitated momentarily, biting his lip, but ultimately stated, though I, Zhao Gonghu, am of little talent, I do have some junior and intermediate martial apprentices under my command. If young Master Wang does not mind, we would like to follow you from now on. Wang Ting was taken aback. He had envisioned that Zhao Gonghu might exhaust his resources to gather more wealth or acquire some enchanted weaponry to resolve their conflict. However, he had never anticipated that Zhao Gonghu would take such a drastic step, seeking to bring his followers under Wang Ting's banner. Brother! Zhao Ganggao exclaimed in shock. He too had not foreseen such a decision from Zhao Gonghu. If they truly became Wang Ting's subordinates, would he be left without a protector? Wang Ting's mind raced with possibilities. Although they were merely junior and intermediate martial apprentices, and Zhao Gonghu was the sole advanced martial apprentice, they still represented a modicum of power. It might not be unwise to accept them. However, he refrained from giving an immediate answer, adopting a contemplative expression. Seeing this, Zhao Gonghu's heart raced. He pulled Zhao Ganggao closer and said, if young Master Wang feels this is insufficient, this matter originated from my brother's actions. Since he cannot control himself, perhaps it would be best to cut him off completely, so he never dares to act recklessly again. Zhao Ganggao nearly wet himself in fright. Brother, my dear brother, surely, I must have been adopted. How could you be so ruthless? He shouted, struggling desperately. But with his strength, he stood no chance against the advanced martial apprentice, Zhao Gonghu. Wang Ting was equally stunned. Cut it off. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, gazing at Zhao Gonghu with an odd expression. If not for their striking resemblance, he might have believed Zhao Gangbao was an adopted child. Wouldn't that be a bit too harsh? Wang Teng pondered aloud. Zhao Gangbao, overhearing Wang Teng speaking on his behalf, felt a surge of gratitude, almost moved to tears. Brother, since young Master Wang has said so, please spare me this once. I will never dare again. This was purely a moment of folly, and I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Zhao Gonghu remained unmoved. Yet Wang Teng nodded. It seems your brother truly realizes his mistakes. In that case, there is no need for complete severance. Zhao Gonghu and Zhao Gangbao exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. Zhao Gangbao, however, felt an overwhelming joy, realizing that if Wang Teng softened his stance, his brother would not truly act with cruelty. Yet Wang Teng paused before continuing, I am a person of mercy, let us settle for cutting it in half. Zhao Gonghu. Zhao Gangbao. You must be a devil. Your heart is surely dark. Half. To hell with half. Zhao Gongbao's face turned pale as he stared blankly at Wang Teng, particularly at his expression of supposed benevolence, feeling utterly defeated. Young master. Perhaps it would be better to sever it entirely, Zhao Gonghu suggested, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, reminding himself never to provoke Wang Teng again. At that moment, Zhao Gangbao even felt that his brother's suggestion was for his own good. Cutting it in half. Why not just be decisive about it? His eyes were vacant, a mix of terror and despair. Wang Teng, having achieved his intended effect, ceased to frighten Zhao Gangbao. He patted him on the shoulder and said, All right, just teasing you. From now on, avoid causing trouble. You won't always encounter someone as lenient as me. Zhao Gangbao suddenly looked up, his face alight with surprise. So, I won't be cut after all? However, if you misbehave again, I shall deal with you personally. Wang Teng replied coolly, then ignored him. Entering his car and starting the engine, preparing to leave. Young master, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Zhao Gonghu called out eagerly. Let us not rush. I will assess your capabilities first. If they align with my requirements, we can discuss further. Wang Teng lowered the car window, glanced at Zhao Gonghu, and left with a parting remark. Once the car had driven far away, Zhao Gangbao cautiously asked, Brother, I won't be cut after all? Fool. Only you believed I would truly harm you. Do you not understand the ruse? Young Master Wang saw through it immediately. It was merely to frighten you. Observing your cowardly demeanor, Zhao Gonghu glared at him. Accustomed to being scolded, Zhao Gangbao shrugged it off, letting out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Useless. Zhao Gonghu kicked him angrily. Zhao Gangbao skillfully dodged aside, chuckling, and asked, Brother, do you really intend to follow him? To align with a martial artist, especially a young one, is far more promising than clinging to an advanced martial apprentice like myself, Zhao Gonghu replied thoughtfully. Chapter 45. The man who owns 18 redevelopment properties. After parting ways with Zhao Gonghu, Wang Teng drove, while contemplating the other man's proposal. It was undeniable that Zhao Gonghu possessed a certain cleverness. Aligning himself with a martial artist like Wang Teng not only resolved their past grievances, but also transformed him into a protective shield. Then there was that ploy of self-inflicted suffering. Wang Teng chuckled enigmatically. Should he accept this allegiance? Lost in thought, Wang Teng arrived at a residential complex. Earlier that day, while attending classes at school, he had scoured the internet for properties between Donghai No. 1 High School and his home, scheduling viewings with several landlords during lunch. The complex before him was the first stop, and the landlord, a woman in her 50s, initially appeared displeased due to Wang Teng's tardiness. However, upon seeing him arrive in a sports car, her demeanor brightened, and she became effusively welcoming. As she escorted Wang Teng through the apartment, she chattered incessantly about how wonderful her property was and the convenience of the location. Wang Teng felt overwhelmed by her incessant prattle. When the topic of rent arose, he was rendered speechless. The online listing had claimed a monthly rent of $3,500, but she now demanded $6,000, a nearly 50% increase. Clearly, she viewed him as an easy target. Stepping out of the complex, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was utterly terrifying. After visiting 2 or 3 more places, he remained unsatisfied. The landlords were either eccentric or their conditions were so excessive that it felt less like renting and more like hiring a caretaker. This room is off limits. That appliance cannot be used. The walls must remain pristine, and please remember to water the plants on the balcony and feed the cats and dogs. Were just a few of the absurd stipulations he encountered. Wang Teng found himself at a loss for words. If they were so attached, why put the property up for rent? If those plants were so precious and the pets so beloved, why not take them along? In truth, he no longer harbored much hope. Had he known, he would have sought out an agency. Wang Teng shook his head. After the downfall of the Wang family in his previous life, he had rented several properties and been swindled by agencies multiple times, a memory that lingered painfully, prompting him to instinctively avoid them. The final property he examined was situated near Donghai University Town. Although it was not on the same line as his home and Donghai No. 1 High School, this location was pleasantly secluded, and due to its proximity to the university, the safety conditions were quite commendable. He stumbled upon it by chance and decided to take a look. "Are you the infamous Wang Dasha from the Chidian orphanage?" The landlord, a burly middle-aged man clad in beach shorts and flip-flops, stood by the roadside and greeted Wang Ting with a perplexing inquiry. Wang Dasha from the Chidian orphanage. After a moment of realization, Wang Tung recalled that this was indeed his online alias from his more juvenile days, long forgotten and overlooked. It was mortifying to have it called out loud. He wished he could vanish into thin air, despite feeling a strong urge to sink into the ground. He maintained an outwardly composed demeanor and nodded. "You are the landlord?" "That's me. Come on, let me show you the place." The burly man exhibited a nonchalant attitude. As if accustomed to such encounters, he led Wang Tung in a particular direction. Before them stood a cluster of modest homes. After navigating through a series of narrow alleys, they arrived at a house with a yard. The exterior was a faded gray-white, adorned with climbing vines. The landlord opened the iron gate and stepped inside first. "Feel free to have a look around." Wang Tung was not shy, eagerly surveying his surroundings. The more he explored, the more satisfied he became. The house, while old in appearance, boasted a newly renovated interior that exuded comfort. Additionally, it featured a small courtyard, spacious enough for practicing martial arts. Not far outside was the university town, which, despite its tranquility, had a bustling student street visible in the distance, alive with activity even past 10 at night. The neighborhood was predominantly inhabited by ordinary families, with a fair share of students renting nearby, devoid of any unsavory characters. What do you think? Not bad, right? Now, let's discuss the price. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. The landlord lit a cigarette and offered one to Wang Ting, who accepted it without hesitation. After taking a deep drag and exhaling slowly, the landlord inquired, "Are you renting alone?" "Yes." Wang Tung confirmed with a nod. "Renting alone can be a bit pricier. But given that you arrived in a sports car, I assume money isn't a concern for you." The landlord chuckled. "How about this? I want to charge you extra. 5,000 a month. Can you accept that?" Wang Tung had researched rental prices in the area beforehand, and this seemed quite reasonable, especially considering the quality of the interior. He cast a surprised glance at the burly man. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the price?" The landlord, noticing Wang Tung's expression, grinned broadly, revealing a set of crooked yellow teeth. "The price is acceptable, though I do have a stipulation." "Another condition?" "Do tell." The landlord raised an eyebrow. "During my tenancy, no one else is allowed inside, including you." Wang Tung stated firmly. "That is only fair." The landlord nodded without hesitation. Ultimately, the landlord did not increase the rent. They settled on 5,000, and Wang Tung felt a flicker of goodwill towards him. The terms were 1 month's rent in advance, plus a deposit. Payment was made via Alipay, and after signing the contract, the landlord handed Wang Tung a set of keys. "I'll be moving in tonight. You can give them to me then." Wang Tung did not refuse. The landlord nodded, and the two of them walked toward the street. A brief stroll of just a few minutes. As they reached the road and were about to part ways, the landlord's phone rang. "The vast horizon is my love," Wang Tung observed as the previously composed landlord transformed into a subservient figure, akin to a mouse confronting a cat, bowing and scraping over the phone. His expression a comical sight. After a moment, the landlord ended the call, exhaling a sigh of relief, lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves, his posture returning to its former uprightness. "Ah, how can a man like me, who owns 18 redevelopment properties, be brought low by a woman? Wang Tung, my friend. It seems you've inadvertently revealed something rather significant." Chapter 46. The supposed benefit of cross-legged meditation is leg numbness. Wang Ting was instantly enlightened. No wonder this landlord treated money like dirt, unconcerned about an extra 1,000 or 2 in rent. A man owning 18 properties due to demolition compensation is indeed exceptional. In fact, he is incredibly formidable. One cannot help but admire him. However, he seemed somewhat henpecked. Beneath his facade of fortitude, Wang Tung perceived a vulnerable, helpless, and thoroughly ravaged soul. Amen. A moment of silence. Observing Wang Tung's gaze, the unkempt man opened his mouth to speak. "Brother, say no more. I understand. I also admire a man like you. Go quickly and fetch soy sauce. Your wife awaits." Wang Tung patted him on the shoulder, speaking with earnest sincerity. The unkempt man opened his mouth again but could not utter a word, ultimately waving his hand and dejectedly heading toward the nearby convenience store to purchase soy sauce. A true man should be like this, daring to confront the domestic tigress. Wang Ting entered his vehicle, casting one last glance at the desolate figure, leaving a sentiment to dissipate in the wind. For him, dutifully remaining in class felt like a waste of time. There was no need to worry about the 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation. He could simply skim through it daily and quickly achieve a perfect score. Class monitor, please cover for me this afternoon, Wang Tung said to Lin Chuhan, departing from the classroom with leisurely ease amidst her helpless gaze. That fellow is truly infuriating. Always having me cover for him. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with him. It's one thing after another, taking an inch and wanting a mile. Lin Chuan couldn't help but stamp her foot. In truth, the teachers of each subject turned a blind eye to Wang Tung's truancy and his habit of playing on his phone during class. In their eyes, Wang Tung had always been a slacker. As long as he didn't disrupt the other students, they were content. The school bell rang. The clamor within the school gradually subsided. And before long, only the sound of teachers lecturing remained. Wang Ting walked along the campus path, deciding to find a place to cultivate his force. Since becoming a martial artist, he had not properly cultivated. Now that he had some spare time, he would use it to practice his force techniques and see how effective they were. Behind the sports field was a small grove, usually frequented by delinquent students smoking, and rarely visited by others. Now that it was class time, it was even more deserted. Wang Ting contemplated this and walked toward the grove. Within the grove, the occasional chirping of insects and birds could be heard, creating an exceptionally serene atmosphere. Wang Ting walked further in and spotted a large rock, perfectly sized for sitting. With a light leap, he sat cross-legged on the rock. The shade of the trees overhead shielded him from the harsh sunlight. However, the temperature was still quite high. He used his ice force to create a circle of ice blocks around himself. The temperature immediately dropped significantly. Comfortable, seeing that no one was around, he closed his eyes and began cultivating his force techniques. First, the Crimson Flame Art. Following the technique's path, the fire force within his force core was guided out, flowing through his limbs and body. Wang Tung gradually entered a state of cultivation. The ambient fire force in the world surged toward him. At this point, the fire force had completed one cycle, but Wang Tung did not stop, continuing his cultivation. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Time passed quickly, an hour elapsing in no time. In cultivation, Wang Tung exhibited a rare focus. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling that the fire force within his body had grown considerably, and his familiarity with the Crimson Flame Art had also increased. His gaze fell upon the attribute panel. Comprehension, 83. 1 Spirit, 20. 2 Talent, Elementary Fire Talent, 11,300. Elementary Ice Talent, 13,300. Elementary Earth Talent, 12,300. Spirit Vision, Elementary 1. 110. Force, 63 100 Fire, 1-star Warrior Level, 5 100 Ice, 1-star Warrior Level, for 100 Earth, 1-star Warrior Level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Art, Entry 5 100. Profound Ice Art, Entry 2 100. Yellow Earth Skill, Earth Shield, Entry 2 100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Blade, Body Micro, Basic Staff Technique, Entry. Spear Technique, Minor Success, Fire Scale Swordplay, Entry 40 100. Illusionary Ice Fist, Entry 9 100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 195, Blank Attribute, 0. The fire force only increased by 1 point. Wang Tung's eyes widened. Cultivating for an entire hour only increased his fire force by 1 point. This speed struck him as somewhat unbelievable. Usually, he relied on picking up attributes to improve, and his strength increased rapidly. Indeed, there was no harm without comparison. It seemed he had been spoiled by the system. What if the system disappeared one day? Wang Ting felt a pang of anxiety at this possibility, quickly shaking his head. No, I can't rely too much on the system. I must also cultivate diligently. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tung's gaze became firm. Having figured this out, his mindset gradually corrected itself. Then, his gaze shifted downward again. Crimson Flame Art, Entry 5 100. The proficiency had increased by 3 points compared to before. Wang Ting nodded to himself, thinking that if he continued to work hard like this, breaking through the entry level was only a matter of time. At the next level, the cultivation speed would definitely be faster. Next, he continued cultivating, but later switched to the Profound Ice Art and the Yellow Earth skill. Compared to Fire Force, Ice Force and Earth Force were undoubtedly too weak. Last night, Ice Force served as an unexpected move, playing a decisive role in the battle. Therefore, it was necessary to improve these two types of force, which could be used as trump cards in the future. Time passed. For an entire afternoon, Wang Ting sat motionless on the rock, cultivating his force techniques. He glanced at the attribute panel. Ice Force and Earth Force had each increased by 5 points. At the same time, the proficiency of the Profound Ice Art had increased by 4 points, and the proficiency of the Yellow Earth skill had increased by 3 points. Not bad. This time, Wang Tung did not find it lacking. Yes, my mindset is very stable. He was about to get off the rock when his legs stiffened, and he nearly fell flat on his face. My goodness, that scared me. He hurriedly grabbed the rock and took a breath. A martial artist nearly falling from such a high rock would be a laughingstock if it were to be known. Darn it, novels are full of lies. Who said cross-legged meditation is more effective? My legs are numb. His legs were completely immobile. Wang Tung had to pry them apart with his hands and take a while to recover before he could walk on the ground, inwardly complaining incessantly. Chapter 47. Practicing Tai Chi? The ultimate health regimen after class. The school erupted into a cacophony of noise. Wang Ting made a beeline for the faculty office, seeking to register for the martial arts examination under the guidance of his teacher, Fan Weiming. The office was far more bustling than Wang Tung had anticipated. As he knocked on the door, all eyes turned toward him, filled with curiosity and skepticism. What brings him here? Is he also registering? Has he ever trained in martial arts? Surely he must be jesting. The sudden barrage of questions left a few murmuring students in an awkward silence. Had he ever claimed to lack experience? The conversation abruptly ceased, and everyone returned to their respective teachers, engrossed in the registration process as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting, Fan Weiming, spotting him, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you here to register as well? Come in." As a diligent homeroom teacher, he was acutely aware that only a handful of students had the opportunity to apply for the martial arts program, and Wang Ting was clearly not among them. Despite the gifts Wang Tung's father had presented him, Fan Weiming remained a principled educator. He resolved to counsel Wang Tung, for the martial arts examination was no trivial matter. "Please wait a moment while I assist them with their registration," he instructed. "All right." Wang Tung nodded, his gaze drifting toward a few classmates, among whom were the familiar faces of Yang Jian and his deskmate and class monitor, Lin Chuhan. Yang Jian was somewhat of an exception. His uncle worked in the Education Bureau, and he had received insider information early on, allowing him to prepare more thoroughly than others, giving him considerable confidence. As for Lin Chuhan, her prowess was undeniable, and her dedication to the rigorous preparatory program was noteworthy. Yet, she chose to register the very next day after the announcement. Many were still hesitating, unable to make a decision in such a short span of time. The overlap of the martial arts examination and the regular college entrance exams posed a dilemma. Registering for the martial arts test would preclude participation in certain subjects of the standard exams. Lin Chuan's determination was evidently resolute. "Lin Chuan, have you truly made up your mind?" Wang Tung inquired, leaning closer to her. "Indeed," she affirmed, her expression serious. "The martial arts examination is no laughing matter, particularly with the inherent risks during practical assessments." Yang Jian, who had been pondering how to interject, seized the opportunity to express his concern. "I have considered all of this," Lin Chuan replied, nodding. "Do your parents agree with your decision?" Wang Tung pressed, furrowing his brow. "My parents. I can make my own decisions." Lin Chuan hesitated slightly but stood firm in her resolve. Wang Ting's lips twitched. It seemed she hadn't even consulted her parents. Such determination was admirable yet concerning. He contemplated urging her further, but upon seeing her stubborn expression, he refrained. Each individual has the right to make their own choices. If she had already made up her mind, further persuasion would be futile. Yang Jian, noticing Wang Tung's silence, also chose to remain quiet. At that moment, the other students finished their registrations and approached the desk to submit their fees and fill out their forms, completing the surprisingly simple process. Yang Jian departed after registering, while Fan Weiming took a sip from his cup, blowing on it lightly. Wang Ting noticed a few goji berries bobbing playfully in the liquid. Lin Chuan endeavored to maintain her serious demeanor. Fan Weiming, oblivious to the tension, sipped the goji-infused water, his head swirling with thoughts about the two students before him. This child wishes to participate in the martial arts examination. It is not that the examination itself is unsuitable, but rather whether it is appropriate for her. Academically, Lin Chuan stands out as one of the best at Donghai No. 1 High School, but concerning martial arts, even if she passes, her scores are unlikely to reach the level of her academic achievements. Lin Chuan had approached him immediately after class, and despite his efforts to dissuade her, her resolve was unyielding, causing Fan Weiming considerable distress. As for Wang Ting, a wealthy heir whose academic performance had plummeted, there was little to be said. However, the martial arts examination was not a conventional test, and Fan Weiming did not wish for him to gamble with his life. Wang Ting. I previously mentioned how perilous the practical assessments are. You must have heard me, he cautioned. Teacher, I heard you, Wang Ting thought to himself, rolling his eyes at the lack of trust. If you heard, why do you still want to register? Fan Weiming was perplexed. Teacher, I understand you are looking out for me, but I know my limits. You need not worry. Wang Ting, sensing Fan Weiming's skepticism, revealed his trump card. Moreover, my father has agreed. Oh, your father has agreed. Fan Weiming paused, contemplating. It seemed there was a connection. The wealthy indeed had their advantages. He nodded. In that case, please come over to register. He handed the registration form to Wang Ting, who completed the process with a flourish. Meanwhile, Fan Weiming turned to Lin Chuan, saying, Chuan, I sincerely hope you reconsider. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone in life and should not be approached lightly. Teacher, I truly am not being impulsive. I have thought this through thoroughly, Lin Chuan replied with a wry smile. She had not anticipated that her greatest obstacle would be her homeroom teacher. Though he meant well, her desire to participate in the martial arts examination was unwavering. She felt that not doing so would lead to lifelong regret. Even if I participate in the martial arts examination, I will not abandon my academic pursuits in the humanities, Lin Chuan asserted, biting her lip. If I do not succeed this year, I will completely give up and devote a year to retaking the exams for the standard college entrance tests. With her statement, Fan Weiming, despite his reservations, found himself without recourse, letting out a sigh of resignation as he allowed her to register. Once the two exited the office, another teacher remarked to Fan Weiming, Isn't that your class's top student? Are you really letting her go? What else can I do? If she is determined, can I really deny her registration? Fan Weiming shot a sidelong glance at the teacher. Age is no barrier. Who says one cannot practice martial arts? Our indigenous Tai Chi, refined by martial artists, is indeed suitable for seniors. Even if one does not become a martial artist, the health benefits are undeniable. Fan Weiming took a sip of the goji water, speaking with an air of authority. Oh, have you practiced, Teacher Fan? The other teacher inquired, intrigued. Of course. I have indeed practiced, Fan Weiming replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Let me tell you, Tai Chi is exceptional for health. After practicing, my back no longer aches, my hair remains thick, and I feel invigorated every evening. Teacher Fan, please teach me when you have the chance. Absolutely. Shall we meet at the park tonight? Agreed. See you at the park. Chapter 48. A data report emerging from the homeroom teacher's office. Wang Ting and Lin Chuan walked side by side towards the school gate. Class monitor, it's mealtime. May I treat you to a meal? All right. Let us part ways here then, Wang Ting replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. See you, Lin Chuan said. Wang Ting waved his hand as he got into his car and drove away. On the way, he called his landlord to inform him of his imminent arrival. About 10 minutes later, he reached the university town. Once again, by the roadside, the landlord, resembling a burly man, was riding a small electric scooter with a beautiful woman clinging to him. The sight was quite striking. It was indeed the same burly man, but now accompanied by a lovely lady embracing his waist. Wang Ting almost failed to recognize him. The car came to a halt, and Wang Ting stepped out. Brother Wang. Over here. The landlord waved at him. Wang Ting approached, implying, Brother, after an afternoon apart, I almost didn't recognize you. The landlord, fully aware of his insinuation, chuckled. Low profile, low profile. The beautiful woman behind him rolled her eyes and playfully pinched the flesh around his waist, exclaiming, Stop it. Oh my, that sound is somewhat alluring. The burly man gasped in surprise. You must be the renowned young Master Wang from the orphanage at Chidian. As I've heard from old Wang, the woman addressed Wang Ting. Wang Ting, feeling a bit downcast, was met with the landlord's hearty laughter. All right, let us not bring that up. That name is truly hard for ordinary folks to bear. It's all youthful folly. Wang Ting replied helplessly. How old are you really? The woman teased, covering her mouth with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife. You may call her Sister Han, the landlord said. Sister Han. Wang Ting greeted. You can simply call me Wang Ting. You and old Wang share the same surname, Sister Han remarked with a smile. Indeed, Brother Wang. What's your name? Wang Ting inquired, sensing a connection. Let us not delve into names. I shall call you Brother Wang. And if you don't mind, you may call me Brother What as well, the landlord replied. His expression a mix of disdain when it came to his own name. Wang Ting nodded without probing further and asked, "Are you two going out for some fun?" "Yes. This rascal hasn't taken me out in ages. He finally decided to accompany me today," Sister Han lamented. "Brother Wang, this is where you falter, with such a beautiful wife. How can you keep her cooped up at home?" Wang Ting jested. "Did you hear that? You should learn from Young Tung's awareness." Sister Han teased as she pinched the landlord's ear. The burly man grimaced in pain, shooting a resentful glare at Wang Ting. "I want to intrude any longer, Brother Wang." "Do enjoy your outing," Wang Ting said, giving the landlord a gentle push. Meanwhile, in the office building of the Polaris Martial Arts School, a young woman in her 20s hurried towards the Master's office, clutching a data report. Xiaomin, a staff member at the Polaris Martial Arts School, had been engrossed in the data statistics of martial students when one particular report caught her attention. At the door of the Master's office, Xiaomin took a moment to steady her breath, slightly breathless from her brisk walk, before knocking. "Come in." A steady voice emanated from inside. Xiaomin entered. "Is there something you need?" The master, a man in his 30s with short hair spiked like steel needles, wore a serious expression that exuded an aura of authority. Staff members often felt intimidated in the presence of the master, and Xiaomin was no exception. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and placed the data report on the master's desk. "Master, this data report seems to have some issues. I believe you should take a look." "Oh?" Fu Tiandao raised an eyebrow, halting his previous task as his gaze fell upon the report. He picked it up, leaned back in his chair, and glanced through it. From an ordinary person to a high-level martial student in less than a month? Interesting, Fu Tiandao remarked with an enigmatic smile. As Xiaomin began to explain, Fu Tiandao interjected, "You may leave. I will keep this report for now, and do not disclose its contents to anyone." "Understood," Xiaomin replied, not daring to ask further questions. After receiving the keys from the landlord, Wang Tung placed the egg in the bedroom of his room and set the incubator to gradually hatch it. After dinner, he routinely headed to the Polaris Martial Arts School to hone his attributes. For the next couple of days, Wang Ting's life was uneventful, adhering to a steady routine. During the day, he attended school, studied 5 years of martial examination, 3 years of simulation, and when disinterested in class, retreated to a small grove to practice his original force techniques, enhancing his proficiency in both his original force and techniques. Evenings were dedicated to the Polaris Martial Arts School, where he collected attributes, refined his foundational combat skills, and bolstered his combat strength. In addition, he did not neglect his primary offensive techniques, the Fire Lens Sword technique and the Illusion Ice Fist. Through experimentation, Wang Tung discovered that approximately 10 repetitions of practice could yield a 1-point attribute increase. Moreover, as his comprehension improved, his training speed subtly accelerated, intensifying his desire for higher comprehension attributes. Additionally, Wang Ting tested the defensive capabilities of the Earth Element Shield. If fully deployed, it could withstand approximately 80% of his striking force. This was commendable, considering his current combat strength had reached 201. This meant that even a full-force strike from a first-tier top-level warrior would have its power reduced by at least 1/3 to 1/2 by the Earth Element Shield. Such a defense could certainly preserve his life in critical moments. Furthermore, as long as the Earth Element force was sufficient, the shield's defensive capabilities could be enhanced. Comprehension, 90, Mentality, 22. 8, Talent, Primary Fire Talent, 11,300, Primary Ice Talent, 13,300, Primary Earth Talent, 12,300, Spiritual Vision, Primary 1. 110, Original Force, 64,100 Fire, First Tier Warrior, 8,100 Ice, First Tier Warrior, 7,100 Earth, First Tier Warrior. Techniques, Red Flame Technique, Entry 2100. Mysterious Ice Technique, Entry 12100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Entry 15100, Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Body Movement, Basic Staff Technique, Entry. Marksmanship, Minor Success, Fire Lens Sword Technique, Entry 43100, Illusion Ice Fist, Entry 13100, Knowledge, Fundamental Subjects, Full Score, 5 years of Martial Examination, 3 years of Simulation, 80 points, Overall Combat Strength, 201, Blank Attributes, 0. Gazing at the changes on his attribute panel, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. The visible progress was inherently gratifying. Aside from training, Wang Tung remained vigilant regarding the small team mentioned by the Earth Element Warrior. The 3 fallen warriors were merely a few among a certain warriors group, and their disappearance would undoubtedly attract attention. He could only hope that they would not trace it back to him. Chapter 49. Hurry and obtain your warrior certificate, dear. Your little storage box is ready. What the heck is this little storage box? Is it so difficult to communicate properly? The flicker of joy in Wang Teng's heart was instantly overshadowed by a torrent of complaints. The other party then sent an image, the storage box. Its appearance differed slightly from what he had seen last time. It was now entirely black, adorned with silver runes that lent it an air of mystery. It certainly is eye-catching. Could the other person be a rune master? Wang Teng couldn't help but speculate, then asked, "You've added runes?" "Yes, dear. Relying solely on mechanisms is rather outdated, so I incorporated runes. Once activated, the weapons you need will pop out in a flash. How convenient." "That sounds good, but the price will likely be higher, right?" "Price is of no concern. Selling this storage box will surely bring a smile to my grandfather in the afterlife. A little effort is inconsequential." What a kind-hearted person. Indeed, a dutiful and considerate individual. Wang Teng silently awarded a good person card from afar. "All right. I will proceed with the payment right now. Please ship it immediately." "Of course, dear." Wang Teng noticed that the other party was quite fond of using emoticons. Perhaps they graduated from the Academy of Chinese Emoticons. If not, that academy surely owes them a diploma. He whimsically decided to nickname them Emoticon Maniac without their consent. On Taobao, the price of the storage box had already been set at 100,000. As Wang Teng clicked in, ready to make the payment, a prompt suddenly appeared. "We apologize, but you have not entered your warrior certificate number. Unable to proceed with the order." "What on earth? What is a warrior certificate number? Do I need one to buy something on Taobao? Why was I not informed?" Wang Teng, perplexed, hurriedly inquired of the other party. "Why is a warrior certificate number required to shop at your store?" "Yes, dear. Is there a problem? What exactly is a warrior certificate number?" Wang Teng paused before asking. "The warrior certificate number is the identification number on your warrior certificate, dear." This explanation was quite powerful yet amounted to nothing. Where does one procure a warrior certificate? Wang Teng had no choice but to patiently ask, as the other seemed a bit slow on the uptake. "You can take the exam at the Martial Arts Association, dear." "Don't you have one?" "Dear? What is with the dear?" Wang Teng felt a vein throb on his forehead. Conversing with this person was sure to induce a heart attack. "Why does your store require a warrior certificate number?" "Because our shop is a high-end flagship store, dear. All products are exclusively for warriors. Hence the need for a warrior certificate number as proof. It is mentioned in the store guidelines. Did you not see it, dear?" Wang Teng quickly flipped back to the beginning, squinting for a long time before finally spotting that line of so-called store guidelines tucked away in a corner of the product description. He suddenly felt an urge to curse. How could anyone see such a small line of text hidden amongst hundreds of words? "Can you ship it first? I'll provide the warrior certificate number later." Wang Teng asked. "That is not permissible, dear." "Why not?" "Because only those who have obtained the certificate are allowed to use rune weapons." "Is that so?" Wang Teng pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Must one have a clean record and no criminal history to acquire a warrior certificate? It seemed that regulations regarding warriors were quite stringent. Yet, the few warriors he encountered spoke of killing so casually. "Wait, if I have killed someone, does that count as a criminal record? I suppose I should go take the exam." "Very well. Once you have completed your certification, I can ship your item today, and you should receive your treasure by tonight." "Tonight? That is incredibly fast. What kind of express delivery service do you use?" Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. "You'll find out soon enough, dear." It seemed he would have to skip class again. Wang Teng, somewhat resigned, turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Class monitor." Lin Chuan was lost in thought, initially wanting to ask Wang Teng for a favor, but she couldn't bring herself to voice it. Suddenly hearing her name startled her. "What?" Lin Chuan nearly jumped out of her seat, nervously glancing at Wang Teng, fearing he had seen through her thoughts. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. "I merely called your name. Is such a reaction necessary?" He sighed, exasperated. "I have something to attend to outside, you understand." With a wink at Lin Chuan, he made his way toward the door. Lin Chuan let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Thank goodness he hadn't seen through her thoughts. That was a relief. "Wait, you're planning to skip class again? The college entrance exams are just around the corner. Don't you feel any urgency?" "Rest assured, I never engage in actions without confidence." "All right then." Wang Teng waved and exited the classroom. Lin Chuan paused, taken aback by his boldness. Can he really pull it off? Surely he isn't just bragging. The Martial Arts Association is an official organization formed by countries worldwide to manage warriors uniformly. A warrior's identity only becomes legitimate after registering and obtaining a certificate from the association, granting them privileges that ordinary people do not possess. For instance, a warrior is permitted to kill. Of course, this does not mean one can kill indiscriminately. There must be just cause, or they will face legal consequences. Furthermore, warriors are allowed to possess rune weapons. In public transportation like high-speed trains and airplanes, ordinary people are prohibited from carrying weapons. But warriors can legally do so by presenting their warrior certificate. There are many other privileges that need not be enumerated. Wang Ting learned of these details online. Realizing just how crucial the warrior certificate was for warriors, as it facilitated many aspects of their lives. However, possessing a warrior certificate also implies indirect submission to governmental oversight. Openly violating laws would be impossible. This serves as a protection for the general populace. Heroes transgressing the law is not merely a saying. When a person wields formidable power, their actions can become reckless and uncontrollable. In the early days of the martial arts era, numerous riots occurred. It was only after the government deployed a significant number of warriors to suppress them that those who considered themselves invincible realized that the nation is indeed our nation, not one to be trifled with. Thus, it is evident that the Martial Arts Association is indeed indispensable. Chapter 50. Congratulations to our China. The Eastern Sea Martial Arts Association. Wang Ting stood at the entrance, gazing in awe at the towering structure before him. It was an octagonal spire-like building, distinctive in appearance and highly recognizable. From a distance, amid the multitude of surrounding edifices, this octagonal tower was the first sight to capture one's attention. At that moment, the area in front of the building was bustling with activity as numerous individuals entered and exited. A sweeping glance revealed that most of these individuals exuded a remarkable aura. Most of them were martial artists. A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang Ting as he quietly deduced. Feeling somewhat anxious at encountering so many martial artists for the first time, he took a deep breath and exhaled before proceeding towards the building. As he stepped inside, curious eyes turned towards him, their gazes filled with astonishment as they scrutinized his presence. However, they could not discern his features. He wore a distinctive Ultraman mask. The peculiarities of his mask drew some odd looks. It was not uncommon for people to wear masks while visiting the Martial Arts Association, as many harbored secrets and preferred to remain anonymous. Yet, an Ultraman mask was a novelty they had never encountered before. Surely, this person was not here to amuse. Fortunately, they understood that no one dared to cause trouble at the Martial Arts Association. Furthermore, the aura he deliberately emanated confirmed that he was indeed a martial artist. Thus, despite the absurdity of his appearance, none dared to approach him. "Hello, I am here to apply for a martial arts certificate." Wang Ting addressed a staff member at the front desk. The staff member looked up to meet the gaze of a face obscured by the Ultraman mask. Her expression a mixture of bewilderment and amusement. She suppressed a smile and nodded solemnly. "Certainly, please follow me." Under her guidance, Wang Ting arrived outside a room. "You may enter. Please follow the instructions displayed on the wall to operate the machine. If everything is in order, the system will register your identity, and your martial arts certificate will be generated in less than 10 minutes, the staff member explained, gesturing towards the door. Wang Ting nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the room, the staff member closed the door behind him. He cast a glance around and noticed a machine situated against the wall, resembling a bank teller's machine. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Beside that machine stood another device that resembled a futuristic sleep pod from a science fiction film. Having previously used a physical fitness tester at the Polaris Martial Arts School, he recognized that this machine was far more sophisticated, designed specifically for assessing the physiques of martial artists. The physiques of martial artists had undergone significant changes compared to martial apprentices, necessitating a more complex apparatus. This machine likely cost tens of millions, far exceeding the price of the fitness testers used for martial apprentices. Wang Ting removed his Ultraman mask. Following the procedure, he approached the teller machine and placed his identification card on the sensor area. "Please scan your fingerprints and iris." Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Ting pressed his 10 fingers against the designated areas while directing his gaze towards the camera ahead. Fingerprint scanning in progress. Ding. Iris scan complete. Verifying identity after approximately 3 minutes, the prompt sounded again. Identity confirmed. Wang Ting, age 17, Chinese citizen, no criminal record, identity clear. Compliant with the 108 regulations for martial artists, verification successful. Please proceed to the physique tester for assessment. Even though he was aware that his identity posed no issues, a hint of nervousness lingered within Wang Ting. Upon hearing the successful verification prompt, he let out a slight sigh of relief and stepped into the physique testing device. The hatch slowly closed, scanning his entire body. Whether it was mere imagination or reality, Wang Tung felt as though invisible hands were inspecting him from head to toe. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight tremor within his core as the primal force stirred restlessly within him. The testing concluded swiftly, and the prompt chimed once more. Testing complete. Wang Ting, congratulations on becoming a martial artist. Your martial arts certificate is being generated. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association building, a black sedan came to a gradual halt, and a man with hair like steel needles stepped out. He was none other than Fu Tiandao, the head of the Polaris Martial Arts School. The affairs of the school are quite demanding. I cannot afford to be absent. Fu Tiandao stated succinctly. You are. A refined gentleman replied with a hint of exasperation, gesturing towards him. Didn't you say you prepared the finest otherworldly Yulong tea? Why aren't you leading the way? Fu Tiandao shot a sidelong glance at the refined gentleman. Let us go, let us go. It's all been prepared. Just waiting for your arrival. The gentleman chuckled heartily, gesturing for Fu Tiandao to proceed ahead into the building. As they moved along, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Isn't that Fu Tiandao, the head of the Eastern Sea branch of the Polaris Martial Arts School? Seeing is believing. His presence is truly commanding. Indeed. His prowess speaks for itself, being the representative of the Polaris Martial Arts School in this significant city. And who is that refined gentleman accompanying him? How did he manage to summon Fu Tiandao? Fool. That is President Qin Hanxian of the Eastern Sea Martial Arts Association. Oh my. I truly failed to recognize such a prominent figure in person. He is indeed a great leader. Whispers of admiration filled the air as Fu Tiandao and his companion walked on, the crowd continuing to discuss their illustrious achievements. Despite their stories being well-known, their status as iconic figures in the Eastern Sea meant that the local populace's admiration had never waned. Engaged in conversation, Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian took the elevator to the top floor of the building, arriving at Qin Hanxian's office. Upon entering the office, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows greeted them, positioned directly in front of the entrance. From this vantage point, one could gaze down upon the entirety of the Eastern Sea, evoking a sense of conquering the mountains. A tea table was set beside the windows. Have a seat. Qin Hanxian gestured casually. This place is quite impressive, Fu Tiandao remarked as he approached the windows, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Qin Hanxian seated himself, effortlessly brewing tea, the delicate aroma wafting through the air. Oh, the higher you are, the colder it feels. Working here daily does not seem particularly pleasant. Such pretentiousness, Fu Tiandao scoffed. Your words are as unrefined as ever. Let us enjoy the tea, Qin Hanxian replied, pouring tea into Fu Tiandao's cup. Seated at the table, Fu Tiandao took a sip, his eyes fluttering open and closed. Indeed, this is exquisite tea. Needless to say, I went to great lengths to procure this from the governor, Qin Hanxian replied with pride. How is Governor Jiang faring? Fu Tiandao raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The last time we met, Governor Jiang was preparing to break through to the battle general level. Qin Hanxian's expression turned serious. Oh, is he confident? Fu Tiandao's expression shifted, concern evident. He mentioned he has at least a 60% chance, Qin Hanxian stated. 60% is somewhat low. Why not wait a bit longer? Fu Tiandao inhaled deeply, frowning. I heard that Governor Li of Jinlin achieved battle general level 2 weeks ago. Qin Hanxian suddenly dropped a bombshell. What? Is that true? Fu Tiandao sprang to his feet. Sit down, sit down. Of course it's true. Do you think I make baseless claims? Qin Hanxian rolled his eyes. Now we have another battle general. Congratulations to our China. Fu Tiandao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, congratulations. Qin Hanxian nodded. You know as well as I do that these two have been rivals since their university days, vying against each other their entire lives. Governor Jiang cannot possibly swallow this bitter pill. Qin Hanxian sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, it truly is the case. Fu Tiandao conceded with a sense of resignation. I sincerely hope that Governor Jiang can successfully navigate this challenge, allowing our Eastern Sea to gain an additional formidable warrior. Chapter 51. The attention of two influential figures. As Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian engaged in casual conversation, a sudden sound emanated from the office computer, catching their attention. Old Fu, come over here and take a look, he called out to Fu Tiandao. Rising from his seat, Fu Tiandao approached, astonished to see the information on the screen. 17 years old, and already a martial artist, he exclaimed. However, upon seeing the name Wang Tung, his brow furrowed slightly. Wang Tung, that name sounds familiar. Do you know him? Qin Hanxian inquired, surprised. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tiandao recalled, I remember now. A report was submitted a few days ago. If it's not a case of a shared name, that report must pertain to him. Let's check the surveillance footage to confirm whether it's the same person, Qin Hanxian suggested. Operating the computer. Instantly, the scene from Wang Teng's room was projected onto the wall opposite them. Indeed, it's him, just as in the photo. Fu Tiandao recognized Wang Teng immediately. By the way, what was that data you mentioned? Qin Hanxian asked. The report indicated that this young man ascended from an ordinary individual to a senior martial disciple in less than a month after joining our martial arts school. Fu Tiandao stated. Haha, Wang Teng must have been training long before arriving at your school. According to his profile, he is from the third generation of the Wang family in Donghai, which likely provides ample resources for his martial training, Qin Hanxian chuckled. I share the same sentiment. I intended to observe him further, but it seems he has indeed proven to be a prodigy, Fu Tiandao marveled. A 17-year-old martial artist is quite rare. It appears we may witness a dark horse in this upcoming martial arts examination, Qin Hanxian remarked with a smile. Shall we go and watch? Though Fu Tiandao maintained a faade of indifference, it was evident he was quite intrigued. Agreed. Let's go together. Wang Teng, unaware of the attention he had garnered from these two influential figures, was blissfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation he found himself in. 10 minutes later, the martial artist certificate was completed. Holding the small black booklet, Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. Donning his Ultraman mask, he exited the Martial Arts Association. Upon arriving at a small grove, he entered the Taba app, inputting his martial artist certificate number to place an order. This Lu master is quite a character. They won't let you place an order without a martial artist certificate number. One would think they have a vendetta against money. He mused. Oh well, judging by their tone, they likely don't lack for funds. After placing the order, Wang Teng sent a message urging, I've placed the order. Please ship it quickly. All right, dear, shortly thereafter. Classes concluded, and Wang Teng met up with Su Jie and a few others to head to the cafeteria, encountering Li Rongqing and Yuan Zhenghua, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Upon spotting Wang Teng, Li Rongqing's expression soured considerably, especially after that day when Zhou Baiyun had inquired about Wang Teng. Initially, Zhou Baiyun had held him in high regard, and Li Rongqing believed he had a chance to win her affection. Envisioning a future with the beautiful daughter of the wealthy Zhou family, the Zhou family would undoubtedly bolster his status, allowing him to become a person of significance in Donghai rather than merely a rich second-generation reliant on his father's wealth. Yet, Wang Teng's emergence had stolen his spotlight, even piquing Zhou Baiyun's interest. How infuriating. Li Rongqing seethed internally. Li Xiao, you're here for a meal too? Wang Teng greeted him casually. Humph. Li Rongqing scoffed, turning away without a word. Who knows? Su Jie shrugged. After all, it's the last day of the week. One should at least show the teacher some respect. You, wait for me. Lin Chuan bit her lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed, yet ultimately mustered the courage to call out. Wang Teng had noticed her distraction earlier. Now, seeing her stop him, he paused to ascertain her intent. After gathering her belongings, Lin Chuan walked out of the classroom with Wang Teng. They moved to a secluded area, but Lin Chuan found herself hesitating, her expression shifting between resignation and determination. If you have any troubles, just speak up, Wang Teng gently urged. Perhaps Wang Teng's gentle demeanor reassured Lin Chuan, as she took a deep breath and finally said, Could you lend me some money? Upon uttering these words, she appeared deflated, a trace of helplessness and bitterness flashing across her face. How much? Wang Teng studied her expression, feeling a stirring in his heart. This girl was clearly facing difficulties. He believed Lin Chuan must have reached a point of desperation to seek his assistance. Otherwise, with her pride, she wouldn't have broached such a subject. 15,000. Lin Chuan hesitated, then quickly added, I understand it's quite a sum, but I assure you I will repay you promptly. After the college entrance examination, I will get a job and repay you as soon as I have the funds. Wang Teng was taken aback. Not for the amount itself, but by the mystery surrounding Lin Chuan's need for such a sum. However, he refrained from probing further, pulling out his phone and stating, Give me your Alipay account. I will transfer the money to you now. I will pay you back. Lin Chuan attempted to finish her sentence. But upon hearing Wang Teng's words, she suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening with emotion. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and forced a smile, saying, Thank you. I will repay you soon. She reiterated this assurance, as if it were the only means to preserve a shred of her dignity. There's no rush. Repay according to your means, Wang Teng nodded, quickly entering her Alipay account to transfer the funds. In this world, many differences exist, such as Alipay's support for substantial transactions without limitations. Lin Shuhan expressed her gratitude once more, tightly clutching her phone. The 15,000 felt particularly weighty in her hands. Her family's savings had never amounted to such a figure. For families like Wang Teng's, tens of thousands might merely be pocket money, yet for many ordinary families, it could take years to save such an amount. What troubles could she possibly be facing? Wang Teng pondered as he watched Lin Shufan's retreating figure, still feeling a twinge of concern before quietly following her. Chapter 52. I came to drive away a few flies from a distance. I observed her entering her home. And just as I was about to depart, a group of individuals approached. At the forefront was a bald man clad in a black suit, followed by 5 or 6 ruffian-like youths. Wang Teng abruptly halted his steps, lit a cigarette, and stood by the roadside, smoking. What are you staring at, you little brat? The bald man in black suit growled upon noticing Wang Teng's unabashed gaze upon them. Wang Teng remained silent, turning his head away. The bald man chose not to pursue the matter further and, grumbling, strode into Lin Shufan's residence. Lin Shufan's home was an aged 3-story building, with the ground floor serving as a small grocery store. The bald man entered the shop, casually grabbing a bottle of cola and gulping down a generous mouthful. A middle-aged woman, presumably Lin Shufan's mother, stood nearby, her expression one of alarm, afraid to utter a word. After burping, the bald man turned to the middle-aged woman and asked, "So, have you prepared the money?" "Boss, my husband has already gone to borrow money from relatives and friends. Please grant us a few more days," the middle-aged woman pleaded. "Another few days? I've already given you 3 days. Is that not sufficient?" The bald man glared, kicking over a nearby box of candies, causing them to scatter everywhere. "It seems you don't intend to repay the debt." "Boss, we genuinely intend to repay, but we haven't gathered enough funds yet. Please, just give us 2 or 3 more days." The middle-aged woman, frightened, shrank back, her eyes reddening. "Spare me the nonsense. If you can't produce the money today, I will smash your shop." The bald man showed no sign of relenting. "That is unacceptable. This shop is our family's livelihood. My daughter is preparing for her college entrance exams. If you destroy it, how will we survive?" The middle-aged woman cried, tears streaming down her face. "Who cares how you survive? It appears you won't be able to repay today. Do you think I run a charity? Smash it," the bald man declared, sitting back in a chair, waving his hand, signaling his henchmen to prepare for destruction. "Wait." A voice descended from the upper floor. "Oh." The bald man's eyes gleamed upon seeing Lin Shuhan. "What brings you down?" The middle-aged woman immediately panicked, rushing to shield Lin Shuhan behind her, saying to the bald man, "Boss, my daughter is still young. This matter has nothing to do with her. Please do not involve her. I think she is not so young anymore." The bald man stood, his gaze lingering on Lin Shuhan with unwelcome intent. Unfazed, Lin Shuhan stepped out from behind her mother and declared, "You claim we owe you 150,000, correct? I will repay you now. Take the money and leave my home immediately." "Haha, quite the bold claim. Do you truly have 150,000? The bald man scoffed. The middle-aged woman knew the bald man's intentions all too well. These individuals were no good. Her daughter was merely a high school student and could not possibly contend with them. Lin Shuhan remained resolute. "Return the promissory note to us, and I will transfer the money immediately." Could it be that this girl has indeed found the funds? The bald man mused, eyeing her youthful and vibrant beauty. A plan formed in his mind as he smirked coldly. "All right, as long as you repay the money, we will leave. But that amount was 3 days ago now. Considering the time that has passed, you owe me 200,000. What do you say, little sister? Can you manage 200,000? 200,000. How could it possibly escalate to that in just 3 days? Lin Shufan's mother turned pale, unsure if she was more outraged or terrified. "You are shameless." Lin Shuhan trembled with anger. Initially, their family had borrowed 100,000, but the interest over 3 months had ballooned to 50,000. Unable to withstand the pressure, they had resigned themselves to borrowing from every possible source. However, after years of pleading, there were no relatives or friends left willing to lend them money. All too aware of their dire situation, with her father paralyzed and her sister afflicted with a rare illness, only Lin's mother managed the grocery store to support the family. Borrowing from them was akin to filling a bottomless pit. Small amounts might be manageable, but larger sums were beyond anyone's willingness to lend. Lin Shuhan had finally set aside her pride to borrow 150,000 from Wang Teng, hoping to settle this dreadful debt. Yet, to her dismay, the other party was so unscrupulous, now claiming an additional 50,000 after just 3 days. "Little sister, do not speak so recklessly. I am a very upright person. How could I be considered shameless? The bald man retorted nonchalantly. This is illegal. I can report you. Lin Chuan clenched her teeth. Go ahead and report me. I won't stop you. However, whether your shop will continue operating thereafter is another matter, the bald man sneered. You. Lin Chuan pointed at him, speechless with fury. Then it seems you are unable to repay, which complicates matters. How about this? I am in need of a girlfriend. If you are willing to be mine, I will even forgive your debt. The bald man chuckled maliciously. That is impossible. Do not even think about it. Even if our shop fails, you shall not lay a finger on my daughter. Lin Chuan's mother erupted, shielding her daughter, glaring fiercely at the bald man. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. A flicker of panic in her eyes. She had never anticipated such a vile proposition. She had underestimated the depths of human depravity. Then do not blame me for being impolite. The bald man grinned menacingly, but before he could finish, a voice emerged from behind. What do you mean by being impolite? The bald man turned to see a familiar figure. You, Wang Teng. Lin Chuan also recognized the newcomer, feeling an inexplicable sense of support. Ah, so we are acquainted. The bald man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Teng. What, do you intend to play the hero? Play the hero? I wouldn't say that. Wang Teng pondered before responding. Ha ha ha, look at his cowardly demeanor. The bald man burst into laughter, his lackeys joining in mockery. I merely came to drive away a few flies, Wang Teng retorted indifferently. The bald man's expression soured immediately. It stung to be so underestimated by this seemingly nonchalant youth. You're courting death, he spat, enunciating each word with menace. Chapter 53. No nonsense when fleeing. How does one seek death? Wang Teng inquired, tilting his head. The bald man in a black suit and his entourage appeared utterly bewildered, their expressions akin to those who had just ingested something foul. Lin Chuan maintained a composed demeanor, suppressing her laughter. Lin's mother mused about the mischievous nature of the child, wondering which household she belonged to. Enraged, the bald man pointed at Wang Teng and bellowed, attack him. Beat him to a pulp. A throng of lackeys surged towards Wang Teng, some even brandishing blades from their pockets. Wang Teng retreated outside a grocery store, but the assailants pursued him, encircling him. Unfortunately, they were merely ordinary individuals. Even if Wang Teng were still a martial apprentice, handling these weaklings would be a trivial matter. He unleashed a powerful punch, knocking two thugs to the ground, their teeth scattering. Strength 1, Strength 1, Mentality 0, 1. Even ordinary folks can lose attributes, and there's a mental attribute too? Wang Teng pondered, somewhat astonished. Watch out behind you. Lin Chuan called out, rushing to assist. As a mid-level martial apprentice, she could easily handle the ruffians. Yet, Wang Teng didn't afford her the opportunity to intervene. With a swift kick, he sent three assailants wielding blades flying 3 meters away. They clutched their chests, blood trickling from their mouths. Despite Wang Teng holding back, the force of his kick was overwhelming for the thugs. Strength 1, Strength 1, Strength 1. You're actually a martial apprentice. The bald man's expression changed drastically, utterly unprepared for the ineptitude of his subordinates against Wang Teng. Kid, you forced my hand, he declared, shedding his coat and stepping towards Wang Teng. Then if I don't force you, you want to act? Wang Teng retorted. The bald man, momentarily taken aback by Wang Teng's words, shook his head vigorously, dismissing his errant thoughts, and barked, stop with the verbal sparring. He circled Wang Teng, seemingly searching for a flaw. Wang Teng remained stationary, awaiting the bald man's strike. However, after 2 circles, the bald man abruptly turned and fled. Running away? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, paying him a modicum of respect. Lin Chuan and her mother were equally taken aback. The bald man's subordinates, witnessing their leader dash away like an exuberant pig, were left in a state of confusion. Kid, this isn't over. Just wait. Wang Teng shook his head, his gaze sweeping the ground until he picked up a brick. The bald man, frightened, turned to flee once more. Wang Teng weighed the brick in his hand, took aim, and hurled it forward. Whoosh! A piercing scream erupted from the bald man as he collapsed. Mentality 0, 1. Am I really going to hit his head? Wang Teng mused, contemplating the recently lost mental attribute. For reasons unknown, the lackeys felt a sense of satisfaction at this sight. Wang Teng ambled over, crouched down, and gazed at the bald man. Thus, when you flee, spare us the chatter. The bald man, clutching his head and feeling dazed, took a while to lift his gaze. He glared menacingly at Wang Teng. You're finished, kid. Our loan shark company has martial apprentices too, several high-ranking ones. Prepare for your demise. Quite fierce, aren't you? Wang Teng chuckled, raising the brick to strike the bald man's face once more. Crack! Blood spurted from the bald man's crushed nose as he howled in agony. Mentality 0, 1. Am I finished? I'm not sure, but you certainly will be, he said, lifting the brick and bringing it down repeatedly before the bald man, who initially appeared defiant, now cowered in terror. The seemingly placid demeanor of this high school-looking youth belied the fear he instilled when he chose to act. Stop, stop. I yield. The bald man gasped, barely coherent, his face a mess of bruises. I didn't intend to hit you, but seeing your stubbornness, I had to oblige, Wang Ting remarked, halting momentarily. It wasn't his reluctance, but rather the fact that after losing another mental attribute, further strikes would yield no additional loss. Accumulated, mentality 0. 4. The bald man gazed at the sky, suddenly feeling an urge to weep. You could have refrained from striking. No one was forcing you. Wang Ting pressed, so, do you yield? Yes, I yield. The bald man nodded fervently. Wang Ting brought the brick down again. Why are you hitting me again? The bald man cried, utterly bewildered. Are you playing mahjong? Who asks if you yield? Wang Ting glared. The bald man felt utterly humiliated, nearly spitting blood. Struggling to utter a single word. Yield. That's all it takes. Wang Ting nodded. Suddenly, without warning, the bald man was struck by another brick. Why? Tears welled in his eyes, and he felt a deep sense of injustice. For no reason other than my personal dislike for you, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. The bald man was left speechless. Produce the IOU. The bald man complied, retrieving the document dutifully. Wang Ting summoned Lin Shuhan, handing her the IOU. Check if it's correct. After inspecting, Lin remarked, you borrowed 100,000 and are expected to repay 200,000? That's easier than being robbed. Crouching down, Wang Ting waved the brick before the bald man. A few days ago, I encountered 5 bank robbers who intended to kill me. Do you know what happened to them? The bald man recalled hearing about a recent incident where several bank robbers had been killed, supposedly by a hostage who was a high school student. Fear gripped the bald man as he looked at Wang Ting, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Wang Ting suddenly crushed the brick in his hand, declaring, you see. They met a fate like this. Big brother, I see my mistake. I truly do. Please spare me. The bald man felt tears welling up. Realizing he had merely come to collect a loan and tease a girl, inadvertently provoking a formidable adversary. It must be a case of poor fortune. Indeed, it must be. Wang Ting replied, no longer frightening him. He turned to Lin Shuhan, transfer the money to him, 100,000 and 100, consider the latter as interest. Do you have any objections? He inquired, directing the question at the bald man. No. The bald man shook his head vigorously, fearful of any dissent that might cost him his life. He had heard of the fate that befell those robbers, their skulls crushed. Oh heavens, how terrifying. Lin Chuan promptly transferred the funds. Wang Ting produced a lighter and, before the bald man's eyes, ignited the IOU, reducing it to ash without a trace. Chapter 54. Family background. The other party is a formidable character, the kind that could smash someone's head when enraged, definitely not someone to provoke. The boss likely wouldn't wish to antagonize such a person, would he? Just look at that face, having endured a blow from a brick. Ouch, that hurts. Sigh. After dismissing the loan shark, Lin Chuhan let out a sigh of relief and turned to Wang Ting, saying, Wang Ting, thank you for earlier. Not at all. Wang Ting shook his head, casually lighting a cigarette as he put away his lighter. Stop smoking. Lin Chuhan suddenly exclaimed. Smoking is harmful to your health, she added. I'm just trying to calm my nerves. Wang Ting replied. Lin Chuhan. Just kidding. Wang Ting tossed the cigarette to the ground and extinguished it. It indeed wasn't proper to smoke in front of a girl. By the way, how did you end up here? Lin Chuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Do you believe I came specifically to see you? Wang Ting chuckled. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her face away, feeling her ears flush, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as a cover. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to check on my mom. Lin's mother embraced Lin Chuan, tears of joy streaming down her face, utterly overwhelmed by the torment inflicted by those people lately. By the way, Xiaohan, who did you borrow that money from? Tell him that although we currently lack funds, we will repay him as soon as possible. Lin's mother said, wiping her tears. I borrowed it from him. Lin Chuan glanced at Wang Tong. How could a young man like him have so much money? Lin's mother expressed her surprise. His family owns a company, Lin Chuan replied. Lin's mother suddenly understood, but then her expression turned suspicious. Xiaohan, you too. Upon seeing her mother's expression, Lin Chuan instantly realized what she was thinking. She stomped her foot and playfully chided, Mom, what are you thinking? He's just my deskmate. All right, I didn't think too much, Lin's mother hurriedly replied. You should invite him over. He has helped our family immensely, and I want to personally express my gratitude. Lin Chuhan was about to call out to Wang Ting when she noticed he was already strolling over leisurely. My mom wants to thank you personally, she informed Wang Ting. Yes, Xiaoteng, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. We are truly grateful, otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. Lin's mother expressed her appreciation. Not at all, Andy. Chuhan is my desk mate, and she often helps me. It's only natural that I assist her in times of need, Wang Ting replied. Good, good. Xiaohan is fortunate to have a desk mate like you, Lin's mother said, increasingly fond of Wang Ting. What a wonderful young man, albeit a bit mischievous. But he clearly possesses a sense of responsibility, is capable, polite, and takes care of Xiaohan. If only he were to become a son-in-law. That wouldn't be so bad. In the martial arts era, one could marry at 18. Lin's mother felt it was time to consider her daughter's future. Tonight, we will have dinner at Annie's house, Lin's mother suddenly declared with enthusiasm. I'll rush to buy groceries, Xiaohan. You entertain Xiaoteng at home. Before Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan could react, she dashed out the door, leaving them exchanging glances, the atmosphere turning somewhat awkward. Should I leave first? Wang Ting suggested, looking for an excuse, perhaps saying he had urgent matters. Lin Chuan regarded Wang Ting. Was he truly reluctant? Although she felt embarrassed. His unwilling demeanor made her uncomfortable. You explain yourself. I won't explain anything, she glared at Wang Ting. All right. It's just a meal. Wang Ting, fear nothing. Despite his bravado, Wang Ting felt as if he were marching to the gallows. Seeing his reaction, Lin Chuan realized he wasn't unwilling but rather a bit timid. She had forgotten he was merely an ordinary person despite his fearless exterior. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind him. Standing in the shop, Wang Ting was unsure of what to do. Noticing scattered candies on the floor, he went over to help pick them up. Lin Chuan soon followed suit. Her gaze softening as she squatted down to assist. I'll transfer the remaining money to you later, she mentioned, recalling their financial arrangement. All right. Wang Ting nodded. As for the 100,000, I'll work over the summer to repay you, Lin Chuan added. Not quite. It's 100,000 and 100. Wang Ting teased with a grin. Yes, 100,000 and 100, you stingy miser, Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. Ha. Wang Ting laughed heartily. Lin Chuan didn't realize that it was precisely this underlying respect woven into their banter that allowed their relationship to remain untainted, devoid of any rift due to recent events. Xiaoteng, you and Chuan go upstairs for a while. I'll start preparing dinner, Lin's mother called out, diving into the kitchen. Let's go upstairs, Lin Chuan said, leading Wang Ting up the stairs. Isn't your uncle home? Wang Ting inquired. Lin Chuan bit her lip and replied, He is. I'll take you to see him. Wang Ting encountered Lin Chuan's father, a disheveled man, clearly intoxicated and emaciated, with both legs incapacitated. How could your father end up like this? Wang Ting was genuinely astonished. While Wang Ting was aware that the martial arts world was not as glamorous as portrayed, he never anticipated it could be this brutal. The horrifying scars on Lin's father made his heart race. Moreover, he was taken aback to discover that Lin Chuan's father was indeed a martial artist. Knowing the harsh realities of the martial arts world, why do you still practice? Why participate in martial exams? Wang Ting couldn't help but question her. I seek revenge. Lin Chuan closed the door, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Was it man-made? Wang Ting was shocked once more. My father's teammate said it was a trap set by their rivals that caused all this, Lin Chuan explained. Chapter 55. The Poisonous Lotus Body. Wang Ting suddenly recalled that in his previous life, he had heard about Lin Chuan's father, who was paralyzed and bedridden. To his surprise, this remained true in this life as well. However, in this incarnation, Lin Chuan's father was a martial artist who had been ambushed, resulting in his current condition. By the way, what about your father's comrades? Are they unaware of your family's plight? Wang Ting inquired. Half a month ago, my sister's illness suddenly flared up. My mother had no choice but to borrow money through others' introductions to treat her, Lin Chuan explained. You have a sister? What illness does she have? Wang Ting realized he knew little about Lin Chuan's family. I have always had a sister. It's just that you were unaware. As for her illness, sigh. If only we knew what it was, we wouldn't be so helpless, Lin Chuan sighed. As she spoke, she led Wang Ting to the door of a room and knocked gently. Xuxia, sister brought a friend. May we come in? Come in, a faint voice, belonging to a young girl, drifted from within. Her speech was peculiar, each word articulated slowly yet not distinctly spaced, lending it a fragile quality. If it had been nighttime, such a voice emerging suddenly from the darkness might have frightened anyone. Wang Ting felt a chill rise on his skin. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. Please don't mind. My sister has always been like this. Pushing the door open, it creaked loudly, revealing a dimly lit room. The curtains were drawn tightly, allowing no light to penetrate. Wang Ting scanned the room but found no sign of a person. However, he was taken aback by the sight of bubbles everywhere. What is this? Wang Ting was momentarily stunned. The room was filled with attribute bubbles, scattered across the floor, tables, chairs, bed, and even in front of the wardrobe, everywhere, large and small. Densely packed, Wang Ting swallowed hard, unable to resist stepping further into the room. Stop! Lin Xuan quickly blocked him and cautioned, stay behind me. And remember not to get too close. Why? Wang Ting asked, puzzled. I'll explain later, Lin Xuan whispered. Then she stepped into the room, addressing the corner near the foot of the bed and wall. Chuxia, sister is here. Following her gaze, Wang Ting finally caught sight of a girl crouched in the corner, hugging her knees, with long, flowing black hair cascading down, dark and straight. He glanced at Lin Xuan. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. But soon, his attention shifted back to the surrounding attribute bubbles. His curiosity piqued. What could these attribute bubbles signify? This was the first time he had witnessed an ordinary person dropping such a multitude of attribute bubbles, and they were naturally generated, which was decidedly unusual in the realm of martial arts. Could it be connected to Lin Xuan's sister's strange illness? Wang Ting speculated, then gently touched a nearby bubble. Pick up. Poison Force 2, Poison Force 1, Poisonous Lotus Body 1. In an instant, Wang Ting felt a peculiar change within his body, allowing him to sense a rare and extraordinary force in the environment. Poison Force. The existence of such a force astonished him. As the poison force entered his body, it surged uncontrollably since he had never practiced any techniques related to it. Oh no! Wang Ting exclaimed in alarm. If anyone were to observe his skin and face at that moment, they would see a purplish-red hue spreading across his body, resembling the effects of a potent toxin. However, a strange power quickly soothed the chaotic poison force, channeling it back into his core, where it balanced with the other three forces. The abnormality on Wang Ting's skin receded as swiftly as the tide. Are you okay? Lin Xuan turned to him, concern etched on her face. Simultaneously, the girl in the corner seemed to sense something, raising her head in confusion to look at Wang Ting. Wang Ting met the girl's gaze and felt a slight jolt in his heart. Her facial features bore a close resemblance to Lin Xuan's, suggesting she was also quite beautiful. Yet, her cheeks were marred by purplish-red poison spots, nearly covering half her face. These blemishes were pitted and grotesque, detracting from her beauty and rendering her visage somewhat terrifying. Difficult to behold. Wang Ting maintained eye contact with the girl, momentarily startled, yet he felt no revulsion. Instead, he sensed a profound pity for her, in her prime. She was confined to this dark room, unable to live like a normal person. He could easily imagine the scorn and ridicule she had endured. Furthermore, the strange illness Lin Xuan had mentioned likely referred to her condition, the poisonous lotus body. It must be an exceedingly rare constitution, otherwise, Lin Xuan's father, being a martial artist, would have resolved it long ago and not left it unaddressed. Such a condition could baffle even martial artists, let alone modern medicine. The realms of martial arts and technology were fundamentally distinct. This constitution had never existed prior to the emergence of martial arts, and there were no documented cases of successful treatment in medicine. The solution might have to be sought in another dimension. Sister, who is he? The girl scrutinized Wang Ting, her initial intrigue fading into disappointment as she asked languidly. His name is Wang Ting. He's a friend of mine, Lin Xuan replied, crouching in front of her sister, but maintaining a respectful distance of at least a meter. Wang Ting began to understand why Lin Xuan had advised him to keep his distance. He could now sense the continuous seepage of poison force emanating from the girl, enveloping her surroundings. If an ordinary person ventured too close, they would be affected. Prolonged contact could lead to poisoning, potentially resulting in death. The poisonous lotus body was indeed fearsome. Is he my brother-in-law? The girl suddenly asked Lin Xuan. Ah, sister, brother-in-law. Lin Xuan blurted, her face flushing crimson. You little rascal, what are you saying? He is not your brother-in-law. Wang Ting nearly burst into laughter. The girl was a comedic relief. Oh, the girl tilted her head, non-committally responding, her expression remaining unchanged. Lin Xuan, exasperated, rose and said to Wang Ting, this is my sister, Lin Xuxia. Don't take her words to heart. Why are you so tense? Wang Ting teased. Who is tense? Lin Xuan's heart raced under his gaze. Wang Ting smiled, then abruptly stepped past Lin Xuan towards Lin Xuxia. Don't go over there. Lin Xuan hurriedly attempted to stop him. Not a problem. Wang Ting waved his hand dismissively, not waiting for Lin Xuan to intervene as he crouched before Lin Xuxia and extended his hand. Hello. Chapter 56, A divergence in my path? Lin Chuxia's eyes widened slightly as she beheld Wang Teng's outstretched hand. Lin Chuhan, too, was taken aback by Wang Teng's sudden gesture. She was acutely aware of her younger sister's condition. Even approaching within a meter could have adverse effects, let alone direct physical contact. As she contemplated intervening, Lin Chuxia voiced, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of what?" Wang Teng responded. "Afraid of my face. Afraid of the air around me," Lin Chuxia articulated. "Do I appear to be affected?" Wang Ting jested. Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, was visibly shaken, staring at Wang Ting in disbelief. Indeed, an ordinary person would have already felt discomfort and paleness at such close proximity. Yet, Wang Teng remained seemingly unaffected. "Wang Teng, you. Perhaps it's because I regularly consume wolfberries. My immunity is quite robust," Wang Teng declared with utmost seriousness. Lin Chuan was rendered speechless. "Wolfberries enhancing immunity? Do you take me for a fool? Can't you be serious about something so significant?" Lin Chuxia, after prolonged observation, exclaimed with a glimmer in her eyes. "It seems like you're truly unaffected." She cautiously extended her hand, and with some hesitation, grasped Wang Teng's palm. In that instant, Lin Chuxia was stunned. An indescribable sensation washed over her, as if an icy current within her was stirred, coursing through her veins. As she was about to inquire, she noticed Wang Teng winking at her enigmatically. The words she intended to utter remained unspoken. Wang Teng smiled faintly, released Lin Chuxia's hand, and stood up. Simultaneously, he collected the attribute bubbles surrounding Lin Chuxia. Fey Lotus Poison Body 7, Poison Force 15. Undoubtedly, she possessed the most abundant bubbles. After collecting them all, Wang Teng felt his Fey Lotus Poison Body becoming increasingly complete, with an augmented poison force within him. Lin Chuxia, on the other hand, felt a sudden emptiness, as if the oppressive, viscous sensation of being enveloped in some sort of liquid had vanished. However, she refrained from asking further, merely studying Wang Ting with curiosity. A flicker of hope kindling within her. Lin Chuan, who had been observing Wang Ting intently, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his imperviousness to physical contact. Yet her heart was filled with greater perplexity. "I'm not sure. Perhaps my immunity is simply stronger," Wang Ting demurred, withholding the truth from Lin Chuan. He was uncertain how to resolve Lin Chuxia's affliction and feared raising her hopes in vain. It would be better to disclose it when he had concrete progress. As for allowing Lin Chuxia to know a fragment of the truth, it was to leave her with a glimmer of hope, lest she succumb to despair in her daily life. Lin Chuan regarded Wang Ting with suspicion. "If you genuinely know something, I implore you to confide in me. This is of utmost importance to our family," she solemnly declared. "Sister, you mustn't make things difficult for my brother-in-law," Lin Chuxia interjected. "I've said it before. He's not your brother-in-law," Lin Chuan retorted, exasperated. "Rest assured, if I genuinely find a solution, I will inform you at once," Wang Teng vowed. Lin Chuan nodded, her countenance tinged with melancholy upon realizing Wang Teng's inability to assist. After a moment, she rallied her spirits, crouched down, and earnestly addressed Lin Chuxia. "Chuxia, have no fear. I have enrolled in the martial arts examination, and I will undoubtedly become a martial artist in the future, helping you find a cure for this peculiar ailment." "Sister, didn't Mom forbid you from practicing martial arts?" Lin Chuxia inquired in astonishment. Lin Chuan swiftly placed a finger to her lips. Keep your voice down. This matter must not reach Mom's ears." Wang Ting furrowed his brow. Was it not she who had spoken so loudly just moments ago? However, he finally comprehended Lin Chuan's reluctance to inform her mother about her participation in the martial arts examination. Lin Chuan's father's demise must have profoundly impacted their mother. As a mother, she would never permit her daughter to follow in her husband's footsteps. Even if there was the slightest possibility, she would nip it in the bud. As dinner was not yet prepared, Wang Ting and Lin Chuan engaged in conversation with Lin Chuxia in her room. Lin Chuan welcomed the additional company for her sister, who was often lonely with only their mother and herself to keep her company. Wang Teng, seizing the opportunity, collected the attribute bubbles within the room. Fey Lotus Poison Body 5, Poison Force 12. He accessed his attribute panel. Comprehension, 90 Spirit, 26 Talent, Elementary Fire Talent, 11,300, Elementary Ice Talent, 13,300, Elementary Earth Talent, 12,300, Spirit Vision, Elementary 1, 410, Fey Lotus Poison Body, 15,10,000, Force, 64,100 Fire, 1-star Warrior Level, 8,100 Ice, 1-star Warrior Level, 7,100 Earth, 1-star Warrior Level, 3,100 Poison, 1-star Warrior Level. Technique, Scarlet Flame Art, entry level 2100, profound ice art, entry level 12100. Yellow earth skill, earth shield, entry level 15100, combat skill, basic combat skills, fist, sword, saber, body micro, basic staff technique, proficient, spear technique, novice. Fire scale swordplay, entry level 43100, illusion ice fist, entry level 13100, knowledge, basic subjects, full marks, 5 years martial arts examination. 3 years mock exam, 80 points. Comprehensive combat power, 218, unassigned attributes, 0 as observed. A Fey Lotus poison body had been added to the talent section, and Wang Tung had a premonition that this physique was extraordinary, especially considering its upper limit of 10,000. How long would it take to accumulate that much? Nevertheless, it reflected the exceptional and formidable nature of the Fey Lotus poison body. Furthermore, the poison force had reached 30 points, surpassing both ice and earth force. Lin Shuxiao was indeed a bountiful repository of poison. Wang Tung couldn't help but exclaim, already formulating plans for utilizing the poison force. In future battles, he could subtly infuse a trace of poison force into his other elemental forces, poisoning his adversaries before they could react. Perfect indeed, he mused. However, he seemed to be straying further down the path of a schemer. Am I taking a wrong turn? Wang Tung questioned himself. Before long, Lin's mother had prepared dinner and descended to summon them. She was delighted to see Wang Ting and Lin Shuxia getting along so harmoniously, and she implored Wang Ting to visit their home frequently. During dinner, only Lin's mother, Lin Xuan, and Wang Ting were present, as Lin's father was still inebriated. Lin Shuxiao was unable to dine with them, so Lin's mother brought her meal to her room. At the table, Wang Tung was discomfited by Lin's mother's fervent hospitality. His bowl piled high with food, leaving him bewildered. Witnessing Wang Tung's predicament, Lin Xuan covertly chuckled to herself. After dinner, Wang Tung practically fled in disarray. Remember to visit Annie's house often, Lin's mother exhorted as she escorted him to the door. Lin Xuan and Wang Tung strolled side by side to the street corner, where Wang Tung's supercar was parked. Lin Xuan nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for everything today. Wang Tung waved dismissively, drove away. And Lin Xuan remained rooted to the spot, gazing in his wake for a long while, lost in thought. Chapter 57, The Round-Faced Fat Chicken, Mission Accomplished. Upon departing from Lin Xuan's residence, Wang Tung drove towards the Polaris Martial Arts Academy. He had previously made a phone call home, concocting a trivial excuse, daring not to disclose to his parents that he had dined at Lin Xuan's place. Given their innate curiosity, one could only imagine the commotion that might ensue. In no time, he arrived at the Polaris Martial Arts Academy, promptly making his way to the 3rd floor of the Martial Disciple Training Building to commence harvesting attribute bubbles. With each casual punch, sword strike, and knife slash, he could now wield an imposing aura that instilled fear in his opponents. His movements also possessed a mesmerizing quality, rendering him even more elusive. Though merely foundational combat techniques, they had reached a level of comprehension that allowed them to unleash considerable power. Wang Tung felt a sense of nostalgia, realizing that these fundamental skills had finally peaked. There was no further enhancement to be gained. Following this realization, he noted that no additional attribute bubbles related to these techniques had appeared, leaving him with no opportunity to collect more. Farewell. I shall miss you dearly. Furthermore, with the attributes collected over the past few days, combined with tonight's harvest, his basic staff technique had finally reached a considerable level of mastery. Only perfection, subtlety, and comprehension remained. After enjoying a late-night snack prepared by Li Xiaomei, he ascended the stairs for a refreshing shower, sighing contentedly, ready to rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside the window. What could it be? Wang Ting sprang up, instinctively employing his spiritual vision to peer outside. A glowing orb of azure light. It was not overly intense, yet undeniably a manifestation of primordial energy. Azure, what property does that signify? Wang Ting exhaled softly. This level of primordial energy posed no threat to him. However, he was perplexed, as he had never encountered such a color before. Knock, knock, knock. The creature outside impatiently rapped on the window. It appeared to be a bird, yet how had it arrived here? He approached the window, remaining vigilant. As he opened it, a Scottish round-faced fat chicken appeared. Wang Tung was taken aback. His gaze dropped to the ground, where he noticed a long object tightly wrapped at the chicken's feet. The packaging bore the inscription, "I'll delivery. Mission accomplished." A delivery, and it boldly proclaims mission accomplished? Is this truly the era of martial arts, rather than an invasion from a magical realm? Wang Ting realized his naivety, taking a moment to accept the extraordinary reality of a delivery. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily contacted the shop owner of Master Liu, sending a photo. "Is this the package you dispatched?" "Indeed, dear." Surprised, unexpected, and elated. Even at nearly midnight, it remains true. Does the shop owner truly remain glued to their computer around the clock? Moreover, what a ridiculous notion. Surprised, unexpected, and elated. Could they refrain from being so cheeky? Now, he understood why the shop owner had worn a mysterious expression. Who would anticipate that a delivery would be made by an owl? Is the world of martial artists truly this fantastical? Additionally, the shop owner was indeed truthful. This delivery was remarkably swift. It had traveled across provinces, dispatched at noon and arriving by evening. Remarkable. Round-faced fat chicken? Barbecue? The opposite party was completely bewildered. Shouldn't they feel surprised or delighted at this moment? What kind of twisted psyche yearns for roasted round-faced fat chicken? Bah! What round-faced fat chicken? It is clearly an owl. Should I order takeout for you? Wang Ting was astonished that this absurd shop owner genuinely believed him. Meanwhile, the round-faced fat chicken grew increasingly impatient, clucking several times. It could hardly fathom the malicious thoughts that had crossed Wang Ting's mind. "Apologies for the wait," Wang Ting exclaimed, only to remember that this was not a delivery person, but rather an owl. Yet to his astonishment, the round face displayed an expression of disdain. Can you imagine an owl sporting such a look of contempt? Wang Ting took a deep breath, striving to restore his shattered worldview, and unwrapped the package from the owl's leg. The owl, adorned with a small backpack, retrieved a receipt and a pin from within its pouch, presenting them to Wang Ting. The intelligence displayed by the round-faced fat chicken amazed him. After glancing at the receipt, he quickly signed his name. In an instant, the creature vanished into the night. Wang Ting gazed at the receding form of the round-faced fat chicken, the phrase "all delivery, mission accomplished," echoing in his mind. He shook his head vigorously. The concealed soldier's box. Wang Ting caressed the silver runes adorning the box's surface, growing fonder with each glance. The shopkeeper had generously provided a black tote bag, allowing for either hand carry or wearing it on his back. He stowed the concealed soldier's box inside, zipped it up, and it appeared inconspicuous to others. Perfect. The following day, Saturday, Wang Ting once again arrived at the Polaris Martial Arts Academy. As he walked, he greeted familiar students. Peng Go up early. Diligent as ever. "Ah, youth and exercise, come on, let us get practicing." Peng Hai, glistening with sweat and showcasing his bronzed skin, gave Wang Ting a thumbs up, grinning broadly. He was the same senior who had taught Wang Ting the 9th set of national radio gymnastics. After Wang Ting ascended to the 3rd level, it wasn't long before they crossed paths again. Peng Hai's astonishment upon seeing Wang Ting was palpable. After all, the first time they met, Wang Ting was merely a novice in the 9th set of national radio gymnastics. Though he still couldn't perform it now, that was irrelevant. What mattered was that such a short time had passed, and Wang Ting had already evolved into a senior martial disciple. Naturally, Wang Ting deflected with the same tired excuse of having practiced martial arts long ago. As for the 9th set of national radio gymnastics, it was merely trivial. Many affluent children shunned such practices, finding them too embarrassing, as they had better methods for physical conditioning. Thus, Peng Hai did not dwell on it too much. "You, young man, are late today. Come and spar with me," Zhang Xiaoyang exclaimed upon spotting Wang Ting, his eyes lighting up, eager to engage in a bout. "Have you already forgotten how badly you lost last time? Do you still dare to spar with me?" Wang Ting teased. Since Wang Ting's foundational boxing had reached a nuanced level, Zhang Xiaoyang had yet to secure another victory. "Sparring with you has greatly improved my technique. I am on the verge of reaching a nuanced level now, and I shall not lose to you again," Zhang Xiaoyang declared, brimming with confidence. "Since you so eagerly seek punishment, I shall oblige you," Wang Ting replied, shaking his head, wearing an expression of concern for the intellectually challenged. Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Zhang Xiaoyang, incensed, clenched his fists and charged at Wang Ting. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyang covered his eyes. "Damn it, don't you know not to hit the face? Such a brutal attack. You ought to be grateful I only struck your face. Had you aimed below, I would have left you questioning your existence." Wang Ting scoffed. "TCH, so it's my fault then? Who insisted on seeking punishment earlier?" Wang Ting derided. "Damn." Zhang Xiaoyang, speechless, realized it was indeed his own folly. He dared not approach Wang Ting for a rematch again. Grumbling as he retreated to practice his own techniques, Wang Ting shook his head, knowing their disparity would only widen. Sparring had become devoid of significance. He turned, just in time to see a vanishing attribute bubble, feeling a pang of regret before promptly resuming his harvest. Wang Tong, shall never cease in my pursuit of strength. Strength 2, Speed 1, Spirit 0, 3, Basic Staff Technique 3, Blank Attribute 3, Spirit 0, 5. Oh, Wang Tong was taken aback. It has appeared again. The Blank Attribute. Blank Attribute 3. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tong decided to allocate the 3 points of Blank Attribute to the Spiritual Sight talent. To this day, he had yet to discover any method to enhance the Spiritual Sight talent, leaving him with no choice but to invest Blank Attributes. As the day drew to a close, before drifting into slumber, Wang Tong summoned his attribute panel. Comprehension, 93, Spirit, 31, Talent, Primary Fire Talent, 11,300, Primary Ice Talent, 13,300, Primary Earth Talent, 12,300. Spiritual Sight Primary 1, for 10. Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15, 10,000, Force, 64, 100 Fire, 1-star Battle Soldier, 8, 100 Ice, 1-star Battle Soldier, 7, 100 Earth, 1-star Battle Soldier, 30, 100 Poison. 1-star Battle Soldier. Techniques, Red Flame Art, Entry 2100. Mysterious Ice Art, Entry 12100. Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Entry 15100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Techniques, Fist, Sword, Blade, Body Insight, Basic Staff Technique, Perfect. Marksmanship, Minor Achievement, Fire Sword Technique, Entry 43100. Illusory Ice Fist, Entry 13100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Score. 5-year Martial Examination 3-year Simulation, 80 points. Comprehensive Combat Power, 221. Blank Attribute, 0. Observing the changes above, Wang Tong felt a sense of satisfaction. Recently, both his comprehension and spirit had seen an enhancement, leading him to feel increasingly clear-headed and agile. The addition of 3 points to the Spiritual Sight talent raised it to 1. 4. Although this figure appeared modest, it nonetheless represented progress. Furthermore, due to Wang Tong's dedicated practice of the Basic Staff Technique today, this combat skill advanced rapidly, achieving perfection after a full day of accumulation. Conversely, the attributes of marksmanship remained unchanged. Since defeating a few bank robbers, he had not encountered any further opportunities to improve his marksmanship. Rune's firearms are a highly sought-after weapon, with many martial artists specializing in marksmanship, honing their skills to an extraordinary level, wielding tremendous power. Wang Tong did not underestimate the significance of marksmanship, especially considering it had previously aided him in defeating a martial artist. Therefore, he resolved to elevate his marksmanship whenever the opportunity arose. Being a sharpshooter also makes for an admirable persona. If one shot cannot resolve the issue, then 2 shots shall suffice. After all, engaging in life and death struggles can be exhausting. Chapter 58. There is a man whose marksmanship is divine. On a Sunday at the Falcon Shooting Club, Wang Tong parked his supercar at the entrance and tossed the keys to the valet before stepping into the grand lobby of the club. The Falcon Shooting Club is an esteemed establishment, renowned in Donghai, favored by affluent gun enthusiasts and socialites alike. With a plethora of patrons, the attributes dropped here are certainly abundant. While many engage in shooting purely for entertainment, there are undoubtedly individuals possessing genuine skills among them. Wang Tong approached the front desk to complete the registration process, paying the requisite fees to become a member. The staff immediately exhibited utmost respect. Being a member certainly commands prestige. Guided by a stunning woman clad in a form-fitting black dress, Wang Tong entered the shooting range. A glance around revealed numerous attribute orbs floating above the ground, eliciting a grin from him. 1, 2, 3. Wang Tong realized this visit was not in vain, nor was his membership. After the woman provided an explanation, Wang Tong dismissed her and began to wander about. Marksmanship 2, Marksmanship 1, Marksmanship 1. As he observed his marksmanship attributes continuously increasing, he could barely contain his glee. His mind was flooded with various shooting techniques, and his familiarity with firearms grew stronger. His eyesight sharpened, and his accuracy improved. He felt an exhilarating confidence that he could effortlessly execute advanced techniques and hit targets 100 meters away. As his marksmanship attributes soared, witnessing others in full swing ignited a sudden urge within him. He dashed to the staff to acquire a firearm and found an empty spot to indulge in the thrill of shooting, familiarizing himself with the weapon. He held a Falcon Series rune gun, ruggedly handsome, exuding a wild beauty that only true aficionados could appreciate. He raised the gun and aimed, his movements fluid and practiced. Akin to a seasoned marksman. Bang! He pulled the trigger. The gun recoiled, but Wang Tong maintained his composure, steady as a rock. Bang, bang, bang. He did not pause. firing several rounds in quick succession, his technique seemingly unchanged. Yet, observant onlookers might notice subtle adjustments in his arm and wrist with each shot, a testament to his skill. A perfect 10. Wang Tung set down the gun, feeling a lingering desire for more. The challenge was too easy, leaving him unsatisfied. He continued to collect attributes, occasionally firing a few shots to blend in and avoid drawing undue attention. Impressive shooting. A sudden exclamation drew his attention. Wang Tung approached to find a crowd gathered around a middle-aged man demonstrating his prowess. The man, sporting a crew cut, bore a rugged countenance and exuded a military aura. He was engaged in shooting at moving targets, consistently hitting the bullseye, prompting cheers from the surrounding amateurs. Finally, a skilled individual. Wang Tung's eyes lit up, pushing through the crowd to collect the attribute orbs scattered on the ground. Marksmanship 10, Marksmanship 7, Marksmanship 13. Incredible! The attributes dropped by this man required Wang Tung to gather at least a dozen from amateur enthusiasts to match. A true master. The distinction between experts and amateurs lay starkly in this moment. Wang Tung glanced at his attribute panel, realizing his marksmanship had advanced from minor to major proficiency, greatly enhancing his power. Brother, your shooting is divine. Upon the completion of the man's shooting session, a conversation ensued. Too kind. My marksmanship is merely precise. Hardly deserving of the term divine, he humbly replied. If that isn't divine, then what is? The crowd expressed disbelief. Just how extraordinary is it? Someone inquired curiously. Have you ever witnessed a gun that can curve its shots? The man replied mysteriously. Wang Tung, captivated by their conversation, paused his attribute collection. A gun that can curve its shots. How fantastical! Though not a fantasy film, it certainly felt like a scene from a martial arts drama. In this era of martial arts, anything is possible. The man's remark left the audience in astonished silence, a gathering of amateurs who had seldom encountered genuine skill, let alone the supernatural. His words sparked a sense of pity for those who had never witnessed such prowess. Wang Tung pondered, unsure of how to react. And then, someone beside him queried, eager for the story's progression. The crowd's anticipation was palpable, all eyes fixed on the man. Eventually, he could no longer bear the pressure, succumbing to mental collapse. Now, he resides in the psychiatric hospital in the western suburbs, he lamented. Gasps of disbelief echoed, followed by a chorus of sympathetic sighs. The western suburbs psychiatric hospital. Wang Tung murmured the name, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in his eyes, contemplating his next move. After finishing lunch, Wang Tung made his way to the psychiatric hospital in the western suburbs. The location was easy to find. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at his destination. He parked his car and stepped out, confronted by an old building predominantly painted in gray and white, its walls weathered and peeling, surrounded by iron railings. With rust exposed beneath the fading paint, weeds thrived in the corners, suggesting neglect for many years. Wang Tung was taken aback by the dilapidated condition of the psychiatric hospital and the desolation surrounding it. One would think that in modern society, psychiatric facilities would prioritize their environment, yet this place resembled a haunted house from a movie. Living in such an environment, one might develop afflictions even without them. With a sense of unease, Wang Tung entered the hospital, sensing an inexplicable chill within. As a martial artist, his hearing capabilities were far superior to those of an ordinary person. Standing at the entrance, he could almost hear the sound of someone running in slippers down the empty corridor. Tap, tap, tap. A shiver ran down his spine. Was coming to the psychiatric hospital truly the right decision? Chapter 59. What on earth is the concept of mental illness dropping mental attributes? Greetings. I wish to visit the esteemed Mr. Gun God. In the lobby of the West Suburb Mental Hospital, Wang Tung explained his purpose to the nurse at the front desk. Hello, Wang Tung patiently began again. Hello. The nurse suddenly raised her head, her round face adorned with squinty eyes glaring at Wang Tung. Glaring, Wang Tung had an epiphany. I believe if you lost some weight, you would look quite lovely. Really? The nurse's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed. Those who know me call me the honest young sir. My words hold truth, Wang Tung asserted with conviction. Then I must lose weight and prove to everyone exactly. Show them that even after losing weight, I remain quite unattractive. Ha ha ha. The nurse burst into laughter. Wang Tung was taken aback. Is everyone in this mental hospital so eccentric? He gazed in horror at the nurse, who was laughing uncontrollably, her makeup falling apart. May I meet Mr. Gun God? Wang Tung cautiously inquired as the laughter gradually subsided. Mr. Gun God? Which one do you mean? We have 9 individuals who call themselves Gun God here. The round-faced nurse replied. Wang Tung felt a headache coming on. He began to question whether his decision to visit this mental hospital had been wise. Are you referring to the one who accidentally killed his wife? Wang Teng carefully chose his words. Oh, you mean that poor soul, the unfortunate one. The nurse's expression remained blank, yet she seemed to suddenly understand. Yes, that's him, Wang Teng affirmed. I'm sorry, but we do not permit any visits, the nurse stated. Lowering her head to resume her phone activities, Wang Teng felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. No visits? Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, I thought you were eager for a chat, so I reluctantly decided to entertain you for a moment, the nurse replied without lifting her head. Damn it, I would rather die than engage in conversation with you. Wang Teng nearly choked on his own grievances. Never did he imagine that he, Wang Teng, could fall victim to a woman with such a round face humph. With a huff, he stormed off. Marksmanship 1, Marksmanship 2, Marksmanship 5. His marksmanship had reached a level of near perfection. Time flew by as he busied himself. It hasn't hatched yet. Having not returned to the shooting club, he instead headed to the Polaris Martial Arts School, leaving only at 11. Then, Wang Teng returned to the West Suburb Mental Hospital. The West Suburb was already desolate, with few souls around. At this hour, it was even more deserted, the surrounding silence almost terrifying. Wang Teng felt the atmosphere was more oppressive than during the day. The darkened mental hospital resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, eager to devour the unwary who drew near. With a security guard stationed at the entrance, Wang Teng had no choice but to scale the wall to gain entry. At the front desk, the round-faced nurse from earlier had been replaced by a male nurse, who was lounging in a chair, engrossed in a television drama. From the sounds, it seemed to be a patriotic war drama. Upon hearing a commotion outside, the male nurse lifted his head. Who is there? He suspiciously stood up and approached the door. As he stepped out, Wang Teng swiftly incapacitated him with a chop to the neck. Donning a mask, Wang Teng couldn't help but commend his own ingenuity. He then lowered his head, evading the cameras, and seated himself at the front desk. Wang Teng opened the computer to examine the hospital's internal records, jotting down the room numbers of several suspected patients. After taking a key from the wall, he ascended the stairs. The hallway was eerily quiet. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, even the smallest sound seemed magnified, sending shivers down his spine. The first room, number 203. Following the room number, he approached the door of 203. Peering through the window to see a figure lying asleep in bed, he retrieved the corresponding key, quietly opened the door, and stepped inside. The person on the bed seemed to be in a deep slumber, with several bubbles gently floating beside him. Surprisingly, there were still lingering bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, delighted by this unexpected fortune upon entering. He reached out to collect them. Mentality 1, Mentality 0, 5. To his astonishment, he discovered the attribute was mentality, and in considerable quantity, eliciting immense joy. Could it be that mental patients drop mentality attributes? Wang Teng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If his assumption were correct, what an absurd concept. Shaking his head, he approached the bed and nudged the person awake. Hey, rise and shine. It's time for your medication. The individual, still groggy, mumbled. Didn't I just take my medication? Why again? Oh, you missed one earlier and I just remembered. So I hurried to bring it to you, Wang Teng fibbed. The man accepted the 6-flavored herbal pill Wang Teng offered and swallowed it whole. This remedy was something Wang Teng had specifically purchased, intended to bolster the health of these unfortunate mental patients. Watching him take the medication, Wang Teng casually inquired, I've heard your marksmanship is quite remarkable? Upon hearing this, the man immediately perked up. You know of my skills? Let me tell you. My aim is so precise I could shoot down a plane from the sky. A frenzied excitement suddenly crossed his face at the mention of shooting down planes. Really? Could you demonstrate for me? Wang Teng asked. Of course, watch closely, he replied. Beginning to undress, he was actually about to remove his pants. Wang Teng, horrified at the impending spectacle, swiftly incapacitated him with another chop. Indeed, mental patients are terrifying. However, just moments ago, another attribute bubble had dropped from this mental patient. Mentality 0-5. Should he have allowed him to perform a little longer? Chapter 60, God said. Wang Teng hastily dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind, for the images were too beautiful to contemplate. He would rather forego any mental attributes than witness such scenes. His eyes would surely be afflicted. Securing the door behind him, he set out in search of the next gunslinging lunatic. As for whether the previous one still lay on the ground, that was of no concern to him. Room 209 awaited him, but as he passed room 208, he noticed the lights were on. Suddenly, he beheld a familiar figure, the round-faced nurse. What was she doing in the ward? A surge of questions flooded his mind. Could it be that she was actually a patient, sneaking out during the day to masquerade as a nurse at the front desk? Had he been conversing with a lunatic all this time? Wang Ting felt utterly dismayed, as if the entire asylum was enveloped in a palpable malice, silently closing in on him. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, devoid of any desire to investigate further. He approached room 209, opened the door, and stepped inside. Bayu. Bayu. Inside the room, a man was firing at the air. Who are you? Did the squad leader send you to assist me? He inquired excitedly upon seeing Wang Ting. Noticing a plethora of attribute bubbles scattered across the floor, Wang Ting quietly collected them. Mental 1, Mental 0, 8, Mental 1, 5. All were mental attributes, not a single one pertaining to marksmanship. It seemed he had encountered yet another foe gun god. However, his initial suspicion appeared to be validated. A lunatic dropping mental attributes indicated that the person who conceived such a premise was undoubtedly a genius. Wang Ting gazed up at the ceiling in exasperation. Indeed, how absurd. This dramatic individual, judging by his expression and the quantity of mental attributes shed, it seemed he was hopelessly deranged. Sighing, Wang Ting closed the door behind him. Onward, he declared, moving to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, chaos reigned. Many patients were wide awake, with lights illuminating most rooms, showcasing scenes that were both laughable and disconcerting. An abundance of attribute bubbles filled his vision as he randomly opened a door. Inside, he found a patient crouched on the floor, motionless, surrounded by numerous attribute bubbles. Take your medication. Take your medication. Wang Ting called out. Do not disturb me, came a faint voice from the corner, the patient remaining still. Wang Ting approached and collected the attributes. Mental 0, 5, Mental 1, Mental 1, 2. Why do you always huddle here? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. I am a pile of cow dung. The voice replied languidly. Oh, why are you a pile of cow dung and not, say, pig or sheep dung? He inquired further. Only cow dung can be adorned with flowers. Your reasoning is compelling. Wang Ting finished gathering the attributes, turning to leave. He had no common ground with a pile of cow dung. Farewell, never to meet again. Next, he meticulously inspected each room, finally witnessing the myriad eccentricities of the patients. For instance, there was the one before him. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I am the Creator. God said, let there be light, and thus light came to be. God said, let there be air amidst the waters. Did God say you should take your medication? This man was a delusional writer, fervently aspiring to become a deity, resorting to absurd narrative techniques to enhance the reader's experience. And then, there was nothing more to say. Now, he resided in this asylum, far removed from the grandeur of being a god, earning millions, or winning the affections of beautiful women. Next, a patient with a fetish clutched a pillow adorned with an anime girl, incessantly rubbing and licking it, while engaging in a conversation with the plush beauty. The land of cherry blossoms surely owes you an anime girl. Amen. May the sun protect you. Moving on to the next individual. Wang Ting marveled at the wealth of knowledge he had gained. Finally, he stood before the last target's room. If this one turned out to be a ruse, he would certainly feel deceived by that buzz-cut man from earlier. Although fortuitously he had stumbled upon a place to accrue mental attributes, it was intolerable to think he had been misled. He opened the door. At the bedside sat a man with long black hair, styled in a high-end perm, unkempt beard, and a melancholic gaze that bore the weight of the world. Striking. This man was extraordinarily handsome and charismatic. Compared to the previous patients, he appeared almost too normal, a stark contrast to the insanity around him. Yet, Wang Ting instinctively heightened his vigilance. The more normal a lunatic appeared, the greater the danger, right? Hello? Wang Ting cautiously greeted. Hello? The man lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet strangely soothing. He scrutinized Wang Ting for a moment before stating, You are not one of the staff here. I am here too. I know, but do not speak it aloud, or I shall lose control, he interrupted, seemingly aware of Wang Ting's intent. Do not say what? Wang Ting queried, baffled. Ultimately, the man did not elaborate. Yet Wang Ting was certain he had found the person he sought. The unspeakable was either related to a weapon or his beloved. This posed a dilemma. If he couldn't even speak of it, how could he proceed? This man seemed no different from a regular person, making deception impossible. Wang Ting could clearly sense that this man was no ordinary individual. In fact, he exuded an aura of danger that compelled Wang Ting to tread carefully. It appears you've wasted a trip today. The man chuckled, inquiring, Do you have a cigarette? Wang Ting blinked in surprise, nearly taken aback by the sudden shift. He retrieved a cigarette and handed it to the man, sighing, Alas, I am somewhat disappointed, yet it's not entirely a wasted journey. The man lit the cigarette and returned it to Wang Ting. Feeling a little glum, Wang Ting lit one for himself. and the two began to smoke in the confines of the room. You're quite impressive, a martial artist at such a young age, the man remarked suddenly. Wang Ting was taken aback. How did you discern that? Intuition, and you possess the force. The man replied. You are also a martial artist? Wang Ting questioned. The man smiled but remained silent, sinking into contemplation until he finished his smoke. Too bad there's no alcohol. I haven't had a drink in ages, he lamented. If you wish to drink, I can bring some next time, Wang Ting offered as he prepared to take his leave. Wait. Wang Ting turned back to see the man toss an item to him, which he quickly caught. What is this? Chapter 61, Gunfighting Technique. USB drive. Wang Ting gazed in astonishment at the object in his hand, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. It's a gift for you. It contains what you desire, said the man with noodle-like hair. How could you give me something on our first meeting? It feels rather awkward, Wang Ting replied, yet without hesitation. He tucked the USB drive into his pocket. Consider it compensation for that cigarette you just offered. The noodle-haired man yawned, reclining back, and waved dismissively at Wang Ting. You may leave now. I wish to sleep. Do remember to turn off the lights on your way out. Wang Ting cast a lingering glance at the man, donned his mask, extinguished the lights, and departed. Once he was gone, the noodle-haired man abruptly leaped from his bed, pressing his face against the window. Do you think he has left? He muttered to himself. He should have. Once assured of Wang Ting's departure, he erupted into a fit of laughter, rolling on the ground in a paroxysm of mirth, tears streaming down his face. This is too amusing. This fellow actually believed me. Ha ha ha. I can't breathe. Wang Ting descended the stairs, his head bowed, when suddenly a voice called from behind. Hey, you there, wait a moment. A jolt of anxiety surged through Wang Ting. Could it be that staff were still on duty at this hour? He had seen no one upon his arrival. Various contingency plans raced through his mind. If discovered, he could only. Footsteps approached from behind as the individual drew nearer. Slowly, Wang Ting turned to find a man clad in a white coat, appearing to be in his 30s, striding toward him. Why are you up here instead of at your post downstairs? The man's expression was stern as he scrutinized Wang Ting. Oh, I heard some commotion upstairs and thought something might be amiss, so I came to check, Wang Ting fabricated. I have bad breath and didn't want to affect others by not wearing a mask. Before he could finish, a deafening alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the psychiatric hospital. A patient has escaped. A voice bellowed from below. The man in the white coat's countenance shifted dramatically. He shoved past Wang Ting and sprinted away, shedding his coat as he ran, laughing, Come catch me. Come catch me. Wang Ting thought to himself, this psychiatric hospital is terrifying. By the time he arrived home, it was quite late. In this era of martial arts, do they really teach martial arts secrets through video? He pondered, astonished. He clicked on the video, and immediately, a voice emerged that was both embarrassing and remarkably loud. Damn it. Wang Ting scrambled in a flurry, clicking the mouse frantically. Normally, he would have paused it with ease, but now he could not find the pause button. In desperation, he forced the computer to shut down. The cacophony finally ceased, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Wang Ting dared not breathe, straining to listen. His parents' room was not far away, and he feared waking them. Fortunately, it seems they remain undisturbed, he sighed in relief. I can't believe I fell for it. How could I trust a lunatic? He muttered wryly. However, the video appeared rather intriguing. In a fleeting glance, he noted that the female lead was quite stunning, curvaceous and fair-skinned. Perhaps I should take another look? Just one more glance. He reassured himself, retrieving his headphones and reopening the computer to play the video once more. In the darkened room, the computer screen cast a glow, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by a sinister chuckle. Not bad, he mused critically, captivated by the plot and the beauty of the female lead. Though her voice is a tad too loud, it's just a massage, why scream so? As he reached the end of the video, he intended to shut down the computer and retire for the night, only to discover that the progress bar was barely halfway through. Wang Ting hesitated, allowing the progress to continue advancing. Moments later, new content emerged. His expression shifted dramatically, the remnants of fatigue vanishing as he fixated on the screen. Half an hour later, the video concluded. Wang Ting closed his eyes in contemplation before reopening them, a bitter smile forming on his lips. What a ripoff. I almost missed the best part. Thank goodness. He felt a sense of relief. I must thank the female lead. Her beauty compelled me to continue watching. Otherwise, I would have discarded the USB drive and lost access to this content. Accessing the attributes panel, he noted, Comprehension, 93 Mentality, 55, Talent, Basic Fire Talent, 11,300. Basic Ice Talent, 13,300. Basic Earth Talent, 12,300. Spirit Vision, Basic 1, 410. Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15,10,000. Original Force, 64,100. Fire, 1-star Warrior Level. 8,100. Ice, 1-star Warrior Level. 7,100. Earth, 1-star Warrior Level. 3,100. Poison, 1-star Warrior Level. Martial Arts. Crimson Flame Technique, Entry 2,100. Mysterious Ice Technique, Entry 12,100. Yellow Earth Skill, Earth Origin Shield, Entry 15,100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Body Awareness. Basic Staff Techniques, Complete. Gunfighting Technique, Entry 110. Fire Scale Sword Technique, Entry 43,100. Illusion Ice Fist, Entry 13,100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Score. 5-year Martial Examination, 3-year Simulation, 80 points. Comprehensive Combat Power, 221. Blank Attributes, 0 in the Combat Skills section. The original term, marksmanship, had transformed into gunfighting technique. Though still in its infancy, it now required additional attribute points for advancement, and like other foundational combat skills, it lacked explicit delineation. This was a blatant derision from the system. Thus, according to the system's nature, the gunfighting technique was undoubtedly superior to mere marksmanship. The theoretical foundation of the gunfighting technique owes its inception to the confluence of martial arts and technology. Since the advent of patterned firearms, martial artists on Earth have engaged in relentless experimentation and innovation, ultimately leading to the formidable gunfighting technique that instills dread in its adversaries. Indeed, the phrase instills dread is not an exaggeration. It accurately reflects reality. Theoretically, the gunfighting technique is a formidable ability that amalgamates unarmed combat, marksmanship, and swordsmanship into one cohesive skill. Many martial artists specialize in patterned firearms, and when coupled with this technique, their power becomes extraordinary, verging on terrifying. Chapter 62. Moderation. According to the video introduction, the essence of gunfighting techniques lies in establishing a statistical model centered around oneself. Indeed, you heard it correctly, statistics. To master gunfighting, one must first grasp the fundamentals of statistics. Thus, those lacking in academic prowess should take heed and step aside. Returning to the main topic, within this statistical model, the trajectories of bullets and the positions of adversaries can be encapsulated. Consequently, through the adept application of gunfighting techniques, even the most obscure angles can be accounted for, allowing for both offense and defense to coexist harmoniously. Although it may sound intricate in simpler terms, it is the fusion of martial arts and firearms, designed along a well-planned shooting trajectory. Wang Tung propped his chin in contemplation, pondering the extraordinary nature of this ability. However, he was left bewildered regarding how to enhance the attributes of gunfighting techniques. After some reflection, he concluded that he would seek opportunities to experiment in the future. With gunfighting techniques in hand, it was only natural to utilize them. Yet, gunfighting techniques necessitate firearms for their execution. Although Wang Tung possessed a runic gun, he had exhausted all his ammunition during the confrontation with martial artists at Bowen Mountain. He needed to procure more bullets, but where could he obtain them? Master Lu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pulled out his phone to contact the individual, only to realize it was already late at night, forcing him to abandon the idea. As the hour grew late, Wang Tung stifled a yawn, shook his head, turned off the lights, and prepared to retire for the night. Before sleeping, he cast a final glance at his attribute panel. His mental acuity had surged to 55 points. It could be said to have skyrocketed. The West Suburb Mental Hospital was indeed a remarkable place. Had it not been for the unfriendly demeanor of its patients, he might have considered making it a permanent residence. The following day, being a Monday, Wang Tung woke up early. Having gone to bed late the previous night, he sat down for breakfast, his eyes bearing the weight of 2 dark circles as he yawned incessantly. Li Xiaomei and Wang Shenghua exchanged knowing glances. "You say it," one urged. "No, you say it," the other responded. "If you don't say it, I'll use your toothbrush to scrub the toilet." All right, I'll say it." Ultimately, the silent exchange concluded with Wang Xinghua's unequivocal defeat. He set down his spoon, cleared his throat, and called out, "Son." Wang Tung raised his head, looking at him in confusion. Wang Shenghua offered no further words, instead wearing an expression that screamed, "You know what I mean," nearly causing Wang Tung to spit out a mouthful of blood. So, last night's sounds were indeed overheard? He had anticipated this outcome. Could he possibly explain that the noises were merely those of a massage, devoid of any embarrassing implications? "Son, here, Eat these 2 eggs to replenish your strength. Li Xiaomei said as she handed him 2 eggs. Wang Ting was perplexed as he accepted the eggs. Suddenly, he understood that this situation could not be clarified. Damned instant noodle hair. His lifelong reputation was in jeopardy. The next time he encountered that person, he would bring along some liquor, perhaps laced with a little urine and a laxative. Thus, the decision was made. Wang Ting fled his home. Unable to withstand the scrutinizing gazes of his parents, everywhere he turned, he felt the weight of their caring eyes upon him. At Donghai No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was palpably intense. With only 1 week remaining until the college entrance examination, every student was fervently reviewing and solving problems. Those preparing for the martial arts examination faced a particularly daunting challenge this year, with most adopting a do-or-die mentality. Good morning, class leader. Wang Tong greeted Lin Chuhan as he settled into his seat. She, as always, arrived early. I won't disturb you. Just focus on your studies. Since learning about Lin Chuhan's circumstances, Wang Tong felt an even deeper admiration for her. A young woman, enduring so much, yet achieving what most could not. How could one not respect that? Her time was indeed limited. Whenever she had a moment, she immersed herself in review. Particularly for the 5-year martial arts examination, 3-year simulation, while also squeezing in training, for failing to pass the practical assessment was not an option. Although the martial arts examination, along with the simulation, was mandatory, the practical assessment was the most crucial component. In all honesty, Lin Chuhan's strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, she was somewhat lacking. As a fellow intermediate martial artist, she likely ranked on the lower end of the scale compared to her peers. When Wang Tong had previously wall-slammed Lin Chuhan, he had been an advanced martial artist, and back then, he had perceived her strength as minimal, failing to realize she was merely of ordinary capability. Reflecting now, he recognized that his own prowess overshadowed hers, making her appear weaker than she truly was, compounded by his nascent understanding of the differences between ordinary individuals and martial artists. He pondered whether she would succeed in passing the martial arts examination. Wang Ting cast a worried glance at Lin Chuhan. Failing would undoubtedly be a significant blow to her, especially since her motivation to participate stemmed largely from her father and younger sister. However, he knew that in this moment, he could say nothing. Rather than diminish her confidence, he opted to provide support. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Setting those thoughts aside, he retrieved his phone and messaged Master Liu. Are you available? Yes, dear 3. Do you have bullets for sale? Wang Tong inquired. Indeed, we do. What caliber, material, and attributes are you looking for? Wang Tong was momentarily taken aback. Purchasing bullets entailed so much detail? He quickly searched online for an image of bullets compatible with his gun and sent it over. What materials and attributes does this type of bullet come in? The response was immediate, with 2 images sent back, one listing materials and the other detailing attributes. The materials varied greatly, many of which Wang Tong had never heard of, such as Orala alloy and Zhafaluo alloy, accompanied by specifications of metal content, density, and various characteristics that appeared quite impressive. As for the prices, they ranged from thousands to tens of thousands, even exceeding 100,000. The attributes list, on the other hand, contained familiar elements like wood, fire, earth, and metal, primarily enhanced with rune effects, granting attribute attacks and augmenting power. However, the most significant detail was that the prices were exorbitantly high. What a scheming merchant! Chapter 63, The Approaching College Entrance Examination and the Cunning Merchant. Despite his scorn, Wang Ting ultimately purchased rune alloy bullets from the Master Liu store. However, he chose not to acquire foreign alloy bullets, opting instead for domestically developed Zhang alloy. Supporting local products is essential. Zhang alloy ranked 7th in the store and came at a considerable price. Wang Ting selected rune bullets of both ice and fire types, which possessed significantly greater power than standard alloy bullets. The total expenditure for these 2 types of bullets amounted to 300,000, leaving his finances nearly depleted after recent expenditures. Having completed the payment and placed the order, he awaited delivery from the round-faced delivery man. As the family gathered together, casual conversations inevitably drifted toward the topic of the college entrance examination. Due to reforms by the Education Bureau, this year only required candidates to reach the level of an intermediate martial artist to take the martial arts examination. What a pity, you started your training a bit late. Wang Shengwu lamented. Wang Ting had trained for less than a month, and his father never imagined he could achieve the status of an intermediate martial artist in such a short span. Consequently, he held no real hope for this year's examination. Wang Ting opened his mouth to speak, only to hear his father say, "But do not worry, I will arrange for you to repeat the year." We shall have another chance next year. Yes, son, both your father and I are prepared for this. We can try again next year. Do not feel pressured. Li Xiaomei added. Wang Ting opened his mouth again but ultimately sighed inwardly. Perhaps he should provide them with a surprise later. He refrained from disclosing his true capabilities to his parents, finding it too complicated to explain, and preferred to bring them joy through tangible results. After dinner, Wang Ting ventured to the Polaris Martial Arts Hall. He was close to enhancing his gunfighting techniques. In recent days, he had investigated Zhao Gonghu's small group. The results were disappointing. The members were of mixed quality, possessing little potential. They rarely engaged in legitimate work and often resorted to extorting small companies for protection fees. Zhao Gonghu himself, though an advanced martial artist at over 30, clearly lacked the requisite talent. Meanwhile, Wang Tung had already become a martial artist, and his progression would only accelerate. He would undoubtedly grow stronger, while Zhao Gonghu would fall increasingly behind, unable to keep pace. Thus, Wang Ting ultimately abandoned the idea of accepting Zhao Gonghu and his associates. It was unexpected that Wang Ting would reject the allegiance of an advanced martial artist. Am I so unworthy in your eyes, Wang Tung? Zhao Gonghu clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Zhao Gangbao, beside him, secretly rejoiced. If that troublesome individual refused them, he need only keep his distance to feel safe. He remained second in command, and aside from his brother, his subordinates still had to heed his authority. Brother, that fellow must be blind not to recognize your talents. We need not pursue him any further. Zhao Gangbao incited. Do not play your tricks on me. Zhao Gonghu shot him a glare. He then turned to one of his subordinates. How much do we have left? Just under 8 million, the subordinate replied. Go borrow more. Gather a total of 10 million. I will deliver it personally, Zhao Gonghu commanded. What? 10 million? Brother, you must be mad. He has no interest in us anymore. Why give him that amount? Zhao Gangbao exclaimed, incredulous, as he scrutinized Zhao Gonghu for signs of insanity. You need not contribute. The trouble is not mine. If we encounter him again, you will handle it, Zhao Gonghu sneered, his expression mocking. The mere thought of Wang Ting made Zhao Gangbao relent. Hesitating as he suggested, what if we offer 6 million? That's 1 million more than last time. He should be satisfied. This way, we won't need to borrow from others. Do as you wish. Resolve it yourself. I have no desire to be involved. Zhao Gonghu sighed internally, filled with disappointment, shaking his head as he exited the room. Ignoring the matter further, I will ensure you regret your decision today, Zhao Gonghu vowed, determined to prove his worth to Wang Tung someday. Young Master Wang, here is 1 million. I have gathered this money with great difficulty. I hope you will show leniency and refrain from holding my past actions against me. At the entrance of Donghai No. 1 High School, Zhao Gangbao, holding a bank card, bowed and presented it to Wang Tung, exuding a servile demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previous bravado. How amusing. Wang Tung had not anticipated that Zhao Gangbao would be so perceptive. Yet, he understood that it was likely Zhao Gonghu's suggestion. Otherwise, given Zhao Gongbao's intellect, he might not have arrived at such a decision. Wang Ting originally intended to forego their money, as he had rejected them, rendering any further financial transactions meaningless. However, now that the offer was presented, he saw no reason to refuse. Besides, his recent expenditures had been significant, and he had no surplus funds. Accepting the money would be prudent. Let this be the end of it. Do not let it happen again, Wang Tung said, accepting the bank card without reservation, slipping it into his pocket with indifference. I would never dare, Zhao Gangbao forced a smile, his voice strained. After Wang Ting departed, Zhao Gangbao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. Martial artists were indeed formidable, whether it was psychological or not. Their mere presence was overwhelming. Well, it's just a financial loss to avert greater misfortune. Zhao Gangbao consoled himself with a sigh. Having resolved matters with the Zhao brothers, Wang Tung's life returned to a tranquil state over the next few days. His 5-year martial arts exam, 3-year simulation had been thoroughly completed. Thus, in the final days leading up to the examination, he ceased wasting time at school. His daily schedule was filled with numerous tasks, from cultivating his original power to gathering attributes at the Polaris Martial Arts Hall. Late at night, he would visit the psychiatric hospital, as the mental attributes were exceedingly rare. He could not afford to miss this opportunity to accumulate mental attributes. Additionally, he made time to visit Lin Chuhan's home to check on the toxic prodigy, Lin Chuxia, while collecting her overflowing demon lotus toxin and toxic original power attribute bubbles. This not only improved Lin Chuxia's surroundings but also enhanced his own demon lotus toxin and toxic original power, achieving a win-win situation. The only drawback was that frequent visits to Lin Chukan's home could lead to misunderstandings on the part of her mother. Regrettably, despite the numerous activities, Wang Tung's life was remarkably fulfilling. Attribute panel. Comprehension, 97. Mentality, 91. Talent. Beginner Fire Talent, 11,300. Beginner Ice Talent, 13,300. Beginner Earth Talent, 12,300. Spirit Vision, Beginner 1. For 10, Demon Lotus Toxin Body, 31. 10,000. Original Power, 68. 100. Fire, 1-star Warrior. 16. 100. Ice, 1-star Warrior. 15. 100. Earth, 1-star Warrior. 46. 100. Toxic, 1-star Warrior. Martial Arts. Crimson Flame Technique. Entry 32. 100. Profound Ice Technique. Entry 23. 100. Yellow Earth Technique. Earth Elemental Shield. Entry 26. 100. Combat Skills. Basic Combat Skills. Fist, Sword, Blade, Staff, Body Insight, Gunfighting Technique. Entry 1. 810. Fire Lin's Sword Technique. Entry 56. 100. Illusion Ice Fist. Entry 28. 100. Knowledge. Basic Subjects. Full Score. 5-year Martial Arts Exam. 3-year Simulation. Full Score. Comprehensive Combat Power. 231. And used attributes. 0. Gazing at the attribute panel, Wang Tung noted the enhancements across various categories, particularly the mental attribute, which soared to 91. He sensed an extraordinary power burgeoning within his mind. Could it be that enhancing one's mental attributes to a certain level would precipitate a qualitative transformation? Wang Tung pondered this notion, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable premonition. Yet, the only way to ascertain the outcome of such a transformation was to experience it firsthand. As he continued his rigorous training, he observed significant improvements in the proficiency of his various attributes, skills, and combat techniques. His strength had undeniably augmented. Notably, his foundational staff technique had reached a state of comprehension. Thus, the fundamental combat techniques he had mastered could no longer be further enhanced, sparing him the need to squander time on attribute grinding. Moreover, Wang Tung made another visit to the Falcon Shooting Club, seeking to acquire attributes related to marksmanship, curious whether this would elevate his gunfighting skills. The attributes panel revealed Gunfighting Technique, Beginner 1, 810, indicating that marksmanship indeed contributed to his gunfighting prowess, as the latter encompasses the former. However, the enhancement provided by marksmanship was rather limited. After collecting dozens of attribute orbs, he had only managed to increase his gunfighting attribute by 0.8 points. It appeared that the journey to enhance his gunfighting skills would be a long and arduous one. On Friday, just before the school day concluded, the homeroom teacher, Fan Weiming, distributed the examination permits, starting with the liberal arts students, followed by a few who would be participating in the martial arts examination. As the students witnessed their peers receive their permits, envy flickered across their faces. Even the class monitor was among those taking the martial arts test. When it came time for Lin Chuhan, the universally acknowledged academic prodigy whose grades eclipsed those of all her classmates, to step forward, astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could she, a paragon of scholastic excellence at Donghai No. 1 High School, choose to partake in the martial arts examination? Many found it utterly inconceivable, even unacceptable. The last to collect his examination permit was the tardy Wang Tung. Had he ever trained in martial arts? No one had heard of it. Perhaps he had been concealing his talents all along. Some speculated that he might be a wealthy heir, for whom training would undoubtedly be far easier than for the average person. How envious you all are, came a sardonic remark. Make sure to bring everything you need, especially your examination permit. Every year, some forget to bring it, and don't say I didn't remind you when the time comes. There will be no place to lament, he said with patient insistence. The classmates chuckled at his nagging but exhibited no signs of impatience. Fan Weiming, dedicated and conscientious in his role as homeroom teacher, earned the students' respect. Do well in your exams. Do not squander the precious 3 years you have spent here, he remarked, gazing at the vibrant faces of youth before him, his heart swelling with emotion. Chapter 64, Astonishment. 3 years of arduous endeavor, all for a single battle. The college entrance examination is scheduled for July 5th. Once the students depart, the entire school is sealed off. Many aspects of this world differ from my previous life. For instance, in the past, there would be a 3-day break before the exams, but in this life, there is only one. However, a vast amount of manpower and resources have been mobilized to prepare the examination venues, and 1 day is sufficient for the task. Donghai No. 1 High School, being a key institution, is naturally one of the examination sites. Other schools, as well as several renowned martial arts academies, are similarly closed off today, preparing for the exams. Indeed, the martial arts academies also serve as examination venues, but specifically for martial arts assessments. Various instruments from the academies are requisitioned to conduct physical examinations for the students participating in the martial arts exams. On Saturday, the day after, Wang Ting chose to stay home and rest. He had already made all the necessary improvements recently, so one more day did not matter to him. The college entrance examination was merely a process. He was confident in his ability to succeed without any worries. In contrast, his parents, Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei, unlike other anxious parents, remained remarkably composed, going about their own activities. In the evening, Wang Xinghua sipped tea while watching the news, and Li Xiaomei practiced yoga beside him, both exuding a sense of leisure. When Wang Tong went downstairs to refill his glass, he was struck by their nonchalance. Could they not show a little respect for the significance of the exams? Their calmness seemed to diminish the gravity of the occasion. While he grumbled internally, Wang Ting understood that their tranquility stemmed from a lack of expectations, leading to their relaxed demeanor. He wondered what expressions would grace their faces once the examination results were released. It could be quite entertaining. Wang Xinghua took a sip of tea, squinting as he savored it, and with an air of authority, remarked, "Your mother is right. If you score a 0, I shall simply claim you didn't attend the exam. We cannot afford to lose face." Wang Ting was at a loss for words. "Do you truly have so little faith in me? It is not that we lack confidence in you, but rather that you have given us no reason to believe in you, my son," Wang Xinghua retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he informed Li Xiaomei, "It's a call from your elder brother." "Hello, elder brother," Wang Xinghua answered, engaging in conversation with his brother, Wang Xinghong. Before he could finish speaking, Li Xiaomei's phone rang as well, and she answered, "Hello, Dad." A few minutes later, they both hung up. "My son, everyone is inquiring about your college entrance examination. How are you feeling? Any pressure?" Wang Xinghua teased. "What pressure can I possibly have? It's merely a trivial matter. If I don't score well, I'll just blame it on you too," Wang Tong replied nonchalantly. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei's expressions darkened instantly. "How dare you speak like that?" Just as the three exchanged a couple of remarks, their phones rang again, with calls pouring in from uncles, aunts, and younger relatives, all checking on Wang Tong's exam preparations. By the end, the looks exchanged between Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei became increasingly ominous. "My son, if you do not achieve a respectable score in this examination, prepare to face a tempest of parental wrath," Li Xiaomei threatened. "And my thunderous fury. Are you ready?" Wang Xinghua glared at Wang Tong. A chill ran down Wang Tong's spine. "Father, mother, I cannot possibly meet such expectations." "Then you shall face the consequences." Their phones rang once more, and after a moment of silence, Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei spoke in unison. "You answer it. You answer it." Wang Ting, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realized his parents were nearing the brink of madness from the incessant calls. A mathematics problem arose. What is the psychological shadow area of Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei? A correct answer bears a reward. Li Xiaomei glanced at the caller ID and urged, "Quickly, answer it. It's Dad calling." "Hello, Dad," Wang Xinghua answered promptly. "Why did it take you so long to pick up?" Came a strong, commanding voice from the other end, exuding authority. "Oh, I was in the restroom." Wang Xinghua fabricated an excuse with ease. "Enough of this nonsense. Is my grandson nearby? Hand him the phone," the elder Wang said impatiently. "Here. It's your grandfather on the line." Wang Xinghua obediently handed the phone to Wang Ting, appearing somewhat envious. Wang Ting placed the phone to his ear and greeted, "Grandfather." "My dear grandson." The voice of the elder Wang came through, now imbued with warmth and affection. Hearing this tender tone, Wang Xinghua's expression turned even more melancholic. While Li Xiaomei stifled her laughter, Wang Ting chatted with his grandfather for a while, primarily discussing the upcoming examination. Finally, the elder Wang declared, "Do your best. Once the exams are over, I shall host a banquet in your honor." Having always been the model grandson in the elder Wang's eyes, he had never suspected Wang Ting to be anything but a diligent student. Wang Ting recalled how, in his previous life, the elder Wang had indeed thrown a grand banquet for him. Unfortunately, his dismal grades had become a laughingstock among the elite circles, nearly causing the elder Wang to suffer a heart attack from the embarrassment. Reflecting on this, Wang Ting felt a mix of guilt and regret. Thankfully, in this life, he had become a prodigy. College entrance examination, huh? What does it mean to dominate? After the elder Wang's call, no one else rang in, allowing Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei to breathe a sigh of relief. Initially calm, they now wore frowns, their hearts heavy with anxiety. What should we do? Li Xiaomei inquired. Perhaps we could break our son's legs, thereby sparing him from the examination in the subsequent grades, Wang Xinghua suggested with a dreadful idea. Li Xiaomei's eyes brightened. Let us give it a try. After all, isn't it said that martial artists recover quickly? A broken leg should heal in 3 to 5 days. Are you two monsters? I must not be your biological child. Wang Tung quivered in fear. The headlines for tomorrow's news were already forming. Astonishment. Parents of a certain student break their child's legs to prevent him from taking the college entrance examination due to poor grades. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Chapter 65. The journey to the martial arts examination. Who could have imagined the profound dread with which Wang Tung spent the eve of the college entrance examination? This serves as a cautionary tale. Never provoke your parents, for when they are roused, they become fearsome. The following morning, Wang Tung rose early, eager to slip out of the house before his parents awoke, lest he face their wrath. Unfortunately, one can never outpace one's mother. Li Xiaomei emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad and bearing breakfast, and upon spotting Wang Tung, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. Son, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? You cannot truly believe that your father and I would harm you, can you? She inquired, her tone a mixture of surprise and jest. How could we be such cruel parents? Li Xiaomei shamelessly dismissed her previous night's threats. Quickly, eat your breakfast. You little rascal, she urged with a hint of exasperation. After breakfast, Wang Xinghua resolved to personally drive Wang Tung to the examination venue. Although he held little hope, he still regarded the occasion with notable seriousness. Son, do you have your ID and examination admission ticket? Li Xiaomei asked, her concern palpable. I have them, Wang Tung replied. Let me check, she insisted, thoroughly inspecting his belongings before finally feeling reassured enough to send father and son on their way. At Donghai No. 1 High School, the venue for Wang Tung's liberal arts examination, a multitude of vehicles lined the entrance. Outside the barricade set up by the school, clusters of students engaged in animated discussions, the atmosphere buzzing with nervous energy. Nearby, several buses were parked, and groups of students gathered beneath them, whispering discreetly, noticeably more reserved than their peers. These were students arriving from neighboring regions to partake in the examination. As Wang Tung alighted from the car, his gaze swept the surroundings, searching for familiar faces. A voice called out from behind, Wang Xiao, over here. Turning, he saw Yang Jian waving energetically, flanked by Lin Chuhan and several classmates. Dad, my classmates are calling me. I'll head over now, Wang Tung informed Wang Xinghua. Go ahead, I'll pick you up after the exam. Wang Xinghua nodded in agreement. Wang Tung joined Lin Chuhan and the others. How prepared are you all? He casually inquired. Pretty good. The liberal arts exam should pose no issue, Yang Jian replied. Today we're testing language, math, and English, so there is not much to worry about, primarily the forthcoming martial arts examinations, Lin Chuan added. The martial arts exam consisted of both written assessments and practical evaluations. All students first tackled the language, math, and English sections, while those participating in the martial arts examination would subsequently sit for the written test covering martial arts principles. Essentially the contents of the book: 5 years of martial arts examination, 3 years of simulations. Wang Tung nodded, noticing Lin Chuhan standing alone and curiously asking, Didn't your mother accompany you? I didn't want her to, Lin Chuhan replied. Wang Tung chose not to probe further. Her family situation was peculiar, with her mother bearing the entire burden of their livelihood, making her absence quite understandable. Are you confident in your language, math, and English? Lin Chuan shifted the conversation. Yet, Wang Tung appeared unfazed, exuding an air of confidence that left Lin Chuan uncertain. Rest assured, he assured her. Well, as long as you're confident, Lin Chuan conceded. Xiao Jian, are these two your classmates? A middle-aged man beside Yang Jian asked. Yes, Dad, they are my desk mates and also taking the martial arts exam. Yang Jian replied. Class monitor, Wang Xiao, this is my father. Yang Jian introduced them. Hello, Uncle Yang. Wang Tung and Lin Chuan greeted in unison. Yang Jian's father smiled. Hello. Since you're all participating in the martial arts exam, you may end up at the same school, so do keep in touch. All right. I'll return at noon to pick you up. Focus on your exam, he said, bidding farewell before driving away. The trio lingered, engaging in light conversation as more students arrived, swelling the crowd at the entrance. Suddenly, a distressed voice pierced the air. Oh no, I forgot my admission ticket. A plump girl frantically rummaged through her bag, tears streaming down her face, as she created a chaotic mess. Her parents, anxiously berating her, echoed their frustration. "I told you repeatedly to check and prepare everything. Why didn't you listen? What now?" Her mother lamented, equally flustered. Others around them began checking their own belongings. Fearful of joining the ranks of the forgetful, Wang Ting too felt compelled to verify his items, as the tense atmosphere was contagious, despite his outward calm. Fortunately, such calamities were rare, and he considered himself fortunate. Speaking of misfortune, not far away, someone sneezed. "Curse it. I caught a chill last night, and of course, I fall ill on the day of the exam." This was indeed tragic. To fall ill on such a crucial day could severely hinder one's performance, potentially leading to a few marks lost and an unfulfilled dream of attending a preferred university. Such occurrences were not uncommon during examinations, merely a part of the collective experience. As time swiftly passed, the barricades were lifted and students surged into the examination halls. Wang Tung and Lin Xuan parted ways, heading to their respective rooms. Familiar with Donghai No. 1 High School, Wang Ting navigated effortlessly to his designated classroom. After surrendering his phone and other electronic devices and verifying his ID and admission ticket, he was permitted to enter. Taking his seat, he patiently awaited the commencement of the examination. Shortly thereafter, the intercom crackled to life, outlining the rules of the examination and important reminders. The students listened intently, acutely aware that even a single point could determine their fate, rendering any oversight unacceptable. With the announcement concluded, the exam officially commenced. The first subject, Chinese language. As the teacher distributed the papers, Wang Tung couldn't help but smile upon viewing the questions. The Chinese examination lasted 2.5 hours, yet Wang Tung completed it in under an hour and a half, spending the remaining time idly. However, he chose not to leave early, opting instead to exit alongside the other examinees when the bell rang. At the school gate, a throng of anxious parents awaited their children's emergence. As the candidates exited, they were immediately bombarded with questions. "How did you do?" Naturally, reactions varied. Some beamed with joy, while others wore expressions of despair. Such is the nature of the college entrance examination. If one is disheartened, another will surely rejoice. Upon returning home, Li Xiaomei remained remarkably composed, as though there were no impending examination for her child. Wang Ting felt exasperated. Just the night before, she had threatened to break his legs. Yet today she acted as if nothing had transpired. What could he do with such eccentric parents? The afternoon brought the mathematics exam, followed by the English exam the next morning. Wang Tung navigated both successfully without any unforeseen incidents. What lay ahead was the martial arts examination. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei were taken aback. "You registered for the martial arts exam?" They had not been informed of this decision, and the sudden revelation left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, otherwise, what purpose would my martial arts training serve? Wang Tung asserted with confidence. However, you have just begun your training and have yet to meet the standards of an intermediate martial practitioner. Is it not a waste of time to participate in the martial examination? Moreover, I have heard that the practical assessment is exceedingly perilous. Would you not be offering yourself as easy prey? Wang Xinghua's expression turned grave. "Son, do not jest with your life." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomei also grew anxious. "Rest assured, if I cannot even pass tomorrow's intermediate martial practitioner evaluation, then there is no need to discuss the practical assessment." Wang Tung waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, that is true." Wang Xinghua suddenly understood but then questioned. "Why participate in the martial examination at all if there is no hope?" "I merely wish to experience it." Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. "Well, a preliminary experience could be beneficial. It will provide insight for next year." Wang Xinghua nodded in agreement. On July 7th, the third day of the college entrance examination. In the morning, Wang Tung arrived at Donghai No. 1 High School, where the entrance was still bustling with activity. The first hurdle of the martial examination is the evaluation of martial practitioner levels. This evaluation does not take place at the high school, but rather at various renowned martial arts academies. At that moment, not far from the entrance, several buses were parked, and Lin Xuan and other students participating in the martial examination had gathered there. Students taking the regular college entrance examination occasionally glanced over, whispering among themselves with expressions of envy. They were the students from No. 1 High School who were about to take the martial examination. This year's reform allows even intermediate martial practitioners to participate, resulting in a significantly larger number of candidates compared to last year. Regrettably, we are still left without a chance. Alas, becoming a martial practitioner has become a hallmark of the upper class society, and the times are evolving. and many high-ranking positions must be filled by martial practitioners who play an indispensable role. Ordinary people may not fully comprehend the reasons behind this, yet it does not hinder their aspirations for the splendor above. To become a martial practitioner signifies breaking free from the ordinary class, who would willingly choose to remain forever at the bottom. Wang Tung disembarked from the bus, bidding farewell to Wang Shenghua, carrying his belongings in one hand and a large, cello-like black object slung over his shoulder as he headed toward the bus. If he successfully passes the martial practitioner level evaluation, he would then proceed directly to the military district for the remaining assessments. Thus, candidates must bring a change of clothes and personal necessities. Wang Shenghua found it somewhat amusing that his son, who seemed to be merely tagging along, had packed a suitcase, giving the impression of being quite prepared. Yet he refrained from saying much, allowing him to manage his own affairs. However, Wang Shenghua felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the large, cello-like object. He wondered what it contained. Unfortunately, with Wang Ting not divulging any information, he was left in the dark. Watching his son walk towards the bus, Wang Shenghua suddenly realized that, at some point, his son had transformed significantly from his former self. The way he carried himself was upright and resolute, akin to an extraordinary sword poised to be drawn. He even harbored the illusion that, upon departing, his son might stir up a tempestuous upheaval. Shaking his head, Wang Shenghua could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Wang Tung met up with Lin Chuhan and the others, chatting casually under the bus. "Young Master Wang, what is that behind you?" Yang Jian inquired, curiously eyeing the concealed weapon case behind Wang Tung. Lin Chuhan also looked over with interest, her gaze scanning the case. But alas, it was encased in a bag, obscuring its contents from view, fueling their curiosity. "A secret weapon," Wang Ting replied with a grin. "Humph, if you won't tell, then so be it," Yang Jian retorted. Chapter 66. I have ascended to the Sanjiang. It is said that I must express my sentiments. Oh, I have truly ascended to the Sanjiang. I cannot believe it. It is astonishing, terrifying, and utterly overwhelming. Well, my reflections are complete. Oh, and I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed editor, the great Qilin, for their unwavering support and assistance. That is all. Chapter 67. The Wolf Among the Huskies. As the appointed time arrived, the barricade was lifted, and the candidates for the National College entrance examination gradually entered the examination hall. Before departing, they cast lingering glances at the students preparing for the martial arts examination, their expressions a mix of emotions. The college entrance examination is a pivotal moment in life, akin to a fork in the road. Some will tread the path of ordinariness. Perhaps they will excel in their respective fields, but will ultimately remain ordinary people, never becoming warriors. Others, however, are on the verge of embarking on an extraordinary journey, where immense power and longevity are no longer mere dreams. Although the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, with many faltering along the way, and the summit proving elusive, most martial artists remain at the foot of the mountain. There are always those who press on. Once the candidates for the national examination entered the venue, the square became much less congested. Nevertheless, vehicles from other schools continued to arrive, converging at the venue. Though the number of martial arts candidates was not large, the concentration of several schools from the same district still amounted to around 700 or 800 individuals. This year, with the standards for the martial arts examination lowered to allow even intermediate martial artists to participate, the numbers had swelled compared to previous years. The school leaders and class teachers of the senior year had also arrived. The homeroom teacher was calling the roll for the martial arts candidates, while the school leaders conversed with heads from other schools and several officials from the Education Bureau. In class 3 to 8, after confirming that all students were present, Fan Weiming felt a sense of relief and took the opportunity to remind them, regardless of the circumstances, please remember that your safety should always come first. His words resonated deeply with the students, prompting several to respond, "Don't worry, teacher. Although our class does not have any advanced martial artists, we have many candidates, and we will strive to ensure that we have the highest number of successful applicants. Indeed, we will employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to outshine those classes with advanced martial artists." Unbeknownst to them, while their class lacked advanced martial artists, they did have warriors among them. At that moment, Wang Tung's expression turned peculiar as he surveyed his exuberant classmates, likening them to a pack of yapping huskies. He felt like a wolf masquerading as a fool, appearing somewhat disreputable. "What's wrong?" Lin Chuhan inquired, noticing his strange demeanor. Nothing." Wang Ting quickly shook his head, only to receive an even more perplexed glance from Lin Chuhan. Observing his classmates' spirited enthusiasm, Fan Weiming felt gratified and could not resist taking a sip from his water bottle. The goji berry-infused water was refreshing. Simultaneously, the homeroom teachers from several classes finished taking attendance. The principal approached, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention, and asked, "Is everyone accounted for? Are all candidates present?" A middle-aged woman stepped forward, identifying herself as the homeroom teacher for class 3 to 13, stating, "We have one student absent." The revelation sparked quiet murmurs among the students. How could someone not show up after registering? The teacher hesitated and then explained, "He trained too vigorously last night and ended up fracturing his arm. His mother called me this morning to inform that he would not be participating in this year's martial arts examination." The moment the classmates heard this, laughter erupted. How reckless. What kind of training leads to a broken arm? Impressive, truly impressive. If I had that kind of determination, I would already be an advanced martial artist. The principal, who typically maintained a stern expression, nearly succumbed to laughter at the absurdity of the situation. He felt embarrassed, realizing that even at a prestigious institution like Donghai No. 1 high school, there were students lacking common sense, especially at such a critical moment. The Education Bureau officials exchanged glances, unable to conceal their amusement at the unfolding spectacle. The principal, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that he must enhance students' psychological resilience in the future. "All right, time is of the essence. Since everyone is here, let us proceed," announced Lu Wensher, the team leader for the martial arts examination. "You may call me Teacher Lu. Without further ado, let us board the bus." The candidates boarded the coach in unison. Wang Tong, unashamed, sat beside Lin Chuhan, while Yang Jian took the seat to his left. Turning to Wang Tong, he remarked, "That was my uncle, who works in the Education Bureau." "Ah, so he is your uncle," Wang Ting replied, somewhat surprised. What a remarkable coincidence that Yang Jian's uncle was responsible for overseeing their area. A classmate from class 3 to 8, hearing that the amiable middle-aged man was Yang Jian's uncle, chimed in excitedly, "Yang Jian, your uncle is an Education Bureau leader. With you around, he will surely look out for us." Several classmates nodded in agreement. Yang Jian, flushed with pride from the compliments, replied, "Of course. But keep it low-key. We wouldn't want to create trouble for my uncle. Let us keep this our little secret." The classmates whispered conspiratorially, as if sharing a newfound secret. The bus made its way toward the seaside. As Wang Tong recognized the familiar route, he felt fortunate that the examination was held in a known location. The Polaris Martial Arts Academy had already cleared out all martial artist students, leaving the facility in serene silence. The gatekeeper allowed the bus to pass without hindrance. The coach parked in the academy's lot, and the candidates disembarked one after another, many of whom had never visited Polaris before, curiously surveying their surroundings. "So, this is Polaris Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 giants of martial arts in the Huaxia region. Truly extraordinary." The students were captivated, with the boys grinning widely while the girls flushed with embarrassment, whispering amongst themselves about the eccentricities of the place. Lu Wensher, stepping down from his vehicle, could not help but smile wryly at the scene. Chapter 68. What are you staring at? Shortly after the convoy led by Lu Wensher arrived at the Polaris Martial Arts Institute, 2 additional convoys arrived in succession. At least 1/3 of the martial arts candidates from Donghai had gathered here. The candidates disembarked from their vehicles, forming small clusters, their chatter creating a cacophony. To our surprise, we were assigned to the Polaris Martial Arts Institute for the level assessment. There must be numerous candidates at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute and the 100 Refinements Martial Arts Institute as well. These 3 prominent martial arts schools place great importance on the martial arts examination, vying each year to be a testing venue to scout for potential candidates and to forge early alliances. Moreover, I have heard that this is also a means for various martial arts schools to showcase their strength. Candidates taking the exam here get to witness the prowess of the school, naturally leaning towards it in the future when making their choices. The students engaged in earnest discussions. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 convoys conferred, all of whom hailed from the Education Bureau and were already acquainted, albeit today they were assigned different responsibilities. "Form orderly lines and follow me." With these words, 3 distinctly demarcated groups of candidates quickly organized themselves. Each group was further divided into 8 or 9 smaller teams, led by their respective instructors. The 3 leaders guided their teams towards the martial training building. However, the examination had yet to commence, and all were strictly prohibited from entering the building, compelled to wait outside. Those must be students from Huiying Private School, judging by their uniforms. There is no mistaking that. Despite being a private institution, it is notoriously stringent with its students. Today, I witnessed that they even require uniforms for the college entrance examination. Rumor has it that Huiying boasts an impressive 8 senior martial artists. What's so remarkable about that? At least 5 of them were poached from other schools with money. Wang Teng listened to the murmurs around him and followed the collective gaze towards a nearby group. A cohort of candidates donned in blue and white uniforms stood in a straight line, their numbers seemingly significant. They stood tall, shoulders back, each attempting to project an air of arrogance. The 8 candidates at the forefront garnered particular attention, even drawing whispers from Huiying's own students. Simultaneously, Donghai No. 1 High School, a key institution, was also the subject of much discussion among candidates from other schools. The candidates from Donghai No. 1 were not to be underestimated either. It was said that they had 5 senior martial artists, all of whom were homegrown talents, unlike Huiying's recruits. Furthermore, the total number of candidates from Donghai No. 1 participating in the martial arts examination was not less than that of Huiying. Donghai No. 1 High School and Huiying Private School. One a prominent public high school and the other a formidable private institution, prompted comparisons among onlookers. The Donghai No. 1 candidates immediately exuded pride. Let the competition begin. We're not afraid of anyone. In no time, candidates from both schools shot glances filled with disdain at each other, sparks igniting in the air between their stares. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? Try staring again and see what happens. Keep looking, and I swear I'll take you down. Candidates from other schools quickly became mere background figures, yet they were resolute, silently steeling themselves to make a remarkable impression during the assessment. If they could surpass both Donghai No. 1 and Huiying, that would be even better. Time passed swiftly, and the main entrance of the martial training building gradually opened, revealing several staff members stationed at the doorway. It's the inspectors, someone exclaimed, recognizing the personnel at the entrance. Wang Teng's expression shifted as his gaze fell upon them. He had heard of the inspectors before. While researching online, he had come across information about this department. Like the city guard, the inspectors are a powerful entity among martial artists, responsible for oversight, and anyone who falters in their presence faces dire consequences. Many officials associated with martial artists become as timid as mice when confronted by the inspectors, trembling in fear. The sudden appearance of such a formidable department at the martial arts examination was indeed a surprise to Wang Teng. It's said that instances of cheating during early martial arts assessments were rampant, but the involvement of the inspectors in recent years has alleviated this issue. Yang Jian remarked quietly beside him. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. They joined the queue entering the examination venue, where the inspectors meticulously verified their admission tickets and identification, conducting thorough scans of each candidate. The process appeared exceedingly rigorous. When it was Wang Teng's turn, after a straightforward verification and scan, he proceeded into the examination area without incident. I'll head in first. We'll meet up after the exam. All right. Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Having frequented the martial training building countless times over the past month, Wang Teng was intimately familiar with the environment. Yet, upon entering, he discovered a significant transformation. All the equipment had been removed, leaving only force measuring devices, speed testers, and physical fitness monitors. Moreover, these machines were not merely 1 or 2, but were arranged in rows, filling the entire training hall. Each set consisted of a force measuring device, a speed tester, and a physical fitness monitor, with 2 staff members assigned to each set for monitoring. Each group bore a distinct number, and candidates were instructed to locate their corresponding group based on their admission ticket numbers. Wang Teng glanced at his admission ticket, number 8. Before the testing machines of the 8th group, a long queue had already formed, so he walked over to join the line at the back. Despite the large number of candidates, in such a critical setting, everyone was remarkably self-disciplined and dared not cause trouble, quickly forming an orderly line. An announcement echoed over the loudspeaker, signaling the commencement of the level assessment. Each group as staff held a list and began to call out candidates' names one by one. Wang Juming, Qian Jingxiang. Each candidate called upon stepped forward to initiate their tests. The standards for intermediate martial artists required a force of 300 to 700 kilograms, a speed of 100 meters within 7 to 5 seconds, and a physical fitness level of 50 to 80. Upon completion of the tests, the testing personnel would announce the results on the spot, which another staff member would record on a tablet. Wang Juming, force 362, speed 6. 8 seconds for 100 meters. Physical fitness 56, passed. Qian Jingxiang, force 411, speed 6. 2 seconds for 100 meters. Physical fitness 61, passed. Triple X, force 298, speed 6. 9 seconds for 100 meters. Physical fitness 51, failed. Upon hearing this announcement, one candidate turned ashen, as if mourning a lost opportunity, muttering in disbelief, "How could this happen? How could this happen? I was clearly over 300 kilograms in the previous test. How did I drop by 2 kilograms now?" The other candidates cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Fluctuations in strength and speed were to be expected, contingent upon performance. "No, I need to retest. My true strength wasn't fully displayed. I am already an intermediate martial artist. I must have another chance." The candidate became increasingly agitated, rushing towards the testing personnel, demanding another opportunity. "Take him out." The testing staff replied indifferently. Each candidate only has one chance in the martial arts assessment. How one performs is a test in itself, and one cannot blame others for poor results. Moreover, this year's standards had been significantly lowered. If this candidate couldn't even meet these criteria, there was no hope for the subsequent practical assessments. Attending would merely be a waste of time. As the testing personnel's words fell, several security personnel, their expressions stern, emerged from nowhere, easily lifting the candidate and dragging him out of the examination hall. "No, I want to leave. Please, just give me one more chance." The candidate, still in denial, struggled desperately to resist departure. "Continue this, and you will be disqualified from the martial arts examination." A cold voice resonated over the loudspeaker. The candidate's struggle abruptly ceased, his entire demeanor deflating as he dared not utter another sound. The other candidates felt their hearts race, as the stringent and impersonal nature of the martial arts examination heightened their tension, instilling in them a sense of urgency that forbade any hint of complacency. They approached the forthcoming evaluation with an even greater degree of seriousness. Chapter 69. The Potential of a Battle General. In light of previous candidates' experiences, the subsequent examinees subdued their exuberance. The realization that failure is inevitable silenced the once boisterous crowd, leaving them dejectedly exiting the examination hall. Due to lowered standards, many candidates approached the test with a sense of unwarranted optimism, inevitably diluting the overall quality. However, this very circumstance led to even stricter assessment criteria. Within the monitoring room of the Martial Arts Academy, a multitude of individuals had gathered, including personnel from the Inspection Bureau and senior officials from the Education Department. Notably, Fu Tiandao, the head of the Donghai Polaris Martial Arts Academy, and Qin Hanxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association, were also present. President Qin, "I did not anticipate your presence at today's level assessment," remarked a slightly portly middle-aged man to Qin Hanxian. "Director He, this martial arts examination concerns the promising talents of our Donghai. How could I possibly stay away?" Qin Hanxian replied with a smile. "Ultimately, this level assessment serves merely as a preliminary filter. The subsequent practical evaluations are what truly matter." The man referred to as director, he added. "This year, the dilution has been rather pronounced." Fu Tiandao furrowed his brow, seemingly disapproving of the current situation. "We are left with no choice. You are likely aware of the circumstances on that front. We must exert every effort to bolster our ranks, lest we encounter grave issues down the line." Director, he sighed with resignation. "Old Fu, Director, He's words ring true. This course of action is now imperative." Qin Hanxian concurred. Even so, what can these barely qualified intermediate martial apprentices accomplish? If they are thrust into practical assessments, the mortality rate will undoubtedly soar." Fu Tiandao snorted. "Alas, we are well aware of that. However, this year we have deployed 5 times the security personnel for the practical assessments, striving to ensure the students' safety to the greatest extent possible. We shall not neglect this responsibility," Director, he stated. Upon hearing this, Fu Tiandao's expression softened slightly, and he refrained from further comments. "How many promising talents do you think we will uncover this year?" Director, he shifted the topic, inquiring with a smile. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian exchanged glances before responding. "We are uncertain about others, but there is one prodigy who shows potential for battle general status." "What?" Director, he believed he had misheard. "Battle general level. If we truly discover a candidate with such potential, it would be a significant achievement for me. Future financial allocations and promotions would become entirely plausible." The thought alone was exhilarating. "Are you two jesting with me?" Director, he stammered, his hands trembling, swallowing hard. Although the prospect was enticing, he feared that these esteemed individuals were merely toying with him. "If you doubt us, continue observing, and you will see." Qin Hanxian chuckled. "Oh, come on, don't keep me in suspense. Please tell me." Director, he urged eagerly, his future hanging in the balance, prompting his impatience. After years of navigating bureaucratic waters, such a display of anxiety was uncharacteristic. The 8th group. Fu Tiandao could hardly bear to watch and shook his head. Director He's face brightened as he hastily turned his gaze toward the 8th group, with the scope narrowed to a single group. It would be easier to identify the prodigy in question. However, Qin Hanxian added, bear in mind, today is merely a level assessment. That young man may not reveal his full prowess. Director He's expression stiffened, confusion washing over him. Why? He pondered, perplexed. As martial arts examinations were typically an opportunity to demonstrate one's utmost abilities. The better the performance, the more prestigious the university one would attract. Why hold back? Because even if he does not showcase his entire strength, it would suffice to gain admission to the finest universities, Qin Hanxian elucidated. Director He paused, seemingly struck by a realization, his face transforming into one of shock. Could it be that he is already a martial artist? Only a martial artist could achieve the highest accolades without fully exerting themselves. As the martial arts examination was designed for martial apprentices, demonstrating peak martial apprentice capabilities would naturally garner attention from elite institutions. Nevertheless, Director He's conviction in his hypothesis solidified. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. A martial artist. A martial artist. Among these examinees, there existed a martial artist. Haha. Director He could hardly contain himself, wishing to express his admiration loudly. A 17 or 18-year-old martial artist, a student who achieved martial artist status before even enrolling in a martial arts program. What might that signify? It was no wonder Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian, with their discerning eyes, unanimously believed that this candidate possessed battle general potential. Nationwide, the number of individuals attaining martial artist status at this age was exceedingly rare. Many gifted individuals might become martial artists after entering university, benefiting from institutional resources to cultivate their skills. However, that was an entirely different narrative. He recalled how last year, a martial arts examinee of martial artist caliber had emerged, capturing even the attention of Governor Jinlin. The director of the Education Bureau in Jinlin had reaped significant benefits from that incident, basking in the accolades and admiration. This candidate must be located. Director He mused inwardly. He understood that the forthcoming practical assessments would attract considerable attention from eminent figures. If that candidate could shine brilliantly during the practical evaluations, it would undoubtedly reflect favorably upon him, and those distinguished figures would surely remember his contributions. With this thought in mind, Director He's gaze remained fixated on the monitor displaying the 8th group's examination, fearful of missing the opportunity to witness the prodigy with battle general potential. In the 8th group, Wang Ting, as the test administrator called out the name. It was finally Wang Teng's turn to undergo the evaluation. He stood before the force measuring device and casually threw a punch. 1,000 kilograms. Wang Teng had previously experimented and knew precisely how much force was required to reach that critical threshold. Thus, at this moment, a mere casual punch yielded the maximum limit. The test personnel stared at the display screen, eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld Wang Teng's achievement. The ultimate limit for martial apprentices. This candidate had reached the pinnacle, prompting the administrator to take a deep breath before silently noting the figure. Next, Wang Teng approached the speed measuring device and began to accelerate. Whoosh. 100 meters in 3 seconds. The test personnel were rendered speechless once more. Another ultimate limit. Where did this prodigious candidate emerge from, exhibiting such formidable prowess? Lastly came the physical test. Wang Teng entered the fitness assessment apparatus, and shortly thereafter, the results were revealed. Physical condition, 100. Upon seeing this outcome, even Wang Teng himself was taken aback. While he could control his strength and speed, the physical condition was beyond his manipulation. The instrument's reading was definitive. He had previously worried that exceeding the martial apprentice standard could lead to unnecessary complications, but it now seemed his concerns were unfounded. This is a specialized fitness assessment device for martial apprentices, with a maximum limit of 100. Any value beyond that cannot even be measured. Wang Teng suddenly realized this fact. Meanwhile, the two test personnel exchanged glances, astonished by the reading of 100. The third ultimate limit. They were becoming desensitized and hesitated, unsure whether to report this result. After a brief exchange of glances, they regarded the 3 devices, questioning whether they might be malfunctioning. It was improbable. Even if one were faulty, all 3 devices could not be defective simultaneously. The other examinees, noticing that Wang Teng had completed his evaluation yet the test personnel remained silent in reporting the results, began to murmur in confusion, speculating whether the machines had failed or if there was some form of cheating. Come now, cheating could not be so amicable. Have you forgotten the candidate who was dragged out earlier? As more individuals began to take notice of the unfolding situation, the two test personnel grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, voices crackled through the earpieces they wore. "Indeed, let's settle on this outcome," exclaimed the two individuals, their eyes meeting with a shared astonishment. If even the higher authorities have validated this result, it seems the candidate poses no issues whatsoever. He is truly exceptional. Wang Ting, with a strength of 1,000 kilograms, a speed of 3 seconds for 100 meters, and a physique rating of 100. Passed. As the words of the tester resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Surely, this must be a jest. Achieving the utmost limits in all 3 categories, without a single flaw. How could this be possible? Who is Wang Ting? I have never heard of him before. Could it be that he has resorted to cheating? Unlikely, as the tester had not immediately declared the results. Likely taking time to confirm. Now that the results are officially announced, there must be no discrepancies. Moreover, there would undoubtedly be surveillance. To cheat under the watchful eyes of the inspection agency is no trivial matter. This could only imply one possibility: he is a concealed powerhouse. In an instant, all gazes converged upon Wang Ting, and the whispers of speculation became incessant. Senior martial artists from various schools were particularly captivated by Wang Ting. These elite students, who had been discreetly vying with one another, were suddenly overshadowed by an extraordinary martial artist, leaving them feeling utterly eclipsed. The sensation was akin to a tumultuous blend of flavors, a whirlwind of emotions surging within. Notably, several senior martial artists from Donghai No. 1 high school fixated on Wang Ting, eager to discern the origin of this remarkable individual. They had certainly heard of the notorious reputation of the young Master Wang. Yet it was precisely this prior knowledge that rendered the situation so unfathomable. Could this truly be the same person? Li Rongqing had long been aware of Wang Ting's prowess. However, he too harbored a determination to compete with Wang Ting in the college entrance examination, wishing to demonstrate that he, Li Rongqing, was not inferior to anyone. Yet, barely at the outset of this contest, he found himself significantly lagging behind Wang Ting, a gap that seemed insurmountable. At that moment, Li Rongqing's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan gazed at Wang Ting with wide, incredulous eyes, astonished by his formidable strength. Faces of all those acquainted with Wang Ting, as well as those unfamiliar, reflected shock and disbelief, as if a deep water bomb had detonated, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Wang Ting stood in place, feeling rather awkward, casting an exasperated glare at the two testers. As representatives of the inspection agency, could they not maintain a semblance of composure? Must they not conduct themselves with decorum? What may have been a matter known only to a select few had now become common knowledge, rendering him the center of attention, much like a spectacle to be observed. Is this how difficult it is for me? Chapter 70. Crawling forward, head to the ground. In the monitoring room, Director he could not contain his joy and exclaimed to Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian, "This examinee must be the one you two are paying attention to, right?" However, Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian merely wore enigmatic smiles, their expressions clearly conveying the message: "Guess. We won't tell you, just to frustrate you." Director he was instantly dejected. Guess what? He felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood from his frustration. If it weren't for the fact that these two influential figures were beyond reproach, he would have been inclined to curse. He, too, was a person of authority in Donghai, and in this small arena, who wouldn't show him some respect? Unfortunately, he found himself utterly helpless against Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian. At that moment, our director he felt as beleaguered as a hefty child weighing 180 pounds. Despite his discontent, Director he was at least 90% certain that the individual drawing Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan's attention was none other than the examinee named Wang Ting. An extreme martial apprentice? He might not even be a mere martial artist. The term extreme martial apprentice could actually be regarded as a precursor to becoming a martial artist. However, having observed Wang Ting closely just moments ago, he noted how effortlessly the young man performed, as if he were simply showcasing his talents. Such effortless display reaching the extreme level suggests that Wang Ting's true prowess far exceeds what he has demonstrated thus far. This was, after all, a critical moment in the martial arts examination. Even though Wang Ting's assessment results brought considerable shock and pressure to the other candidates, they had to swiftly adjust their mindsets and continue with the examination. Furthermore, while Wang Ting's achievements amplified the pressure on the candidates, they also served as a source of motivation, particularly for the advanced martial apprentices from various schools. Those with robust mental fortitude managed to unleash their potential, often achieving results even higher than usual. Conversely, Those with weaker psychological resilience faltered under the pressure, leading to unsatisfactory performances, and they had no one to blame but themselves. If they couldn't withstand such minor pressure, how could they hope to navigate the treacherous path of martial arts in the future? The assessments continued. Suddenly, a particular result drew the attention of many. Imanrong, with a strength of 834, a speed of 4, 2 seconds for the 100 meters, and a physique of 86. Passed. Imanrong, one of the 5 advanced martial apprentices from Donghai No. 1 High School, was known to many examinees, not only from her school but also from others. All eyes turned to her. The first impression was one of beauty and long legs. However, at this moment, the focus was primarily on her impressive results that met the advanced martial apprentice standards. Due to the ongoing assessment, candidates were not permitted to leave the venue. Wang Tung, standing in the waiting area, glanced at the girl in the crowd upon hearing the announcement. He recalled that she was the first advanced martial apprentice he had encountered when he first arrived in this world, though he had only caught a distant glimpse of her. She had not recognized him. At that time, Wang Tung was merely an ordinary person, and he had thought Imanrong quite formidable. Little did he expect that now he had become a martial artist himself. If he were to meet Imanrong again now, well, he could easily defeat her with one hand. As time passed, one batch of candidates after another underwent their assessments, resulting in an increasing number of eliminations. Wang Tung had ceased to pay attention. They were all martial apprentices, and none posed a significant threat to him. Knowing or not knowing them made little difference. However, a particular announcement raised his eyebrows and brought a smirk to his lips. Li Rongqing, with a strength of 812, a speed of 4, 8 seconds for the 100 meters, and a physique of 83, passed. From the data, it was evident that he had also met the advanced martial apprentice standards. Yet, Li Rongqing was acutely aware that he had performed poorly. The pressure from Wang Tung had been immense. The two already harbored grievances. The better Wang Tung performed, the more determined Li Rongqing felt to surpass him. Yet, not only did he fail to exceed Wang Tung, but he also could not display his true capabilities. Damn it! Li Rongqing shot a furious glare in Wang Tung's direction. Ever since encountering that guy, his luck had soured. Wang Tung chuckled upon hearing the result. Knowing from past encounters that Li Rongqing was stronger than this performance suggested. Clearly, he had not performed well this time. Surely, this could not be blamed on him. Wang Tung silently mused. In his past life, after the Wang family fell from grace, Li Rongqing had never missed an opportunity to mock him. He would not only kick him when he was down but would also humiliate him frequently. During those tough times when Wang Tung was merely scraping by through labor, Li Rongqing had once encountered him, belittled him, and even falsely accused him of being dishonest, causing him to lose his job. Thus, a grudge was formed. In this life, Li Rongqing was perhaps quite innocent, having done nothing wrong yet inexplicably bearing the brunt of Wang Tung's wrath, suffering a severe beating. Subsequently, he found himself perpetually overshadowed by Wang Tung, which only fueled his resentment. Every time Wang Tung noticed Li Rongqing's seething hatred mixed with helplessness, he couldn't help but reflect on his past self, feeling a sense of enlightenment. Regardless of the connection between his past and this life, or whether Li Rongqing had ever bullied him, Wang Tung simply found him displeasing. Therefore, he deserved to be unlucky. I, Wang Tung, am just that petty. Lin Xuan, having been ranked lower, also completed her assessment, managing to pass without incident. However, her statistics were quite dismal. Strength 323, speed 6, 8 seconds for the 100 meters. Physique 55. These figures left Wang Tung at a loss for words. He never expected that the illustrious academic prodigy Lin Xuan could have such a moment. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Ha ha ha, you have your day now. Lin Xuan rolled her eyes at him, unable to suppress her amusement at his expression of barely concealed laughter. If you want to laugh, then laugh. My martial arts results are not as monstrous as yours. I didn't laugh. I'm very serious. Wang Tung quickly denied, jokingly thinking that one should not laugh at a woman. After a while, Yang Jian also wrapped up his assessment, passing smoothly as well. Having an uncle working in the Education Bureau, he was much better prepared with insider information. As he approached from a distance, upon seeing Wang Tung, he exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Wang!" Crawling forward, head to the ground. Wang Tung was instantly baffled. What does that mean? He turned to Lin Xuan, hoping she could provide a translation. "Yes, kneeling before you." Lin Xuan replied, exasperated. Yang Jian nodded vigorously beside them. "Young Master Wang, I kneel before you. I truly kneel. It turns out you are so formidable. Please accept my humble reverence." Get lost. Wang Qing was speechless, thinking this guy must be out of his mind. Chapter 71. Principle. Do you possess any unparalleled martial arts to impart to me? The morning assessments continued until noon before concluding. Wang Teng and his companions followed the throng out of the training hall of the Extreme Star Martial Arts School, where many were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recent evaluation results. Who exactly is this Wang Teng from Class 1? His prowess is astounding. It is said that he is an extreme martial disciple, merely a step away from becoming a martial artist. Such a person must be deliberately concealing his abilities, waiting to astonish everyone during the college entrance examination. He is shrewd, almost like a scheming fox. As Wang Teng listened, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, and his expression darkened. Do they not know how to speak? How dare they label me a scheming fox? If it weren't for Lin Chuhan and Yang Jian holding him back, Wang Teng would have charged at those few candidates to have a serious discussion about life and aspirations. These young rascals have yet to experience the trials of society and speak without restraint. How could someone as straightforward as I, Wang Teng, possibly be a scheming fox? Ridiculous. Enough already. So what if they said a few words? Why be so petty? Lin Chuhan remarked, suppressing her laughter. It's easy for you to say. You're not the one being discussed, Wang Teng huffed. Yang Jian stifled a laugh and quickly changed the subject. Did you hear about the evaluation results of those advanced martial disciples from Huiying High School? I did hear one, close to me, named Qin Tao. His strength is 901, with a speed of 3.6 seconds for 100 meters and a physique of 90. Lin Chuan stated with a serious expression. Wow, that's impressive, Yang Jian exclaimed. I also heard about one, Lin Qing, whose strength is 866, speed at 4.1 seconds for 100 meters, and physique of 87. It seems the advanced martial disciples from Huiying High School are formidable. What's there to fear? We have a powerhouse among us. They should be the ones worried. Yang Jian chuckled, glancing at Wang Teng. What about the other 3 advanced martial disciples from our school? Wang Teng ignored Yang Jian's comment and inquired. We don't know yet. They seem not to have had a chance to be assessed. We might have to wait until the afternoon. Lin Chuhan shook her head. Zhou Wu has been assessed. His strength is 915, speed at 3.9 seconds for 100 meters, and physique of 93. Yang Jian suddenly interjected. Zhou Wu is indeed one of the 5 advanced martial disciples from Donghai No. 1 High School. Oh, that score must be the highest, Wang Teng remarked in surprise. Brother, how can you say such a thing? Yang Jian gave him a sideways glance. It's meaningless to compare with me, Wang Teng boasted. TSK. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian both expressed disdain. You may be impressive, but kindly tone down the arrogance. By the way, I need to call my mom. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered and hurriedly took out her phone to call home. Oh, I forgot too. I must tell my parents this good news. Yang Jian slapped his forehead. Once the level assessments are completed, candidates will proceed to the next evaluation point, where they will stay for 2 to 3 days. Successful candidates can only inform their families via phone. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment before dialing Li Xiaomei's number. Beep, beep, beep. In no time, the call connected. Before Wang Teng could speak, Li Xiaomei began to chatter nonstop. Mom, I passed the level assessment. Wang Teng seized a moment of silence in her monologue to announce. Passed. I knew you would pass. That's quite normal. Li Xiaomei suddenly paused, her voice rising an octave. What? You passed? Yes, I accidentally passed. Wang Teng replied. At that moment, Lin Chuan and Yang Jian had finished their calls and, upon hearing this, gained a new understanding of Wang Teng's shamelessness. Accidentally? Ah. What a brazen display. After much effort, Wang Teng finally convinced Li Xiaomei of his success in the martial disciple level assessment. She felt both joy and concern. While passing the assessment was indeed a cause for celebration, the subsequent practical evaluations left her uneasy. She had even stopped cooking, intending to call Wang Shenghua. However, recalling that he was on a business trip for an important project, she decided against adding to his burdens. Wang Teng had participated in the martial assessment just as Wang Shenghua left for his trip, and he had never considered that Wang Teng could pass. Li Xiaomei put down her phone, feeling anxious alone at home. She could only silently pray for Wang Teng's safe return, without harboring particularly strong hopes of him being admitted to the martial arts program. At noon, candidates dined in the cafeteria of the Extreme Star Martial Arts School. To showcase their generosity, the school provided an all-you-can-eat buffet for the martial examination candidates. Wang Teng sat at a table with Lin Chuan and Yang Jian, while other candidates from Class 8 gathered around, greeting Wang Teng with familiarity. Previously, they had kept their distance, unsure of his abilities. Now, upon learning he had reached the level of an extreme martial disciple, their demeanor shifted dramatically, all eager to mingle. Even candidates from other classes approached to witness the remarkable presence of Wang Ting, genuinely curious about his exceptional capabilities. Unfortunately, Wang Ting maintained a stoic expression throughout, appearing even more aloof than usual. Once disregarded, now they found themselves unable to reach his heights. Humph. And that one who looks so unsightly. What are they, a boy or a girl? Oh dear, they even have body odor. Better not get too close. After finishing their meal, they had an hour of free time. A few school leaders from Donghai No. 1 High School approached with beaming smiles. You must be Wang Tung, right? Truly a remarkable young man, with exceptional potential. Principal, do you have any unparalleled martial arts to impart to me? Perhaps to save the world? Wang Ting interjected suddenly. Principal, Lin Chuan, Yang Jian, the surrounding classmates. Haha, Wang Ting, you are quite the humorist. The principal chuckled awkwardly. Is there none? What a pity. Wang Tung feigned regret, as if he genuinely aspired to save the world. The principal's patience thinned, feeling years of decorum slipping away. You rascal, can you be serious? I am here to discuss important matters, not to entertain your whims of saving the world. Is that what we should be concerned about? Noticing the principal's forehead veins bulging, Wang Ting quickly replied, Principal, what were you about to say? Please continue. Taking a deep breath, the principal regained his composure and said with a warm demeanor, I came to express gratitude for the honor you have brought to our school, and I hope you will continue to strive, aiming to excel in the practical assessments and bring glory to Donghai No. 1 High School. Principal, bringing glory to our school is indeed the duty of a student. Though I am limited by my abilities, my usual academic performance is dismal. I have always been seen as a slacker by teachers. I am willing but unable. Wang Ting lamented. The principal observed the student before him and noted that he was unlike any typical high schooler. While other students would have readily accepted praise and encouragement, Wang Tung remained unfazed, even daring to jest with the principal. Does being a martial examination candidate have any inherent connection to one's academic performance? Even if, hypothetically, Wang Tung failed the theoretical assessment, his status as an extreme martial disciple, coupled with a strong performance in practical evaluations, would undoubtedly attract offers from prestigious universities. It seems this young man will not be satisfied until he sees tangible results. Wang Tung, you may not be aware, but our school has a reward system in place for martial examination candidates. In the martial examination, achieving a rank within the top 50 garners a reward of a low-grade yellow source stone. Ascending to the top 40 rewards 3 such stones. Reaching the top 30 grants 5. Entering the top 20 bestows 7. And securing a position within the top 10 awards 10 stones. Furthermore, those who attain a place within the top 3 not only receive source stones, but also a vial of elixir. The principal gazed at Wang Tung, revealing a mysterious smile, and slowly remarked, should you achieve first place, not only will you receive the aforementioned rewards, but there exists an enigmatic prize that will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Source stones, elixirs, mysterious rewards. Wang Ting was instantly intrigued. Each reward seemed more enticing than the last. Source stones, elixirs. He had not anticipated such depth of resources within the first academy. Chapter 72. You are a big shot. You are headstrong. Wang Tung had done his homework. Source stones are the essence of the world's primal force crystallized within minerals, formed through unique geological conditions and extensive evolution deep beneath the Earth's surface. They primarily originate from other realms. The Earth has only been subjected to the erosion of primal force for a mere 30 years, which is insufficient for the generation of source stones. As for spirit pills, they are concocted by auxiliary profession alchemists who refine various spiritual herbs through special methods, yielding an array of effects. These two resources are generally utilized solely by martial artists, and they hold paramount significance for advanced martial apprentices aspiring to become martial artists. For some individuals attempting to break through to martial artist status, a lack of adequate absorption of primal force could render their efforts futile. In such cases, a handful of source stones rich in primal force or a single spirit pill becomes the most reliable safeguard. However, both source stones and spirit pills are crucial resources that are predominantly allocated by major powers. Only martial artists affiliated with institutions such as universities, the military, or prestigious martial arts schools can access them in abundance. The resources available to smaller factions are exceedingly limited, even in the market. Only a select few officially recognized major brand companies are permitted to sell them. After all, if these resources were to fall into the hands of some schemers, leading to the cultivation of morally corrupt martial artists, it would spell considerable trouble. Although some may exist in the black market, their numbers are always scarce. resulting in exorbitant prices. The fact that the principal of Donghai No. 1 High School presented these two items as rewards is undoubtedly a grand gesture. As for the mysterious reward he mentioned, Wang Tung felt somewhat speechless. Do these people truly enjoy this kind of suspense? Last time it was Zhou Baiyan. And now even their principal is playing this game. It seems rather childish for someone of his age. Principal, I believe your reward mechanism is excellent. It can significantly stimulate the ambition of the candidates. I am confident that our school will achieve outstanding results in this year's martial arts examination. So please prepare the rewards with peace of mind, Wang Tung stated earnestly, without a single word about himself. However, the principal's eyes brightened as he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Tung, revealing a meaningful smile and unspoken understanding. With your words, Wang Tung, I feel reassured. The principal concluded, all right, I won't interrupt your rest any longer. Candidates who have finished their assessments can take a short break this afternoon, and we will proceed to the next examination venue in the evening. With that, the principal left with several other school leaders. By the way, why didn't I hear about rewards for the martial arts examination before? Wang Ting inquired of Lin Shuhan, who was beside him. It has always existed. You simply weren't paying attention. It's ironic you say that, considering you often skip class or fail to listen attentively. Lin Shuhan rolled her eyes. All right, my fault. Wang Tung chuckled awkwardly. What are your plans for the afternoon? Yang Jian interjected. The cafeteria will be streaming the afternoon assessments. I'll just pass the time there. Lin Chuan suggested. That sounds good. We should keep an eye on the level assessments. Who knows if any dark horses will emerge from the remaining candidates? Yang Jian nodded. Then turned to Wang Ting. What about you, Wang Xiao? Any plans? I'll find a place to take a nap. Wang Ting yawned. Fine. You are a big shot. You can be headstrong. Yang Jian conceded. Ultimately, Wang Ting went nowhere, for even those who had finished their exams were forbidden from wandering during the assessment period. He had to obediently remain in the cafeteria like the other students. An hour of rest passed swiftly. Candidates who had not participated in the level assessments gradually entered the examination hall to begin a new round of evaluations. The students of Class 8 of Senior Year 3 gathered together, watching the live broadcast of the assessments, occasionally offering their commentary. Lin Shuhan and Yang Jian were engrossed, engaging in discussions with their classmates. Meanwhile, Wang Ting idly scrolled through his phone, bored. In truth, most candidates were merely intermediate martial apprentices, with advanced martial apprentices being relatively rare. After nearly half an hour, advanced martial apprentices began to appear. Look, it's Yinping from Huying High School. Strength, 924. Speed, 100 meters in 3.6 seconds. Constitution, 93. Yang Jian exclaimed suddenly. Everyone's attention was drawn, and discussions erupted. This score rivals Zhou Wu from our school. Both strength and speed surpass him. Their constitutions are identical. If they were to duel, Zhou Wu might be at a disadvantage. That's debatable. While Zhou Wu's strength and speed may be slightly lower, don't forget that skill also encompasses foundational combat techniques. Indeed, if Zhou Wu's mastery of foundational combat techniques exceeds Yinping's, then the outcome remains uncertain. The group could not help but compare the strengths of the two. Hearing the students of Donghai No. 1 High School discuss, the Huying students wore proud expressions. Look, we Huying also have strong advanced martial apprentices. We are not inferior to your school, so why boast? However, upon noticing Wang Tung, who was bored and scrolling through his phone, even the appearance of a strong advanced martial apprentice like Yinping failed to capture his interest, leaving the Huying students disheartened. Even Yinping's prowess pales in comparison to that of Wang Ting. With such a big shot at Donghai No. 1 High School, Huying has little hope this year. How infuriating. How did Donghai No. 1 High School produce such a prodigy? The Huying students were frustrated yet utterly helpless. Unless they too could unearth a hidden dark horse, one as formidable as Wang Ting from Donghai No. 1, they had little chance of competing. Finally, the level assessments drew to a close. Although several advanced martial apprentices appeared afterward, none surpassed Zhou Wu or Yinping in strength. Most had strengths below 900. With speeds largely between 5 to 4 seconds for 100 meters, and constitutions mostly in the 80s, with only a couple exceeding 90. Maintaining a noticeable gap from Zhou Wu and Yinping. At 5 o'clock, the level assessments concluded entirely. All candidates were divided into two groups, one consisting of those who had not passed, soon to depart, and the other comprised of those who had passed and were about to proceed to the next examination site. In the plaza of the Jixing Martial Arts School, Lu Wenshi addressed the candidates, his voice resonating. While it's regrettable that some of you have not passed, you are still young. There will be opportunities next year or the year after. As long as you aspire to the martial arts examination and do not give up, I believe you will eventually succeed and enter university. Our country is increasingly valuing martial arts, as you should have noticed, so do not speak lightly of giving up. You still have a chance. I hope to see you again next year. His words undoubtedly rekindled the resolve of those disheartened candidates. If they could not pass this year, they could always try again next year or the year after. Martial arts have become the trend of the era. Failing to become a martial artist would leave one lagging behind in the current age, and no one is willing to be relegated to a lower status. Chapter 73. Come sing, fear not. The candidates who had passed the level assessment were seated on a coach, forming a convoy heading in a singular direction. Originally, there were 2,000 to 3,000 candidates for the martial arts examination, but after the assessment, fewer than half remained, totaling around 1,000. This attrition rate is indeed quite high. After approximately an hour's journey, the coach gradually came to a halt. Throughout the trip, the curtains had been drawn tightly, leaving the candidates oblivious to their destination. Everyone disembark. Lu Wensher's voice resonated from outside as the bus came to a stop. The candidates hurriedly exited and were soon met with the sight of a heavily fortified military camp. At the entrance, soldiers armed with advanced weaponry scrutinized the newcomers with vigilant gazes. A solemn atmosphere enveloped them, instilling a sense of decorum that rendered the candidates hesitant to speak loudly. The martial arts examination is actually taking place within a military camp. Nevertheless, some murmurs of speculation arose among the candidates. This is indeed a martial arts assessment, far more stringent than the standard college entrance examinations, even requiring a military venue. How daunting. Silence. The military camp prohibits noise, Lu Wensher admonished, his brow furrowed. Instantly, the faint buzz of chatter dissipated, and all eyes were fixed on him. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military attire approached. You have finally arrived. I apologize for the wait, Lu Wensher greeted politely. Follow me inside, but your vehicles must remain outside. The man in uniform said no more and led the candidates into the camp. The candidates formed a long line, guided by Lu Wensher and the military officer, passing through the checkpoint after undergoing screening and scanning before entering the camp. The expansive military compound exuded an air of tranquility and solemnity, with patrolling soldiers occasionally passing by. Every 3 steps a guard, every 5 steps a sentry. The soldiers stood tall, their resolute faces and synchronized strides radiating the essence of military discipline. The candidates were truly witnessing the embodiment of a soldier's spirit. How handsome! The girls' eyes sparkled as they beheld the uniquely charismatic soldiers, barely restraining themselves from rushing over for autographs. The military officer leading the way chuckled at the sight. Ladies, if you find someone appealing, feel free to pursue. I assure you, all of us soldiers are the finest young men. The girls, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of shyness, yet their thoughts remained a mystery. Wang Tung couldn't help but glance at Lin Xuan, relieved that she wasn't swooning. The boys, already irked by the girl's admiration, grew even more indignant at the officer's remark. You may be excellent, but there is no absolute best, only better. Otherwise, where does that leave us? Naturally, these martial arts candidates were proud and ambitious. Especially in front of the girls, they could not afford to concede easily. Ha ha ha, you little rascals, if you're not satisfied, how about a competition tonight? The military officer laughed heartily. The candidates immediately appeared eager to take up the challenge. Lieutenant Luo, they have an exam tomorrow. Please do not stir up trouble. Lu Wensher interjected with exasperation. What does it matter? Tomorrow is a written exam. It won't have much impact. The officer replied nonchalantly. Don't tell me that. Go discuss it with your superior, Governor Jiang. Lu Wensher rolled his eyes. How boring. The officer scoffed. Before long, he led the group to a row of wooden cabins. This will be your residence. 4 to a room. Arrange yourselves as you see fit. You have half an hour to freshen up. Dinner will be served in half an hour. Anyone who misses the meal will go hungry tonight. Additionally, I must remind you that within the military camp, you are to adhere to military regulations. Rooms must remain tidy, belongings organized, and aside from sleeping, your bedding must be folded into neat squares. We will have personnel checking. Anyone who fails to comply will be disqualified from the examination. Upon hearing this, the candidates' expressions shifted dramatically. Failing to fold their bedding could lead to disqualification? What absurd rules! Lieutenant Luo is correct. Once you enter the military camp, you must abide by the rules. Mistakes will incur penalties, and there are no exceptions. So do not think that your qualifications grant you immunity. I have warned you. How you proceed is entirely up to you, Lu Wensher affirmed. The timer has begun. You have only 30 minutes, do not dawdle. Lieutenant Luo suddenly barked, his demeanor transforming to one of stern authority, completely shedding his previous amiable facade. Go, Lu Wenshi echoed. The candidates promptly sprang into action. 30 minutes is neither too short nor too long, yet some girls dawdled excessively, no longer daring to waste time. Watching them scramble, their earlier airs of arrogance were cast aside. The military officer smiled at Lu Wenshi. These youngsters just need some discipline. Leave them with me for a week, and I'll ensure they toe the line. Huh. I have trained at least 50 martial artists, and I am not afraid of these greenhorns. Lieutenant Luo scoffed. All right. You're quite impressive, Lieutenant Luo. Wang Ting and Yang Jian shared a room with 2 other classmates from their senior class, making for a convenient arrangement. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, shared her quarters with 3 other female classmates. She was well-liked in her class, often approached by peers for help. And though her demeanor was somewhat reserved, she always answered questions willingly. Half an hour soon elapsed, and Lieutenant Luo's voice rang out. Gather outside. The candidates dared not delay and rushed out to assemble. Fortunately, the ample time allowed the girls to forego their usual hesitance and quickly prepared for the gathering. From front to back, count off, commanded the officer. The candidates lined up, immediately beginning to count off. 1, 2, 3. Before long, the tally concluded with a total of 352 candidates. Excellent. Everyone is present. It seems you remembered my words, Lieutenant Luo remarked with satisfaction. Now, follow me to the dining hall. Under Lieutenant Luo's guidance, the candidates arrived at the dining hall, where many soldiers were already dining. A designated area was clearly reserved for the candidates. The soldiers glanced curiously at the newcomers, but quickly returned to their meals, creating a remarkably quiet atmosphere. Finish your meal in half an hour and gather outside. With another command, the candidates eagerly filled the seats and began to eat. In no time, they exhibited an obedient demeanor, but it was primarily out of fear of disqualification. The candidates had grievances they could not voice, silently cursing Lieutenant Luo 100 times over, vowing never to pursue a military academy again. It was simply too extreme. By the time everyone finished their meal, it was already 7:30 p.m. The camp lights illuminated the surroundings, and the sound of spirited military songs echoed from the training ground, adding a touch of vivacity to the solemn atmosphere. Hey, young ladies and gentlemen, are you interested in singing a couple of songs? Lieutenant Luo inquired with a grin. Only if there are beautiful female soldiers. Someone boldly shouted from the crowd, instantly igniting a commotion. Oh, indeed. While we may not be able to compete in martial arts, we can certainly engage in a singing contest. What a spirited lad. Lieutenant Luo was both amused and exasperated, having never encountered such audacity. He proclaimed, Come, let us have a contest. If you wish to see our beautiful female soldiers, that can be arranged. Win, and you shall behold our military flowers. You must keep your word. No backing out. With his threat of disqualifying them from the exam no longer looming, the candidates grew bolder, daring to challenge Lieutenant Luo. Lu Wenshi shook his head in dismay. This Lieutenant Luo was truly a handful, especially with the examination looming tomorrow. Was it wise to create such a ruckus at night? However, observing the excitement among the candidates, he decided to let them indulge. Perhaps it would serve as a moment of relaxation. He pondered how the candidates from the Thunder Martial Arts School and the 100 Refinements Martial Arts School fared in other military camps. Suddenly, a leader from the Education Bureau beside Lu Wenshi remarked, if they haven't encountered a reckless officer like Lieutenant Luo, they are likely just fine. Another leader from the Bureau chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Lieutenant Luo led the candidates to the training ground and shouted to the soldiers who were singing, Brothers, these young rascals have heard your songs and are quite defiant. They wish to challenge you. What say you? Let us compete. No one should back down. A soldier resembling a squad leader stepped forward. Let the contest begin. Let the competition commence. The other soldiers were equally stirred, unwilling to be outdone. A contest it shall be. We fear you not. The boys' competitive spirits ignited, eager to impress the girls. The thought alone brought them great delight. Chapter 74. Starbone. The following day, the written examination was scheduled for 9 o'clock. However, at merely 7, the candidates were abruptly awakened by the whistle of Lieutenant Luo. The revelry of the previous night had left them quite exhausted. Yet, to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to match the vocal prowess of the soldiers, whose resounding voices were both intimidating and impressive, singing for 2 hours without a hint of hoarseness. Clearly, they were a force to be reckoned with. Having missed the opportunity to encounter the military flowers, the candidates found themselves quite embarrassed. As the candidates roused from their slumber, still somewhat dazed, The words of Lieutenant Luo from the night before echoed in their minds, jolting them awake. The prospect of disqualification from the examination loomed ominously. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, hastily preparing themselves and gathering before Lieutenant Luo. Each candidate regarded him with a look of grievance, yet Lieutenant Luo seemed oblivious. Engrossed in jovial conversation with several leaders from the Education Bureau, occasionally glancing at his watch, which only heightened their frustration. At last, the moment arrived for roll call. Naturally, no one faltered during this crucial time. Even those who were slower were aided by their peers. After breakfast, Lieutenant Luo led them to a multimedia building, where the candidates waited an entire hour for the examination to commence. 2 hours later, with the ringing of the bell, the candidates exited the examination room. The written exam had gone smoothly, or at least that was Wang Tung's assessment. However, some candidates appeared disheartened, lamenting their performance as they exited. "Oh no, I missed so many topics in my revision. This is a disaster," one lamented. With only 2 weeks of preparation, it was simply insufficient. Some questions seemed familiar, yet I couldn't recall the answers. "What did you choose for the third multiple-choice question? Was it A? No, it must be B, right? I went with C, really? I chose D." Wang Ting nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing his classmates' discussions with only 4 possible answers to choose from. They had managed to cover all bases in their confusion. "From the looks of you, it seems you performed admirably," Wang Ting remarked, noticing the relaxed smile on Lin Chuan's face. "It was manageable, not overly difficult," Lin Chuan replied, not denying his observation. "Indeed, for someone of her academic caliber. The written examination was a breeze. I told you this year's written exam wouldn't be too challenging," Yang Jian declared, emerging to take credit. He had previously mentioned that due to special circumstances, the questions would be relatively easier, and it seemed he had been accurate. In the afternoon, with no pressing matters at hand, the candidates, under Lieutenant Luo's guidance, toured the military camp, observing the soldiers' drills and exercises. Of course, certain restricted areas were off limits. While watching the soldiers practice, Wang Tung seized some attributes related to strength and speed. However, due to the distance he had to maintain, he could not gather as much as he desired. Furthermore, at this stage, mere attributes of strength and speed offered him limited enhancement. For a martial artist, raw energy was fundamental. A strong energy would naturally bolster one's physique, with strength and speed following suit. This distinction highlighted the difference between martial artists and martial apprentices. Later, Lieutenant Luo took the candidates to the shooting range, allowing them to indulge their desires for firearms. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected benefit. Marksmanship 1. Marksmanship 1. After a series of engagements, Wang Tung's marksmanship skill improved. Marksmanship 210. Beginner. It had risen from 1.8 to 2. A modest yet commendable achievement. Regrettably, even within the military shooting range, he had not directly acquired any marksmanship attributes. Later that night, just past 9 o'clock, as Wang Ting prepared to retire for the evening, Lu Wisher unexpectedly sought him out. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Yang Jian, who was about to sleep, sprang up upon seeing Lu Wisher enter the barracks. "I've come to speak with Wang Tung," Lu Wisher replied. "You're looking for me?" Wang Tung inquired, puzzled, as he had little interaction with Lu Wisher. "Yes, Wang Tung, may we have a word?" Lu Wisher nodded. The two stepped outside the barracks to find a secluded spot. "Uncle Lu, what is it you wish to discuss?" Wang Ting asked. Hearing Wang Tung's respectful address, Lu Wisher felt pleased, recognizing the potential in this young man. He smiled and said, "It's not so much that I seek you out, but rather that someone wishes to meet you." "Someone wants to see me? Who?" Wang Tung was even more bewildered. Lu Wisher stepped aside, revealing a slightly plump middle-aged man who emerged from behind the barracks. "It is I, Wang Tung. Meeting you is quite straightforward," the man chuckled. "This is Director He," Lu Wisher introduced respectfully. "Director He." Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he realized Lu Wisher's stature. This could only mean that Director He was the head of the Education Bureau. "What brings you to seek me, Director He?" Wang Ting asked, noticing Wang Tung's deduction. Director He chuckled and said, "Wang Tung, you must already be a martial artist, correct?" Wang Tung's heart raced with shock. Had he been exposed? How could this be? He had never shown any signs of weakness. Perhaps this was a ploy? Lu Wisher, initially curious about Director He's convoluted efforts to meet a mere student in the military camp, was now beginning to grasp the situation. Wang Tung is actually a martial artist? Lu Wisher questioned his own hearing, yet Director He's words clearly held weight, likely grounded in truth. "Director He, you must be joking. I am merely a martial apprentice at my peak. How could I possibly be a martial artist?" Wang Tung maintained a composed expression, smiling. Your denial is inconsequential. Director, he replied with a knowing smile. However, I hope you can demonstrate your martial prowess during tomorrow's practical assessment and make a striking impression. You can rest assured. The examination is of utmost importance to me, and I will certainly give my all, Wang Tung replied confidently. Give your all. Do you comprehend the extent of my all? Director, he chuckled lightly. Without further ado, he produced a box from his pocket, revealing a slight grimace on his face, yet he opened it before Wang Tung. What is this? Inside the box lay a palm-sized bone, a deep green hue, translucent and glimmering with a metallic sheen. It was uniquely captivating. Starbone. Lu Winshur exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the starbone. Director, he affirmed, nodding, his face revealing a hint of reluctance as he presented it. If you can showcase your martial abilities during the practical assessment, this starbone shall be yours. Wang Tung inhaled sharply. He was well aware of the significance of starbones, the essence of star beasts, which appeared with remarkable rarity. Only those star beasts possessing exceptional strength, unique habitats, and innate talent could yield such a bone within their bodies. Moreover, each star beast typically produced but one starbone, often no larger than a palm or even the size of a marble. Most importantly, each starbone contained unique abilities. The implications of starbones were vast. They could be crafted into weapons, bestowing special powers upon them, making such weapons extraordinarily rare treasures. Thus, the rarity and value of starbones were unmistakable. Why would Director He be willing to part with something so precious? Why? Wang Tung queried, maintaining his composure, fixated on Director He. For the sake of advancement. He Jun smiled faintly, revealing no concealment as he spoke candidly. I have occupied this position for many years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would likely continue until retirement. However, fate has favored me, and you are that opportunity. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of officialdom, I have long since lost the fervor for martial arts that once drove me. If this starbone possessed offensive capabilities, I might have kept it for myself. Alas, it does not. Thus, I intended to use it as a reward to entice others. Yet, I have not encountered anyone worthy of such a gift until now. You are different. You are young with immense potential, and you can assist me in advancing further. Although the starbone is precious, there exists something in my heart that I deem even more valuable. He Jun's words were remarkably forthright. Even at the cost of revealing his ambitions, Wang Tung scrutinized him for a long while, finding no cause for suspicion. That plump face appeared astonishingly sincere. It was truly bewildering. Yet, Wang Tung recognized that these individuals were seasoned foxes, and a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. The starbone was enticing, but revealing a martial artist's strength in such a significant setting could lead to unforeseen troubles. I understand your concerns. He Jun seemed to discern his thoughts, speaking with a calm demeanor. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom from my own experience. Martial artists must compete, unlike martial apprentices. The realm of martial artists is replete with fierce competition. To ascend to the pinnacle, a martial artist must expend unimaginable resources. The number of martial artists will only increase. Yet resources remain finite. Where do these resources originate? Naturally, they are seized from the hands of others. Even if you choose not to contend or take, others will vie for what you possess. If you're mediocre, that may suffice. However, if you possess exceptional talent and astonishing potential, your rivals will multiply and grow stronger, with countless geniuses competing for resources alongside you. Thus, even if you opt for a low profile and conceal your abilities, it will not be long before your true strength is unveiled, unless you are willing to become a timid turtle, relinquishing your resources. Otherwise, others will compel you to demonstrate your prowess. Concealment is futile. He Jun's words resonated profoundly with Wang Tung, stirring his thoughts. Martial artists must compete. He recalled instances where martial artists fought fiercely over a single egg and another who sought him for a fallen comrade's belongings, ultimately meeting a tragic end. They were all in contention, all forcing his hand. He Jun's assertion seemed compelling, yet something felt amiss. Wang Tung, you have disappointed me greatly. Your potential is immense. But without a matching disposition, your future may not be as bright as one might hope. He Jun sighed, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Very well. I shall not press you further. Consider tonight as though I never came. He turned to leave, seemingly unwilling to engage Wang Tung any longer. Wang Tung watched him walk away, step by step. Ahem, Wang Tung, why not reconsider? Ah, such a playful challenge. Chapter 75, Island Examination Venue Director He. Let's dispense with the games. I concede your point. But premature exposure differs vastly from delayed revelation, contingent upon the context. In the unified examination, with various factions present, an immediate unveiling of my martial status would inevitably embroil me in endless tribulations, Wang Ting stated. Director He, crestfallen, lamented the boy's imperviousness to persuasion, dashing his hopes for advancement. While he possessed the unilateral authority to disclose Wang Tung's martial prowess, it would undoubtedly breed resentment. Should Wang Tung retaliate, his machinations would backfire, jeopardizing his promotion and tarnishing his reputation with his superiors, a veritable Pyrrhic victory. However, Wang Ting interjected, introducing an unexpected twist. I accept the proposition. Director He's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his own saliva. You audacious whelp, you were merely toying with me? His gaze narrowed, radiating menace. Pray, disregard my jest. Let us resume our discourse, Wang Tung stammered, taken aback. Humph. Director He inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire. I stand by my word. Demonstrate your martial capabilities. Shine brilliantly in the practical assessment, and the starbone shall be yours. Agreed. Wang Ting reached for the starbone in Director He's grasp. However, Director He swiftly retracted his hand, concealing the treasure. Not so fast. You aspire to claim your prize before the outcome is determined? How presumptuous. If you withhold the reward, what assurance do I have against your reneging? Wang Qing retorted. Do you take me for a man devoid of honor? Director He glowered. One can never be certain. Wang Ting scoffed. Director He, consumed by pent-up frustration, inhaled deeply. Very well, let us formalize a contract. Wang Tung readily concurred. Both parties signed the accord, their names inscribed upon the document, each harboring their own agenda as they parted ways. Throughout the exchange, Lu Wensher remained a silent observer, marveling at the audacity of the younger generation, their ability to negotiate with Director He, even gaining a slight advantage. Such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, Wang Tung is a martial artist. Upon my return, I must urge Yang Jian to ingratiate himself with this rising star. What else could they want but for me to excel and bring them glory? Wang Tung remarked casually. I see. Now, hasten to slumber. Tomorrow dawns early. As the practical assessment approached, many candidates endured sleepless nights, consumed by anxiety, the specter of mortality hanging over them like a Damoclean sword. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, the candidates assembled in a vast plaza after a hasty breakfast. A colossal, unidentified aerial vehicle loomed before them. What manner of contraption is this? It is immense. It bears a resemblance to an airship. Resemblance, you say? It is an airship. Observe the runes adorning its surface. Lu Wensher silenced the murmurs with a stern rebuke. Lieutenant Luo, standing before them, his hands clasped behind his back, waited for the commotion to subside before addressing the assembly. He concluded his address with a crisp salute. The candidates, in turn, straightened their postures and returned the gesture. Board the airship. We shall depart forthwith for the practical assessment venue. Lieutenant Luo commanded, turning to board the vessel. The students followed. Their curiosity piqued as they marveled at the interior of the craft, a novel experience for many. Behold, the arcane airship. Yang Jian exclaimed in awe. Arcane airship? Wang Tung inquired. Unfamiliar with the term. A colossal airship propelled by runes, harnessing the power of the force, Yang Jian explained. Is it not akin to our contemporary force-powered automobiles and aircraft? Wang Ting pressed, still puzzled. Not quite. The manufacturing techniques of the arcane airship are rumored to originate from another realm, its internal structure differing significantly from our current technology. The specifics elude me, Yang Jian admitted. So, you are but a dilettante, Wang Ting quipped. Who knows? Though fleeting glimpses of other realms occasionally surface, crucial details remain elusive, as if deliberately suppressed. How can mere mortals like us fathom their nature? Only by becoming martial artists can we aspire to traverse to other worlds, Yang Jian sighed wistfully. How is it that you are ignorant of this? Wang Tung asked Lin Xuan, surprised. As the daughter of a martial artist, she should possess some knowledge. Lin Xuan, understanding Wang Ting's implication, replied, he never divulged such matters, and I was but a child at the time. After the incident, the subject was never broached again. Wang Ting nodded in understanding. You too harbor secrets that you withhold from me, Yang Jian muttered, bewildered. The airship ascended, offering a panoramic vista of billowing clouds and buildings reduced to the size of ants. The vessel, carrying over 1,000 candidates, glided through the sky with remarkable stability. After approximately half an hour, the airship shuddered slightly as it began its descent. We have arrived. The candidates peered out the windows. Discovering an island below, they had ventured out to sea. The practical assessment venue is located on an island. Inconceivable. No wonder the location has always been shrouded in mystery. Behold, 2 more airships are descending. A voice shattered the collective reverie. Indeed, 2 additional airships approached from different directions, converging on the island. They must be candidates from other districts of the East Sea. Someone surmised. The airship gently touched down on the island, a vast expanse of land. The vessel landed on an open space, facing a massive encampment. The candidates disembarked, surveying their surroundings. The sprawling camp was fortified with heavy, rune-powered weaponry, facing the island's primeval forest and coastline. The forest was encircled by iron netting inscribed with runes, guarded at every exit. Simultaneously, the other 2 airships landed, disgorging hordes of candidates, filling the open space before the camp. Look to the forest. A bestial roar echoed through the primeval forest. Roar. A monstrous beast charged towards the iron netting, its appetite aroused by the abundance of potential prey. Boom. Before it could reach its target, a deafening explosion erupted. The guards, aiming their cannons at the beast, unleashed a devastating blast, reducing the creature to fragments. A chunk of flesh landed before a candidate, causing him to blanch in terror. The rumors of mutated beasts in the wilderness are true. Today, we have witnessed them firsthand. However, these are merely ordinary exotic beasts, lacking the force, not the force-imbued star beasts. Yet, these beasts are terrifying enough. Will we face them in the practical assessment? Someone cried out in trepidation, the recent spectacle unnerving many. Greetings, esteemed candidates. Welcome to examination venue number 3 in the East Sea region. Your practical assessment shall commence here. We have prepared protective combat suits and weaponry for you. Please step forward and claim your equipment as your names are called. Certainly, some individuals prefer to wield their own weapons, and those who possess compliant arms may utilize them following inspection. Now, with a mere 2 hours at our disposal, let us hasten to collect our gear and commence the assessment. A man stood atop the elevated platform within the encampment, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in the ears of every participant. Chen Xiaoming, Lindaowei, Zhengdong. Below the platform, large crates were lined up in neat rows, attended by dozens of staff distributing weapons. The summoned candidates promptly approached to collect their equipment. Additionally, there was a designated area for inspecting the candidates' personal arms for compliance. Wang Ting advanced to this area, retrieving his concealed weapon case and revealing his arms, notably omitting any firearms. It was evident that the use of modern weaponry was strictly prohibited. The inspector, upon seeing the weapon case, expressed surprise. Young man, this is quite impressive. Where did you procure it? Custom made on Taobao, one of a kind. Wang Ting replied. The inspector chuckled, refraining from further inquiry, and began examining Wang Ting's arsenal, which consisted of knuckle dusters and a battle sword. These are all first-tier rune weapons. No wonder you opted out of the issued arms, the inspector remarked, casting a curious glance at Wang Ting. Are they compliant? Wang Ting inquired. Compliant? Of course. First-tier rune weapons can only unleash their true potential in the hands of a warrior. In the grasp of a martial novice, they are merely sharper tools. Are you, perchance, a warrior? The inspector responded. Even if you are a warrior capable of harnessing the power of these first-tier rune weapons, it reflects your own prowess and is therefore not a violation, added another inspector nearby. So this is your weapon? Lin Chuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Had you mentioned it was a secret weapon? Wang Ting chuckled. Pfft, this is what you deem a secret? Lin Chuan scoffed. At that moment, their names were called, and they hurried forward to collect their gear. Wang Ting addressed the staff. Please provide me with a set of lightweight defensive battle attire. I shall forego any weapon. The ensemble he received was indeed lightweight, albeit with slightly diminished protective capabilities. The staff retrieved a thin black combat suit and handed it to Wang Ting. After trying it on for size, he nodded in approval. This will suffice. An hour later, all candidates had obtained their defensive attire, combat boots, and necessary weaponry. The battle suits and boots were military grade, composed of specialized materials that ensured remarkable durability. The attire consisted of trousers and a vest, offering substantial protection against the claws of monstrous beasts, safeguarding vital areas of the body. The weapons, while not rune-infused, were standard military issue, encompassing a variety of types and specifications. Although they lacked the enchantments of rune weapons, they were forged from high-density, high-strength alloys capable of rending the tough hides of beasts. It is noteworthy that candidates were restricted to the use of cold weapons, with no allowance for firearms. At this juncture, the candidates donned their battle suits and boots. Acclimatizing to their chosen arms, while awaiting the commencement of the assessment in a designated resting area. Chapter 76. Departure and Commencement. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan, along with others, took a moment to recuperate in the resting area. As the moment approached, these two, like their peers, began to feel a surge of anxiety. It was hardly surprising, given the harrowing scene of the ferocious beast's roar and the subsequent bloodshed, which had profoundly impacted the psyche of all candidates. Especially when the beast attempted to break through the iron net, the unmasked malice in their eyes rendered the candidates nothing more than prey. Could it be that humanity could one day find itself reduced to mere sustenance? These candidates were but sheltered blossoms, untouched by the harshness of society and unacquainted with the brutal laws of the jungle. Although they might have learned about the savagery and terror of these beasts through various channels, they had never truly grasped it until now. Only through direct experience could they truly comprehend. "Are you all right?" Wang Ting inquired, gazing at Lin Chuan. To be candid, given her strength, confronting those beasts was rather daunting. "I'm fine." Lin Chuan gritted her teeth, feigning composure. "I thought I could face this practical assessment without fear, but now I find myself feeling rather cowardly." Yang Jian chuckled wryly. "Cowardice is understandable. Just look around. Who isn't apprehensive?" Wang Teng gestured towards the surrounding individuals. Even the likes of Zhou Wu and He Man Rong were visibly tense, which provided him with some solace. Yang Jian, noticing the expressions of several advanced martial apprentices, exhaled deeply. "However, why do I sense that you are completely unperturbed? Those beasts would be no match for my might. I could obliterate them with a single punch." Wang Teng declared with ease. "You're boasting. Those beasts are tough-skinned and strong, even with your strength reaching 1,000 kilograms. It's not guaranteed you could pulverize them with one blow." Yang Jian was clearly skeptical. "Do you think your fist is a cannonball?" Lin Chuan also expressed her disdain. "No one believes the truth," Wang Teng retorted, exasperated. As the trio continued their banter, Lin Chuan and Yang Jian appeared less tense. Everyone, a resounding voice beckoned their attention towards the elevated platform, where an officer, who had previously distributed combat uniforms and weapons, addressed the assembly. "The practical assessment is about to commence, and I wish to clarify the examination rules. First, the assessment will take place from 10 o'clock until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, meaning you will have to endure a full day and night in the primordial forest ahead." Upon hearing this, the candidates' expressions shifted dramatically. A day and night. The primordial forest was fraught with peril, and now they were being told they had to remain there for such an extended period. The officer continued, undeterred by the murmurs of discontent among the candidates. "During this time, you are responsible for procuring your own food and water, as well as finding shelter for the night. Furthermore, to pass this assessment, you must hunt at least 5 beasts. This is the minimum requirement. The more formidable the beasts you slay, the greater your credits will be, thus enhancing your future university applications." He further elaborated, "Throughout the assessment, we will monitor the entire forest via satellite. Each of your combat uniforms is equipped with a communicator. This device not only has tracking capabilities to ensure every candidate is under surveillance, but it will also record the strength and quantity of the beasts you hunt, converting this into credits that will be added to your records. However, you must personally hunt. Assistance from others will be deemed cheating and result in disqualification. Additionally, remember that while self-harm is prohibited, competition exists. Thus, you must guard against both the beasts and your fellow candidates." The communicator also features an emergency alert button. "We have stationed numerous experienced martial apprentices in the forest, along with 3 seasoned warriors. When you press the alert button, the nearest personnel will rush to your location based on the signal. Although this martial examination is vital, your lives are precious. Do not act recklessly. Survival is key." That is all I have to say. The candidates, upon absorbing this information, appeared increasingly disheartened, murmuring amongst themselves. The difficulty of this practical assessment was far beyond their expectations, presenting dangers they had not foreseen, leading many to contemplate withdrawal. "If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may step forward now," the officer remarked, seemingly aware of their thoughts. The candidates exchanged glances, and to their astonishment, one girl stepped forward. I withdraw." Her voice trembled, revealing the anguish behind her decision. The atmosphere shifted, with some candidates feeling a mix of surprise, complexity, and empathy, followed by a sense of relief. With one taking the lead, others felt justified in their choices. After moments of despair and turmoil, more candidates opted to forego the challenge. The prospect of hope seemed too dim. They had initially dared to grasp for a sliver of hope, yet not at the cost of their lives. Their innate trepidation forbade such folly. Soon, Those who chose to withdraw had gathered in scattered groups, numbering over 100. Is there no one else wishing to withdraw? The officer inquired. And upon seeing no further candidates stepping forward, he commanded, in that case, the remaining candidates will be organized into 10 teams and will enter the primordial forest through various entrances. Staff members stepped forward to facilitate the arrangements, ultimately separating familiar candidates into 10 distinct teams, guiding them towards their respective entrances. Wang Ting found himself within one of these teams, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian had merged into other groups, now out of sight, and he could only hope for their safe passage through the assessment. After a brief wait, their team arrived at an entrance. The leader glanced at his watch and announced, "It's time. Everyone, proceed in, and good luck." He signaled the guards at the entrance to open the iron gate, allowing the candidates entry. All candidates recalled the officer's earlier warning. Competition exists among the candidates, and vigilance is paramount. Human intentions are inscrutable, and none dared to underestimate this cautionary advice. Thus, upon entering the forest, the candidates diverged into various directions. Wang Tung casually selected a path leading deeper into the woods, his combat gloves donned and sword firmly grasped in hand. Although he had spoken lightly, he was not foolish enough to lower his guard. Towering trees surrounded him, lush and verdant, with the ground carpeted in dead branches and leaves. The scent of decay mingling with the fragrant aroma of flora wafting into his nostrils. From afar, the roar of beasts echoed resoundingly. The practical assessment had commenced,